You've been reborn as a 1-month-old infant who can't even speak clearly, and to top it off, you're a fatherless bastard, yet you find yourself laughing out loud in the middle of the night. That's because a cold, mechanical voice suddenly explodes in your mind without warning. Ding! Talent awakened, evil god avatar. A pale blue stream of data frantically flashes across your retinas. You snapped your eyes open, only to find your field of vision split in two. Through your left eye, you saw your infant self lying in your mother's arms. Through your right, you had transformed into a terrifying, hundreds of zheng tall monster, half human, half dragon. This form was wrapped in dark golden patterns and was gazing down menacingly upon the entire town. With the slightest thought, this godlike avatar would instantly manifest in the physical world. The overwhelming origin breathing skill was operating automatically in just a single full moon. Your infant body already harbored a savage, colossal strength capable of tearing tigers and leopards apart with your bare hands. Wah! 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 The sound of a baby's cry rang out. When Jiang opened his eyes, he was completely bewildered. He discovered that upon waking, he had somehow become a newborn baby. At that moment, he felt himself being carefully wrapped in clothes and cradled. He heard words he couldn't understand, but could sense the joyful tone in their voices. Immediately afterward, the face of an elderly woman, beaming with delight, appeared before him. Jiang froze for a moment. Could this be the mother who had just given birth to him? An old woman bearing a child? However, that thought was quickly dispelled. Amid the old woman's stream of incomprehensible mutterings, he was handed into the arms of a beautiful young woman. The woman's complexion was slightly pale, but overall she looked quite healthy. She appeared young and beautiful, seemingly not yet 20. At that moment, her face was lit with a blissful smile, though there was also a faint hint of sorrow and complexity in her expression that stirred a sense of pity in one's heart. Is this my real mother? Jiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just climbed to the pinnacle of life before he even had a chance to properly enjoy it, and after a short nap, he been reincarnated? Could this still be a dream? As these thoughts crossed his mind, his beautiful mother spoke in a melodious voice. Though he couldn't make out what she was saying, she seemed to be trying to cheer him up. At the same time, he suddenly realized something was amiss. He actually possessed two bodies, two sets of senses, two sets of vision. The other body was a terrifying monster, half human and half dragon, shrouded in malevolent energy and covered in mysterious golden patterns. It had a face that was part human, part dragon, and its form was a staggering several hundred zheng in size. At that moment, this form was bathed in the night, looking down upon what appeared to be an ancient town. On the town's streets beneath the night sky, people were still coming and going, along with cats and dogs, and even quite a few ghostly figures were wandering about. Strangely enough, however, none of them, whether people, animals, or ghosts, seemed to notice his terrifying, hundreds of zheng tall form at all. What on earth is going on? Jiang was a bit confused, but just then, some information surfaced in his mind. Cultivation level, mortal stage. Talent, evil god avatar. Fortune. Fortune, 1000. The evil god avatar talent. Jiang couldn't help but freeze in shock. In that instant, he realized that his own monstrous, terrifying body was the evil god avatar. However, this evil god avatar currently possessed no offensive capabilities, and aside from the evil god avatar itself, this body was invisible and intangible. Even his true self couldn't see this avatar. But under certain conditions, this evil god avatar could materialize. When that happened, it would become visible and tangible and possess a terrifying power he couldn't even begin to describe. In any case, it felt as though it could directly obliterate the small town right beneath the evil god avatar's feet. The condition for materializing the evil god avatar is the expenditure of 300 fortune. However, the materialization can only last for a brief moment. He currently has 1000 fortune, which means he can materialize the evil god avatar 3 times. Besides enabling the evil god avatar to materialize, this fortune also seems to be usable for gaining certain kinds of knowledge. As for the source of this fortune, the only information available so far is that it automatically increases by 1 point every day. Jiang snapped back to reality and turned his attention back to the room. The decor was clearly ancient, and his beautiful mother was still holding him, murmuring something softly. It was a language he couldn't understand anyway. By now, the elderly midwife was no longer in the room and her place was an innocent-looking, adorable maidservant attending to him. The maidservant had a very delicate, youthful face and was studying him with a mixture of joy and curiosity. Meanwhile, from Evil God Avatar's perspective, he saw the elderly midwife emerge from the room, being escorted out of the courtyard by a woman dressed in simple clothes while she gave her some final instructions. Jiang had also confirmed that Evil God Avatar was currently in the courtyard outside his own house. His present residence appeared to be a rather nice traditional courtyard house in the small town. A thought struck him, and he tried to make the Evil God Avatar crouch down and approach the house where he and his mother were. Soon, the Evil God Avatar's massive head penetrated into the house, revealing the scene inside where his infant self and his mother were. And sure enough, as an infant, he could not see his own Evil God Avatar. It seemed that it was indeed invisible and untouchable. However, his beautiful mother seemed to sense something. She suddenly looked at the Evil God Avatar's face with alertness, then immediately wore a look of puzzlement. Jiang couldn't help but be surprised. Were his beautiful mother's instincts really that sharp? The maidservant, noticing her mother's unusual expression, also looked puzzled and asked his beautiful mother something. Meanwhile, Jiang gradually began to feel drowsy and eventually couldn't help but fall asleep. It seemed the infant's body was a bit weak. However, although his infant form had fallen asleep, the Evil God Avatar remained unaffected and could still move freely, leaving his consciousness with a half-asleep, half-awake, sleepwalking-like sensation. Furthermore, Jiang discovered at this moment that his new life seemed to possess, from birth, a cultivation method he had never known before. Even though he was clearly asleep, a faint force within the infant's body was constantly circulating along a set path, slowly growing stronger. He didn't know if this was something the infant originally possessed or if it was brought by the Evil God Avatar. But, regardless of which, it was now being occupied by him, an outsider. Jiang sighed helplessly, decided not to dwell on it, and, controlling the Evil God Avatar, began to explore this new world. The Evil God Avatar retreated outside the courtyard house and first surveyed his new home, only to discover that there were currently only 3 people inside this fairly spacious courtyard: his mother, a maidservant, and the woman from earlier who seemed to be in charge of household chores. Right now he, the newborn baby, had to be added to the count, so that made only 4 people in total. So the question arose, where was his father here? There were no other men in sight. Could he be out and not yet returned? But it was nearly midnight, and his mother was in the throes of childbirth. Unable to find an answer right away, Jiang instructed the Evil God Avatar to venture outside once more to observe the situation in the small town. The Evil God Avatar's massive form drifted about unnoticed by anyone. However, the information he could gather was limited, as he couldn't understand the local language at all. The only thing he could confirm for now was that this world was definitely not the one he had originally come from. The town spanned roughly 7 or 8 li in diameter, surrounded on all sides by mountains, wilderness, and farmland. He also discovered that the Evil God Avatar seemed to be restricted to a range of 10 li around itself. The farther away it went, the fuzzier its perception became, and the harder it was to control. If it went beyond that 10 li range, he feared he would lose control entirely. To adapt to this world as quickly as possible, Jiang then instructed the Evil God Avatar to visit homes in the town where people were conversing, in order to learn the local language. Since it was the dead of night, people were mostly at home, so he had no choice but to go door to door to eavesdrop, which led him to witness some rather shocking scenes from time to time. As the night wore on, the Evil God Avatar continued to eavesdrop, while Jiang's infant body had already woken up. A pangs of hunger in his stomach caused him to instinctively burst into wails. What could he do? After all, he was just a little baby unable to speak and unfamiliar with the local language. Of course, even if he could speak, wouldn't a newborn just 1 day old speaking out of the blue scare people to death? Hearing the commotion, his beautiful mother quickly picked him up and gently soothed him while nursing him. Shortly after, the maidservant and another woman rushed in one after another to attend to him. Once he was full, Jiang's mother handed him to a maid, who carried him out of the room for some fresh air. He was swaddled so tightly that he couldn't move his tiny hands or feet. All he could do was watch as the maid teased him with a face full of joy and doting affection. Another day passed like this, and Jiang still hadn't seen any other male relatives appear in the household, this inevitably stirred up many suspicions in his mind. Gradually, a few more days passed. Cultivation level, mortal stage. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1005. Jiang had already gained a basic understanding of the local language and knew the names of some simple objects, such as cup and table. By now, he was almost completely certain that there were indeed no men in this household. Furthermore, the location of his mother's courtyard was in a rather remote and impoverished part of the town, yet their family's courtyard was by far the most spacious there. One could even say that, even in the town's affluent neighborhoods, it would be considered quite impressive. This situation was clearly unusual. It could only mean that he and his mother's family truly possessed something special. After several days of cultivation, he felt he had grown much stronger. Even his small hands and feet were full of strength. More than a month passed. Thanks to the advantages of the evil god avatar, Jiang had almost completely mastered the local language. Although he still couldn't read, he could understand most of what was said. He had also gained a preliminary understanding of the area. He was currently in a small town of the Great Chu dynasty called Crimson Sun Town. In addition to a large number of ordinary people, there were also a few cultivators who had transcended the realm of ordinary mortals. Among them, the three most prominent were Master Huoling of Huoling Taoist Temple, Old Taoist Jinping of Jinping Taoist Temple, and Master Fuchen of Fuchen Taoist Temple. Of these three, Master Huoling possessed the highest cultivation level, and his fire control techniques were nothing short of supernatural. Old Taoist Jinping's cultivation is not as high as Master Huoling's, but his skill with talismans is exceptional. Talismans he personally draws are so sought after in the town that they are nearly impossible to obtain. Master Fuchen, meanwhile, is the town's master of divination. His skill in this art is so profound that even Master Huoling and Old Taoist Jinping often seek his guidance. His divinations are equally hard to come by. Aside from the various bits of information he gathered in the village, his personal growth over the past month had also been remarkable. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 1 year. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1045. A cultivation level of 1 year in the mortal stage meant he now possessed the strength typical of an average teenager. From the cultivation information Jiang gathered in the town, he learned that ordinary people, without any cultivation or physical labor, naturally reach a cultivation level of approximately 1 year of the mortal stage by adolescence, 2 years by young adulthood, and 3 years by middle age. To reach 4 years of mortal stage cultivation, one must pay attention to health and wellness in daily life. 5 years can be achieved through consistent physical labor. Reaching 6 years of mortal stage cultivation requires dedicated practice. 7 years of mortal stage cultivation places one at the level of a strong man and represents the peak strength an ordinary person can generally attain. Without a genuine cultivation technique, one's cultivation will gradually decline with age after reaching the 7th year of the mortal stage. Moving further up, the 8th year of the mortal stage marks the level of a martial arts expert. The 9th year is that of a martial arts master, and the 10th year is that of a martial sovereign. As for the stages beyond the 10th year of the mortal stage, from the 11th year to even the 100th year, all fall within the martial sovereign tier. At this stage, differences in strength are only subtle. There will never be any significant shifts in advantage. This is because this stage represents the bottleneck of the mortal stage. If one can break through this bottleneck, they will officially enter the ranks of cultivators. However, for most people, cultivation progress typically increases by 1 year at a time. Even if they obtain cultivation techniques, without sufficient lifespan, many are essentially limited to the range of 60 to 90 years in the mortal stage, doomed to never enter the realm of immortal cultivation in their lifetime unless they encounter a great stroke of luck and obtain miraculous elixirs. Yet Jiang, having cultivated for only 1 month, already possesses the cultivation level equivalent to 1 year in the mortal stage. He is certain this is due to the cultivation technique he was born with. He does not yet know what this technique is, but he knows it is extraordinarily powerful. His cultivation speed is nearly 10 times that of ordinary cultivation techniques. At this rate, by the time he turns 1, he'll likely have reached the level of a 10-year mortal stage martial sovereign. A 1-year-old martial sovereign that would be absolutely mind-blowing even across the entire Great Chu dynasty, wouldn't he it? With his current 1-year mortal stage cultivation, crawling was no problem at all. He could even walk now. But he didn't dare reveal this just yet. After all, he was still only a 1-month-old infant, and being able to walk at this age would be downright absurd. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be blown down by the wind. It was best for him to keep a low profile for now. Now, aside from continuing to cultivate quietly, he must also study hard and strive for constant improvement. He is about to start learning the local script. Literacy is crucial for his future prospects after all. He'll need to be able to read to acquire deeper cultivation knowledge, so he certainly can't take this lightly. In Crimson Sun Town, there are two places where he can learn to read: Crimson Sun Academy and Floating Life School. Crimson Sun Academy is a government-run institution in the town that provides a pathway to a career in public service and the pursuit of official titles. If he ever wants to attain such a title in the future, this is the only place to go. Moreover, it is said that officials in the Great Chu Kingdom can obtain cultivation resources from the Imperial Court, even miraculous elixirs capable of directly boosting one's cultivation level and helping one break through bottlenecks. Floating Life School, on the other hand, is a private academy founded by a female teacher. It offers no path to official titles. Instead, it focuses on teaching students to read and write and, based on individual interests, imparts a wide variety of life skills including music, chess, calligraphy, painting, astronomy, geography, carpentry, farming, cooking, embroidery, and much more. Moreover, the Floating Life School's tuition policy is quite peculiar. Payment is entirely voluntary. Students pay whatever they feel their education is worth, whether in money or goods. It's even acceptable to pay nothing at the moment. Once they've mastered their studies and feel able to make up the difference later, they can do so then. It's truly a matter of conscience. It's fair to say that Floating Life School's operational model is absolutely abnormal, because under normal circumstances, it simply wouldn't be sustainable. Moreover, although the female teacher herself wore only a plain Taoist robe and wore hardly any makeup, she exuded a subtle, unique, otherworldly aura. Jiang had every reason to suspect that this female teacher was some bored young lady from a wealthy family who had come here specifically to experience life. Of course, none of this really concerned him, Jiang. After all, with the evil god avatar, he could now study back and forth between Crimson Sun Academy and Floating Life School for free. He'd simply go wherever the teaching was best. Madam, I feel the young master is truly very clever. When he is hungry, he babbles and waves his little hands. When he needs to relieve himself, he babbles and kicks his little feet. He is only a month-old. Babies in other families usually aren't able to barely express these needs until they're at least a year old. Why don't we take the young master to Master Floating Dust sometime for a divination? I'm sure he wouldn't be any worse than that, shall you? Just then, a voice as clear as a silver bell rang in the infant Jiang's ear. Upon hearing this, Jiang froze in place. The voice belonged to Ling, the family's only maid, who was currently cradling Jiang and playing with him. The Xiaoyu Ling referred to was the son of Ning Kuan, the headmaster of the Fearless Martial Arts Academy in town. It was said that Xiaoyu was born 10 days before Jiang. Half a month ago, he had already consulted Master Fuchen for a divination and learned that he possessed extraordinary talent, specifically, the fire soul aptitude. He was predicted to enter the martial sovereign realm around the age of 7 and transcend the mortal stage before turning 20. His future was truly boundless. Now, Master Huoling of the Huoling Taoist Temple has personally announced that once Xiaoyu completes his initiation, he will formally take him as a disciple and teach him advanced cultivation techniques. It is said that countless people have sought to become Master Huoling's disciples in the past, yet no one has ever been chosen by him to become a disciple of his own accord, let alone been offered advanced cultivation techniques as an incentive right from the start. At that moment, Jiang couldn't help but burst into tears. He certainly didn't want to go see Master Fuchen for a fortune-telling session right now. After all, this Taoist master possessed genuine abilities and wasn't some charlatan. What if Master Fuchen were to divine his evil god avatar talent? That would surely spell disaster. Some of the information he'd gathered over the past month had touched on the subject of evil gods. Rumor had it that followers of the evil god cult were causing unrest throughout the Great Chu dynasty, and the Chu emperor had issued an edict: anyone found to be a member of the cult would be captured, tortured to death by slow slicing, and displayed as a warning to the public. Although Jiang wasn't sure yet whether the evil god cult had any connection to his evil god avatar talent, one thing was certain: if they discovered he possessed such a talent, the Great Chu dynasty would definitely not let him off lightly. After all, this was an ancient dynasty. Which of those in power would bother with mercy or morality? Oh my, What's the matter, little darling? Are you upset? Do you want to go for a walk? Ling hurried to soothe Jiang, who was waving his little hands and kicking his little feet in protest. Yuner, what's wrong? Are you hungry? His beautiful mother gently and carefully took Jiang into her arms. Seeing that Ling's suggestion had been temporarily interrupted, Jiang let out a couple more wails before calming down. Giggle, how adorable. It seems the young master is trying to express something very important, but the servant can't quite figure it out. Ling laughed heartily. Hearing this, Jiang rolled his eyes. This little rascal. At that moment, his mother found it amusing as well. Madam, look, is the young master rolling his eyes? Could it be that he already understands what we're saying? Why don't I go see Master Fuchen tomorrow and give it a try? If I offer him a bit more compensation, he should be willing to cast a divination for the young master. Ling spoke again, her voice brimming with excitement. Jiang's eyes widened instantly. That little brat really never gives up on ruining me. Just as he was about to protest loudly once more. No need. All I hope for now is that Yuner can live a safe and happy life from now on. That's enough. I won't go craving those empty titles or anything like that. His mother gave Jiang a gentle smile. Hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She really was his own mother after all. Well, all right. Ling, however, let out a soft sigh, her expression tinged with a hint of disappointment. His beautiful mother remained silent, gently rocking Jiang. Jiang naturally sensed the unusual emotional shifts in both his mother and Ling. Over the past month, he hadn't seen his father here, nor had anyone come looking for his mother. Under these circumstances, he was pretty much certain his mother was a widow. As for whatever secrets lay behind it all, he couldn't be bothered to investigate. After all, he wasn't really a newborn baby. Why be so sentimental? As long as his mother was happy and treated him well, that was enough. Several days passed. Jiang used the evil god avatar to travel back and forth between Crimson Sun Academy and Floating Life School to learn to read. After comparing the two, he clearly saw that the teaching quality of that female instructor who seemed a bit off was significantly higher than that of Crimson Sun Academy. At Crimson Sun Academy, 1 dean and 10 teachers could only teach students 5 to 10 characters a day during their introductory lessons. Meanwhile, the female teacher at Floating Life School, by using various vivid and interesting analogies, could thoroughly teach students more than 10 to 20 characters a day. With such skill, it was a true waste of talent for her to have set up a private school on her own. This only reinforced Jiang's conviction that this female teacher was definitely no ordinary person. As for whether she had opened the private school out of boredom or had other motives, he didn't feel it was his place to pry. As long as she could teach him to read, that was all that mattered. Now, Jiang had a clear plan in mind. He intended to focus primarily on learning to read and write with the female tutor from this point forward. If her introductory courses were to end, he would head over to Crimson Sun Academy to see what they had to offer. This way, he should be able to complete his foundational studies quickly and then shift his focus to Crimson Sun Academy's courses on pursuing a career in the civil service. By the time he reached the age for formal enrollment, he would already be far ahead of the curve. Perhaps then he could rise to the top at Crimson Sun Academy in one fell swoop, stunning everyone, which would be absolutely delightful. Oh, and when that time came, he'd have to send the female tutor a token of gratitude. Even though she wouldn't know the full story, he had, after all, been secretly learning to read from her. Gradually, the 3rd month arrived. Cultivation level, mortal stage, year 2. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1073. Jiang's body had grown much more robust at the mortal stage, year 2, he already possessed the strength of an average young man. Additionally, he discovered that he could now make some simple sound shouts, ya, ha, gua, and the like were no problem. But he didn't dare show it off just yet. He was worried that the little brat by his side wouldn't be able to resist secretly taking him to see a fortune teller. After all, most infants don't start making these simple sounds until they're 7 or 8 months old. For him to be doing this at just 3 months was truly a bit excessive. During this time, he also discovered something else. This girl, Ling, didn't seem to be just an ordinary maid. His evil god avatar had once accidentally witnessed Ling encountering 3 thugs in an alley while she was out buying daily necessities. In the end, Ling knocked the 3 thugs to the ground in just a few swift moves, leaving them lying neatly on the ground, groaning and whimpering. By his estimation, this girl must have 6 years of cultivation at the mortal stage, the level of a trained martial artist. And to think, she still looked so young. To have reached this level at such a young age, yet still serve as a maid by her mother's side. Gradually, another 2 months passed. Cultivation level, mortal stage, year 4. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1112. Jiang had grown into a strong and robust infant, and during this time, he had already learned over 1,000 characters. It looked like he'd be fully literate by the time he turned 1. By this point, he could no longer resist pretending to make some simple sounds, preparing himself to learn to speak as soon as possible. Even though he'd waited this long to show it, Ling was so thrilled that she hugged him and cheered for quite a while. The desire to take him to have his fortune told was impossible to hide on her rosy little face. Fortunately, without her mother's permission, she didn't dare act on her own. By the 6th month. Cultivation level, mortal stage, year 5. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1178. Mama. Jiang called out somewhat awkwardly. He'd only intended to pretend he'd already learned to speak, so this awkwardness actually fit the moment quite well. His mother, who was holding Jiang at that moment, froze for a second, then her face lit up with excitement and delight. Yun-er. Did you just call me mommy? Say it again for me to hear. Oh my. My little treasure can say mommy now. Say it again. Say it again. Ling, standing nearby, was instantly overcome with excitement as well. Jiang simply clammed up and pretended not to understand. After all, he'd already said it once, he could just show it off a little more over the coming days. Say it, little treasure, say it one more time. Ling kept coaxing Jiang. Jiang, however, just kept babbling yeah and playing dumb. Over the past few days, he'd learned quite a bit more about his family's situation. His mother owned a herbal shop in the heart of town. Business was pretty good. Since she'd hired a manager to run it, she only needed to drop by occasionally to check on things. In addition, on the outskirts of town, his mother seemed to own some farmland, which was also tended by hired farmers. All in all, his family was quite wealthy, certainly enough to ensure he'd never want for food or clothing in the future, allowing him to focus on his cultivation without worrying about making a living. 3 days later. Jiang had already started calling his mother mom naturally and without hesitation. At that moment, he was lying quietly in bed, using the evil god avatar to learn to read with the female tutor at the private school. Little darling, take a look at this. A pleasant voice rang out. Suddenly, Ling held up a piece of paper in front of Jiang. On it were the 2 characters Ling. Jiang froze for a moment. What was this silly girl up to? Could she possibly know that he could already read? That couldn't be possible, could it? Little treasure, I'm going to teach you to read now. By the time you grow up, you'll be able to learn quickly and amaze everyone. Look, this one is Chu, and this one is Ling. Ling. Ling began teaching him with great earnestness. Jiang was completely speechless. Had this girl lost her mind? He was just a 6-month-old baby and she was already trying to teach him to read. Although he could indeed recognize most common characters by now, this wasn't normal. And teaching him his own name right off the bat, how utterly deranged was that? Chu, Ling. Chu, Ling. The girl kept repeating the words, as if she hoped this method would force Jiang to memorize them. Jiang was so flabbergasted he finally spoke up, "Stupid donkey." Ling froze for a moment, then exclaimed with delight, "My little master learned it so fast? Just as I expected from my little master." Jiang was at a loss for words once again. Hadn't this girl heard that he said "stupid donkey"? "Humph, I heard that so, and so Xiaoyu can only go a wag right now, yet he is already being touted as some kind of precocious child and child prodigy, acting all high and mighty." That guy is even 10 days older than our little master, and now that our little treasure can already recognize characters, doesn't he that make her the prodigy of all prodigies? At that moment, Ling began muttering to herself smugly. Jiang couldn't help but feel awkward. Lately, his evil god avatar had occasionally overheard townspeople discussing Xiao Yu's prodigious feats. Everyone praised his intelligence. He had to admit that the child in question was indeed Xiao Yu. Anyway, he didn't have the nerve to compare himself to the child after all. He wasn't a pure infant. He lived a long life and been reincarnated with his memories intact. Plus, he now possessed the god-defying power of the evil god avatar. How could he possibly compare himself to a real baby? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Little darling, read it again, Shu Ling. The girl excitedly held out the paper again for Jiang to read. Stupid donkey. Jiang mumbled the words again, slightly slurring them. Hey! That's right. Smart. Wait. That's not right. Stupid donkey? Young master, did you just say stupid donkey? The maid Ling finally caught on. Stupid donkey. Jiang shouted it again. Oh my. Wrong. Young master, it's Ling. Ling. Not stupid donkey. Stupid donkey, stupid donkey. No. No. It's Ling. Not stupid donkey. Stupid donkey. Ling's little face immediately fell. Ha ha. Seeing this, Jiang couldn't help but burst into a cheerful baby laugh. Young master. You aren't doing this on purpose, are you? Ling's little face puffed up with indignation, while a look of disbelief spread across her features. She clearly couldn't believe that a 6-month-old baby would tease someone, and with words, no less. At that moment, Jiang had no time to pay attention. She just couldn't stop laughing happily. Oh dear, how could this happen? Young master, you're still too little to pronounce it correctly, right? That's exactly it, isn't it? Ling couldn't help but pull a long face. Over the next few days, Ling continued to diligently teach Jiang to read, and she had clearly become even more enthusiastic, though she never mentioned her own name again. As for Jiang, he went through the motions with her, responding half-heartedly. He'd already figured it out. Actually, her doing something so outlandish might not be entirely out of place, since it would give him an excuse to pretend he was a quick learner when he started his formal education later on. After all, he'd been exposed to it from a young age. But a maid in his mother's service actually knew how to read and write? That was something he hadn't expected. It could only mean that his mother's background was likely far from ordinary. 7th month. Cultivation level, mortal stage, year 6. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1203. Jiang now possessed the physical constitution of a martial artist, though it was hard to say just how much potential his tiny, short-armed, short-legged infant body could actually unleash. Knocking out an ordinary adult with a single punch should be doable, right? Also, that Xiao Yu in town is now calling her mom, and people are constantly gossiping about her in the streets and alleys, filled with both envy and jealousy. Out of curiosity, Jiang had the evil god avatar take a look, and discovered she was indeed a very bright little infant. Young master, this is a protection rune I begged for from old Taoist Ping in town today. You must wear it carefully, it will keep you safe. At that moment, Ling was holding a small red triangular cloth charm and hanging it around Jiang's neck. A folded talisman was clearly sewn inside it. Jiang couldn't help but pause in surprise. He had to admit that this girl was truly kind to him. She'd actually managed to get him a protection rune drawn by old Taoist Jinping? He knew full well that a talisman personally drawn by old Taoist Jinping cost 10 taels of silver, that is, 10,000 yuan, and it wasn't something you could simply buy on a whim. Without the right connections, it was perfectly normal to have to camp out at Jinping Taoist Temple for 3 to 5 months. The primary purpose of the protection rune was, of course, to ensure safety. It helps people avoid all kinds of unexpected risks, wards off ill-intentioned individuals, and repels demons, evil spirits, and other harmful forces. Moreover, over the past few days, Jiang had learned through the evil god avatar that not only were there wandering ghosts within Crimson Sun Town, but there were also mountain spirits and monsters lurking in the deep mountains outside the town. The ghosts in town weren't too much of a problem. Most were ordinary spirits posing little threat and generally wouldn't actively harm people. However, some mountain spirits and strange creatures from the deep mountains occasionally venture into town to harm people. Since there aren't many cultivators with great abilities in town, it's naturally impossible to keep a constant watch over everything. Thus, talismans have become the best source of protection for most ordinary citizens. This is especially true when people travel long distances, such as to do business elsewhere, where the risk of encountering bandits, mountain spirits, and strange creatures increases significantly. In such situations, possessing a powerful protection rune can go a long way towards saving one's life. He had personally witnessed, through the evil god avatar, the effectiveness of the talismans drawn by the talisman masters at Jinping Taoist Temple. In the town, any house adorned with a house protection talisman from Jinping Taoist Temple was one that wandering spirits on the streets dared not approach lightly. However, some house protection talismans that lack sufficient power are virtually ineffective against mountain spirits and other supernatural creatures. One late night, he had witnessed a mountain spirit wreaking havoc in the town. The talisman affixed to the doorframe of the affected household burned up on its own but failed to stop the spirit from entering. As a result, the family's child was forcibly dragged away by the spirit. The incident caused quite a stir at the time, but even after the local authorities and several Taoist temples worked together for several days, they were unable to find the child. Jiang had considered helping. After all, his evil god avatar could be manifested by spending 300 fortune. The problem was, he wasn't sure what consequences would ensue if such a terrifying entity as the evil god avatar were to appear in Crimson Sun Town right now. When experts and powerful figures gathered, it wasn't out of the question that they'd go door to door investigating heretical cultivators. His physical form currently had no means of self-defense. He might even end up endangering his mother and Ling. Under these circumstances, he simply couldn't take that risk. This old Taoist of Jinping may not have shown much ability, but he sure has a big ego. But in a small place like Crimson Sun Town, there aren't really any major disasters or great evils. As for this protection rune, young master, you might as well make do with it for now. After all, in case I'm not by your side for a moment, it can at least ward off petty thieves. Just then, Ling continued to mutter to herself as she tucked the talisman under Jiang's clothes, then smoothed out his attire. Old Taoist Jinping may not have shown any real skill, but he sure does put on quite a show, doesn't he? Hearing Ling's words, Jiang couldn't help but pause in surprise. How could this girl speak with such boldness? Could she be even more extraordinary than he'd imagined? Young master, what's wrong? Seeing Jiang staring blankly, Ling couldn't help but feel puzzled. Sis. Jiang called out to her, blinking a few times. To be honest, this girl treated him with such genuine sincerity that she truly deserved to be called sister. Teasing her by calling her a dumb donkey earlier had been nothing more than a bit of fun. Sister? Upon hearing this, Ling froze. Immediately, a look of surprise and excitement flashed across her pretty face, though it was quickly followed by a hint of panic. Oh my! Young master, you mustn't call your servant sister. Just call me Ling. Dumb donkey sister? Jiang looked completely baffled. Deep down, he felt a sense of helplessness. The class distinctions here were truly deeply ingrained. Oh my! It's Ling. Not dumb donkey. Don't add sister. Dumb donkey sister. Ling. Don't add sister. My little treasure. Dumb donkey sister, ha ha ha. Watching Ling frantically running around in a panic, Jiang couldn't help but feel the urge to tease her again, letting out a cheerful, babyish laugh. What's the little one up to now, laughing so happily? A gentle voice rang out. It was Mother, who had just entered the room. Madam! Ling was startled and quickly turned to bow. Silly donkey sister, silly donkey sister. Jiang called out twice more, wanting to see how his mother would react. If she got angry and punished Ling, he'd just throw a tantrum and be done with it. However, based on what he'd observed these past few days, his mother had a gentle temperament and probably wouldn't get angry. Even if she did, she'd likely just scold her a little. Silly donkey sister? His mother couldn't help but pause in surprise. Ling shuddered all over and quickly knelt down, saying, "Madam, I don't know what came over him, but the young master suddenly called me sister, and I couldn't persuade him otherwise. It is my disrespect. I am incompetent. Please punish me, madam." It's all right. I taught Yunur to call her that. You may rise now." With that, mother smiled and gracefully walked over to sit by the bed. "You taught him, madam?" Ling was taken aback. Jiang was also surprised mother had never taught him to call anyone sister. Clearly, she said that on purpose for Ling to hear. Sure enough, his mother really was very kind-hearted. "You little rascal, that's your sister Ling, not sister stupid donkey. You mustn't call her that again from now on." With a hint of reproach mixed in her smile, mother extended her fair, jade-like finger and tapped Jiang's little nose, as a token of punishment. "Sister Ling?" Jiang responded obediently, knowing when to be on his best behavior. Sister Ling, Yunur is such a good boy." Mother laughed. "Madam, this won't do. How could this servant allow the young master to call me sister?" Ling's voice rang out again, filled with shock and panic. "We've come this far, what is there to object to? Besides, Yunur likes you so much he is happy to call you sister. Surely you don't mind?" Mother laughed again. "I wouldn't dare. How could I possibly mind? It's just that as long as you don't mind, then let us leave it at that." Mother paid no further attention to Ling, picking up Jiang and gently rocking him affectionately. Jiang couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Of course, it was mainly because of what had happened with Ling. "Madam." Ling's dazed voice rang out at that moment, her eyes were slightly reddened, and she looked quite moved, unable to contain her emotions. Gradually, the 8th month arrived. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 7 years. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1217. Jiang's strength was now on par with that of a strong man, but he stubbornly held off until now before finally starting to crawl, stretching his limbs a bit. "Young master, you're so amazing." Just as expected of the young master. "You've learned to crawl so quickly." Ling clapped her hands joyfully from the side. Jiang felt a mix of exasperation and embarrassment. This girl's praise of him was simply too mindless and blind. Of course, this probably had something to do with the fact that he already started pretending he could speak coherently. "Haha, I heard that Xiaoyu is still in his swaddling clothes, babbling mama. Our young master can already move around on his own." At that moment, Ling, looking smug, picked up Jiang and held him high in the air. Jiang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did this girl really love comparing him to that Xiaoyu so much? Night fell. Jiang was lying quietly in bed, sleeping beside his mother. Meanwhile, the evil god avatar was wandering aimlessly through Crimson Sun Town. Just then, he spotted a tall, strange figure approaching silently from outside Crimson Sun Town. A mountain spirit. Jiang froze in surprise, but soon saw the figure scale the low wall and head straight for his neighborhood. He couldn't help but shudder and sat up abruptly. He summoned the evil god avatar to step forward and fix its gaze on the figure. In the darkness of the night, the monster stood 2 heads taller than an average person, its body a bluish-gray hue, covered in bristly hair. Its face resembling that of a fathead fish was eerie and terrifying. It was indeed a mountain spirit. "What's wrong? Do you need to go to the bathroom, Yunur?" His mother, sensing Jiang's movement, sat up and asked. "Mom, I had a dream. I dreamed a monster was coming this way. I'm scared." Jiang said. "Oh, just a dream. It's okay. Mama's here, nothing will happen. Go back to sleep, Yunur." His mother couldn't help but chuckle. "Mom, there really is a monster coming. Tell Sister Linger and Auntie Lu to be careful, don't sleep so soundly, okay?" Jiang said with a serious expression. Although there were powerful protective talismans posted around the house, he sensed that the mountain spirit was no ordinary creature, and he wasn't sure if the talismans would be enough to ward it off. "Well, all right. Yunur, stay here and don't wander off. I'll go out and give some instructions. His mother looked at Jiang with a hint of hesitation, then got up and left. Jiang replied, breathing a slight sigh of relief. However, he soon realized that the mountain spirit didn't seem to be targeting this area of their home it was merely passing through, and then headed straight east. Surprised and curious, he had the evil god avatar continue to follow it. A short while later, his mother returned to the room to put Jiang to bed. Meanwhile, the evil god avatar, having followed the mountain spirit all along, gradually arrived at the Xiaoyu family's fearless martial arts hall. Jiang was even more astonished. How could the mountain spirit have ended up here? One must understand that the fearless martial arts hall was home to many martial artists, and its headmaster, Ning Kuan, was said to possess strength rivaling that of a mortal stage martial sovereign with 100 years of cultivation. If for no other reason, the mountain spirit coming here specifically smacked of picking a fight with a formidable opponent. At that moment, with the mountain spirit's arrival, the protective talisman on the lintel of the hall's main gate emitted a mysterious glow, as if to intimidate the mountain spirit. Given the fearless martial arts academy's standing in Crimson Sun Town, this protective talisman was most likely crafted by old Taoist Jinping himself. However, the mountain spirit paused only briefly before walking halfway around the tall courtyard wall to the rear section, whereupon it simply scaled the wall and entered. Upon entering the backyard, the mountain spirit scanned the area, its gaze quickly settling on the main house, and it strode purposefully toward it. The protective talisman on the doorframe of the main house immediately emitted a mysterious glow, attempting to intimidate the mountain spirit. But the mountain spirit paid it no mind and continued to advance toward the main house. This caused the talisman's glow to grow ever brighter. Finally, just as the mountain spirit reached the very threshold of the main house, the protective talisman burst into flames with a loud crack. "Who's there? Who's out there?" Instantly, the anxious, frightened voice of a young woman rang out from inside the house. Immediately following was the wailing of a baby. Bang! A deafening explosion. Hearing the commotion inside, the mountain spirit smashed through the door and burst in. A mountain spirit! Help! A mountain spirit is attacking! A mountain spirit is attacking! The young woman's shriek rang out immediately. The entire martial arts school was quickly thrown into a panic. Jiang was taken aback. Could it be that this mountain spirit's target was Xiaoyu? By now, loud clashes could be heard from inside the house, along with a young woman's agonized scream. Immediately afterward, the mountain spirit was seen running out, clutching a wailing infant. It was none other than Xiaoyu. "You audacious demon! Let go of my child!" A voice rang out in fury. A burly man wielding a treasure sword, accompanied by a dozen or so martial artists, swiftly arrived in the backyard and immediately closed in on the mountain spirit. This burly man was Ning Kuan, the director of the academy. He had already reached the 8th year of the mortal stage, the level of a martial arts master. However, the most crucial factor was the treasure sword in his hand, which was rumored to boost his strength by several tiers, allowing him to go head-to-head with a martial sovereign. Roar! The mountain spirit let out a howl as demonic energy surged through its body. Its massive claws swept out, instantly unleashing a vast swath of terrifying vines. Instantly. Boom! 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 A chorus of agonized screams rang out. In a single exchange, Director Ning Kuan and the dozen or so martial artists were all sent flying, spitting blood. Every one of them suffered serious injuries. The mountain spirit didn't linger in battle carrying the infant Xiaoyu. It swiftly scaled the wall and raced back the way it had come. Meanwhile, Jiang's evil god avatar continued to trail the mountain spirit, puzzled as to why the monster had snatched Xiaoyu. But this also served as a reminder that being too famous wasn't necessarily a good thing. It had even caught the attention of a monster. Hurry! Chase after them! I must rescue my son! Curator Ning Kuan's eyes bulged with fury. Enduring the pain, he forced himself to scramble to his feet and scaled the wall to give chase. But the mountain spirit was fast. In no time, it had left the injured Ning Kuan far behind. All that remained to guide him was Xiaoyu's wailing. Jiang's evil god avatar had no trouble keeping up, but for now, he can only watch helplessly, not daring to intervene rashly. After all, he had no familial ties to Xiaoyu, and there was truly no need to invite unnecessary trouble over him. However, the mountain spirit hadn't been on the run for long when Jiang saw a figure in a black robe leap out from ahead, quickly blocking the mountain spirit's path. He couldn't help but be surprised. Who on earth was this? The figure looked incredibly mysterious and inscrutable. Roar! The mountain spirit let out a strange screech, swung its massive claw, and unleashed another terrifying vine attack at the black-robed figure. Poof! The black-robed figure, however, let out a dismissive snort, a distinctly feminine one. With a casual flick of her slender finger, a water dragon roared forth. Its terrifying power effortlessly shattered the mountain spirit's vine assault. Seeing this, the mountain spirit's eyes widened in shock and horror, but before it could even let out a scream, the water dragon pierced right through its towering, burly body. This. Jiang couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Just who on earth was this person? Based on that single move alone, even Master Huoling from the Huoling Taoist Temple would likely be no match for him. He had never heard of such a master existing within Crimson Sun Town. Could he be a visitor from outside? Just as the mountain spirit was about to collapse to the ground, the figure in the black robe moved, appearing instantly beside the mountain spirit and casually catching the still crying Xiaoyu in his arms. Oomph, and you call this Xiaoyu? I thought she was something special. Now it seems she's not even worth a single hair on my little treasure's head. If it weren't for my little treasure's dream today, she probably wouldn't have survived. The figure in black robes, eyes hidden in the shadows, glanced at Xiaoyu and let out a voice that was extremely familiar to Jiang, a melodious, silver bell-like sound. Ling! Is that Ling? Jiang was instantly stunned. He was certain he hadn't misheard. That was definitely Ling's voice. Moreover, only Ling would say something like that. But how could this be? This maid who had always been by his side, treating him with utmost respect and doting on him, her abilities were actually this extraordinary. He had originally thought she was just a sixth-year mortal stage practitioner, but now it seemed she was undoubtedly the strongest in Crimson Sun Town. And for the time being, she was the kind whose true strength was unfathomable. My you-er. My you-er. The cries grew closer. It turned out to be the martial arts hall's director, Ning Kuan, who had caught up to them, with disciples from the hall trailing behind him in a steady stream. Ling, holding Xiaoyu in one hand, stood firmly in place. When they drew near, she coldly handed Xiaoyu over. Honored guest. Thank you for coming to our rescue. Ning Kuan, overcome with emotion, took his son and casually produced a token to present. Honored guest. This is the iron token of the Fearless Martial Arts School. Should you ever need assistance in the future, feel free to seek out the Fearless Martial Arts School. With this token, we will certainly not turn you away. Although, given your abilities, you might not consider the Fearless Martial Arts School worthy of your attention, Ning Kuan still hopes you will accept this token of our sincerity. Upon hearing this, Ling hesitated slightly, then casually took the token and tucked it away. Without a word, she turned and leaped away, vanishing from sight in an instant. Jiang's evil god avatar didn't pursue her after all. He already knew it was Ling. Where else could she go besides home? He was actually more curious to see how the situation with the mountain spirit would play out. By this time, the disciples of the Fearless Martial Arts Hall had begun to catch up one after another. Master, our junior brother has been saved. It seemed like someone intervened just now. Whoa! How was that mountain spirit killed? Looks like it was a one-hit kill, right? That mountain spirit was clearly already at the nether stage. Which master intervened? Was it Master Huoling? The disciples, stunned and bewildered, cautiously examined the mountain spirit's corpse. Ning Kuan simply stared blankly in the direction Ling had departed, paying no immediate attention to the martial arts school disciples. Meanwhile, from Jiang Evil God Avatar's perspective, a figure was seen rushing toward them from the other side, an elderly man clad in a dark red Taoist robe. He knew exactly who this old man was, Master Huoling of the Huoling Taoist Temple. Director Ning. What has happened here? I heard a commotion here in the middle of the night, so I rushed over immediately. A mountain spirit? Master Huoling approached and examined the mountain spirit corpse on the ground with astonishment. "This junior greets you, senior." Ning Kuan hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Senior Huoling." The martial arts school disciples also bowed in unison. No need for such formalities. "Director Ning, what happened here?" Master Huoling asked, his gaze falling once more on Xiaoyu and Ning Kuan's arms, revealing a look of both concern and affection. "To answer your question, Senior, our fearless martial arts academy was attacked by a mountain spirit tonight. Several disciples were injured or killed, and my son was abducted by it. Fortunately, a benefactor came to our rescue, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Ning Kuan replied. "A mountain spirit attacked the fearless martial arts academy? Out of the blue, why would it single out your academy? Have you provoked this mountain spirit? Could this be related to the disappearance of that child last time?" Master Huoling asked in astonishment. "No, Senior. I don't know the exact reason either. We weren't even able to find that mountain spirit last time. Moreover, this time, the mountain spirit must have been targeting my son. Because back then, Master Fuchen cast a divination for my son and said he would face this calamity, but would be saved by a benefactor. This has clearly come true. I just wonder if Master Fuchen might know the reason behind it? Is that really true?" Master Huoling was even more astonished. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but be startled as well. Had Master Fuchen actually foreseen the events of tonight? If so, did that mean he was already aware of Ling's existence? If I'm not mistaken, this mountain spirit likely has nearly 100 years of cultivation at the nether stage. I wonder who this benefactor in our town is who managed to slay it. Old Taoist Jinping? He is an expert in talismanic arts, but this wound doesn't seem like his handiwork. Could it be Master Fuchen? That's impossible. I recall he was still just a hair's breadth away from entering the nether stage. Master Huoling's face was already filled with astonishment. This junior doesn't know either. That distinguished guest was cloaked in black, his true appearance was hidden. Ning Kuan shook his head helplessly. Cloaked in black, his true appearance hidden? That's strange. Currently, the only ones in our town who have entered the nether stage are this old man and old Taoist Jinping. If it wasn't this old man, could it really be old Taoist Jinping? But that doesn't seem like his style at all. Did Master Fuchen mention anything about this distinguished guest of yours? Master Huoling asked in astonishment. No. I did try to probe him about this at the time. But Master Fuchen said this distinguished guest was beyond the scope of his deduction art, something he couldn't divine. He said he could only know that such a figure would appear. What? Beyond Master Fuchen's level of deduction art. Though Master Fuchen has not yet reached the nether stage, his mastery of deduction art is already quite high. According to him, within the nether stage, there is nothing he cannot divine within 200 years. It seems this distinguished guest truly has an extraordinary background. When on earth did such a figure appear in our Crimson Sun town? Master Huoling was instantly stunned. John was also taken aback. Could that seemingly docile and gullible young girl by his side really be this remarkable? What exactly is her background? And what about her mother? Just then, another elderly man dressed in an earth-yellow Taoist robe arrived to inquire about the situation. It was none other than old Taoist Jinping. After some discussion, old Taoist Jinping was also utterly stunned. Shortly thereafter, officials from the local government arrived. The group carried the mountain spirit's corpse to the government office for investigation and disposal. Seeing that there was no substantive information to be gleaned, Jiang paid no further attention. He still had one lingering question. Why had that mountain spirit specifically come to snatch Xiaoyu? Although he knew mountain spirits had a habit of abducting children to feed on their essence, they usually chose easy targets. They wouldn't take risks unless absolutely necessary, not even the slightest one. Could it be that this mountain spirit had simply lost its mind? A night passed. Mom, where is Sister Ling? As soon as Jiang woke up that morning, he discovered that Ling wasn't at home. Usually, she'd come looking for him early in the morning. Could it be that she hadn't come back after going out last night? He assumed she'd head straight home. Oh, she went into the mountains early this morning to gather herbs. It might take her a few days to return, his mother said with a smile. Huh? Gather herbs? Jiang was taken aback, suddenly remembering that his mother ran a herbal shop, but he never would have guessed that the herbs in the shop were actually gathered by Ling. Yes, we ran out of our finest herbs at the shop, and Ling knows where to find them. His mother nodded with a smile. Oh. Jiang nodded. He knew that good medicinal herbs weren't easy to find, most could only be found deep in the mountains, where dangers abounded. With Ling's abilities, she could naturally venture deeper into the mountains. No wonder his mother's herbal shop had been able to stay in business. He now knew that his mother had arrived in Crimson Sun Town a little over a year ago, probably around the time she first became pregnant with him, and that she had acquired the herbal shop and its related businesses around that same time. For an outsider to get that herbal shop up and running in such a short time was certainly no easy feat. By noon, Jiang's evil god avatar had heard rumors spreading throughout the town about last night's mountain spirit attack on the Fearless Martial Arts Hall. Reportedly, the Fearless Martial Arts Hall had lost one maidservant and 3 disciples. Moreover, including the headmaster, more than a dozen people had suffered serious injuries. The news spread like wildfire in no time. However, what surprised Jiang the most were the rumors about Xiaoyu and his patron. Now everyone in town was saying that Xiaoyu, thanks to his extraordinary talent, had caught the attention of a mysterious master, bringing prestige to the Fearless Martial Arts Academy and forging a connection with that mysterious figure. Moreover, this mysterious master was the subject of all sorts of fantastical rumors. In any case, he was said to be a terrifying presence within Crimson Sun Town, with no one able to match him. Overnight, Xiaoyu's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. Faced with this, Jiang could only feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. If Ling were to return and find out about this, who knew how she'd react? Wouldn't she come straight over to cause trouble? A few days passed, and Ling finally returned. She brought back quite a few medicinal herbs that were quite rare in Crimson Sun Town, such as centuries-old ginseng, century-old lingui, and century-old bayao root, and handed them all over to her mother. Oh my little darling, I haven't seen you in a few days, and you seem to have lost some weight. Let me take a good look at you. After greeting her mother, Ling picked up Jiang, her face full of concern. Jiang was speechless. It had only been a few days. How could she tell he'd lost weight? Besides, he'd been eating and sleeping just fine as usual. How could he possibly have lost weight? My little treasure, the lady said you had a dream earlier about a demon creature coming from outside, and then one actually did appear. What's going on? Ling asked curiously. I don't know. Jiang shook his head in confusion. He was still just a baby. It made perfect sense that he couldn't figure it out himself, didn't it? You don't know? All right. Ling let out a sigh of resignation. Over the next few days, Ling seemed to have heard the rumors circulating outside about Xiaoyu and that mysterious master. She couldn't help but vent her frustration at home, ranting and raving about Xiaoyu and the Fearless Martial Arts Academy for quite a while. Seeing this, Jiang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He'd come to understand this girl's temperament a bit better. Though she held a strong distaste for Xiaoyu, she wasn't the type to bully others with her martial arts. It was mostly just talk. Time moved on to the 10th month. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 8 years. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1288. Jiang was now considered a martial arts expert. He had begun walking on his own and could communicate fluently with his family. Ling was overjoyed. She even wanted to take Jiang out shopping, but he flatly refused. Jiang knew that while he could speak and walk normally at just 10 months old, and it was enough for his family to know that going out would draw too much attention. Although he was well aware of Ling's somewhat wild temperament, likely stemming from her formidable strength, which made her confident she could protect him, and in fact, that was mostly true, he still preferred to steer clear of such ostentatious behavior, as the downsides outweighed the benefits. At that moment, Jiang was casually flipping through the picture book Ling had found for him in the courtyard, while using the evil god avatar to study with the female teacher at the floating life school. In fact, He should have already mastered all the commonly used characters by now and was beginning to consider not coming here anymore. Today might be his last day here, so he might as well treat it as a farewell visit to Master Lu. Master Lu is the title students use for female teachers. The Lu in her name comes from the character for musical instrument. By the end of the day, Jiang realized that he already recognized all the characters Master Lu had taught him. He'd caught up on them through alternating study sessions at the Crimson Sun Academy. This essentially meant that he had indeed completed his basic literacy training. So, from now on, he could begin focusing on studying the knowledge required to pass the imperial examinations at Crimson Sun Academy. After all, passing the exams comes with numerous benefits. The lure of cultivation resources alone was enough to motivate him to give it a shot. Besides, he didn't have much to do right now, nor did he have any specific goals or direction. After Master Lu finished today's introductory lessons, it was time for the final self-study session. During this time, students who had already completed their foundational training and were beginning to study their chosen skills on their own could seek out Master Lu to clarify any questions they encountered. So this self-study session wasn't particularly useful for Jiang. He was usually bored and would only occasionally listen in as Master Lu answered questions for these students. He wasn't all that interested anyway. After all, he didn't have the energy to delve into such a wide variety of survival skills. Just listening in now and then was enough. Just as Jiang was thinking about leaving, he couldn't resist having the evil god avatar move closer to Master Lu to take a look. All this time, he didn't think he'd ever really looked closely at what books Master Lu was reading during the self-study sessions. Every self-study session, Master Lu would unfold a scroll and read from it whenever no students were asking for clarification. Back when Jiang didn't know many characters, he hadn't paid much attention to what Master Lu was studying during his self-study sessions. After all, he couldn't understand it. Over time, this became a habit, and even after he'd learned quite a few characters, he still didn't think much of it. Now, as he was about to leave, he couldn't help but feel a sudden surge of curiosity. However, the moment he got a clear look at the contents of Master Lu's scroll, he froze in shock. The art of deduction. The art of divination. Jiang was astonished. So Master Lu had been studying the art of divination all along. This instantly reminded him of Master Fuchen from the town. Could it be that he might actually learn skills like Master Fuchen's from Master Lu? But then again, that seemed unlikely. After all, if Master Lu truly possessed such abilities, why would he still be here serving as a teacher? Jiang pondered this briefly, then calmed his excitement. Yet, driven by curiosity, he began to study the knowledge of the art of deduction in Master Lu's hands with great earnestness. As he gradually grasped the contents of the scroll, he realized more and more that this seemed to genuinely enable him to master the art of divination. Although the scroll's content wasn't particularly extensive, it was incredibly profound, and he found it difficult to fully grasp it in a short time. By the time the self-study session ended and the students had all taken their leave and left the study hall, Jiang still hadn't grasped much of the scroll's content. Fortunately, Master Lu was still reading it and hadn't put the scroll away. At dusk, when Master Lu got up to attend to household chores, he left the scroll on the table, perhaps so he could return later and continue reading? As night fell, Master Lu lit the lamp and continued reading the scroll. Jiang was also able to use this opportunity to continue studying the contents of the deduction art within the scroll. Strangely, when Master Lu got up to rest late at night, he didn't extinguish the lamp or put the scroll away. He simply left it there as it was. And so, 3 days passed in a row. Jiang had already begun to grasp the basics of that scroll of deduction art. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 8 years. Deduction art, mortal stage. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1291. Deduction art, mortal stage means that Jiang can now deduce the current state and future changes of a mortal stage cultivator, though he can only deduce events up to 1 year prior to the target's current mortal stage cultivation level. The mortal stage of cultivation essentially corresponds to the period from newborn infants to adolescence. Furthermore, the art of deduction is influenced not only by the target's cultivation level but also by one's own mastery of the art. If the opponent's proficiency in the art of deduction exceeds one's own, it is impossible to deduce their current state or future developments. Jiang reflected for a moment, thoroughly organizing the knowledge of the art of deduction he had acquired. The deduction art he had now learned from Master Lu was the first volume, the volume of clever deduction. He could easily cultivate it to the nether stage level of divination. If he wished to advance further, he would either have to force his way through the bottleneck just as he would when advancing his cultivation, or obtain the second volume of deduction art, which would allow him to bypass the bottleneck entirely. Cultivating the art of deduction was much like cultivating one's own cultivation base. For ordinary people, it took a year to advance one level. To advance quickly, one either had to awaken a talent related to the art of deduction or enter a rare state of sudden enlightenment. Moreover, a diviner without the relevant talent could only cast 3 divinations a day. Zhang currently lacks the talent for deduction art, which means he'll have to grind through his cultivation year by year. However, he does possess another ability, the fortune ability. He is now certain that the fortune he has accumulated can be used to directly cultivate deduction art. Therefore, he immediately spent 1 unit of fortune and began attempting to cultivate deduction art. To his surprise, he instantly entered a state of enlightenment. His deduction art power rapidly increased. Soon. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 8 years. Deduction art, mortal stage, 1 year. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1290. A single unit of fortune actually allowed him to rapidly advance his deduction art by 1 year. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang began spending fortune one after another to improve his deduction art. Deduction art, mortal stage, year 2. Fortune, 1289. Deduction art, mortal stage, year 3. Fortune, 1288. Deduction art, mortal stage, year 4. Fortune, 1287. Deduction art, mortal stage, 10 years. Fortune, 1281. Deduction art, nether stage. Fortune, 1280. Zhang's deduction art had already transcended the mortal stage and entered the nether stage. The nether stage refers to the ability of a cultivator to directly perceive ghostly spirits and other supernatural entities. However, at the nether stage of deduction art, one can only detect the presence of such entities through divination unless one's cultivation level meets the required standard. It is impossible to see ghostly spirits with the naked eye. Zhang pondered briefly, then continued to use fortune to cultivate his deduction art. Deduction art, nether stage, year 1. Fortune, 1279. Deduction art, nether stage, year 2. Fortune, 1278. Deduction art, nether stage, year 3. Fortune, 1277. Deduction art, nether stage, 80 years. Fortune, 1200. When his deduction art reached the 80-year mark of the nether stage, Zhang stopped cultivating simply because he had 1200 fortune remaining. Manifesting the evil god avatar once consumed 300 fortune. At this rate, he had just enough for 4 manifestations, so he decided to save the remainder to round it out to a full number. Furthermore, he now knew that after 100 years in the nether stage, he would reach a bottleneck one that would last a full 1000 years. There was simply no rushing it. From now on, he would use his daily fortune gains to advance his deduction art. In 20 days, he would reach 100 years in the nether stage. Once Jiang had made up his mind, he couldn't help but cast a divination for himself out of curiosity. He concentrated intently, channeling the power of the deduction art, and quickly performed the divination. Soon, he saw the changes in his own future. He saw himself still staying at home, living the same repetitive life of eating and sleeping as usual, but, in this divination, neither his mother nor Ling the girl appeared. He could only discern interactions with 2 unknown entities and Auntie Lu, who handled the household chores. Furthermore, his evil god avatar could not be divined at all. It seemed, then, that Ling the girl, his mother, and even his own evil god avatar had all surpassed the current limits of his deduction art. When he had witnessed young Miss Ling's abilities earlier, he had already suspected that his mother wouldn't be an ordinary person either, and now his suspicions had been confirmed. However, what surprised him next was that his deduction of his own future changes abruptly stopped after less than a day. What's going on? Zhang couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. He immediately tried to deduce his own future again, but the result remained the same. He instantly felt frustrated, but since he couldn't figure out what the problem was right away, he thought about asking someone else to cast a divination to see what was going on. With that in mind, Zhang's attention naturally fell on Master Lu, who was right under the evil god Avatar's watchful eye. At that moment, Master Lu was still seated at the table, seemingly engrossed in studying that volume of deduction art, clever deduction. Just who is this Master Lu, anyway? I wonder if I can cast a divination on him remotely through the evil god Avatar. Curiosity piqued, Zhang acted on his impulse and immediately attempted to deduce Master Lu's status. As soon as he activated the deduction art, feedback came back instantly. He could now confirm that he was indeed able to perform divination on a target directly through the evil god Avatar. But the results coming back from Master Lu left Zhang completely stunned. This Master Lu had actually exceeded the divination range of his deduction art at the nether stage even after 80 years of practice. What's going on? Zhang couldn't help but be astonished. Could it be that Master Lu was also a hidden powerhouse? Or perhaps Master Lu's mastery of the art of deduction had actually surpassed his own. But if Master Lu's mastery of the art of deduction had already surpassed his own, then why had he been here all this time, poring over Volume 1 of the art of deduction, the volume of brilliant deduction? After all, he had already mastered the first volume of deduction art, and his proficiency in deduction art had reached over 80 years in the nether stage. There wouldn't be much point in continuing to review it, would there? Could it possibly be to review the old to understand the new? At that moment, the evil god Avatar watched as Master Lu casually and slowly put away the first volume of deduction art, the Tsongyan volume. Seeing this, Zhang felt an inexplicable sense of unease. However, regardless of the situation, it was clear that Master Lu was a master who kept his true abilities hidden. But if Master Lu possessed such abilities, why was he running a private academy here? It didn't seem like he was in it for any personal gain. Could it be that this was simply the daily pastime of a reclusive master, as the rumors suggested? A day passed. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 8 years. Deduction art, nether stage, 81 years. Talent, evil god Avatar fortune. Fortune, 1,200. Zhang used his newly acquired fortune to cultivate his deduction art, reaching the 81st year of the nether stage. Today, he could cast 3 divinations again, so he first cast one for himself. He discovered it was still the same repetitive daily routine and he could only foresee changes for a single day. He immediately felt frustrated. After a moment's thought, he sent the evil god Avatar to Crimson Sun Academy to consult the principal and the most esteemed teacher there for a divination. As it turned out, he discovered that the Crimson Sun Academy's principal and its most esteemed teacher were merely ordinary people, both at the second year of the mortal stage. They had spent virtually their entire lives teaching at the academy, growing old in a very ordinary way without enduring any significant hardships. With that, Zhang was essentially certain that there was nothing wrong with his deduction art. Since he could only foresee changes in his own future for a single day, the problem must lie within himself. He then had the evil god Avatar go to the floating life school to check on Master Lu, only to find him enlightening his students as usual. However, during the self-study period, Master Lu wasn't reading the deduction art scrolls. Instead, he was studying astronomy. This couldn't help but stir a vague sense of confusion within Zhang. It seemed as though he had overlooked something. Gradually, 20 days passed. Cultivation level, mortal stage, year 9. Deduction art, nether stage, 100 years. Talent, evil god Avatar fortune. Fortune, 1,200. Zhang was now 11 months old, and his cultivation had reached the mortal stage, year 9, the level of a martial arts master. His deduction art had reached the nether stage for 100 years, meaning he had hit a plateau. Unless he could find the second volume of the deduction art to study, he would have no choice but to slowly grind his way to the nether stage for 1,000 years, hoping to force an epiphany that would propel him to a higher level. But doing so would consume a vast amount of fortune, and he simply couldn't bring himself to part with it. Feeling helpless, Zhang involuntarily summoned the evil god Avatar to return to floating life school. In recent days, having already learned to read and write, he lost interest in visiting the floating life school. He later gone to the Crimson Sun Academy, hoping to study the knowledge needed to pass the imperial examinations, but found the material too tedious and lost interest there as well. As a result, he ended up sending the evil god Avatar into town to watch the spectacle, secretly tell fortunes, and peek into other people's lives. Over the course of these days, he had cast fortunes for every notable figure in town. Master Hualing, Old Taoist Jinping, Master Fuchen, Ning Kuan, the head of the Fearless Martial Arts Hall, County Magistrate Di Tongchu, and Xiaoyu. He had used the evil god Avatar to cast fortunes for each and every one of them. As for Xiaoyu, just as the rumors had suggested and as Master Fuchen's divination had foretold, under normal circumstances, free from any unforeseen variables, he would reach the martial sovereign realm of the mortal stage around the age of 7 and remain there for 10 years, before transcending the mortal stage and entering the nether stage before turning 20. As for Ning Kuan, the head of the Fearless Martial Arts Academy, and County Magistrate Di Tongchu, these two had rather grim fates. They would both perish in a future catastrophe. And this catastrophe seemed to be caused by the ghost infant. In any case, in the future fates of these two, Jiang could clearly see the shadow of the infant's vengeful spirit. Moreover, this calamity appears to threaten the entire town of Crimson Sun. This inevitably reminded him of the incident earlier when the mountain spirit came to snatch the infant and Xiaoyu. He wondered if there might be some connection between the two events. As for Old Taoist Jinping, his fate is somewhat better. He will be able to live out the rest of his life in peace. He will remain at the nether stage for 30 years, reaching the rune art level. Zhang Kuden calculated it clearly exceeded the limits of his deduction art. As for Master Hualing and Master Fuchen, Zhang Kuden calculate their fates either. It seemed they had both surpassed his deduction art in terms of cultivation and deduction art proficiency, respectively. However, to Jiang's surprise, when he failed to deduce the fates of Master Hualing and Master Fuchen, they both actually noticed him. Both of them were extremely vigilant and had pinpointed the evil god Avatar's location. Fortunately, neither of them could sense the evil god Avatar's presence, so in the end, they could only frown in confusion. This raised yet another suspicion for Jiang. He recalled that when he had previously failed to secretly divine Master Lu's intentions, Master Lu hadn't shown any reaction at all. At that moment, inside the floating life school, Master Lu was teaching the students to read and write, just as he always did. Jiang watched idly for most of the day, yet for some reason, he simply couldn't bring himself to leave today. Gradually, the self-study period arrived. Master Lu unfolded a scroll on the table and began to read it. Seeing this, Jiang's heart stirred, and he instantly realized what his subconscious had been waiting for all along. Subconsciously, he had been hoping to find the second volume of deduction art here with Master Lu. But was that really possible? With a mix of anxiety and nervousness, Jiang maneuvered the massive head of the evil god Avatar to hover above Master Lu's head and peered down at the scroll on the table. The moment he saw its contents, he was stunned and could hardly believe his eyes. It really was the second volume of deduction art. The Mao Yen volume. Master Lu actually had the second volume of deduction art here. 1,000 thoughts raced through Jiang's mind in an instant. Why such a coincidence? Could something this coincidental really happen in this world? He had just completed his literacy training with Master Lu when he was introduced to the cultivation of deduction art. During those days, Master Lu had left the first volume of deduction art, that Song Yen volume, on his desk, never putting it away, and had even left the lamp burning all night. As a result, he'd been able to focus his full attention on mastering it. And just as he mastered the first volume of deduction art, Master Lu had, coincidentally, put it away. Now, just as he had hit a plateau in the nether stage of the art of deduction after 100 years, Master Lu had, just as coincidentally, brought out the second volume of the art of deduction. Surely Master Lu hadn't just happened to hit a plateau in the first volume today and started cultivating the second volume, and just as he happened to come peeking in. Jiang had 1,000 speculations swirling in his mind, yet deep down, he seemed to already have an answer, but for now, he didn't want to dwell on it. He'd figure out volume 2 of the deduction art first. Gradually, 3 days passed. Just as he had when he first mastered volume 1 of the deduction art, Jiang smoothly mastered volume 2 as well. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 9 years. Deduction art, insight stage. Talent, evil god Avatar Fortune. Fortune, 1202. The insight stage is a realm above the nether stage. At that moment, with mixed feelings, Jiang tried divining Master Lu's fate once more, but the result remained the same. He could not divine the future of this enigmatic figure. Master, your student has learned his lesson. Jiang couldn't help but mutter this to himself. He then had the evil god avatar withdraw from the floating life school and headed to the area around the private academy to see if he could uncover more information about Master Lu. As for the deduction art, he wasn't in a hurry to advance it just yet. He now knew that at the insight stage, one would hit a bottleneck only once every 300 years, whereas the bottleneck phase for this realm spanned a full 3,000 years. Given his current amount of fortune, there was truly no need to rush. Besides, there were hardly any people left in Crimson Sun Town whom he couldn't divine. So, it would be better to save up his fortune until he reached 1,500, and then decide whether to advance directly based on the situation. Late at night. Crimson Sun Town was completely silent. There was practically nowhere left for Jiang to go and join the festivities. So he had the evil god avatar return to the courtyard, then slipped into Ling's room and began divining the sleeping girl. He was genuinely curious about what level of cultivator this girl by his side actually was. However, after Jiang performed a series of divinations, the results revealed that she was someone whose current state and future developments were completely beyond divination. This essentially meant that Ling's cultivation level was at least 1 year into the insight stage. After all, she clearly didn't know the art of deduction. Who's there? At that moment, Ling, who had been asleep, suddenly opened her eyes and glared with fierce, murderous intent and vigilance toward the location of the evil god avatar's massive head. Jiang couldn't help but startle. It seemed that if his mastery of the deduction art wasn't sufficient, he would indeed be discovered. At the same time, he noticed that his mother, who had been sleeping beside him, had also woken up instantly, clearly sensing the commotion coming from Ling's side. Jiang pretended to be asleep, acting as if he knew nothing. Soon after, he sensed his mother carefully getting out of bed. Then, he saw her enter Ling's room. Ling-er? What's going on? His mother cast a wary glance around the room. Madam, I don't know if it was just my imagination, but a moment ago, I felt as though someone was spying on me. Ling had already gotten out of bed, her alert gaze once again fixed on the spot above her head where the evil god avatar resided. Someone was spying on you? I didn't see anything unusual from outside, and there doesn't seem to be anywhere for someone to hide in here, does there? Her mother also frowned as she looked over toward the evil god avatar. I must have been oversensitive. Ling replied, still sounding a bit doubtful. No, with your cultivation level, that certainly can't be the reason. Perhaps something really is happening. Could it be those people over there? Shoo, don't jump to conclusions. It might just be a coincidence. We'll just have to be a little more careful for a while. Her mother immediately made a shushing gesture. Yes, I understand. Ling nodded. Mother then left Ling's room and returned to Jiang's side to sleep. At that moment, Jiang's mind was racing with thoughts. It seemed that Mother and Ling had gone into seclusion in Crimson Sun Town for some reason. Their reactions, so skittish and on edge, made him feel rather guilty. From now on, he decided he shouldn't pry into Mother and Ling's situation so casually. Over the next few days, out of boredom and an itch to cast a divination, Jiang secretly cast a divination for Master Huoling and Master Fuchen once more. This time, he was able to determine both their current situations and future developments. Master Huoling was 93 years old this year, had been at the nether stage for 301 years, and possessed the fire spirit talent. Cultivators with the fire spirit talent could advance their cultivation more quickly when practicing fire-based techniques. Furthermore, the divination revealed that Master Huoling would eventually make the ultimate sacrifice during the calamity caused by the ghost infants. As for Master Fuchen, he was exactly 100 years old this year, with 99 years of cultivation at the mortal stage and 333 years at the nether stage of deduction art. He possessed the mind sense talent. 333 years at the deduction art nether stage marks a bottleneck, which means Master Fuchen does not possess the second volume of the deduction art. Master Lu, the private tutor, however, does possess the second volume of the deduction art and possibly even more. Moreover, he looks so young. This couldn't help but fill Jiang with astonishment and curiosity. Just who is this Master Lu, really? Master Fu Chen's mind sense talent is a talent related to the art of deduction, allowing him to cultivate this art much faster than ordinary people. Moreover, he can cast 5 divinations a day. However, Master Fu Chen's cultivation progress is relatively slow. Now that he is 100 years old, he has only been at the mortal stage for 99 years. If things don't go well, he might pass away at any moment. Fortunately, according to his divination, Master Fu Chen will break through the 100-year bottleneck of the mortal stage just as he is about to die, reaching the nether stage. At that point, he'll be able to live another 50 years or so. Furthermore, his deduction art will also see a significant boost. Time gradually passed. Cultivation level, 10 years in the mortal stage. Deduction art, insight stage. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1232. Jiang was already 12 months old, and his cultivation had reached the martial sovereign level. Next came the long bottleneck phase. At this rate, barring any surprises, he wouldn't enter the nether stage until he was 10 years old. Late at night, his evil god avatar was, as usual, wandering aimlessly through Crimson Sun Town. Suddenly, he spotted a tall, bizarre figure approaching silently from outside Crimson Sun Town. This time, the figure was 2.5 heads taller than an average person, covered in a bluish-gray hue, with a mane of hair. Its face resembling that of a fathead fish was that of an old man, eerie and terrifying. It was another mountain spirit. "Mom, I had another dream about monsters coming. Could you please tell Sister Linger and Auntie Lu to be careful?" Jiang immediately stood up and said. This time, he wasn't afraid that the mountain spirit would harm his family. Rather, he had recalled the calamity of the ghost infant he had divined while casting a hexagram for Master Huoling and the others. He had a vague feeling that these mountain spirits might be connected to this matter. If that were the case, by intervening now, he might be able to alter the course of the future calamity of the ghost infant. He already knew that, under normal circumstances, everyone's fate was largely set in stone. Only certain special variables could alter the course of destiny. And divination masters, those capable of peering into others' destinies, were precisely the kind of beings who could introduce such variables. Are there monsters coming again? All right, Yuner, just wait here quietly. His mother stood up, gave Jiang a strange, surprised look, then got out of bed and left the room. Jiang certainly wasn't seriously warning Ling to be careful. After all, he was well aware of her terrifying strength by now. His main goal was to see if Ling would go out and take care of that mountain spirit again. Previously, Ling had gone out mostly out of curiosity, but this time, Jiang wasn't sure if she would do so again. He could only give it a try. Just then, something occurred to him, and he immediately used the evil god avatar to divine the mountain spirit that had already entered the town. He wanted to see if he could glean any intelligence from it. In an instant, he had a result. This mountain spirit had 130 years of cultivation at the nether stage. And it was under the control of a soul-capturing spell. The soul-capturing technique is a dark art commonly used to control ghosts, mountain spirits, and other supernatural beings. It can also be used to control humans, but the signs are relatively easy to detect. Furthermore, according to Jiang's divination, this mountain spirit had claimed 40 to 50 lives over the past few decades. A month ago, it had been subdued and controlled by a black-robed dark cultivator accompanied by 3 ghost infants, and was then summoned to capture an infant in the town. Judging by this, the mountain spirit's actions are indeed connected to the future calamity of the ghost infants. Jiang was astonished, and at the same time felt a twinge of regret for having sent his mother to notify Ling too soon, which prevented him from deducing more future information about that dark cultivator. For according to the divination, this mountain spirit would soon be eradicated by an unknown entity, so this unknown entity was, 9 times out of 10, none other than Ling. After all, within the town right now, the only beings he couldn't divine were Ling, his mother, and Master Lu, just those 3. However, just as Jiang was wallowing in his regret, the evil god avatar spotted a figure in a black robe lurking in the shadows, trailing the mountain spirit from a distance. Had it not been for the evil god avatar's massive frame and excellent bird's eye view, he would have had a hard time spotting this figure. This person can't be Ling, the bill just doesn't match. Jiang pondered briefly, then began to deduce the identity of the black-robed figure. Soon, he arrived at a conclusion. This person was actually a follower of the evil god cult. According to the divination, this person's name was Liang Qingyang, originally Liang Niu. He had endured hardship since childhood, born in a remote, impoverished village. His parents, being too honest, were constantly bullied and exploited by the villagers. Eventually, they both fell ill from overwork and died. Having lost both parents, Liang Qingyang had his house and fields seized by the villagers. From then on, he lived a life akin to that of a stray dog. When hungry, he could only dig up wild vegetables in the mountains or gnaw on tree bark. When tired, he could only sneak into cattle sheds or pigsties to sleep, all while continuing to endure the abuse of the village children. Just as Liang Qingyang was on the brink of death, followers of the cult of the evil god happened to arrive in the village. Noticed for the immense resentment he had accumulated over the years, he was recruited into the cult of the evil god and officially renamed Liang Qingyang. He subsequently helped the cult members carry out a bloody massacre of the entire village. From then on, Liang Qingyang became a loyal follower of the cult of the evil god. His tragic childhood had long warped his psyche, and he would stop at nothing to fulfill the cult's grand mission. Within the cult of the evil god, there were many followers like him. The cult of the evil god's grand mission is to overthrow the Great Chu dynasty and establish a just world that venerates the evil god. This justice refers to seizing all resources from the ruling elite of the Great Chu dynasty and ensuring that all cult members are entitled to enjoy them. Liang Qingyang is now 50 years old and has been at the nether stage for 212 years. He has also mastered the soul capturing technique, though the exact level of this ability cannot be determined at this time. Not long ago, he obtained the method for refining ghost infants. He has currently refined 3 of them, with cultivation levels of 55 years at the mortal stage, 73 years at the mortal stage, and 96 years at the mortal stage, respectively. Furthermore, Jiang deduced that after the mountain spirit was slain tonight, Liang Qingyang would leave Crimson Sun Town for good and go elsewhere to continue refining ghost infants. Once the ghost infants were fully refined, he would return to exact revenge for the repeated interference with his plans. However, what shocked Jiang the most was that he actually saw, within Liang Qingyang's life, the outline of the statue of the evil god worshipped by the cult of the evil god, and it was almost identical to his own evil god avatar. Could it be that he has truly become the evil god? Or could it be that there was once someone else who awakened the exact same talent as him? At that moment, there was new activity on the mountain spirit's end. The monster was seen snatching an infant from a household. Instantly, the baby's cries and the parents' pleas for help rang out in succession. But the mountain spirit hadn't gotten very far before a figure in a black robe swiftly appeared, blocking its path. Jiang instantly realized that the figure in the black robe must be Ling. It seemed this girl still had a kind heart after all. Enraged, the mountain spirit swiftly unleashed a wooden attack against Ling. Ling simply pointed her finger, and a water dragon instantly wiped out the mountain spirit. Liang Qingyang, a member of the cult of the evil god lurking in the shadows, saw what was happening, paused for a moment, and then slipped away quietly. Ling snatched the infant from the mountain spirit's arms, placed it in a conspicuous spot under the eaves nearby, and also slipped away quietly. Truly, she was the kind of person who does good deeds without seeking recognition. Meanwhile, Jiang's evil god avatar followed Liang Qingyang to the edge of town, where he could only watch helplessly as Liang Qingyang departed. His feelings were extremely complicated at that moment. As things stood now, it seemed the calamity of the ghost infants in Crimson Sun Town was inevitable. By guiding Ling to intervene, he had indeed altered the course of destiny, but he had merely postponed the original calamity for a short while. On top of that, there was the matter of the cult of the evil god and his own evil god avatar. It was virtually certain that the evil god worshipped by the cult was none other than his own evil god avatar. What on earth did this mean? Could it be that he would truly emerge to wreak havoc in the future? That couldn't be possible, could it? He considered himself to have a sound moral compass and certainly didn't have an antisocial personality. At most, he was simply clear about who his friends and enemies were, and he always repaid a grudge in kind. Never mind. I'll worry about that when the time comes. Jiang quickly stopped dwelling on it and regained his composure. Since he couldn't come up with any answers for the time being, there was no point in overthinking it. The next day, Jiang used his evil god avatar again to read the fortunes of Master Hualing and a few others, only to discover that their fates perishing in the ghost infant calamity remained unchanged. Oh well. Jiang sighed in resignation. He couldn't be bothered to worry about it anymore. After all, he wasn't exactly a saint, and besides, he was now imbued with the evil god avatar's gift. The fact that he hadn't run off to the cult of the evil god to aid the wicked was, in itself, a great act of kindness. Little Master, I heard there really were monsters out there again last night. Little Master, how are you so amazing? How did you even know that? You truly live up to your name as our Little Master. At that moment, in the courtyard, Ling picked up Jian with a look of awe on her face. Ha! Is that so impressive? Sister Linger, can't you dream about these things? Jiang asked, feigning innocence. Of course not. How could this servant possibly have such abilities? Young Master, you're truly amazing. Oh, Sister Linger, doesn't our family own a herbal shop? Jiang suddenly asked. Yes, we do. Why? I'd like to go take a look at the herbal shop. Jiang replied. The reason he made this suggestion was that a while back, while he was bored and going around asking people to read his fortune, he had detected a problem with one of the laborers at the herbal shop. Soon, this laborer would bring major trouble to the shop. He had to help ease his mother's worries. Ha! Young Master, you want to go to the herbal shop? Oh, I see. You're just looking for an excuse to go out and play, aren't you? I suppose so. You haven't been allowed out for so long, so you must be dying of curiosity, hee. Ling giggled sweetly. Yeah. So can I go take a look at the herbal shop now, Sister Ling? I can't decide that on my own. I'll have to ask the lady of the house. Otherwise, I'd be more than happy to take you out to play, young master. Ling said with a smile. Then shall we go ask Mother? Yes, I'll ask for you, young master. With that, Ling led Jiang back into the room and explained his intention to his mother. Yuner, you want to go to the herbal shop? His mother asked in surprise. Yeah, just to take a quick look. Jiang nodded. You're still so young. It's dangerous out there, I'm worried. Let us wait until you're a little older. Ha! Mom! Sister Ling will take me there, I promise nothing will happen. And I'll be very well behaved, don't worry, Mother. Jiang grew anxious at once. His mother really did pamper him to no end. With a powerhouse like Ling protecting him, why was she still worried he might encounter danger outside? Who in Crimson Sun Town could possibly defeat Ling these days? That's right, madam. This servant will protect the young master. I'll make sure nothing happens to him. Besides, the young master is already 1 year old. It's not good for him to be cooped up at home all the time. Ling chimed in as well. You two never mind. I'll take you out for a walk myself. His mother said with a sigh. Okay. But I'd really like to check out the herbal shop. Jiang said eagerly. He sensed that his mother's true intention was likely just to take him for a casual stroll around the neighborhood to brush him off. All right, I'll take you to the herbal shop. His mother replied with a sigh. Thank you, Mother. Jiang was overjoyed. A moment later, Jiang was led out the door by his mother and Ling. Ling carried him the whole way. His mother had even put on a veil for the occasion. Along the way, Ling happily pointed out all sorts of things along the street to Jiang. Jiang pretended to be delighted as he responded. His evil god avatar had been roaming around here all along. He was probably even more familiar with the surroundings than Ling herself. After a while, the three of them arrived at the liveliest part of town. All around them were food stalls, street performers, tea houses, clothing shops, and more. His mother's herbal shop was located a bit off the main street, but it had made a name for itself by frequently stocking rare and precious herbs, so it attracted quite a few customers. When Jiang followed his mother and Ling into the shop, the middle-aged shopkeeper, dressed in a blue-gray robe, and 3 shop assistants were all busy attending to customers. "Madam!" The shopkeeper had a keen eye. He spotted his wife immediately and quickly put down what he was doing, stepping briskly out from behind the counter. "Greetings, madam, and Miss Ling. And this must be..." The shopkeeper first bowed to his wife and Ling, then turned his surprised and curious gaze toward Jiang, who was in Ling's arms. "This is my child," my mother replied. "So it's the young master. I'm honored to meet you, young master." The shopkeeper hurriedly bowed to Jiang as well. Jiang simply let out a happy laugh in response. In front of strangers, he preferred to act more like an ordinary child, as he didn't like drawing too much attention to himself. "Young master is truly adorable and bright." The shopkeeper offered another compliment with a fond smile. "Tell me how the pharmacy has been doing lately," his mother said. Yes, madam." The shopkeeper immediately began to report in detail, speaking with great care. At that moment, Jiang turned his gaze toward a laborer who was busy at work. The laborer had a square, somewhat handsome face and appeared to be quite reliable at first glance. He spoke articulately with customers and worked with great dexterity. Judging by these qualities alone, he was already a quite capable employee. However, according to Jiang's divination, this man would one day betray his mother's herbal shop for personal gain. While Jiang was watching the assistant would occasionally glance over at his mother's direction and even flash a gentle, friendly smile at Jiang. Seeing this, Jiang pretended to laugh cheerfully in return. Putting on a show on the surface while hiding one's true intentions, who doesn't do that? Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed several people entering the pharmacy. "Shopkeeper, we got a big customer, hurry over." A woman's loud voice rang out. Jiang paused in surprise and looked over. He saw a beautiful woman holding the hand of an adorable infant, about a year old, accompanied by 2 martial artists and escorted by a plump woman. "Xiao Yu?" Jiang was slightly taken aback as his gaze fell on the 1-year-old infant. He occasionally checked in on this little town celebrity out of curiosity, so he'd seen the child many times through the evil god avatar and naturally recognized him at a glance. The beautiful woman was Xiao Yu's biological mother, Lady Ning. As for the plump woman, she was Auntie Ru, a neighbor of the fearless martial arts hall. She frequently sought opportunities to flatter and curry favor with Lady Ning, so the two got along quite well. She also often used this connection to strut around and show off her influence. The loud voice from earlier had come from none other than Auntie Ru. The mother and the shopkeeper also noticed the arrival of Lady Ning and Xiao Yu, and both paused in surprise. Although Ling's expression remained unchanged, there was a hint of disdain beneath her eyes toward the visitors. "Oh, so it's Lady Ning and Auntie Ru who graced us with their presence. I'm truly sorry, but I have some business to attend to here. Tianfeng, hurry up and attend to our distinguished guests." The shopkeeper snapped out of it and hurriedly called out to the laborer who would later betray the pharmacy. "Yes, sir." Meng Tianfeng replied and immediately strode out to attend to Lady Ning, Xiao Yu, and the others, but before he could get close. "Shopkeeper, what do you think you're doing?" Aunt Ru shoved Meng Tianfeng aside, her plump frame advancing toward the shopkeeper as she pointed a finger in his face and shouted, "You dare to neglect even Lady Ning and Xiao Yu? Do you want this herbal shop to go out of business?" The shopkeeper's face immediately darkened, but he still spoke politely as he explained, "No, it's just that the person standing next to me." "What's wrong with the person next to you? Is she some big shot? The county magistrate's wife?" These days, the Xiaoyu Fearless Martial Arts Hall is backed by a peerless master. Who do you think you are to compare yourself to them? Don't think that just because your pharmacy has a few rare herbs, you can actually take yourselves seriously. Believe it or not, we can shut down this lousy pharmacy at any moment. Aunt Ru didn't even wait for the shopkeeper to finish speaking before she launched into a barrage of scornful taunts, her spit flying everywhere. Jiang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What a good dog, no, what a good pig. Whenever he saw an opportunity, he'd jump on it with eager enthusiasm. Besides, the peerless master he was talking about was likely referring to that girl Ling that was truly like the floodwaters washing away the Dragon King's temple. Alright, Aunt Roo, don't get so worked up. We're running a business here, there's always a first come, first served policy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to offend our customers. A soft, gentle voice rang out. It was Lady Ning speaking up to calm the situation. However, judging by her cold expression, she was likely just as displeased with the shopkeeper's behavior. She simply cared more about saving face and wouldn't make a scene like Aunt Roo. Ah, dear sister, you're just too easygoing, that's why anyone dares to walk all over you. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let anyone make you suffer. Aunt Roo said to Mrs. Ning with a look of concern. This immediately brought a look of relief and gratitude to Mrs. Ning's face. Seeing this, Jiang couldn't help but roll her eyes. Were these two actually getting all sentimental? Ling, standing nearby, pursed her lips, her disgust plain for all to see. Ahem, ahem. Esteemed guests, actually, the person standing over here is the owner of our herbal shop. The shopkeeper finally had a chance to interject. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell into an instant, deathly silence. Both Lady Ning and Aunt Ruo's faces froze, looking utterly embarrassed. Xiaoyu, who was being led by Lady Ning, wore a subtle expression, looking as if she couldn't bear to look on. Oh my! Shopkeeper! Why didn't you say so sooner? So it was all just a misunderstanding, you really, we're all family here, after all. Aunt Roo, realizing what had happened, hurried to smooth things over. So this young lady is the owner of Iyun Pharmacy? You're so young and accomplished, it's a pleasure to meet you. Mrs. Ning smiled as well. But her mother remained silent, offering no immediate response. Oh? Whose adorable little child is this? She is so pretty. Aunt Ruo's gaze suddenly landed on Jiang, and as she spoke, her plump hand shot up, ready to pinch his little face. Jiang's expression froze involuntarily, and a wave of nausea instantly washed over him. What are you doing? Don't touch my young master. A sharp rebuke rang out. It was Ling, who immediately stepped back, shielding Jiang. Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. This girl was practically his own sister, otherwise, he'd have had to deal with Auntie Roo himself. You! Auntie Roo couldn't help but look furious. Are you Mrs. Ning? It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you here to buy herbs? At that moment, his mother addressed Mrs. Ning. Yes, I need some herbs for a medicinal bath for my daughter. I couldn't find herbs of the right age at other shops, so I had to come here to see if you have any. Madam Ning replied. Auntie Ruo's anger was temporarily put on hold. Manager Lu, please attend to our distinguished guests first. We'll discuss the shop matters later. My mother instructed the manager. Yes, yes. The shopkeeper hurriedly agreed, then escorted Mrs. Ning and her party to a private area. Madam, please have some tea. At that moment, Meng Tianfeng, with a deferential expression, presented a cup of hot tea to my mother. No, thank you. My mother waved her hand slightly. Very well. Is there anything else I can do for you, madam? Meng Tianfeng nodded and asked respectfully once more. No. What is your name? Before mother could finish speaking, Jiang spoke up first in a childish voice. Mother couldn't help but pause in surprise. Meng Tianfeng also paused for a moment, glancing at Jiang in astonishment, then smiled and said to him, Yes, young master. My name is Meng Tianfeng. Do you like my mom? Why were you sneaking glances at her just now? Jiang asked again. Meng Tianfeng's expression changed instantly. He shook his head hurriedly and said, No. No. How could I dare? I was just worried that you might need something, so I could help right away. Please don't misunderstand, young master. You're clearly acting like a guilty thief. Jiang laughed heartily. Hearing this, Meng Tianfeng was even more terrified, trembling all over. He stammered, No, really not, young master, you. All right, you little rascal, stop talking nonsense. His mother let out an exasperated little snort and gently tapped Jiang's little nose with her slender finger. Jiang immediately pouted, looking aggrieved. Mistress, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Meng Tianfeng couldn't help but speak up again. His mother nodded, signaling for Meng Tianfeng to withdraw. As Meng Tianfeng withdrew, he stole another glance at Jiang, his gaze somewhat dark and inscrutable. Young master, please don't go blurting out things like that in the future, it could get someone killed. Ling's voice rang out involuntarily. That man just now was a bad guy. I had a dream before that he'd ruin Mother's herbal shop someday. Jiang blinked innocently. This? Ling was instantly taken aback. His mother also paused in surprise. Madam, this matter is likely. Ling was about to speak again, but his mother waved her hand to stop him. We'll discuss this when we get back, his mother said. Ling nodded. Jiang didn't say much either, since he'd essentially achieved his goal. He then began inspecting the condition of the herbal shop on his own, while also using the evil god avatar to check on Master Lu at the floating life school. Shortly afterward, the shopkeeper and Lady Ning had finished their negotiations. Judging by the delighted expression on Lady Ning's face, the outcome was clearly to her satisfaction. As expected of the proprietoress apothecary, the selection of herbs is truly comprehensive. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known where to find all the herbs needed for your medicinal bath. It seems it won't be long before my reaches the second year of the mortal stage. Madame Ning stepped forward and spoke to her mother with a warm smile. At the same time, she cast a loving glance at Xiaoyu, who stood beside her. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but feel that while Madame Ning seemed to be praising his mother's herbal shop, she was actually showing off her own son. Furthermore, he was somewhat familiar with the matter of Xiaoyu's medicinal bath. Since Xiaoyu was still young, illiterate, and unable to grasp overly profound knowledge and thus temporarily unable to practice true cultivation techniques, Mr. and Mrs. Ning had decided to lay a foundation for him using standard martial arts training methods. This was so that once Xiaoyu had completed his literacy training and began formal cultivation, he would have a higher starting point. I see. My sincere congratulations, Mrs. Ning. His mother merely gave a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned. I hear this little one is your child, Master Jian? How old is he? He must be about 1 year old, right? At that moment, Aunt Ru cast a smug glance at Jiang and asked. Jiang instantly sensed that this woman was likely up to her old tricks again. It seemed she was trying to get even for their earlier clash. If that was the case, then he wouldn't hold back. He's 1 year old. His mother nodded. Goo goo, coo coo. Jiang made a cheerful sound at just the right moment, as if to echo his mother's words. Oh? He's a year old, too? Doesn't he talk yet? Aunt Ru looked even more smug. His mother hesitated slightly, then was about to respond. Goo goo, coo coo. Jiang let out another cheerful sound. He's starting to. His mother glanced at Jiang with a hint of confusion. Yay yay yay. Jiang immediately clapped his little hands happily. Oh my, he's starting to? Our Xiaoyu can already communicate normally with adults. He's very smart. Aunt Ru laughed even more happily, and at the same time said to Xiaoyu, little you why don't you say thank you to this auntie? If it weren't for her, who knows how long it would have taken to find the herbs for your medicinal bath. Thank you, auntie. Xiaoyu immediately responded politely and obediently to his mother. Madame Ning couldn't help but break into a satisfied, beaming smile at her son's behavior. What a well-behaved child, truly worthy of the name Xiaoyu. His mother also smiled and nodded. Ling, however, pursed her lips ever so slightly. Yeah. Jiang let out another cheerful sound. It seems your precious son still can't walk yet, master, right? Our little Yuer is already running and jumping around and has even started learning martial arts. Sigh, they're both 1 year old, but the gap between them is just too wide. But then again, little Yuer is Xiaoyu. How could any ordinary infant compare? Still, if he can't speak or walk by the age of 1, that's a bit. Ah well, master, don't lose heart. Your little treasure will be just fine one day. Aunt Ru said this again with a rather sarcastic, smug tone. Her words clearly implied a veiled mockery of Jiang's disability. Mother couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows slightly. Ling's face turned ashen. It seemed she could no longer bear it. Just then, Sister Linger, is this big fat pig that can stand up and talk so well the pig demon mentioned in the picture book? It's really amazing. Jiang's childish, innocent voice suddenly rang out. Instantly, everyone present was taken aback. Ha! Ling snapped out of it and couldn't help but let out a laugh. Ah! You little bastard! Who are you calling a fat pig? Who are you calling a pig demon? Just wait till I beat the living daylights out of you, you little bastard! A shrill scream. Aunt Rua's face instantly turned crimson, her expression contorted with fury. Her composure had completely shattered. She raised her fat hand and lashed out viciously at Jiang. You're asking for it! A furious shout. Ling kicked out with all her might. Ah! A agonized scream. A loud thud. Aunt Ru was instantly kicked flying through the air. She crashed heavily to the ground, gasping and groaning, ouch, ouch. 7 years of cultivation at the mortal stage. Madame Ning stared at Ling in astonishment. The two martial artists behind her also looked utterly stunned. Xiaoyu was taken aback as well. Wow, wow, wow. Sister Ling is so awesome. She knocked that pig demon flying in one go. Jiang immediately clapped his little hands with delight. He knew full well that Ling had held back, otherwise, how could that fat woman possibly have been left with the strength to utter a sound? Besides, he only intended to humiliate Aunt Ru and get under her skin. He never expected her to lose her composure and lash out. She really had it coming. You lot! Madame Ning snapped back to her senses, her face flushing with anger. Yun don't be rude. At that moment, his mother feigned a stern expression, tapped Jiang's forehead with her finger, applying just a bit of pressure, and scolded him. Oh! Jiang immediately played along, putting on a look of hurt and resentment. Master and Mrs. Ning, what is this? Just then, the shopkeeper approached, holding several gift boxes filled with medicinal herbs, looking completely at a loss. I apologize for the embarrassment, Mrs. Ning. My son is still young and naive, unaware of the ways of the world. He cannot be compared to your precocious son. I hope you'll forgive him. As an apology, Yun Pharmacy will give you a discount on these herbs today. Is that acceptable? Mother spoke politely to Mrs. Ning, then instructed the shopkeeper, hurry and have someone help our honored guest to their feet and escort them to the clinic to see a doctor. Our shop will cover the consultation fee. Yes. Yes. The shopkeeper hurriedly agreed, then called out to Meng Tianfeng. Go arrange for someone to escort our honored guest to the clinic immediately. Yes, shopkeeper. Meng Tianfeng replied briskly and hurried off. At that moment, however, Lady Ning still wore a sullen expression, clearly showing no intention of letting the matter drop. Lady Ning, you are a wise woman. In what happened just now, it was clearly that Run Yang who started the trouble. She spoke in such a sarcastic and humiliating manner toward my son, yet I said nothing. Yet my son merely made an offhand remark, and she tried to kill him. My maid was simply acting out of a deep desire to protect her mistress. It was truly an unintentional mistake. Put yourself in my shoes. If someone treated your precious son Xiaoyu this way, how would you react, Madame Ning? Mother spoke up again. Madame Ning couldn't help but pause for a moment, glancing at Xiaoyu beside her, then at Jiang. Jiang was now putting on an innocent, childlike expression, though he was secretly delighted inside. It seemed his mother's eloquence was truly top-notch. Madame Ning, we are both mothers. Surely you can understand how I feel? My mother sighed softly once more. Children speak without malice naturally. We shouldn't hold such things against them. Mrs. Ning finally spoke up. Thank you. May I ask your name, madam? With a maid like this by your side, I imagine you're no ordinary family, are you? Mrs. Ning asked abruptly. Mu Yuyan, just an ordinary girl from an ordinary family. my mother replied with a smile. Madame Ning was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. She settled the matter of the medicinal herbs with manager Lu and took her leave. Some time later, Mother was already on her way home with Jiang and Ling. On the way. Yuner, you mustn't act so recklessly next time, it's easy to offend people. Do you understand? Mother said exasperatedly. But that fat pig spoke so rudely. Mother, you clearly heard her cursing me and making fun of you too. I couldn't stand it. Jiang was instantly filled with righteous indignation, looking thoroughly displeased. But you were the one who set a trap for her and toyed with her. Do you think I didn't see right through your little schemes? How dare you, a little tyke like you, go and provoke her on your own? What if something had gone wrong? Today, you were lucky that Ling was there to protect you, otherwise, you'd have been in for a world of trouble. His mother said, her tone turning slightly stern. But she had bad intentions from the start. Otherwise, how could she have fallen for the trap? You saw for yourself how arrogant she was, resorting to violence the moment she couldn't argue her way out. She must bully others all the time. Today she picked on us, so what's wrong with me teaching her a lesson? Does that mean only she is allowed to bully others? Jiang retorted. He originally thought his mother didn't want to cause trouble, but it turned out she was worried he'd get the short end of the stick. In that case, he had nothing to hold back after all. He was now at the level of a 10-year martial sovereign in the mortal stage. There weren't many people in all of Crimson Sun Town who could get the better of him. Besides, he knew exactly who those people were, so there was absolutely no need to worry. Still, that's none of your business, you little brat. From now on, mind your own business, or don't blame Mother when she spanks your little bottom. Got it? His mother feigned anger. Oh, got it. Jiang nodded obediently, but inwardly he thought, I'll definitely do it again next time. Madam, please rest assured. The young master is so clever he'll never come out on the losing end. Didn't you see just now how he toyed with that fat pig? Even I didn't catch on at first. I wondered why the young master had suddenly gone quiet. Turns out he was setting a trap for him. He. Ling chuckled slyly. You're spoiling him. If you spoil Yuna rotten, I won't let you off the hook. His mother immediately snapped. No, I wouldn't dare. Ling shook her head hurriedly. Seeing this, Jiang couldn't help but burst into cheerful laughter. He was growing fonder and fonder of this stepsister of his. Meanwhile, his evil god avatar had already arrived and caught up with Lady Ning and the others. He wanted to see how Lady Ning would react next. After all, Aunt Ru was a master at flattery and had a good relationship with Lady Ning. Having suffered such a major humiliation today, she likely wouldn't let it go so easily. So by using his evil god avatar to gauge her intentions, he could better prepare his response. He wasn't actually afraid that she could pose any real threat to him. It was mainly to preempt any potentially annoying or unpleasant underhanded tactics. Besides, he wasn't supposed to have any interaction with Xiaoyu and her son today. This situation had likely arisen because he intended to intervene in the fate of the laborer Meng Tianfeng, who was destined to betray the herbal shop in the future. A moment later, the evil god avatar had already followed Lady Ning and Xiaoyu to the clinic, where they found Aunt Ru resting on a bed. Doctor, how are Aunt Ru's injuries? Lady Ning immediately asked the middle-aged doctor in a gray robe with a look of concern on her face. Oh, this lady has a broken rib, but it's not too serious. She'll be fine after resting for 10 days or half a month. Someone has already paid the consultation fee, so you can take her home now. The doctor replied. I see. All right, thank you for your help. Madame Ning acknowledged this and had Aunt Ru carried out of the clinic. Once outside the clinic. Dear sister, did you take care of that slut and that little bastard for me? Aunt Ru spoke up, looking deeply aggrieved. Well, the owner of the herbal shop has apologized to us. Aunt Ru, let us just let this matter drop. Mrs. Ning replied. Let it go? Dear sister. How can we just let this slide? That little slut injured me so badly. And that little bastard humiliated me like that. This is a blatant slap in the face to you, dear sister. They clearly don't hold the fearless martial arts hall in any regard. Don't we have to break both their legs? Aunt Roo couldn't help but get worked up. Aunt Roo, you were the one who mocked the child first this time. Besides, that child is only a 1-year-old toddler, young and innocent. You're a grown-up, why bother quibbling over such a trivial matter? It wouldn't look good if word got out we wouldn't be in the right. Our fearless martial arts school wouldn't go out of our way to pick on a little toddler. Madam Ning said helplessly. Aunt Ru's voice faltered, then she continued with a look of resentment, dear sister. That little bastard is no good. He can clearly speak, yet he deliberately pretended not to in order to mock me. That's right, he did it on purpose to provoke me, so that little slut would have an excuse to attack me. Mrs. Ning was momentarily at a loss for words, then said helplessly, Aunt Roo, how could that be possible? He is just a 1-year-old child, how could he be so scheming? Even my own Yuer, who is so clever, wouldn't go that far. Are you joking? Jiang also strongly agreed with Mrs. Ning's assessment. How could a 1-year-old possibly be so scheming? Aunt Roo was simply out of her mind in her quest for revenge. Although he had indeed set a trap on purpose, he didn't believe Aunt Roo could have really guessed it. After all, logically speaking, it just didn't make sense. That little bastard might not be that scheming, but what about his mother? What about that little slut? He must have been taught by an adult. Aunt Roo interjected again. Lady Ning shook her head after a brief silence. Aunt Roo, let us just drop this matter. Whether he was taught by an adult or not, I can't make things difficult for anyone right now. That employer is likely quite influential. Do you know how powerful the maid by her side is? The one you call that little slut. Well, how powerful? At a glance, she appears to be at the 7th year of the mortal stage. While we at the Fearless Martial Arts Academy don't take that level of power seriously, anyone who can afford such a maid certainly isn't an ordinary person. The fact that that lady's herbal shop can procure such rare herbs clearly shows she is no ordinary person either. But my dear sister, your Fearless Martial Arts Academy isn't exactly ordinary either. Not to mention that Master Huoling is now on good terms with you. Don't you also have a peerless master backing you up? How could you possibly be afraid of that mother and son? That is true, but there is no need to let things escalate to the point of no return. The costs would outweigh the benefits. Right now, my son Xiaoyu still needs their medicinal herbs for his bath. Since they're willing to back down, apologize to us, and save face for us, I naturally don't want to alienate them completely. Do you understand what I'm saying? Madam Ning replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. It seemed Lady Ning wasn't entirely a foolish woman who would let Aunt Roo lead her by the nose all the time. Oh, so it's for little Ur's future, is it? All right then, I understand. Let us let them off the hook this once. Aunt Roo nodded, looking rather reluctant. Jiang was instantly at a loss for words. He was truly amazed by this pig demon's shamelessness. A short while later, Jiang had already returned home with his mother and Ling. Yuner, you said earlier at the herbal shop that Meng Tianfeng is a bad person who will betray our shop in the future. What is the story behind that? His mother asked curiously. I don't know either, mother. I just had a dream that one day this man would poison the medicine in our shop, making people sick. Then the shopkeeper would be arrested, and our shop would be shut down. Jiang replied. He knew that with Ling's formidable strength and his mother's unknown abilities, a mere ordinary laborer could never pose any real threat to them. But the problem was that his mother was living in seclusion here. She clearly didn't want anyone to know about them and presumably didn't want to draw attention to themselves. So if something went wrong with the pharmacy, it would still cause some trouble. Well, at that moment, his mother found it hard to believe, but she was clearly considering the possibility. Madam, I'm afraid what the young master says is true. Didn't he predict the 2 previous attacks by the mountain spirits accurately? You must know that the young master has never been outside. Ling spoke up. I know. It's just that this is all so bizarre. How could Juner dream about such things? Mother looked at Jiang curiously. I don't know either, mother. It just happened naturally in my dream. Jiang looked utterly perplexed. Madam, it seems the young master has a gift for foreseeing the future. After all, he is your child, isn't it only natural for him to possess such extraordinary abilities? Ling said with a smile. You're just good at flattery, aren't you? His mother replied, somewhat exasperated. Not at all, madam. I'm just telling it like it is. By the way, madam, since the young master has such abilities, shouldn't we consider sending him to Master Fuchin to study the art of deduction? Wouldn't that be the perfect fit? I'm sure the young master will one day achieve the title of Celestial Master or something similar. Become Master Fuchin's disciple, you say? His mother couldn't help but look hesitant. No, mother, I don't want to become Master Fuchin's disciple. Jiang refused immediately. He wasn't worried that Master Fuchin would divine his evil god avatar talent. After all, his deduction art had already surpassed Master Fuchin's. Master Fuchin couldn't even detect his presence now. If he went to become his disciple, he might even scare the old man. Besides, even if he were to seek a master, it would be Master Lu, a reclusive master of the highest caliber. Why? Why do you seem so averse to Master Fuchin? Could it be that Master Fuchin is a bad person too? His mother couldn't help but chuckle. No, mother, I just think Master Fuchin isn't skilled enough. He'd lead his disciples astray. Jiang shook his head. Oh? Master Fuchin isn't skilled enough? Why do you think that, Yun'er? His mother grew even more curious. Because his name is Fuchin Floating Dust. What kind of abilities could floating dust possibly have? Jiang just started making things up on the spot. After all, that was the only thing he could say. He certainly couldn't admit that his current mastery of the art of deduction had already surpassed Master Fuchin's, could he? What kind of excuse is that? That's just a humble title. How can it be a standard for judgment? If someone called themselves the number one Taoist master under heaven, would that really make them the number one Taoist master under heaven? His mother immediately lost her smile. Of course. If someone dares to call themselves the number one under heaven, they must have considerable confidence and ability. Otherwise, would they dare to say something like that so casually? Jiang immediately continued his nonsense with a serious expression. Hearing this, mother was thoroughly embarrassed and left somewhat speechless. After all, there was actually some logic to what Jiang was saying. After all, ordinary people wouldn't dare call themselves the best in the world. It seems the young master really does have an eye for talent. Anyone who stays in a small place like Crimson Sun Town to work as a fortune teller must not be very skilled. Those with real talent have all gone to the big cities. At that moment, Ling couldn't help but chime in with a coy laugh. You're always messing around with him, you little girl. It was your idea to have him apprentice under Master Fuchin, and you're the one who has been mocking his abilities. Her mother immediately snapped back, exasperated. Oh, I didn't mean anything by it, mother. I just wanted young master to learn from Master Fuchin first, and then find someone even more skilled to study under later. Ling couldn't help but look embarrassed. All right, let us talk about this later. Yun'er is only 1 year old. He doesn't even recognize characters yet. If he goes to study, they won't be able to teach him. You're right. Mother, what about that villain at the herbal shop? Jiang suddenly realized the conversation had strayed off topic. The main issue hadn't even been resolved yet. I'll handle that, don't worry. His mother replied. Okay. Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. With his mother's abilities, she was sure to handle it well. Later, he had the evil god avatar cast another divination on Meng Tianfeng and discovered that the man's fate had already been altered. In the future, when he attempted to poison someone, the shopkeeper would catch him, have him arrested, and send him to prison. It seemed this was how his mother had resolved the matter. He originally thought she'd prevent the incident from happening altogether, but he hadn't expected her to take care of the man so quietly and discreetly. At that moment, he stepped out into the courtyard. Young master, this is for you. As Ling handed Jiang the sketchbook, she also presented him with a token that looked somewhat familiar. The fearless iron token? Jiang paused in surprise. If his memory served him correctly, this was the very token that Ning Kuan, the headmaster of the Fearless Martial Arts Hall, had given to Ling earlier. Why was this girl giving it to him? Young master, I happened to find this by chance. They say it's the Fearless Martial Arts Hall's iron token, which can get the hall to help with matters. Next time if anyone from the Fearless Martial Arts Hall comes looking for trouble, just throw this token right in their faces. Young master, they definitely won't dare say a word. Ling said with a grin. Ha? Is this thing really that powerful? Jiang looked surprised. It's not that amazing. But remember, young master, if anyone asks where you got this iron token, you mustn't say you found it, and you certainly can't say I gave it to you. You have to say it was a gift from a mysterious elder. Understand? Oh, I understand. Jiang nodded, though he felt a bit conflicted inside. This girl really was going out of her way for him. Gradually, another month passed. Cultivation level, mortal stage, year 11. Deduction art, insight stage. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1263. Jiang's cultivation had reached the mortal stage, year 11. Although he could sense that his strength had improved somewhat, the progress wasn't significant, likely due to hitting a plateau. At that moment, his mother and Ling were taking him outside their courtyard to play. This was the first time he'd officially been brought out to play. Young master, look, there are some children playing over there. Why don't you go over and play with them? Ling pointed to a group of 7 children who were frolicking and playing with mud. These children, ranging in age from just over 1 to 3 years old, lived in nearby homes. No, thanks. They're too childish. Jiang shook his head with a hint of disdain. Naturally, he had no interest in playing with mud alongside such young children. Besides, he didn't have a high opinion of these neighbors either. Because of his mother's condition, his family had been the subject of no end of gossip in the neighborhood. He'd heard all sorts of nasty remarks through the evil god avatar. How could he possibly feel any affection for them? However, most of these people only spoke ill of them behind their backs. Plus, since his family had virtually no contact with these neighbors, there wasn't really any trouble on the surface, so he didn't bother paying much attention to it. In fact, he knew full well that, given his mother's condition, they were bound to face criticism no matter where they went. Ha? Too childish? Ling was taken aback. You little runt, you're not even as big as that kid, and you're calling him childish? His mother couldn't help but chuckle. Anyway, I'm not interested in playing with them. It's enough that Sister Ling plays with me. Jiang replied, looking a bit embarrassed. Fine, have it your way. His mother said helplessly. This servant loves the young master the most, too. Ling said with a delighted expression. Oh? Our neighbors, are you taking the little one out for some fresh air? A surprised yet warm voice rang out. They saw a young woman with a full figure and quite a bit of charm emerge from the courtyard next door. Jiang knew this was Yumei, the wife of Kongqiu, the martial artist next door. Kongqiu had trained at the Fearless Martial Arts Academy in his younger days. Though he hadn't received any true teachings, he still possessed the cultivation of a practitioner with 6 years of mortal stage experience. Around these streets, he was someone few dared to provoke. Upon hearing this, his mother simply gave Yumei a faint smile and a nod. Oh my, is this little darling the neighbor's child? He really is a delicate and clever-looking boy. Yumei's mother stepped closer and praised Jiang with a beaming smile. Madam, you flatter me. His mother couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, she was still very pleased to hear someone praise her own child. Nice to meet you, Auntie. Jiang also greeted her politely. In his heart, however, he felt quite repulsed by this two-faced woman standing before him. Behind his back, she had been calling him a bastard at every turn. She had also slandered his mother in every possible way, disparaging everything from her appearance to her family's wealth. Moreover, this woman's private life was utterly scandalous. Oh my, what a polite little darling. Yumei's mother looked slightly surprised, then, with a delighted smile, reached out to touch Jiang's cheek. Jiang's heart sank, and he instinctively took a step back to avoid her hand. He certainly didn't want to be touched by this woman's filthy hands. Yume's mother, however, couldn't help but stiffen. "I'm sorry, ma'am, my child is shy around strangers." His mother spoke up immediately. "Oh, I see. It's all right, it's all right." Yume's mother regained her friendly smile. "Mom!" Just then, a childish voice called out. A small boy, about 2.5 years old, covered in mud and rather stocky, came up beside Yume's mother. He had clearly come from among the 7 children playing in the mud over there. This little boy was none other than Yume's son, Kong Shang, who, thanks to his father, had already begun to establish himself as something of a king of the kids in the neighborhood. "This is my son, Kong Shang. Shanger, say hello to this auntie, she lives next door," Yume's mother said with a smile. "Hello, auntie." Kong Shang looked at his mother and said this at that moment. His gaze was slightly peculiar, then he turned to look at Jiang. "Good boy," his mother replied with a smile. "Since we're neighbors, why don't let my Shanger take your little one over there to play? Kids need more playmates, it's never good for them to be all alone and withdrawn," Yume's mother said with a laugh. Well. Hearing this, his mother couldn't help but glance at Jiang with some hesitation. "No, thank you, auntie. I'm used to playing by myself." Jiang shook his head immediately. At the same time, he felt frustrated. This was exactly the kind of hypocrisy he hated. They clearly didn't want him to be happy, yet they insisted on putting on a show of being kind in front of others, just to make things difficult for him. Well. A peculiar expression flashed across Yume's face. Clearly, she was secretly pleased by Jiang's shy nature. After all, in most people's eyes, a child being too shy isn't exactly a good thing. "Yuner, just go over and play for a bit. It's good to make some friends. Who knows? You might find it even more fun than playing by yourself," his mother said to Jiang with a hint of worry. Jiang was speechless. His mother really was worrying too much. "Yuner? Fine," Jiang replied helplessly. Oh well, in his mother's eyes, he was still just a child after all. He might as well act a little more normal. Giggle, giggle, what a good boy. Shanger, take this little brother over to play. Don't you dare bully him. Mother Yume immediately giggled sweetly. "I know, mother," Kong Shang replied, then came over with his muddy little hand and grabbed Jiang's arm. "Little brother, come with me." Jiang had no choice but to follow along, feeling a bit annoyed and disgusted. He didn't like getting all dirty, but there was nothing he could do about it now. "Linger, you stay here and watch over Yuner. I'll have a chat with this lady here," his mother instructed Ling. "Yes, ma'am." Ling nodded. Jiang followed Kong Sheng over to a group of children, who were staring at him curiously. "Big brother, who is this little guy?" A little boy in a red shirt, about 2 years old, asked Kong Sheng. "Well, he is from that family over there. My mom told me to bring him over to play." Kong Sheng nodded toward the Jiang family's courtyard. "Huh? So he is that family's little bastard?" the little boy in red blurted out. At the same time, several of the children present shot Jiang strange, somewhat contemptuous glances. Jiang pursed his lips and was about to turn and walk away. He really had no interest in messing around with these brats. Since they already said such things, he just tell his mother about it later. No need to stay here and put on this awkward show. After all, he really wasn't any good at playing in the mud. "Little brother, where are you going?" Kong Sheng quickly grabbed Jiang by the arm. Jiang froze for a moment, then said with a strange expression, "You guys are the ones who insulted me, can't I just leave?" At the same time, he gave a slight shake of his head to Ling, who had noticed something was off and was about to step in. "Are you going to tattle on us?" Kong Sheng's expression instantly turned menacing, his face brimming with warning and threat. "Is that not allowed?" Jiang said with a chuckle. Was he about to get bullied? "If you go tattle on us, I guarantee I'll give you a hard time every single day. My dad is a martial arts master." No one can protect you. Kong Shang growled menacingly under his breath. Hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but look at Kong Shang with a strange smile. What are you still grinning like an idiot for? Come play with us for a while first, or I'll take you down right now. Kong Shang glared at him, tightening his grip on Jiang's arm. The threat couldn't have been any clearer. Boss, why are you wasting your breath on this little bastard? If he dares to disobey, just knock him out with a couple of punches. Everyone knows his mama's just a loose woman. What is she gonna do to us? He. At that moment, the little boy in red spoke with a mischievous grin on his face. You little piece of trash, take a kick from your grandpa first. Jiang's anger flared up involuntarily, and he immediately delivered a sidekick. Being insulted was one thing, he wouldn't have bothered with a kid anyway. But daring to insult his mother? He wasn't going to hold back. Thud. Ah! A cry of pain. The little boy in red was instantly knocked face first onto the ground by Jiang's hidden force, and then burst into loud, wailing sobs. Of course, Jiang had held back with that kick. Otherwise, with his current cultivation at the 11th year of the mortal stage as a martial sovereign, that little brat would have been sent flying a great distance and killed on the spot. Of course, he didn't hold back out of kindness. As for a scoundrel like this, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of remorse if he kicked him to death on the spot. His kindness was reserved only for those who deserved it. Scoundrels weren't worthy. The main reason he held back was simply to avoid making a big fuss and causing trouble for his mother. You little brat! How dare you hit someone? By now, Kong Shang was furious beyond control. He tightened his grip, intending to pin Jiang to the ground. Looks like you still don't know who's the boss around here. Jiang reached back and effortlessly seized Kong Shang's wrist. With a firm press of his thumb against the back of his hand, he instantly locked Kong Shang's wrist joint in a joint lock. Ow! Mother! Mother! The pain was so intense that Kong Shang immediately dropped to his knees, crying out for his mother, while hunching his body to adjust his angle and ease the agony radiating from his pinned wrist. The other children around them had turned pale with fear, standing frozen and at a loss. Shang-er! What are you all doing? Hearing the commotion, Yume's mother hurried over. Seeing this, Jiang immediately gave a subtle nod to Ling, the maid who had been standing nearby, looking somewhat dazed. Ling snapped out of her daze, took a step forward, and blocked Yume's mother's path. Madam, please don't interfere with the children's play. Get out of my way. Mad with rage, Yume's mother tried to shove Ling aside. Ling looked at her with disdain, then with a quick grab and twist, pinned Yume's mother's arms behind her back. Ah! You little slut! Let me go! Let me go! Yume's mother instantly went berserk. Mom! Mom! Kong Shang began crying even harder. Poof! Jiang let out a dismissive snort, then turned his gaze to the group of children. You little pieces of trash, listen up to your grandpa here. In front of me, every one of you is a good for nothing. From now on, whenever you see your grandpa, you'd better behave yourselves or I'll beat you every single time I see you. Not even your parents can protect you. Do you hear me? Hearing this, the children's faces turned deathly pale, and they were too terrified to utter a sound. Neighbors! Is this how you raise your children? Is this the kind of family values you have? Yume's mother's voice rang out again, filled with rage. Yun-er! What are you doing? Why are you picking on them? At that moment, her mother finally snapped out of it, her expression turning rather grim. Mother, they called me a little bastard and wouldn't let me leave, threatening to beat me if I did. They also insulted you, mother. I couldn't stand it, so I lashed out. Jiang replied, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Upon hearing this, her mother's expression changed instantly. Her icy gaze swept over the group of children before finally settling on Yume's mother. Ling's face had turned ashen by now, and the aura emanating from her had become rather intimidating. Yume's mother couldn't help but look flustered, but then she snapped angrily, they're all just children, what do they know? Should we adults really be getting worked up over something like this? Well, my young master is still just a child too. Why are you nagging on and on like this? What's all the fuss about? Ling replied. You. Can't you see he is still picking on my Shenger? Yu Mainyang snapped angrily once more. The young master is just a child. So what if he picks on your Shenger a little? Ling retorted again. You. Is this how you spoil your own child, letting him bully others? Exactly. After all, the young master is just a child. Ling replied indifferently once more. Upon hearing this, Jiang almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. You. Ah. Let me go, you little slut. Just wait until my husband comes out, you'll all be in for it. Lao Chiu. Come out. Someone bullying me and my son. Yume's mother was so enraged she was beside herself, screaming in fury. Dad! Save us! Someone's bullying me and mom. Kong Shang also began wailing pitifully. Hoof! Ling let out a disdainful snort, then turned to Jiang and said, Young master, you're still just a child. Do whatever you want, this servant will take care of things. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Jiang glanced at his mother, who was standing nearby with a look of tacit approval on her face, and his heart immediately leapt with joy. All right then. He casually raised his hand and slapped Kong Sheng across the cheek with a loud smack. You little piece of trash. You little bastard. Even if you call your father out here, he won't be able to protect you. Kong Sheng's cheek instantly swelled up, and he began wailing pitifully once more. Dad! Save me! Ah! You little bastard, let go of my son. Just as I thought, the spawn of a whore. Just wait till my husband gets out. I'll beat you filthy scum to death. Yume's mother's furious screams rang out once more. You're asking for it. Ling flew into a rage instantly, casually flipped Yume's mother over, and slapped her so hard she spun around and crashed to the ground. Dare to open your filthy mouth again, and I'll crush your neck with my foot. Ling snarled coldly, planting her foot on Yume's neck so she couldn't move a muscle. At that moment, Yume seemed to be terrified by Ling's murderous intent. She was so frightened she didn't dare utter another sound. Bang! A sudden, thunderous crash. The gate to Yume's courtyard swung open, and a burly man with thick eyebrows strode out. It was none other than Yume's husband, Kong Chiu. Seeing the pitiful state his wife and son were in outside, Kong Chiu's eyes bulged with rage as he roared, You're asking for death. He took a long stride forward and furiously charged at Ling. Humph, a mere clown. Ling snorted with disdain. Just as Kong Chiu closed in, she casually raised her delicate hand to block him, effortlessly seizing his massive fist. What? Kong Chiu was taken aback, but before he could react, Ling's hands moved swiftly with a forceful pull and twist. She used Kong Chiu's right hand to pin him to the ground, then planted her foot firmly on his back, ensuring he couldn't rise even an inch. You little punk, how dare you act so brazenly in front of this lady? You're a martial arts master who has been at the mortal stage for 8 years. Kong Chiu was instantly horrified. Old Chiu. Yu Mainyang was shocked. She scrambled to her feet, ready to help. Ling shot her a cold glare, causing Yu Mainyang to shudder in fear. She didn't dare take a single step forward. Mainyang. Brother Chiu. What's going on here? Just then, a worried voice rang out. A fair-skinned, handsome man with the appearance of a scholar approached from the side. Jiang recognized this man as Kong Chiu's close friend and Yu Mainyang's longtime lover, Huadali. Meanwhile, neighbors from all around the street were gradually drawn out by the commotion outside. The young children who had been frightened by Jiang were also hurriedly pulled away by their panicked parents. Oh! My son, what's wrong with you? Where are you hurt? The little boy in red who had been knocked down by Jiang's kick moments earlier was also helped to his feet by a slightly plump woman, who was clearly worried and anxious. Mom, he hit me, he kicked me just now. The boy in red pointed fearfully at Jiang and cried. Did you hurt my son? The woman flew into a rage instantly, glaring at Jiang. Jiang frowned as he glanced at the large crowd of neighbors surrounding them. This situation seemed to be getting a bit out of hand. My son hit him. So what? A cold, familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Jiang's heart skipped a beat. He glanced back slightly and saw that his mother had somehow appeared behind him. At that moment, she was radiating an extremely imposing and formidable aura of authority. His mother was truly no ordinary woman. Your son hit someone. And you're asking, what's the problem? The woman was clearly intimidated by his mother's presence. Her accusatory voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. If anyone is to blame, it's your son for having a big mouth. He was the one who started the verbal abuse. His mother said coldly. You! How dare you speak to me like that? No matter what, my son is still just a child. The woman snapped angrily. Jiang was speechless. Everyone used this excuse. Was it really a universal justification? My son is just a child too, but he is the one who hit your son. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? His mother retorted. You! Aren't you going to discipline your own child? The woman fumed. He is just a child. His mother replied calmly. Ha! Jiang finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. He hadn't expected his mother to have picked up this trick as well. You're completely unreasonable. Son! Let us go. Don't waste your time with people like this. The woman angrily led the little boy in the red robe away. Your whole family is so lawless, assaulting people right here on the street. This is truly outrageous. I'm definitely going to report you to the authorities. At that moment, Huadalia's furious voice rang out. That's right. Let us report them to the authorities. This family abuses their power to bully others. They're all bullies. Not a single decent person among them. Yumea's mother also approached Huadali, her face full of indignation. Hearing this, the neighbors nearby immediately erupted into an uproar, pointing and whispering among themselves, especially the parents of the children who had been frightened by Jiang moments earlier. The mother of the little boy in red was particularly indignant as she accused Jiang and his son. At that moment, Mother couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows slightly, a look of distress crossing her face. Humph! You little bastard, stay right here and behave yourself. Jiang casually let go of Kong Shang and walked over to Ling. Mother was puzzled and immediately followed. Young master, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will dare wrong you. Ling's face was set with fierce anger as she continued to pin Kong Qiu down, her foot pressed firmly on his back. Sister Ling, please let this uncle go first. Jiang said with a smile. Ha! Ling froze, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Everyone present was also taken aback for a moment. Sister Ling, please let this uncle go first. It's fine. I have something I need to discuss with him. Jiang smiled again. Oh? Ling was still puzzled, but she glanced at her mother and, seemingly receiving her approval, casually released Kong Qiu. Now free, Kong Qiu quickly and warily retreated back to where Yumea's mother and Huadali were standing. Humph. So now you're scared? But it's too late. We're definitely going to report this to the authorities. Yumea's mother immediately wore a smug and arrogant expression. That's right. After all, I've passed the imperial examinations. None of you will get away with what happened today. Huadali also sneered coldly. Thanks a lot, Brother Hua. Hearing this, Kong Qiu couldn't help but show a hint of vindication. Uncle, why were you getting so worked up just now? Auntie, that little rascal isn't your wife or your kid, is he? Jiang looked at Kong Qiu with childlike innocence, then pointed at Yu Mainyang and Kong Shang. Hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. You little brat! What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Kong Qiu flew into a rage instantly. Exactly. What are you rambling about, you little bastard? Yu Yang, her face turning red with anger, snapped back. I never expected a little kid like you to have such a sharp tongue. Huadali also scolded him, though a hint of guilt flickered beneath his eyes. I'm not making this up. Jiang put his hands on his hips and, looking as worldly wise as an old man, addressed Aunt Yumei. I've seen you and this uncle hugging and playing together many times from the wall next door, first inside the house, then in the courtyard. I even heard you two talking about how silly old Shio is helping you raise your son. You also said he is boring as hell and nowhere near as good as brotherly. Ah! What kind of nonsense are you spouting, you little bastard? Old Shio! Don't listen to him. This little bastard has no good intentions. He's south trying to drive a wedge between us. He is so young, yet his mind is truly wicked. Yumei's mother had already interrupted Jiang's words with a shriek. That's right, brother Chio. I never would ve thought this little brat, so small in stature, could have such a vicious mind. Don't fall for his tricks. We've been brothers for decades, playing together since we were kids. You know my character better than anyone. Huadali also spoke with righteous indignation, looking every bit the upstanding gentleman. At that moment, Kong Chio's expression was grim. He cast a shifting, unsettled glance at his son, Kong Shang, who stood not far away and didn't seem to bear much resemblance to him. For a moment, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Meanwhile, the neighbors gathered around to watch the spectacle, exchanged glances, and some even began to whisper among themselves. His mother and Ling were left completely speechless. Jiang spoke up again. Uncle, I really want lying to you. I also know that this auntie has hidden lots of pretty, strange clothes at the very bottom of the closet in your room, clothes she wears specifically to play with this uncle. She said she has never shown them to you because you're not worthy. Ah! You little bastard! Shut up! What nonsense are you spouting here? Yumei's mother interrupted Jiang's words with another shriek. You little brat! If you keep spreading these rumors, I'll report you to the authorities right away. Don't any of your parents keep an eye on you? Huadali was even more shocked and furious. I'm not making this up. When you two were hugging and playing in the courtyard, I saw a red mark on this lady's butt. Just admit it, didn't you? And when you two were hugging and playing, your favorite position was always with Auntie on top. Wah! Before Jiang could finish speaking, he felt his mouth being covered. Enough! Stop spouting nonsense. Let us go home. His mother picked Jiang up, gave his bottom a light smack, and led him back inside. Ling glanced at everyone present, said nothing more, shrugged, and followed them back to the courtyard. A commotion soon erupted outside. Old Shio! That little bastard is making things up. Don't believe a word he says. There's really nothing going on between me and brotherly. Old Shio, where are you going? Wait. My son is still out there. Brother Chio. Mei and I really are innocent. Dad. By the time Jiang was brought back into the courtyard. When did you start peeking over the wall to watch all that nonsense next door? His mother set Jiang down, placed her hands on her hips, and said sternly. At the same time, she glanced at Ling, who had just returned. Madam! This servant had no idea. While I was taking care of the young master, I never paid any attention to what was going on next door, let alone saw the young master peeking over the wall or anything like that. Ling hurriedly replied. Mother, actually, I wasn't peeking. Everything I just mentioned was something I dreamed about earlier. Jiang said with an innocent look on his face. Of course, he'd seen it through the evil god avatar when he was bored. He just hadn't expected this gossip to come in handy one day. Besides, what he'd actually seen wasn't as exaggerated as he'd just described. At the very least, he hadn't witnessed Yumei and Huadali fighting right out in the courtyard. Besides, even Yumei and Huadali didn't actually know whose child Kongsheng really was. That's because Yumei would often get into a fight with Huadali, only to get into another fight with Kongqiu that same night. So, what he just said was merely slightly embellished, with a touch of artistic license. In a dream? Hearing this, his mother paused in surprise, and her expression softened slightly. So it really was a dream. Just as I said, the young master is either right under the mistress's watchful eye or under mine. If he were really peeking over the wall, how could he possibly go unnoticed? Ling immediately nodded in agreement. Jiang chuckled to himself. This excuse really worked a treat. After all, even if his mother and Ling couldn't believe it, they simply couldn't think of any other way he could have known about these things. So this excuse, which had originally seemed quite far-fetched, didn't sound so outlandish after all and wasn't hard to accept. Lao Chiu. What are you trying to do? You can't possibly believe that little bastard next door. He is just spouting nonsense. Brother Li and I have never done anything sordid in the courtyard. That little bastard has a very wicked mind. Yumea's sharp, panicked scream suddenly rang out from the neighboring courtyard. Madam, may I go over and tear that slut's mouth to shreds? Ling spoke up coldly at once. No need. Someone will take care of her. There is no need to get my hands dirty. Mother shook her head. Just then, a clatter of noise came from next door, as if something had been smashed or shattered. Meanwhile, Jiang had already ordered the evil god avatar to rush back and join the spectacle. You slut! Then tell me, you bitch! What the hell are these shameless things? Why haven't I ever seen you wear them for me? A furious roar rang out. Old Xiao, looking like a complete fool, dragged Yumea's mother out of the house and tossed a bundle of women's clothing whose styles were truly an eyesore into the courtyard. At that moment, Wadali stood in the courtyard, his face a picture of anxiety and panic. Beside him stood the young boy Kong Shang, looking just as bewildered and at a loss. Ah! Old Xiao, this I just bought it a while back, planning to wear it for you. Who knew I'd run into this kind of trouble today? Yume Yang began to stammer out an explanation, but before she could finish. Smack! A loud slap landed hard on Yume Yang's fair cheek, instantly leaving a red, swollen handprint. You slut! Are you still trying to fool me? You think I'm an idiot? All these years, I've poured my heart and soul into you, giving you everything you wanted. And this is how you repay me? Kong Chiu roared, his eyes red with rage. Brother Chiu! What are you doing? Nini and I are completely innocent. How could you believe that little bastard next door's nonsense? Does our brotherhood over all these years mean less than the ramblings of some little bastard? Wadali hurried forward to stand in front of Mimi, shielding her. TSK, and he is still calling her Mimi so affectionately? Jiang was left speechless. He was thoroughly fed up with old Xiu's so-called good brother. It seemed he was truly treating this guy like a complete fool. Meanwhile, Kong Xiu's face was contorted with rage as he kicked out with all his might, "Get lost! You ho! Get the hell out of here! I don't want a brother like you, you piece of trash!" Thud! Ah! Wadali let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying through the air, landing on the ground and curling up in agony. Yumenyang shuddered in fright, her face ashen, too terrified to speak. Dad! At that moment, Kong Shang seemed to have been startled. He cried out, reaching for Kong Chiu to hold him. You little bastard! Don't call me Dad! Kong Chiu, furious, kicked Kong Shang away with a single blow. Dad! Dad! I'm not a little bastard! Don't abandon me! Mom! Kong Shang immediately sat down on the ground and burst into tears. Clearly, Kong Chiu still couldn't bring himself to hurt the child otherwise. With Kong Chiu's 6 years of cultivation at the mortal stage, how could Kong Shang, a child not even 3 years old, possibly still be sitting here crying? Lao Chiu! Shanger really is your son. You can't treat him like this. Yumea's mother was horrified and hurried forward to shield Kong Shang. Jiang, seeing this, couldn't bear to watch any longer. There was nothing he could do. He'd always been kind-hearted since childhood and couldn't stand witnessing such scenes of families being torn apart. At that moment, in Jiang's own courtyard, Jiang had already been taken back inside by his mother, while the maid Ling was left outside. Inside the house, the atmosphere was heavy. His mother stared at Jiang with her lips tightly pursed. Mother? What's wrong? Did I get you into trouble? I promise I'll never do it again. Please don't be angry, okay? Jiang couldn't help but speak up. Deep down, however, he was filled with anxiety. Could it be that his behavior had been too unusual, causing his mother to grow suspicious? Come to think of it, how could a toddler who had just turned 1 possibly have done what happened today? Combined with his usual behavior, it all seemed far too bizarre after all. I've wronged you. His mother's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She pulled Jiang into her arms and began to sob. Jiang froze in surprise. Mother? What's wrong? It's all my fault. I've let you be mocked and looked down upon by others. And in the end, I even made you handle this all by yourself. I'm so sorry, Yun'er. His mother continued to hold Jiang tightly, choking back her tears with deep sorrow. No. It's nothing. Mother, I don't mind. Jiang couldn't help but feel his eyes grow warm. His mother truly was too kind to him. Besides, he really didn't care about the mockery or the contempt. After all, he wasn't really a child to begin with. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But his mother continued to murmur the same words over and over. No. Mother. Please stop crying. I'm not upset. I have the best mother in the world. What is there to be upset about? Jiang hurried to comfort her. However, his words only made matters worse. His mother began to cry even harder, holding him close as she kept repeating her words through her sobs. Feeling helpless, Jiang could only let his mother cry her heart out, gently patting her back with his small hands to comfort her. A very long time later, his mother's sobbing had gradually subsided. Mother, are you feeling better? Jiang spoke softly. I'm sorry. I lost my composure. I'm ashamed to have made a spectacle of myself in front of you, Yun-er. His mother let go of Jiang, a hint of embarrassment flitting across her face. Not at all. Jiang looked a bit helpless. Yun-er, is there anything you'd like to ask your mother? His mother asked hesitantly. Well, I don't think so. Jiang shook his head. To be honest, there were still some questions he wanted to ask about his background and origins, for example, but he didn't feel particularly compelled to ask them. He didn't really care much about those things anyway. After all, his life was comfortable enough as it was, and there was no need to create unnecessary worries. My precious Yun'er, I know you're a sensible child. But if there's anything you want to ask, there are some things I can still tell you now. His mother's face once again softened with tenderness. Mother, really, there's nothing. I'm doing just fine right now. There's no need to invite trouble. Jiang said helplessly. Some things she could tell him? That meant there were still things she couldn't tell him. In that case, it would be better if she didn't tell him anything at all. They could wait until the time came when she could tell him everything. It would be better than leaving him in the dark, knowing some things but not others, which would only make him worry and overthink every day, causing him unnecessary mental strain. Yun-er. Her mother's nose turned red, and she looked as if she were about to cry again. No. Mother, please don't cry. I'm really doing just fine right now. Seeing you like this just makes me feel as bad as you do. Jiang hurriedly interjected. Hearing this, Mother paused for a moment, then couldn't help but break into a smile through her tears before sighing softly. All right, let your mother be alone for a while. You go out and play with Linger first. Okay, Mother. Jiang let out a sigh of relief, bowed, and left. Once outside. Young master. Ling called out immediately. Jiang nodded. How is the lady now? Ling looked a little worried. She must have heard the commotion from inside the room just now. It's nothing. Mother just wants some quiet time. Jiang smiled. I see. That's good, then. Ling let out a sigh of relief, then smiled as she took Jiang's little hand. Young master, come here for a moment. Jiang looked puzzled, but still followed Ling to the large tree in the courtyard. Young master, try lifting this stone. Ling pointed to a small stone lying beneath the tree. Jiang was even more puzzled, but he stepped forward and picked up the small stone. What about this one? Ling pointed to a slightly larger stone nearby. Jiang picked it up as before. What about this one? Ling pointed to yet another stone, this one even larger. It looked like it might weigh 5 or 6 jin. Jiang cast a strange glance at Ling. Could this girl be trying to test his strength? Was it because of that incident earlier, when he'd given those brats a good thrashing outside? He thought to himself, but still lifted the stone as usual. And this one? Try this one too. Ling, already looking quite excited, pointed to a pebble about the size of a child's head. It weighed roughly 10 jin. Jiang's mouth twitched. Asking a 1-year-old toddler to lift this thing, this girl really didn't treat him like a normal person. Even as he thought this, he still granted the little girl's wish and lifted the stone, looking slightly strained. After all, she doted on him so much and had such blind faith in him. If he didn't give her some kind of response, he'd feel a bit guilty. Wow! Just like the young master. How about this one? And this one? Ling, however, pointed excitedly at a pebble twice as big, weighing about 20 jin. Jiang's mouth twitched again. This girl was completely out of her mind. Was this even something a human being could do? He took a deep breath, pretended to struggle, and slowly lifted the roughly 20 jin pebble to knee level before setting it down with an exhausted expression. Of course, he could easily lift a 20 jin pebble. The problem was that he was still just a 1-year-old toddler. He probably didn't even weigh 20 jin himself. Even a 3 or 4-year-old child could usually only lift about 10 jin at most. So it was best not to take things too far. Wow! Little darling, you really do have superhuman strength. You truly live up to being the lady's child. Ling clapped her hands in delight, then lifted Jiang high into the air. Jiang could only resign himself to letting the girl run wild. A little while later, his mother seemed to have calmed down. She opened the door and stepped out of the room. Madam! Ling hurried forward and curtsied. Mother! Jiang also stepped forward and called out to her. At that moment, he noticed Ling was secretly observing his mother's expression with some concern. It seemed she hadn't been entirely at ease just now. She simply hadn't shown it to him or asked him too many questions. What were you two playing just now? You seem to be having a lot of fun. His mother gave a gentle smile. Arrow throwing. Jiang laughed. This was one of the games he was actually willing to play with Ling. It gave him a chance to practice his skills a bit. Oh, arrow throwing? So who won the most? His mother laughed again. The young master, of course. Ling replied immediately. Jiang nodded happily, playing along. He knew full well that Ling was letting him win, but when playing with her, he also held back on his own. So, their game was all about pretending. Yun is truly impressive. Mother praised. By the way, madam, I have something I'd like to tell you. Ling suddenly spoke up. What is it? Mother asked, puzzled. It's about the young master. He has extraordinary strength. I just tested him, and his current physical strength is at least equivalent to that of a normal 4 or 5-year-old child. Earlier, when the young master was dealing with that little brat next door, I could already tell how formidable he was. I tested him when we got back, and sure enough, it was just as I expected. Ling said excitedly. I saw that too when we were outside just now. Mother nodded with a smile, clearly delighted as well. Madam, why don't we have the young master begin his cultivation right now? Ling's hesitant voice rang out once more. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but be taken aback. Was this girl asking him to start cultivating now? How exactly would that work? So that was why Ling had wanted to test his strength earlier? Have Yun start cultivating right now? Isn't he a bit too young? His mother furrowed her brows in hesitation. He is a bit young, but the young master's physique is already strong enough to withstand the power of another beast core. If you're still concerned, madam, have the young master start by taking a mortal stage nether beast core that's 10 years old. After a month, give him one that's 30 years old, and then move on to one that's 100 years old. There will definitely be no problem. Ling replied. Nether beast core? Jiang was even more puzzled. What on earth was that? He had heard from the few cultivators in town about cultivation resources like precious pills, but those were all under the imperial court's control. Ordinary cultivators could hardly get their hands on them. Well, let us wait until Yun'er grows a little older. He is still too young right now. I'm not comfortable with it. His mother shook her head hesitantly. Alright, then anyway, I haven't managed to get many nether beast cores myself yet, so making do for now is fine. Ling said helplessly. Mom! Sister Ling! I want to eat a nether beast core. Jiang blurted out immediately. He felt that the sooner he seized this opportunity, the better, otherwise, he might miss out on a lot of benefits. Huh? Ling was taken aback and glanced at her mother. Yun'er, don't be silly. Those aren't tea candies, you can't just eat them randomly. Her mother was instantly exasperated. Don't worry, mother. I feel like I can handle it. Let us do just as Sister Ling said. I'll try eating one mortal stage, 10-year-old nether beast core first, okay? Jiang immediately hugged his mother's leg, acting like a spoiled child. After all, he was now at the mortal stage, year 11, and his physique was in excellent condition. A typical martial artist was only at the mortal stage, year 6. What was there to be afraid of? His mother was at a loss for words. Madam, please let the young master give it a try. The young master is truly extraordinary. He was born with divine strength. I can assure you that the young master will absolutely be able to withstand the impact of a mere 10-year mortal stage nether beast core. At that moment, Ling also spoke up to persuade her. Of course I know Yun'er is extraordinary, but Sai, never mind. Let Yun'er give it a try. His mother sighed helplessly. Thank you, mother. Jiang was instantly overjoyed. He could tell that mother also believed he could handle it. She had simply been too protective and worried about him to let him try it so easily. Ling nodded happily as well, casually producing a black, pearl-like bead. Madam, this is another beast core that has been refined for just over 11 years at the mortal stage. Jiang couldn't help but stand on tiptoe to get a closer look. You stay here and keep watch. Don't let anyone in. Yun'er, come with me. His mother casually took the black bead, gave Ling a quick instruction, and then pulled Jiang back into their room. Once inside the room, Yun'er, sit cross-legged on the bed. His mother said. Okay. Jiang hurriedly obeyed, and once he was seated cross-legged on the bed. Now swallow this nether beast core, then close your eyes and focus on the changes in your body. Don't move until you feel everything has returned to normal. His mother held out the nether beast core to Jiang. Okay. Jiang took the nether beast core, examined it curiously for a few moments, then popped it straight into his mouth and swallowed it. The nether beast core had a faintly fishy and astringent taste when he put it in his mouth, but it wasn't unpleasant. Just as he closed his eyes, he felt his mother's warm, soft palm rest on his forehead. Immediately afterward, a gentle yet immense force swiftly flowed from her palm into his body, steadfastly protecting his spiritual sense and heart meridians. Jiang was taken aback, but soon sensed a somewhat overwhelming force erupting from his abdomen, rapidly surging into his meridians and being continuously absorbed. At that very moment, his cultivation level began to show a marked improvement. Clearly, he had absorbed the power of the nether beast core. A moment later, Jiang slowly opened his eyes. His cultivation level had already risen by one minor tier. Cultivation level, mortal stage, year 12. Deduction art, insight stage. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1263. From mortal stage, year 11 to year 12, a direct jump of 1 year. Does that mean another beast core at the mortal stage, year 10 level provides 1 year's worth of cultivation? Then wouldn't another beast core at the mortal stage, year 100 level provide 10 years worth of cultivation? How does it feel, Yun'er? At that moment, mother also withdrew her power. It feels great, it's as if I've gained a lot more strength. Thank you, mother, Jiang said with a delighted expression. That's good. Mother also wore a pleased expression. Mother, I feel like I can eat more. Bring over all the nether beast cores that Sister Ling has. I'll eat them all, Jiang said, somewhat excited and eager. It seemed he could directly advance his cultivation by 10 or 20 years in a short time. By then, he'd be able to openly display his martial sovereign level strength in front of his mother and Ling without worrying about arousing suspicion. You little rascal, you can't just eat nether beast cores like that. His mother immediately tapped Jiang lightly on the forehead with a sigh of exasperation. Ha! But I feel like I can handle it, mother. You really don't need to worry. Jiang couldn't help but look taken aback. This isn't a matter of whether your body can handle it. Nether beast cores are different from ordinary cultivation pills, they contain demonic toxins. Consuming them continuously in a short period of time can easily lead to trouble. Wait a month before eating them. His mother shook her head. Oh, I see. Then where did this nether beast core come from? Jiang asked hesitantly, though he already had a vague idea. Among the information he'd gathered recently, some mentions had referred to a demon clan dynasty located north of the Great Chu dynasty. Moreover, the two major races, humans and demons, had coexisted for nearly 1,000 years since the fall of the Great Zhou dynasty. While they hadn't exactly lived in perfect harmony during that time, their interactions had generally been limited to minor skirmishes. Could this nether beast core possibly be related to the demon race? It came from a demon, his mother replied. From a demon? Jiang was taken aback, so it really was connected to the demon clan. Yes. Every demon who has successfully cultivated will form a nether beast core within their body. Once this nether beast core is refined by an alchemist, it can be ingested by humans. However, the demonic poison within the nether beast core cannot be completely refined. Some residue always remains, so it must not be consumed carelessly. Otherwise, it might turn a person into a monster, neither fully human nor fully demon. Well, so, mother, are you saying that to obtain a nether beast core, we have to slay a demon? You could put it that way. Then what exactly are these demons? Demons is a broad term for a race that includes cat demons, fox demons, tiger demons, and so on. But just like humans, they are complex beings born with intelligence and the ability to shapeshift. Then using the nether beast cores for our cultivation provoke retaliation from the demon clan? What is there to retaliate about? Most of the ones we get our hands on are demons who actively come into the Great Chu to cause trouble. In fact, quite a few of these nether beast cores were even smuggled in by the demon clan themselves. Mother said with a peculiar expression. I see. Jiang couldn't help but look taken aback. It seemed this wasn't quite what he'd expected. He thought there might be some shady, secret dealings involved, but he never imagined it would be like this. 3 days passed. Mother and Ling once again took Jiang outside the courtyard for some fresh air. At that moment, from Kong Chio's courtyard next door came the agonized screams of Yumea's mother as she was being tormented, along with Kong Sheng's wails. It had been like this almost every day lately, and neither Yumea's mother nor her son had been seen coming out much at all. Right now, outside the neighboring courtyard, another figure stood there blankly, none other than Huadali. This guy seems pretty devoted, doesn't he? Too bad he's a bit shameless. Ling's muttered voice could be heard. Jiang, meanwhile, watched the scene with a spectator's attitude. He felt no sympathy for the mother and son next door, they had brought it upon themselves. If he were to feel sympathy for anyone, it would only be for old Shou, who had been treated like a fool for who knows how many years. At that moment, Huadali seemed to spot Jiang and his group. He couldn't help but look their way, his expression instantly turning grim. Especially when he saw Jiang, his eyes betrayed a deep, venomous hatred. Oh, really? Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. Did this despicable creature actually intend to take revenge on him? He'd have to see if the guy had the guts to do it. Ever since that incident, no one on this street dared to mess with anyone in his family, neither the adults nor the children. Kids would run far away the moment they saw Jiang. Adults, upon seeing his mother and Ling, were all polite on the surface. After all, Kong Chiu used to be the toughest around here, and even he had been effortlessly dealt with by Ling, so how could anyone else dare to mess with their family? Facing Jiang's defiant glare, Huadali merely turned and walked away, his expression growing even darker. Jiang immediately curled his lip in disdain. Yun er. Her mother's voice sounded hesitant. HM? What's wrong, mother? Jiang asked, puzzled. Mother will take you somewhere else to find some playmates, okay? No need. I'm fine right now, mother. You really don't need to worry. Jiang said helplessly. All right. Gradually, it grew late into the night. Jiang had already been lulled to sleep by his mother. Outside, his evil god avatar returned and took a moment to survey the surroundings. Just then, he spotted a figure in a black robe sneaking out of Ling's room. Ha! What's this girl doing sneaking out in the middle of the night? Jiang couldn't help but be surprised. However, he soon saw Ling silently scale the roof, then leap toward the buildings in the courtyard to the left. Light as a feather and swift as lightning, Ling's figure darted past and finally landed in a courtyard. And this courtyard turned out to be Huadali's home. What is this girl doing here? Jiang was even more taken aback. Then, he saw Ling sneak up to the outside of Huadali's house, and just then, the protective talisman on the doorframe burst into flames with a crackle. Jiang instantly realized this girl had come here with ill intent. Who's there? Huadali's somewhat nervous voice rang out from inside the house. But Ling didn't respond, she simply stood quietly outside the door. Who's out there? Huadali barked again. Ling remained silent. Jiang had the evil god avatar penetrate into the room and saw, in the darkness of the night, Huadali half sitting up, watching the direction of the door with great vigilance. They waited for a long time. Huadali never detected any further movement outside, so he finally let down his guard and drifted back to sleep. A moment later, a barely perceptible sound came from the door, but Jiang saw the power of water seeping through the door crack, and then to his astonishment gently disengaging the door bolt. Immediately afterward, he saw the silhouette of Ling in her black robe push the door open, her body shrouded in a faint yet terrifying chill. What on earth is this girl doing here? She isn't really here to kill Huadali, is she? Jiang was even more astonished. Although Huadali had had some conflicts with them in the past, it shouldn't have been enough to make Ling want to kill him. Besides, Huadali was already in such a miserable state he was nothing more than a laughingstock that no one would even bother to take him on. By now, Ling had moved silently, like a ghost, to Huadali's bedside. She casually took out a talisman and affixed it to his forehead. Instantly, Huadali seemed to freeze solid. Stasis rune. Jiang froze in surprise. The stasis rune, as the name suggests, is a talisman that immobilizes a person, leaving them unable to move. At that moment, Ling turned around and rummaged through Huadali's room, gathering several pieces of clothing. She then selected a few of them, tied them into a noose, and hung it from the ceiling beam. What? Jiang was even more stunned. He had, of course, already guessed what Ling was up to. Just as he suspected, Ling walked over to the bed, grabbed Huadali, and with a light leap, hung him up. At the same time, she casually peeled the stasis rune off Huadali's forehead. Instantly, Huadali, filled with utter shock and terror, began struggling frantically. I'll let you die with a clear understanding, you shouldn't have harbored improper intentions toward my young master. Ling's icy voice rang out suddenly. Jiang was taken aback once more. Huadali had harbored improper intentions toward him? When had that happened? How come he hadn't known about it? At that moment, he suddenly recalled the venomous glare Huadali had given him earlier that day. Could it be because of that look? Jiang couldn't believe it, but his intuition told him this was most likely the reason. Within moments, Huadali had fallen silent. Ling, however, calmly began tidying up the room, quickly staging the scene to make it look as though Huadali had hanged himself. Then Ling stepped out of the room and locked the door from the outside using the same method he'd used to open it earlier. But that wasn't all. Ling also took out a protective talisman and stuck it to the ceiling beam before finally slipping back into the house. Watching this whole sequence of events, Jiang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This girl, who usually doted on him endlessly and seemed a bit scatterbrained, was truly ruthless when she turned serious. But he liked it. After all, he wasn't about to be pretentious and reject this feeling of being so fiercely protected. The next day, Ling went about her business as usual, coaxing and teasing Jiang as if last night's events had never happened. Even Jiang had a moment where he wondered if last night had all been a dream. But when he used the evil god avatar to visit Huadalia's home again and saw the guy's corpse still hanging stiffly from the ceiling beam, he knew for certain that this was no dream. Since Huadali lived alone, no one had discovered his body hanging in his home just yet. It wasn't until more than 10 days had passed, when the stench of a decomposing body began to waft from Huadalia's home and no one had been seen coming out for a long time, that the neighbors grew suspicious. They broke down the door, discovered he had been dead for quite some time, and immediately reported it to the authorities. After an investigation, the authorities ultimately ruled Huadalia's death a suicide by hanging, attributing the cause to his having been caught having an affair with his best friend's wife and taking his own life out of shame. Jiang wasn't surprised by this outcome. After all, thanks to Ling's meticulous planning back then, he had already figured out most of the key details. Moreover, Ling's abilities were already considered unfathomable within Crimson Sun Town. When she went to such lengths to cover her tracks, how could the truth be easily uncovered? After news of Huadalia's suicide out of shame spread, Jiang noticed that his next-door neighbor, the dim-witted old Xiu, had actually started drinking to drown his sorrows. With the neighbor's affair settled, the month since Jiang had last consumed another beast core had gradually passed, and he was now ready to take another one. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 13th year. Deduction art, insight stage. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1293. This was Jiang's current status. Mom. Sister Ling. Could you just give me a mortal stage, 100-year-old nether beast core this time? I can handle it. Inside the house, Jiang said eagerly, his face full of anticipation. He was now somewhat impatient to skip ahead that way. He could directly display his martial sovereign strength in front of his mother and Ling, instead of always having to hold back. It was really frustrating. No. Start with the mortal stage 30-year one first, then we'll decide based on how things go. His mother rejected the idea. What? Mom, just give me the 100-year mortal stage one. I really can handle it. Jiang immediately protested. No way. This isn't candy you can just eat whenever you want. Why are you in such a rush, you little rascal? Anyway, all those nether beast cores your sister Ling got are meant for you. What difference does it make if you get them a month later? Mom. No way. Keep whining, and I'll spank you. Jiang was speechless. But since he couldn't win against his mother, he had no choice but to obey. With her help, he reluctantly consumed the nether beast core equivalent to 30 years of the mortal stage. After a while, his body had fully absorbed the nether beast core. Cultivation level, 17 years in the mortal stage. Unexpectedly, his cultivation had increased by 4 years. It seemed the nether beast core was of a significantly higher grade than a 30-year mortal stage core, approaching the level of a 40-year mortal stage core. Young master, how do you feel now? Try punching this servant. Out in the courtyard, Ling raised her right palm with a mix of anticipation and delight, signaling Jiang to strike. Her mother stood nearby, watching expectantly as well. Jiang nodded, then pretended to gather all his strength before landing a punch on Ling's hand, producing a crisp smack. Ouch! That's amazing. That's a full 5 years of mortal stage cultivation. You really are a little genius. Ling pulled her hand back with a pained expression, exclaiming in surprise and delight. Jiang also looked delighted to have received such praise. If he hadn't already known this girl was unfathomably powerful, he would truly believe that the strength of a mere 5 years in the mortal stage could actually hurt her. Given her current strength, even if he unleashed all of his 17 years of mortal stage cultivation, it wouldn't be enough to even tickle her. It seems Yuna really does have excellent natural talent. Her mother nodded with satisfaction. You bet. After all, she is the lady's child. It looks like next month we'll be able to have the young master take another beast core from a creature at the 100-year mortal stage. By then, our young master will be a martial sovereign just over a year old. Hee. Ling let out a mischievous chuckle, as if she were hatching some devious plan. Mother, amused, shook her head, too lazy to pay any attention to Ling's antics. Jiang, on the other hand, was eagerly anticipating the arrival of next month. Several days passed. Manager Lu from the herbal shop sent word that the shop had been targeted by the Yu family, the local power brokers of Crimson Sun Town. Now, Yu Bai Huan, the young master in charge of the Yu family, had come knocking on their door. Manager Lu didn't know how to handle the situation and had no choice but to send someone to seek Mother's advice. The Yu family? Mother furrowed her willow-like brows slightly. What kind of local thugs are these, daring to cause trouble for us? Ling spoke with a tone of disdain. Mother, if I'm not mistaken, this so-called local power broker is likely the mastermind behind bribing Meng Tianfeng to poison the herbal shop. The dream I had earlier about our shop being shut down began right around this time. Jiang spoke up. In the divination he previously performed for Meng Tianfeng, the person negotiating the bribe with Meng Tianfeng was someone who kept a low profile. Prior to that, Manager Lu had negotiated with someone regarding the pharmacy. It seemed he had sought Mother's approval, but since Jiang couldn't yet identify his mother in the divination, that part of the reading was rather vague, so he hadn't paid much mind. He figured that as long as he dealt with Meng Tianfeng first, he couldn't go wrong. I see. I'll go meet this person right away. His mother said with a smile. Mother, I want to go too. Jiang said immediately. What business does a child like you have with something like this? His mother asked, puzzled. I want to see if that person is the one I saw in my dream, and see if there is anything I can do to help you, Mother. Jiang replied. Well. His mother couldn't help but ponder. Madam, why not take the young master with you? Who knows, he might actually be able to help. Ling said with a smile. All right, but Yun'er, you'll just watch from the sidelines. Don't say anything out of place. His mother said with a nod. I know. Jiang nodded immediately. On the way to the herbal shop with his mother, Jiang had already sent the evil god avatar ahead to the shop to meet the young master in charge of the Yu family. Inside the private room of the herbal shop, Manager Lu was seen carefully attending to a handsome young man in a light blue robe, while a martial artist dressed in red stood solemnly beside him. It seems this young man is the young master in charge of the Yu family. Jiang immediately began to deduce the young man's identity through the evil god avatar and soon arrived at a result that left him quite astonished. This young man was indeed Yu Bai Huan, the young master in charge of the Yu family. According to the divination, Yu Bai Huan was only 25 years old, yet he already possessed 38 years of cultivation at the mortal stage. And his clan was indeed a local powerhouse, the kind that was remarkably low-key, yet incredibly formidable. Jiang discovered from Yu Bai Huan's past and future that the Yu clan possessed a high-level cultivation technique passed down from their ancestors, the wind spirit art. Currently, the Yu family boasts quite a few martial sovereign-level cultivators who have been at the mortal stage for over 10 years. Among them, several 50-year-old elders of the Yu family have cultivation levels of nearly 80 years at the mortal stage. At this rate, given enough time, it's practically a foregone conclusion that these elders will step into the nether stage. As for the grandfather-level figure from the Yu family's previous generation, he has already entered the nether stage. He appears to be only 80 years old now. With such a strong foundation, the Yu family far surpasses the currently renowned Fearless Martial Arts Hall. Yet within Crimson Sun Town, the Yu family is rarely mentioned. The reason for this is that the Yu family conducts itself with the utmost discretion. Jiang learned from Yu Bai Huan that the Yu family's code of conduct requires its members to avoid making a big fuss about anything they do. Any conflicts should be resolved privately whenever possible. And this private resolution doesn't just mean negotiation when necessary, it also includes making the source of the trouble disappear without a trace. In short, as long as the problem is solved, any method is acceptable, but making a public spectacle of it is strictly forbidden. Ever since Yubai Huan assumed power, he has operated in exactly this manner. When it comes to the family's business affairs, if a problem can be solved with money, he uses money. If it truly cannot be resolved, he secretly has someone take care of it. Based solely on Yubai Huan's contacts, the Yu family currently holds at least 1/5 of all businesses in Crimson Sun Town. For a single family to control 1/5 of a town's businesses is nothing short of enormous, and that's just what is currently known. Who knows what else remains undiscovered? Furthermore, the Yu family has its people within the local government. Even the current chief constable and legal advisor of Crimson Sun Town have been bribed and co-opted by the Yu family. It must be said, this local power broker truly lives up to his reputation. As for the matter involving the laborer Meng Tianfeng, Jiang had already deduced that it was Yu Baihuan who had sent people to bribe him. And even though his intervention had caused Meng Tianfeng's attempt to betray the herbal shop to fail, it still hadn't prevented Yu Baihuan from using other means to force his mother's South shop to close. It seemed, then, that to truly resolve the issue, he would have to take care of Yu Baihuan once and for all. Some time later, Jiang had been brought into the pharmacy by his mother and Ling. "Madam, this is young Master Yu Baowan of the Yu family." "Young Master Yu, this is Madam Mu, the owner of our Yun pharmacy." Manager Lu respectfully introduced them to each other. Manager Lu, you may go back to your duties. I'll handle this here." His mother waved her hand dismissively. "Yes, madam." Manager Lu hurriedly replied and withdrew. At that moment, Yu Baihuan was leisurely sizing up his mother, who was wearing a veil, his gaze clearly filled with admiration. Jiang curled his lip. How dare he have designs on his mother? That only made it all the more necessary for him to teach this guy a lesson. "Young Master Yu, this humble woman greets you." His mother politely clasped her fists slightly, as if oblivious to Yu Baihuan's somewhat greedy gaze. "Oh, madam, you're too kind." Yu Baihuan immediately stood up and clasped his fists in return. "Please have a seat." His mother said this and sat down. Ling, holding Jiang in her arms, stood quietly beside his mother. I never would have imagined that the owner of this exceptionally well-run herbal shop would be such a beauty. "Madam, you truly are a woman who can hold her own against any man." Yu Baihuan sat down and exclaimed admiringly. "You flatter me." "Actually, Manager Lu handles all the day-to-day operations of the shop. I only come by occasionally to review the accounts." Her mother replied with a smile. "Oh, madam, you're being too modest. To get a pharmacy up and running here in such a short time, that's no easy feat, and to make it thrive and excel, how could that be achieved simply by hiring a good manager?" Yu Baihuan shook his head and laughed. "May I ask what brings young Master Yu here today?" My mother clearly didn't want to dwell on other matters with Yu Baihuan. "Oh, that. I'm here primarily to acquire your pharmacy," Yu Baihuan said with a smile. "Acquire this humble woman's pharmacy?" His mother looked slightly surprised. "Yes. Your pharmacy is doing quite well, and our Yu family holds it in high regard. I've done a rough calculation. Your pharmacy brings in a net profit of about 300 silver taels per month, which amounts to roughly 3,000 per year. Therefore, our Yu family intends to offer 15,000 silver taels to acquire your pharmacy, and will also grant you a 20% annual profit share. From then on, you'll simply reap the benefits without having to worry about the hard work. Moreover, you'll become a member of the Yu family, and should anything happen, we'll be there to help. What do you think, madam?" Yu Baihuan said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He hadn't expected his mother's pharmacy to generate a net profit of 300 silver taels every month. That's a whopping 300,000 won. Furthermore, he now realized that Yu Baihuan's desire to acquire his mother's pharmacy wasn't solely because it was profitable. Another reason was that the Yu family also owned two pharmacies which had once been the two most successful businesses in town, but now both had been surpassed by his mother's pharmacy. And now it seems that Yu Baihuan isn't just after his mother's pharmacy, he wants the person behind it as well. "I'm sorry, but at this price, I'm afraid I cannot accept your offer." In fact, our Yun Pharmacy's annual profit reaches 5,000 or even 6,000 silver taels, and its future prospects are promising. It's clearly unrealistic for your family to expect to acquire a Yun Pharmacy for 15,000 silver taels. My mother shook her head. Oh? It seems I've underestimated the strength of your pharmacy? Yu Bai Huan looked pensive for a moment before speaking again. How about this? The Yu family will offer 40,000 silver taels, with all other terms remaining the same. What do you say? Still no. My mother shook her head again. It was clear that my mother had absolutely no intention of selling the pharmacy. 50,000 silver taels. If you still refuse to budge, madam, it would be somewhat impolite. Yu Bai Huan tapped the armrest of his chair lightly. Upon hearing this, his mother fell silent for a moment, but in the end, she shook her head slowly. Yu Bai Huan raised an eyebrow, but quickly returned to his usual composure. His gaze then fell on Jiang. This adorable little fellow, is he your treasure, madam? Jiang immediately felt a strange unease. Could this guy be planning to use him to blackmail his mother? Wasn't he afraid of being found hanged in the dead of night? He couldn't help but glance at Ling's expression, only to see that the girl looked perfectly composed. Then again, she looked perfectly composed earlier as well. Yes. What's the matter, young master Yu? His mother nodded. To be honest, I have a child of my own as well. He is 3 years old now. Yu Bai Huan said with a smile. Jiang was already aware of this. Yu Bai Huan did indeed have a son, and a major reason he had managed to seize control of the family was precisely because of that son. That was because Yu Bai Huan's son had been born with a wind spirit talent. This talent happened to align perfectly with the clan's cultivation technique, the wind spirit art, so he was bound to achieve great things in the future. Thus, through his son's merit, Yu Bai Huan had secured partial control of the clan at an early age. Upon hearing this, mother simply waited quietly for him to continue. Judging by your circumstances, madam, you must be on your own now, aren't you? Even if you aren't, your husband surely isn't by your side. Raising a child all by yourself is no easy task. Our Yu clan can be your support. From now on, you can focus entirely on caring for your child without having to struggle so much. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Otherwise, with no one to rely on, even if you earn a little money, can you really be sure it will stay secure? Aren't you worried that wealth might invite trouble? Even if you don't think of yourself, you must at least think of your child. Yu Bai Huan said with a sigh. Her mother's delicate brows furrowed slightly, but before she could speak. Madam, there is no need to rush into giving me an answer. I'll give you 3 days to think it over carefully. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. With that, Yu Bai Huan stood up and led the red-clad warrior away. That idiot really doesn't know what he is talking about. At that moment, Ling couldn't help but pout. Let us go home first. Her mother said softly. Ling nodded. Soon after, Jiang was escorted home by her mother and Ling. Inside the house. Yuner, do you think the culprit behind our pharmacy being shut down is that man from earlier? Her mother asked. Yes, mother. The person I saw in my dream was exactly him. Once you firmly rejected him, mother, he'll eventually hire someone to bribe that laborer, Meng Tianfeng, to secretly poison the medicine in our shop. Jiang replied. Humph, that treacherous, reckless wretch. I took a dislike to him the moment I saw him. Ling couldn't help but snort coldly. Jiang knew this girl was probably already plotting murder. Yuner, what if later, when that laborer Meng Tianfeng is poisoning the medicine at the shop, we catch him and hand him over to the authorities and perhaps take care of that man from earlier while we're at it? Her mother asked curiously. Well, I don't think so. In my dream, the person who was in contact with Meng Tianfeng didn't reveal their identity. Meng Tianfeng probably doesn't even know it was that man's doing. Jiang shook his head. In his previous divination, he had discovered that Yu Bai Huang acted with great caution and secrecy. Coupled with the fact that his family's influence was already vast, it would be very difficult to find any direct evidence against him. Well, His mother's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "Madam, perhaps I could come up with a way to handle this?" At that moment, the maid Ling blinked her beautiful eyes. Jiang immediately felt a strange sensation in his heart. He knew this girl was itching to take action. However, upon hearing this, his mother still looked somewhat hesitant and concerned. She was clearly worried that something might go wrong, causing a major commotion. Mother, I had a dream earlier about that you by Huan." Jiang couldn't help but speak up. He decided he'd offer some advice, perhaps it could resolve the matter flawlessly. Go on, Yun. His mother asked immediately. 3 years ago, that Yu Baihuan killed someone and dumped the body in a well in the secluded backyard of an inn owned by his family. It seems he didn't want the authorities to find out, so he specifically instructed the innkeeper to seal the well and keep it a secret. Also, the Yu family has connections with the magistrate's clerks and the chief constable, so nothing has come of it so far. If we could report all this to the authorities, I'm sure we could give that Yu Baihuang a taste of his own medicine. Jiang replied. What he didn't elaborate on was that the person Yu Baihuang had killed 3 years ago was a courtesan. Years ago, while frequenting brothels, Yu Baihuang had been captivated by a particular courtesan's beauty and had taken exclusive possession of her for half a year. But this courtesan was no pushover either. She devised a scheme to secretly conceive Yu Baihuan's child, intending to use it to blackmail him into taking her as a wife or concubine. Unexpectedly, this enraged Yu Baihuan, and she was killed on the spot. Her body was then dumped into a well. Because of her striking beauty, this courtesan had been quite famous in her day, and she had been involved with Yu Baihuan for quite some time. Her sudden disappearance naturally prompted a thorough investigation by the authorities. Unfortunately for the authorities, Yu Baihuan had already taken care of everything. He had bribed everyone in the magistrate's office. With such inside help, the deputy magistrate was unable to uncover anything, and in the end, he could only close the case hastily. That's easy. Leave it to me. At that moment, Ling grinned mischievously. If the authorities were to get involved, that person would indeed be in deep trouble. I really owe you one, Yun'er. Her mother smiled as well. You're too kind, mother. Jiang chuckled. He knew that with his mother's and Ling's abilities and resources, they could easily resolve the issue. It was just that his mother was worried that causing a real commotion might attract trouble. Although the authorities in Crimson Sun Town were clearly no match for them, the Great Chu dynasty stood behind them. If the matter escalated and drew in the Great Chu dynasty's powerful figures, the consequences would be unpredictable. As night fell, Jiang saw Ling slip into a black robe once more and sneak off to the magistrate's office. She moved silently to the window of County Magistrate Di Tanchu's room and slipped a letter through the window slit. Then she tapped the window once and quickly slipped away. Who's there? Inside the room, Di Tanchu was startled awake. He lit a candle and immediately spotted the letter by the window. Surprised, Di Tanchu rose to his feet. Cautiously and suspiciously, he picked up the letter, opened it, and his expression shifted slightly. A look of delight and surprise appeared on his face, mixed with a hint of gravity. It seemed he still harbored some apprehension toward the Yu family. The next day, Jiang had the evil god avatar track down Yu Baihuang and cast a divination for him to see if his fate would change. The result, however, was yet another divination that took him by surprise. The divination revealed that Yu Baihuang's fate had indeed changed. He would soon be arrested by the authorities and brought to trial. By this time, Di Tanchu had already thoroughly investigated all the evidence. The legal advisor, the chief constable, and several constables had all been arrested and were being interrogated in court. Ultimately, with irrefutable evidence, Yu Baihuan was charged with intentional homicide, a crime that claimed 2 lives, and was thrown into prison to await execution. However, after being imprisoned for a while, Yu Baihuan was actually released. Then, after things had quieted down for a while, the scoundrel resumed his schemes against his mother's herbal shop. Whoa, what's going on here? Jiang couldn't help but be astonished. Did the Yu family really wield that much influence? Had they actually forced the authorities to back down? He knew that County Magistrate Di Tanchu was considered a relatively upright man, genuinely committed to governing Crimson Sun Town well. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have gone along with their corruption, nor should he have been so easily intimidated. After all, although the Yu family was indeed powerful and the Crimson Sun Town Magistrate's office alone was no match for them, the town's three major Taoist temples were all on the government's side. Based solely on the strength the Yu family had demonstrated so far, it was absolutely impossible for them to stand up to the three major Taoist temples. What on earth is the reason? Jiang simply couldn't figure it out, so he had the evil god avatar track down Deputy Magistrate Di Tanchu once more and cast a divination for him. He refused to believe that this Wu Ti revealed the root of the problem. However, the results of that divination left him somewhat shocked. It turned out that after Yu Baihuang was imprisoned, members of the Yu family had repeatedly approached Di Tanchu, offering various inducements in an attempt to curry his favor, all of which were decisively rejected. It wasn't until Di Tanchu encountered a figure that Jiang had been able to divine that he was thoroughly terrified and ultimately had no choice but to release Yu Baowan. Afterward, seemingly overcome with guilt and remorse, Di Tanchu locked himself away in his room for a very, very long time. Whoa! There's actually a master in Crimson Sun Town. From the Yu family. Jiang hadn't expected the Yu clan to be hiding so deeply. Truly, they were a local powerhouse with deep-rooted heritage. So who exactly was this unknown entity from the Yu clan that he couldn't divine? And just how powerful were they? After pondering for a moment, he made up his mind. Once Yu Baihuan was imprisoned, he would keep a close watch on Di Tanchu and wait that way, he'd be able to see who showed up. As for going directly to the Yu family to search for this person, it wasn't that he hadn't considered it, it was just that, given the Yu family's vast size and influence, the search would be quite a challenge. Moreover, while divining Yu Baihuan's situation, he hadn't detected any trace of such a person within the Yu family at all. It seemed likely that this person was in a state of concealment within the Yu family. They might not even be part of the Yu family, perhaps they were an outside ally. So, after weighing his options, Jiang decided he couldn't be bothered with all that hassle. Simply lying in wait would be much less trouble. Gradually, 3 days passed. Since his mother had not responded to Yu Baihuan's demands, Yu Baihuan finally made his move. He sent someone to bribe the laborer Meng Tianfeng with 3,000 taels of silver, instructing him to find an opportunity to poison the medicine shop. 3,000 silver taels equaled 300,000, when a tremendous temptation for the average person. 7 days later, acting on his mother's instructions, Manager Lu successfully caught Meng Tianfeng red-handed as he attempted to poison the medicine and handed him over to the authorities. Meng Tianfeng was subsequently thrown into prison. Upon learning of this, Yu Baihuan was immediately furious and berated Meng Tianfeng as a useless good-for-nothing. He then ordered his men to begin investigating the detailed backgrounds of Manager Lu and the other long-term workers at the pharmacy, preparing to find another way to take down Jiang's mother's pharmacy. Meanwhile, during this period, Yu Baihuan also had his men thoroughly investigate the Jiang family, but they uncovered no useful information. They only learned that Jiang's mother had a maid named Ling who was quite capable. 3 days after Meng Tianfeng was thrown into prison, just as Yu Baihuan was preparing to take further action against Jiang's mother's pharmacy, he was taken away by officials who came directly to his doorstep. Everything that followed unfolded exactly as Jiang had predicted in her divination. Yu Baihuan ended up behind bars. Now all that remained was to wait for that unknown entity to come knocking on Di Tanchu's door to settle the matter. And as Jiang waited, the time finally came for him to consume another nether beast core. Cultivation level, 18 years in the mortal stage. Deduction art, insight stage. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1323. At this point, Jiang had already reached the 18th year of the mortal stage. Consuming another nether beast core from the 100th year of the mortal stage would likely bring him to the 28th year of the mortal stage. Mom! Sister Ling, you promised to give me a nether beast core from the 100th year of the mortal stage. This time you can't go back on your word, okay? Jiang said. You little rascal. His mother couldn't help but gently tap Jiang on the forehead, though she showed no intention of refusing. Here you go, young master. This is the 100-year-old mortal stage nether beast core you asked for. Ling smiled as she produced a fiery red, crystal clear nether beast core and handed it to Jiang. Thank you, mother. Thank you, Sister Ling. Jiang happily accepted the nether beast core. He could sense that the power within it was significantly purer. Good luck, young master. This time, you're going to break through to the martial sovereign realm in one go. Ling said with a laugh. Jiang nodded. He had long since reached the martial sovereign realm. This was merely a pretext to make it official. After Jiang absorbed the 100-year-old mortal stage nether beast core under his mother's protection, his cultivation level indeed reached the 28th year of the mortal stage. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 28th year. Deduction art, insight stage. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1323. With this progress, he was much closer to reaching the 100-year mark of the mortal stage and stepping into the nether stage. They then went out into the courtyard. Young master, please punch this servant again. Ling said with a smile. Jiang, of course, obliged and struck Ling with nearly full force. Since the mortal stage reaches a plateau after 10 years and even decades of cultivation yield only minimal gains, it was difficult to discern any concrete difference even when he gave it his all. However, this slight difference would still manifest to some extent in combat. Continuous fighting would cause these minor disparities to accumulate, and ultimately, the one with the higher cultivation level would generally have a greater chance of winning. You really are a little treasure, a 1-year-old martial sovereign. I doubt there's a second one like you in the entire world. Ling couldn't help but laugh heartily. What is there to be proud of? It's all thanks to eating nether beast cores. It's not like he cultivated it on his own. His mother, however, sounded a bit exasperated. Madam, this also shows that the young master can withstand the power of the nether beast core. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to handle it even if you gave them one to eat. Even that so-called Xiaoyu, I'm certain he couldn't withstand the power of a nether beast core right now either. Ling replied. That is hard to say. Xiaoyu has been cultivating in medicinal baths lately, who knows, he might actually be able to handle it now. Mother shook her head and smiled. I don't believe it. Besides, our young master has never taken a medicinal bath. Doesn't that make him better than that Xiaoyu? Alright, stop praising the little guy all the time for no reason, or he'll end up getting a big head one of these days. Mother couldn't help but reach out and gently tap Ling on the forehead. Alright, I understand. Yun'er, how do you feel right now? Mother asked Jiang again. How do I feel? I feel really strong right now. Jiang patted his chest. Yun'er, you mustn't reveal this level of power outside the house lightly, otherwise, it might bring you serious trouble. I had you cultivate these abilities primarily to strengthen your body and protect yourself, do you understand? Mother admonished him once more. I understand. Mother, please rest assured I definitely won't reveal it to outsiders lightly. Jiang nodded earnestly right away. He knew full well just how extraordinary it was for a 1-year-old to have reached the martial sovereign level. It was something he hadn't even dared to tell his mother about. How could he possibly reveal it to outsiders now? Otherwise, people would surely start digging into his family's background. Young master, starting now, I'll teach you some combat techniques that you can use in the future. Is that all right? Ling said with a smile. Sure. Thank you, Sister Ling. Jiang nodded in agreement right away. In fact, he had already learned some fighting techniques before, but now that Ling was teaching him, it was naturally even better. In the days that followed, Jiang continued to learn combat techniques from Ling while having the evil god avatar wait at Tongchu's place for the arrival of that unknown entity. Gradually, after Bai Huan's older brother, elders, and grandfather had all arrived one after another to no avail, Jiang finally waited for that person's arrival one night. In the study of the magistrate's office, Tongchu was seen leafing through case files. Suddenly, a figure in a black robe burst through the door. Who's there? Tongchu was startled, but before he could react, he was already overwhelmed by a powerful aura that made cold sweat break out on his forehead, leaving him utterly unable to resist. The figure in black robes strolled leisurely to the desk, saying nothing, as calm and still as a bottomless, icy pond. An insight stage expert. Who on earth are you? What brings you here in the dead of night? Ditanchu asked, his voice trembling with fear. An insight stage expert, is it? No wonder the divination failed to reveal anything. Jiang had naturally surmised that the other party's strength was most likely at the insight stage level or higher. Another possibility was that the other party was a powerful diviner. That possibility had now, of course, been ruled out. This old man has come for you by Huan, a young member of the Yu clan. At that moment, the figure in the black robe spoke in a low, hoarse voice. You by Huan. Are you a senior member of the Yu clan? Ditanchu's expression immediately grew grave. Might you do this old man a favor and spare that good-for-nothing lad? The figure in the black robe did not directly answer Ditanchu's question. You want me to release you by Huan? That is impossible. You by Huan has committed the grave crime of murder. How can such a crime be forgiven so easily? Ditanchu said firmly. Is that so? The Yu clan has produced 3 Shokai scholars to date. They hold official titles. Moreover, the Yu clan has deep-rooted influence within Crimson Sun Town. Are you, county magistrate, really going to alienate the Yu clan for good simply because of a woman from a brothel? The figure in the black robe said coldly. I do not intend to offend the Yu clan. I am merely following the regulations. Otherwise, how could I face the great Chu Empire? How could I live up to the Emperor's high expectations? I hope you, esteemed elder, will understand. Ditanchu said solemnly. In truth, Jiang had already heard these same arguments from members of the Yu clan when they spoke with Ditanchu earlier, but the outcome was almost always the same. Upon hearing this, the figure in the black robe fell into a brief silence before speaking slowly once more. You must know that, given this old man's power in Crimson Sun Town, it would be no difficulty at all to storm the magistrate's office and free the prisoners. Are you saying, elder, that you're determined to oppose the imperial court? Your power is indeed formidable, but against the entire imperial court, I'm afraid you won't fare well. Ditanchu said in a deep voice. True, this old man cannot possibly stand up to the imperial court. But I can guarantee that not a single soul will be left alive inside the magistrate's office. And after I'm done, I'll leave Crimson Sun Town immediately. By then, even if the imperial court sends people to investigate, they won't be able to trace it back to me. As for the Yu clan, I'm not worried about them either, because hardly anyone in the Yu clan knows of my existence these days, let alone that I was here today. Even if the imperial court were to make an exception and send a diviner to thoroughly investigate this matter, it would ultimately come to nothing. Furthermore, given the Yu clan's influence in Crimson Sun Town, with just a little maneuvering, even those minor, inconsequential troubles afterward can be swept clean. Do you believe me? If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Do you really think you can wash your hands of everything, elder? If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself? Since ancient times, haven't there been countless unsolved cases that simply faded into oblivion? How did you, deputy magistrate, with such naivety, ever rise to this position? Furthermore, you keep insisting you're acting according to the regulations, so does that mean hiring a diviner to investigate this case is also in accordance with the regulations? The figure in the black robe suddenly issued a low, accusatory voice. Jiang couldn't help but be taken aback. According to what the figure in the black robe was implying, did that mean diviners weren't even allowed to participate in investigations? No. I did not seek out a diviner, rather, someone came forward to report the details of the case to me. Ditanchu said in a deep voice. Oh? Then may I ask who reported the details of the case? The figure in the black robe let out a contemptuous snort. Well, that person did not reveal themselves, they simply sent the details of the case to me. Ha 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 ha. The person didn't show up? Then this old man could just as easily claim that someone told me you, deputy county magistrate, secretly sought out the floating dust Taoist temple and enlisted those fortune tellers to help investigate the case. The figure in the black robe laughed sarcastically. I did indeed receive a tip from someone else. It has absolutely nothing to do with the floating dust Taoist temple. I beg you, elder, not to make baseless accusations. Oh, this case, which was practically impossible to uncover, was exposed out of the blue. Do you really believe there was no involvement from the fortune tellers? Do you really think a single statement from you, a distinguished deputy magistrate, claiming the person hasn't appeared, is enough to sweep this under the rug? Rest assured, esteemed elder, I will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter myself. However, this does not prevent you Bai Huang from receiving the punishment he deserves for his crimes. After all, the rule that fortune tellers must not get involved in magistrates' office cases is merely to prevent them from accidentally altering the course of fate that should not be changed, thereby causing innocent people to be implicated. It is for the same reason that fortune tellers are forbidden from prying into others' destinies without permission, let alone spreading information about their fate. As for Yu Baiwan's case this time, there are currently no signs that anyone else is involved. Humph. All the talk doesn't change the fact that you failed to follow the regulations. I'll ask you one last time, will you release him or not? Think carefully before you answer. A figure in a black robe suddenly radiated a chilling aura of murderous intent, enveloping Di Tongchu. Elder. The case has already been investigated, and the charges have been established. With so many witnesses present, how am I supposed to release him? Even if I were to forcibly hand him over to you, senior, do you really think this matter would just be forgotten? What? You've served as deputy magistrate for all these years, yet you're still unaware that cases can be reopened? If you truly don't understand, why not consult your senior clerk? I'm sure he'll be able to help you. You, deputy magistrate, you must know that the Yu family has always kept a low profile and wouldn't cause trouble without reason. Why dwell on such minor transgressions? Pushing this matter to the extreme will benefit neither you nor the people of Crimson Sun Town. Well, this old man's patience is not endless. Give me your answer now. 3-2. All right, I understand. Di Tongchu finally had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. You're still level-headed, at least. Remember, I'm only giving you 3 days. With that, the figure in black turned and walked away. So he really was let go after all. Jiang felt a touch of helplessness, yet still reluctant to let it go, so he had the evil god avatar follow the black-robed figure. He was determined to get to the bottom of this guy's true nature. With that in mind, he clenched his teeth and spent 100 fortune to boost his deduction art to the level of 100 years at the insight stage. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 28 years. Deduction art, insight stage, 100 years. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1223. He would do everything in his power to try and divine the true nature of this figure in the black robe. After all, this guy was an enemy unlike Ling and his mother, who were close to him. Unless he got to the bottom of this, how could he possibly rest easy? Zhang then began to deduce the black-robed figure's condition through the evil god avatar. After all, the other party couldn't possibly find him. At most, they might sense his presence but remain completely baffled. Fortunately, to Zhang's delight, his deduction art, now elevated to the insight stage, 100-year level, actually succeeded in deducing the black-robed figure's condition. That figure in the black robe was none other than the Yu clan's late patriarch, Yu Qinghe. He is now 187 years old, with 67 years of cultivation at the insight stage. Due to the backlash from a demonic poison, he had faked his death years ago to deceive everyone and had been living in seclusion in a secret chamber beneath the clan's ancestral hall ever since. Only one trusted elderly servant in the Yu clan knew that Yu Qinghe was still alive. Years ago, Yu Qinghe had specifically assigned that elderly servant to the ancestral hall under the pretext of cleaning duties, so he could attend to him and relay matters concerning the clan. Furthermore, before feigning his death, Yu Qinghe had specifically instructed his descendants that if the clan faced a major crisis, they should go to the ancestral hall to kneel and pray for blessings, and he would protect them. As for Yu Qinghe himself, his current achievements were largely due to a stroke of good fortune. He came from a poor family, but when he was young, he performed an act of kindness. Despite being hungry himself, he gave the only half-bun he had to a pitiful-looking old beggar, and this earned him a great opportunity. It turned out that this old beggar was another stage cultivator whose time was nearly up and who had no hope of breaking through. Disheartened, he had given up the struggle and wandered aimlessly until he became filthy and disheveled. Yu Qinghe's act touched the old beggar's heart, prompting him to take on a disciple before his death and pass on his skills. From that moment on, Yu Qinghe embarked on the path of cultivation. Later, after his master, the old beggar, passed away, Yu Qinghe was fortunate enough to rescue a cultivation partner named Mu Piaohui, who possessed a natural talent for alchemy. Using the powerful magical artifact left behind by his master, he began traveling throughout the Great Chu Kingdom, hunting down rebellious demonic creatures to obtain nether beast cores to support both of their cultivation. Thanks to Yu Qinghe's relentless efforts, his and Mu Piaohui's cultivation journey proceeded smoothly. At least they were stronger than many nether stage cultivators, and both approached the insight stage relatively early. However, their good fortune was short-lived. After cultivating at the nether stage for over 880 years, Yu Qinghe was betrayed by his Dao companion. Mu Piaohui used the nether beast core that Yu Qinghe had hunted down on his final expedition to be the first to enter the insight stage. She then seized the opportunity to severely wound Yu Qinghe and steal the magical artifact left to him by his master. Though devastated and filled with resentment, Yu Qinghe, having lost his magical artifact and unable to find a second alchemist he could trust to help him, became disheartened and retreated to Crimson Sun Town to practice in seclusion. There, by chance, he met a woman, had a child with her, and settled down to start a family. After 50 years of cultivation, Yu Qinghe's cultivation level had come very close to the nether stage of 1,000 years, leaving him just a step away from entering the insight stage. However, at this point, his time was running out, and the insight stage, though just a step away, felt as distant as the horizon. Unwilling to accept this fate, Yu Qinghe finally gritted his teeth and chose to swallow a 100-year-old nether beast core from the nether stage that he had once set aside and never refined. In the end, Yu Qinghe successfully entered the insight stage, but in doing so, he suffered a backlash from the demonic poison and was forced to endure constant torment. After that, Yu Qinghe feigned death and went into seclusion in a secret chamber beneath the ancestral hall. But now, Yu Qinghe's time has come as well. He doesn't have many years left to live. After Jiang divined Yu Qinghe's true background, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Given the circumstances, Yu Qinghe should no longer pose a threat to his family. After all, as far as he knew, his mother and Ling were both at the insight stage or higher. As for their exact strength, that remained unclear. As he pondered this, the evil god Avatar had already followed Yu Qinghe back to the secret chamber beneath the Yu family ancestral hall. Inside the secret chamber, Yu Qinghe removed his black robe, revealing an elderly man clad in gray. However, the exposed skin on his face and hands was covered with patchy tiger-striped markings, and he even had half a tigeress tail, a truly eerie and repulsive sight. It seemed this was likely the result of demonic poison backfiring. Seeing Yu Qinghe in this state, Jiang couldn't help but get goosebumps, so he quickly had the evil god Avatar withdraw. After pondering for a moment, he cast another divination for himself. He wanted to use the divination to gauge the approximate strength of his mother and Ling. To his surprise, Jiang discovered that he still couldn't detect the presence of his mother or Ling through the divination. This meant that both his mother and Ling were even stronger than Yu Qinghe. Furthermore, to Jiang's surprise, he found that this divination revealed a future extending well beyond a single day and by far more than just a day. This time, when Jiang cast the divination for himself, it extended all the way to when he was 3 years old and had entered the Crimson Sun Academy. Only then did the divination come to a halt. Whoa, it actually went all the way to when I was 3? Jiang was astonished. However, during this period up to age 3, he had basically led a very ordinary life, growing up step by step. Back then, with Ling's help, his cultivation seemed to have already reached the 50th year of the mortal stage. But he actually ended up at Crimson Sun Academy? This was yet another surprise. According to his original plan, he had intended to enroll at Floating Life School to study under Master Lu. But in his vision of the future, he saw himself failing the Floating Life School entrance exam multiple times in a row. In the end, it seemed his mother had sent him to Crimson Sun Academy instead. How is this possible? Jiang found himself unable to accept this outcome. How could he possibly fail the Floating Life School entrance exam? Moreover, logically speaking, Master Lu should have wanted to admit him. If he couldn't pass the exam, did that mean Master Lu didn't want to take him on? After all, Master Lu was the only teacher at Floating Life School. Wasn't admission to the school entirely up to Master Lu's decision? The more Jiang thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, so the very next day, he sent the evil god avatar back to Floating Life School to check on the situation. However, Master Lu was still teaching his students as usual, as if he had no idea Jiang even existed. But Jiang didn't believe Master Lu was truly unaware of his presence, otherwise, everything that had happened before would be far too bizarre a coincidence. Besides, he failed to divine Master Lu's intentions time and time again. There was no way Master Lu hadn't noticed a thing. Could it really be that Master Lu simply didn't want to accept him? Why? Or was it that Master Lu felt it was enough for his evil god avatar to come here to study, so whether Jiang himself came or not didn't matter? That was quite possible. Jiang thought this over, but the fact that he couldn't pay Master Lu a personal visit left him feeling somewhat unsettled or perhaps even a little resentful. Never mind, I'll put that aside for now. It's still 3 years away, and who knows how many variables might come up in the meantime. Jiang sighed in resignation. The reason he felt this way was that his current plan to deal with Yu Bai Huan hadn't appeared in the divination at all, and he was definitely going to deal with Yu Bai Huan, which, of course, would naturally alter the course of his destiny. Besides, he already possessed the art of deduction. Who knows how many times he might change the course of his destiny in the future? It was hard to say whether he'd even end up going to Crimson Sun Academy by then. Maybe he could just thick-skinnedly hang around outside Floating Life School every day. That didn't seem like such a bad idea, did it? Meanwhile, inside the house. Mother, I had another dream last night. I dreamed that Yu Bai Huan would be released from prison in 3 days, and then he'd start causing trouble for our family's herbal shop again. Jiang spoke up. His mother was taken aback. Huh? That scoundrel's being released already? How is that possible? Wasn't he sentenced to death? Ling, meanwhile, looked quite taken aback. I dreamed that Yu Bai Huan has a very powerful monster ancestor. It was that monster ancestor who forced the county magistrate to overturn Yu Bai Huan's conviction and release him. The county magistrate said that monster ancestor was apparently at the insight stage or something. Jiang said, looking completely bewildered. Insight stage? Mother was taken aback once more. That guy actually has an ancestor at the insight stage? That's really quite unexpected. Ling couldn't help but be surprised. Yuner, what do you mean by monster? Mother asked, puzzled. It's that ancestor who looks really strange. He's covered in tiger-striped patches and even has a tail. Anyway, he looks pretty hideous. Jiang replied. This. His mother's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Oh, then I know what's going on. Ling let out a faint smile. Huh? What's going on? Jiang looked curious. He ate another beast core recklessly and was struck by the demon poison's backlash. Ling laughed. Huh? Is that so? Jiang nodded. That's exactly why I told you, Yuner, not to eat nether beast cores recklessly before. Do you understand the danger now? His mother said. I get it. Jiang nodded repeatedly. To be honest, seeing Yu Qingha's expression, he was indeed a little scared. Although he was confident nothing would go wrong, now that he knew there was such a risk, it still made him feel a bit uneasy. An ancestor at the insight stage. It seems this matter is going to be a bit troublesome after all. His mother fell deep in thought. Madam, please let this servant handle this matter. I guarantee there will be no lingering problems. Ling spoke up. No need to rush just yet. Yuner, did you dream about what Yu Bai Huan was planning to do? Mother asked Jiang again. Yes. After Yu Bai Huan emerges, he'll lie low for 5 days, then try to bribe manager Lu, but he won't succeed. After that, he'll hire some thugs to harass and take revenge on manager Lu's family, while also sending others to sneak into our herbal shop at night to cause trouble. Jiang replied. That scoundrel. Mother couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows slightly. That's all he is capable of. I thought with an ancestor like that backing him up, he'd be able to stir up quite a commotion, but all he knows how to do is petty theft, right? Ling immediately looked down on him with disdain. It seems, then, that he doesn't want to cause too much of a stir either. In that case, Linger, see if you can figure out a way to teach them a lesson so they rein themselves in a bit. Mother mused. If Madam doesn't want to cause too much of a commotion, this servant does have an idea, but I'll need to ask the young master a few questions. Ling suddenly turned to Jiang with a mischievous smile. Both Jiang and his mother looked puzzled. Young master, do you know when that sneaky little rat ordered his men to take revenge, or when he sent them to sneak into our herbal shop? Do you also know what those men look like? Ling asked with a smile. I think I know roughly. Anyway, if I see them, I'll be able to recognize them. Jiang nodded. In that case, this will be easy. I plan to take you, young master, to deal with that sneaky little rat-ass henchman before he can do any harm. Madam, what do you think? As Ling spoke, she turned to look at his mother. Ha? You want to take Yun'er out? His mother was taken aback. Jiang was startled for a moment, then felt a surge of delight. This girl really knows how to handle things. Whenever there is something fun to do, she always thinks of him. It looks like this time he'll finally get to go out and show off his skills. Yes, because the young master knows the situation there. And with the young master's current strength, there aren't many people in Crimson Suntown who can match him. Besides, with me watching over him, not a single hair on the young master's head will be harmed. Ling nodded. Given Yun'er's current strength, he certainly could move about freely within Crimson Suntown. The problem is, he is still just a 1-year-old toddler after all. If he goes out and is seen by others, it wouldn't be appropriate. His mother shook her head. It's fine, madam. We just want to let anyone know that the young master is a 1-year-old toddler that solved the problem, won't it? As Ling spoke, she casually pulled out a small black robe and looked at her mother with her beautiful eyes. This? Hearing this, her mother couldn't help but pause in surprise. Jiang was even more delighted. Had this girl actually planned everything out for him already? Madam, as long as the young master puts this on, wears gloves, and disguises his voice to sound like a short old man, we won't have to worry about anyone getting suspicious or recognizing him. Ling said with a grin. Well, will that really work? Her mother looked a bit skeptical. It will. I've actually seen old men that short before, or besides, with a martial sovereign's cultivation level, madam, do you think they'd rather believe he is a 1-year-old infant or a little old man? Ling laughed again. Well, you're right. Then take Yun'er out to play to teach those despicable little scoundrels a lesson. Consider it a good training experience. Mother nodded. Ling nodded happily. Thank you, Mother. Thank you, Sister Ling. Jiang said happily as well. Then Jiang began practicing with Ling to disguise himself as a little old man. First, he put on a black robe that covered his entire body, then slipped on a pair of specially made black iron gloves. These gloves made Jiang's small hands look a size larger, yet they didn't hinder the movement of his joints much. Next came voice training. Following Ling's advice, he didn't need to mimic an old man's voice, he just had to make sure it didn't sound like a baby's. So no matter what strange sounds he ended up making, it was fine. As a result, as Jiang practiced, he eventually ended up producing a series of strange, duck-like squawks. And so, 3 days passed. Yu Bai Huan was indeed exonerated and released, while the murdered courtesan was determined to have taken her own life out of despair over unrequited love. News of the exoneration caused quite a stir, but in the end, the matter was swept under the rug, since the courtesan had no family to speak of, and all that was needed was to settle matters with the brothel. Naturally, no one was going to stick their neck out for a mere courtesan. However, not long after Yu Bai Huan was released, a sensational piece of news broke from the floating dust Taoist temple. Outside the temple, the wind and cloud rankings had been posted, immediately sparking heated discussions in every street and alley of Crimson Sun Town. The wind and cloud rankings? Surprised, Jiang immediately had the evil god avatar head to the floating dust Taoist temple to investigate. Outside the temple, a massive bulletin board was displayed, and its contents were as follows. Rank 1, Mysterious Old Man. Rank 2, the Yu Clan. Rank 3, Floating Dust Taoist Temple. Rank 4, Fire Spirit Taoist Temple. Rank 5, Jinping Taoist Temple. Number 6, Master Floating Dust. Number 7, Master Fire Spirit. Number 8, Old Taoist of Jinping. Number 9, Yu Mingpeng. Number 10, Shiyang Magistrate S Office. Number 11, Fearless Martial Arts Hall. Number 12, Crimson Sun Academy. Number 13. A full 100 rankings, encompassing both factions and individuals. The ranking of the times? What on earth is this? Why would the Floating Dust Taoist Temple release something like this? Jiang was quite taken aback. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall the divination he performed earlier for County Magistrate Di Tongchu. Back then, after Di Tongchu had been pressured by the Yu clan patriarch, he'd actually gone to the Floating Dust Taoist Temple to seek guidance from Master Floating Dust. At the time, Master Floating Dust had remained silent for a long while before finally instructing Di Tongchu to do as the Yu clan patriarch had said. Consequently, Jiang Henti paid much attention to the matter at the time. Now, with the sudden appearance of this wind and cloud rankings, he instantly suspected it was highly likely connected to the Yu clan patriarch. Could it be that the mysterious old man at the top of the rankings referred to the Yu clan patriarch? After all, Master Fuchin's mastery of the art of deduction wasn't sufficient to divine the Yu clan patriarch's identity. But what was the significance of these wind and cloud rankings appearing? Was it to inform everyone who was now the top dog in Crimson Sun Town? Whoa! I never imagined that after all these years, we'd actually see the wind and cloud rankings appear in our own Crimson Sun Town. And the changes on this list are way too drastic, aren't they? I remember when I was a kid, the Yu clan was just a major clan ranked below the government. How come the Yu clan is now ranked second? They're even ahead of the 3 great Taoist temples. What on earth is going on here? And who on earth is that mysterious old man in first place? He is truly a mystery, isn't he? At that moment, in front of the wind and cloud rankings, a middle-aged man with the appearance of a scholar spoke up. Sir, may I ask what this wind and cloud rankings is all about? A young scholar asked. The wind and cloud rankings refer to the influential figures within Crimson Sun Town who can make a significant impact. The higher the ranking, the greater the influence. In the past, the top spot was held by the Floating Dust Taoist Temple, which was specifically responsible for publishing the rankings. The middle-aged scholar replied. Then what is the purpose of this list? I'm not entirely sure myself, but I've heard it was supposedly created to help the Imperial Court recruit talent. To help the Imperial Court recruit talent? Jiang couldn't help but be taken aback. He was certain that wasn't the real reason after all. The incident involving the Yu family had only just occurred. Surely the Floating Dust Taoist Temple wasn't trying to help the Imperial Court recruit members of the Yu family? If that were the case, wouldn't that be utterly shameless? After all, Di Tongchu, the county magistrate representing the Imperial Court, had just been bullied. Wouldn't this be a complete slap in the face? With that in mind, Jiang had the evil god avatar transport him to the Floating Dust Taoist Temple to ask Master Floating Dust for a divination. Soon, he learned exactly what the wind and cloud rankings were all about. The wind and cloud list is actually a list of major variables with far-reaching influence. Essentially, it's a decision made by the ruling powers, who are determined to put it into action by mobilizing civilian forces to gather all kinds of information big and small and then, through divination, preemptively rank the figures and factions that will have a significant impact. In other words, the current wind and cloud list is the product of a diviner's calculations. The government will undoubtedly begin organizing the collection of information next, but since the list has appeared in advance, it will naturally introduce numerous variables. For this reason, the accuracy of this list generally lasts no more than a month. The wind and cloud list is typically only deployed when major upheavals occur or when the Imperial Court urgently needs to recruit talent. So, the appearance of this wind and cloud list now clearly indicates that a major upheaval has occurred in Crimson Sun Town. After all, the sudden appearance of the Yu clan patriarch and insight stage cultivator has had a massive impact on the small town of Crimson Sun Town. From the divination Jiang performed on Master Floating Dust, he learned that this wind and cloud ranking was intended to lure out the Yu clan patriarch so that, in the future, they could rely on the imperial court's power to deal with unforeseen circumstances. This is because Master Floating Dust currently has no idea who the U-Clan Patriarch truly is or what his relationship with the U-Clan actually is. Had it not been for this, the Floating Dust Taoist Temple would never have planned to publish the Wind and Cloud rankings, as it would introduce too many variables and have far-reaching consequences. But Crimson Sun Town has been too quiet for far too many years now that undercurrents completely beyond their control have emerged. The time has come to bring them to the surface. Whoa, things are about to get really interesting. Jiang had already realized just how far-reaching the impact of the Wind and Cloud rankings would be. The U-Clan, bearing the brunt of it, would inevitably become the center of attention. It would be nearly impossible for them to keep a low profile now, and he feared their past would soon be thoroughly exposed. Furthermore, neither Ling nor her mother appeared on the list clearly. They'd been keeping such a low profile that no one had even noticed them. However, Ling had been planning to take down the U-Clan recently. How could that possibly go completely unnoticed? No way. He had to go to the U-Clan first to gather some intel. With the emergence of the ranking of the Wind and Clouds, Jiang quickly sent the evil god avatar back to the U-Clan to investigate the situation. At that moment, inside the U-Clan's council hall, Yu Mingpeng, a member of the elder generation, had gathered the clan's core members for an urgent meeting, and Yu Baihuan was among them. Speak up. What on earth is going on here? How did the Wind and Cloud rankings appear? And how is it that our U-Clan is ranked second, even ahead of the three great Taoist temples? What have you all been up to out there? Yu Mingpeng roared angrily. Nothing at all, father. The U-Clan has always conducted its affairs with the utmost discretion. The biggest incident recently was simply that my young nephew, Yu Baihuan, accidentally got into trouble and served some time in prison. Yu Fei Lon, the current head of the U-Clan, hurriedly replied cautiously. Yu Mingpeng's icy gaze immediately turned back to Yu Baihuan. Grandfather. That little incident involving your grandson shouldn't warrant such a big fuss, should it? Besides, hasn't my case been overturned? Yu Baihuan's face instantly betrayed a look of panic. Overturned? How was your case overturned? Could it be that you really are innocent? Earlier, I personally went to the magistrate's office to plead for mercy with that hothead, but to no avail, and now your case has suddenly been overturned? I originally thought you might truly be innocent, but now that the Wind and Cloud rankings have appeared, this clearly doesn't add up. Yu Mingpeng demanded in a stern voice. Well. Yu Baihuan began to stammer, clearly having no idea how his case had suddenly been overturned and why he'd been acquitted. This also showed that virtually no one in the U-Clan today knew that the clan patriarch, Yu Qinghe, had intervened. Speak up. Are you truly innocent? Yu Mingpeng had clearly seen through Yu Baihuan's nervousness. It was indeed this grandson who killed him, but I have no idea why the case was overturned. Grandfather. I swear on my life. Yu Baihuan said, his face filled with panic. What? You don't know why the case was overturned either? How is that possible? Yu Mingpeng couldn't believe his ears. The other members of the U-Clan present also began to stir. Father, didn't we ask grandfather for protection before? And that mysterious old man at the top of the Wind and Cloud rankings? Could this be? At that moment, Yu Feilong spoke up, his expression a mix of shock and doubt, but before he could finish, Yu Mingpeng waved his hand to cut him off. Yu Mingpeng's expression also wavered with shock and suspicion for a moment, then he said in a deep voice, "That's all for today. Go back now. All of you, keep your hands to yourselves and don't cause any trouble for the clan." Yes. The U-Clan members withdrew one after another. Yu Mingpeng, his expression shifting, made his way to the ancestral hall. Jiang's evil god avatar also made its way to the Yu family ancestral hall. He paid no heed to what Yu Mingpeng might be up to and went straight to the secret chamber beneath the hall, where he found Yu Qinghe meditating in the lotus position. It seems the mysterious old man ranked first on the list must be this old fellow. After all, the Floating Dust Taoist Temple's divination couldn't detect his presence to begin with. But Jiang still harbored some doubts, so he couldn't help but cast another divination for Yu Qinghe, and the result took him by surprise. According to the divination, Yu Qinghe was already aware of the wind and cloud rankings. He hadn't anticipated that matters would develop to this point, so in order to protect his clan, he had not made a single public appearance in the days that followed, no matter what happened outside, as long as it didn't threaten the Yu clan's very survival. This didn't match up with the mysterious old man on the wind and cloud rankings. Because from the divination he performed for Master Fu Chen, Zhang had learned that the mysterious old man ranked number 1 on the list was a real person divine from the future wind and cloud rankings. He had been identified through intelligence gathered jointly by future government authorities and the general public. Yet in Yu Qinghe's divination of the future, this figure had never appeared at all. What on earth was going on? Who is the mysterious old man ranked number 1? Could there be another master in hiding within Crimson Sun Town? Zhang was puzzled, but since he couldn't figure it out right away, he didn't bother thinking about it too much. After sending the evil god avatar away from the secret chamber, he went to find Yu Baihuan and cast his final divination of the day. He wanted to see if, after this series of twists and turns, the guy would still be causing trouble for his family's pharmacy. However, to Zhang's astonishment, Yu Baihuan hadn't given up on causing trouble for his family's pharmacy. It seemed to have become an obsession he was determined to see through. Damn it! You suicide-seeking bastard! Just wait till I give you a thorough beating. Zhang couldn't help but curse under his breath. Considering the Yu family's current predicament, he could only say that Yu Baihuan was purely asking for it. Gradually, 5 days passed. Having recovered, Yu Baihuan had already started causing trouble again. Just as Zhang's divination had predicted, he sent men to secretly approach manager Lu in an attempt to bribe him, an attempt that failed. He then set about arranging for thugs to harass manager Lu's family. However, not long after Yu Baihuan's men had made contact with the 6 thugs, Zhang, accompanied by the maid Ling, quietly tracked down these 6 thugs. At that moment, in a narrow alley, 6 figures were strolling along. Haha, I never thought we'd land such a big job. 100 silver taels, that's enough to keep us drinking for days. Let us just do the job right first. We haven't even gotten our hands on the silver yet. Hey, boss, don't worry. It's just a matter of harassing a woman and bullying a kid. We've done this plenty of times, it's a piece of cake. Besides, we've already got the 10 silver taels deposit in hand. Boss, do you think there's any chance we could make it onto the wind and cloud rankings someday? That would be so impressive. What are you daydreaming about? You think a bunch of guys like us could make it onto the wind and cloud rankings? Don't you know your own worth? Yang Arrow and his 5 henchmen chatted as they walked. Meanwhile, Zhang and Ling were already waiting at a corner of the alley. He exchanged a glance with Ling, then stepped out alone to block the path of Yang Arrow and his 5 henchmen. At the same time, his evil god avatar was also keeping an eye on the surroundings. He spotted another figure in a black robe watching his and Ling's movements from a hidden vantage point. Zhang knew exactly who that figure in the black robe was. It was his mother. It had to be said his mother really did worry herself sick over him. Even for something as trivial as this, she still had to sneak along to keep an eye on him. Who are you? Yang Er, who stared at Zhang in astonishment, a hint of disdain in his eyes clearly, he didn't take the short Zhang seriously. Ha ha ha, this old man is here to collect a debt. It's about time you paid back what you owe the gambling house, isn't it? Zhang let out a strange, duck-like sound. What? You're someone the gambling house sent? Are you sure you're not here to make a joke? Besides, didn't they say we still had a month left? Yang Arrow looked completely unconvinced. What do you mean, a month? The deadline has already passed. Don't try to pull the wool over this old man's eyes. Zhang said coldly. He had already cast a divination for this guy. Yang Arrow was 30 years old, with 4 years of mortal stage cultivation. He'd been idle since childhood, fond of petty theft and gambling. However, Yang Arrow wasn't entirely without brains. He knew how to win people over and had built up some connections over the years. As for the 5 henchmen by his side, they were all at the second or third year mortal stage, nothing more than street thugs. Old man. You must be mistaken. I've got a month left on the debt I owe. Is your Shankai gambling house trying to bully me? Yang Arrow's face was already betraying his displeasure and impatience. You little punk, how dare you call yourself old man in front of me? Are you looking to die? Jiang, however, lashed out immediately, attacking Yang Arrow. He did come here to fight in the first place. The earlier remarks were just a flimsy excuse. Why would he waste time arguing with the other guy? You. Yang Arrow was taken aback and tried to fight back, but before he could even get into a fighting stance, Jiang had already closed the distance. A loud thud. Ah! A cry of pain. Yang Arrow had been sent flying by Jiang. Boss! You old fart! You're asking for it. The 5 thugs were all startled and quickly closed in on Jiang to attack him. Humph! Jiang let out a cold snort. His small figure darted about swiftly, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. He effortlessly parried the 5 thugs' attacks while launching his own counterattacks. Instantly, thud! 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 A series of pained cries rang out one after another. All 5 thugs were sent flying. In an instant, Yang Arrow and his 5 companions were all lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Poof! Jiang let out another cold snort. With his current strength as a martial sovereign in the 28th year of the mortal stage, he was no pushover. Dealing with a mere handful of thugs was child's play. Senior, spare our lives. Senior, please spare us, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Yang Arrow had already scrambled to his feet and was kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. He instinctively clasped his hands behind his back and puffed out his chest. He hadn't expected to become an elder so quickly. A 1-year-old elder. That didn't feel too bad. Elder, I'm kowtowing to you to apologize. Seeing that Jiang remained silent, Yang Arrow immediately began kowtowing repeatedly. If apologies were enough, why the hell would I even bother cultivating? Jiang's figure flickered, and he swiftly appeared beside Yang Arrow. Before Yang Arrow could react, Jiang delivered a vicious kick that shattered his right leg. Ah! An agonizing scream rang out instantly. But that wasn't the end of it. Jiang moved again, swiftly breaking a leg on each of Yang Arrow's 5 henchmen one after another. This triggered a series of agonized screams. It wasn't that he was being ruthless. The blame lay with Yang Arrow and his gang of thugs, who had committed countless acts of evil in their daily lives, bullying countless women, children, and the weak. They had long deserved their comeuppance. If they could bully others, they should naturally be prepared to be bullied themselves one day, right? Oomph, I'll give you a month's grace period. With that, Jiang dashed off in a flash, taking Ling with him as they quickly made their escape. After all, such a commotion would soon draw a crowd. Once they were far from the alley, the two removed their black robes and shed their disguises. Ha, just as I expected of the young master. You really pulled off that act convincingly. If they found out you're just a 1-year-old toddler, young master, I can't even imagine the look on their faces. Ling couldn't help but laugh. Humph, Sister Ling, don't you dare make fun of this old man. Jiang immediately adopted a serious expression. Ha! Young master, are you actually taking this seriously? Ling couldn't help but burst out laughing again. Of course. Jiang said with a look of pride on his face. All right, little master. Let us head back and report to the lady first. Judging by your performance, there shouldn't be any problems. I was actually a bit worried you might slip up, but now I have absolutely no reason to worry. Ling laughed again. Jiang nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of the power gap between his mother and Ling. As far as he could tell, his mother's strength was likely far superior to Ling's, because Ling didn't seem to have noticed at all that his mother had been secretly watching their every move from the start. Of course, if it weren't for the evil god Avatar's extraordinary abilities, he himself would have been completely oblivious to it as well. A moment later, Ling had already carried Jiang back home and recounted the situation to his mother in full detail. Not bad. His mother smiled and nodded, ruffling Jiang's little head. Thank you for the compliment, mother. Jiang laughed immediately. Madam, can you now rest assured and let this servant take the young master to settle the score with that filthy rat? Ling smiled as well. Let us wait and see. I originally thought that Crimson Suntown was remote and relatively peaceful, with few cultivators around, so there shouldn't be many who could harm Yun'er. I didn't expect that once the wind and cloud rankings were released, there would be 50 or 60 martial sovereign level mortal stage cultivators who've been at that level for over 10 years. And as for the mysterious old man at the top of the list, who on earth is he? We have no idea how powerful he is. Things are a bit chaotic out there right now, so I'm still a little uneasy. Her mother let out a soft sigh. Oh, madam, please rest assured. That mysterious old man is almost certainly the Yu Clan's patriarch. At a time like this, how could it be such a coincidence for a reclusive master to suddenly appear? After all, if it were truly someone else, why would they choose to reveal themselves now when they've been living in seclusion all this time? And to be named on the wind and cloud rankings of all places? Doesn't that seem rather contradictory? Ling analyzed helplessly. I agree wholeheartedly. Actually, I've been having dreams about this mysterious old man these past few days. It seems he really is the Yu Clan's patriarch. Jiang chimed in. Of course, he was just making this up. He only wanted to reassure his mother, so she let him go out and play. After all, being cooped up at home day after day made his cultivation itch to break free. Plus, he had Ling's thigh to cling to, not to mention his ultimate trump card, the evil god avatar. He really wasn't worried that the mysterious old man would pose any threat to him. Just look at Ling. No one has managed to uncover her true abilities yet, while that mysterious old man has already been discovered and made it onto the rankings. That alone makes the difference between them quite clear. Generally speaking, those who make it to the top of the rankings are definitely strong, but the hidden powerhouses who don't appear on the list are clearly even more terrifying. Is that so? Then, Dai Tuan, why don't you go take care of that expert you Bai Huan invited a little later? His mother cast a casual glance at Jiang. Okay. Jiang was puzzled. Had his mother seen through his lie? Was she actually not believing him this time? Still, he knew that things had indeed been a bit chaotic outside lately, so it wasn't surprising that his mother was more concerned about his safety. The emergence of the Fengyun rankings had already sparked numerous disputes, both big and small. Take Ning Kuan, the head of the Fearless Martial Arts Hall, for example. The father of Xiaoyu now ranks 60th on the Wind and Cloud rankings. Ranks 61 through 83 are all experts ranging from 9 to 10 years at the mortal stage. Originally, Ning Kuan's cultivation at the 8th year of the mortal stage, combined with his background in the birth of his son Xiaoyu, had brought him sudden fame. These experts didn't take him very seriously at most, they snort in derision but weren't bothered to pick a fight for no reason. But now that the Wind and Cloud rankings have appeared, they've directly established a hierarchy among these individuals, naturally causing many experts to feel resentful. Consequently, some seeking to prove themselves and others seeking fame have already begun to show up one after another to challenge Ning Kuan. Fortunately, Ning Kuan does indeed possess some real skill. Now that he has reached the level of the 9th year of the mortal stage and wields his treasured sword, he has defeated every challenger who has come to provoke him. As a result, he remains firmly in the 60th position on the list. Aside from those who resented Ning Kuan's South 60th place ranking, most cultivators between the 9th and 10th years of the mortal stage were also at odds with one another, and there was no shortage of disputes among them. Furthermore, the Fengyun rankings had undergone some changes in recent days, all caused by the conflicts between these individuals. As night fell, in the courtyard of Yang Eru and his 5 henchmen, all 6 had their legs reattached at the clinic and were now lying in bed, recuperating and complaining about their injuries. Jiang's evil god avatar was also watching from here, knowing that since these men had failed to complete their assignment today, Yu Baihuan would inevitably send someone to investigate the situation. Soon, he spotted a figure clad in yellow and wearing a mask approaching. The figure nimbly scaled the wall into the courtyard and then burst through the door. Who's there? Yang Eru and the other 5 inside the room were instantly startled. It's me, What's going on here? Didn't I tell you to go harass that Liu family? How did you end up in such a state? The masked man said in a deep voice. Jiang knew exactly who this masked man was. It was Zhao Lei, a martial artist who frequently accompanied Yu Baihuan. He was 47 years old, with 23 years of cultivation at the mortal stage, and ranked 48th on the wind and cloud rankings. He was one of the Yu family's most trusted confidants. Recently, several figures on the wind and cloud rankings had secretly tried to cause trouble for Yu Baihuan over the previous case involving the women at the brothel, but this guy had taken care of them all. Ouch. Hey, big brother. We really hit rock bottom today. We were on our way to that Liu guy's place, but out of nowhere, some mysterious old man showed up demanding payment. We barely exchanged a few words before he suddenly attacked us. We have no idea how strong he is, probably a martial arts master, but he knocked us down in just a few moves and even broke one of our legs. Ugh, what a bloody nightmare. Yang Arrow immediately began to wail. What? A mysterious old man. The number one on the rankings. The martial artist Zhao Lei was suddenly taken aback. A mysterious old man. Jiang, listening through the evil god avatar, also froze for a moment. Could this mysterious old man at the top of the rankings really be him? If that were the case, it would be way too far-fetched. After all, he is only at the 28th year of the mortal stage right now. No matter how influential he is, there is no way he could have jumped straight to the top of the rankings, right? Although he has Ling protecting him, if she were to actually step in, people would definitely notice. In that case, the number one spot would have nothing to do with this fake old man. Ha? What number one? Oh, big brother, are you talking about that mysterious old man at the top of the Feng Yun rankings? No, the one I'm talking about couldn't possibly be the number one guy. I just don't know this old man's identity or background, so I called him the mysterious old man. Yang Arrow was at a loss for words. Explain yourself. What exactly is this mysterious old man you're talking about? Zhao Lei immediately spoke in a deep voice, clearly taking this information very seriously. Oh, that little old man is very short, dressed in a full black robe. I don't know what he really looks like, but his strength is terrifying, which is why I find him mysterious. However, he was hired by the Shankai gambling house to collect a debt, so they should know who he really is. But given Shankai gambling house's resources, they could at most afford to hire someone ranked 90th or lower on the list, and even that would be a stretch, right? How could they possibly hire the number one on the list? And someone of the number one's caliber? Why on earth would they come here to do a debt collecting job like this? Yang Arrow replied. What? You're saying Shankai gambling house hired him to collect the debt? And he came to collect it right now? Zhao Lei was even more astonished. Jiang also knew why this guy was so surprised, because the Yu family is the biggest backer behind Shankai gambling house. Zhao Lei was aware of this connection as well, so naturally, he had his suspicions. That's right. That Shankai gambling house is a bunch of scum. I still have a whole month left on my debt to them, but they actually sent people to collect early. They even broke one of our brother's legs. This is clearly bullying. Sooner or later, I'll find someone to get back at them. Yang Arrow said viciously. How could that be? Zhao Lei, however, was filled with shock and doubt. In fact, Yu Baihu had found Yang Arrow and his bunch of dimwits mainly through information from the Shankai gambling house, and it was Zhao Lei who had set up the connection. Zhao Lei, of course, knew all about this, and he knew full well that the Shankai gambling house would never send people to collect debts from Yang Arrow and his crew at a time like this. It's true, big brother. It's that Shankai gambling house that's acting like scoundrels. It's not us playing dead. Could you give us a little more time on this job, big brother? As soon as we're back on our feet, we'll get it done right away. Yang Arrow hurriedly said. No need. Let us leave it at that for now. Consider these 10 taels of silver as compensation for your injuries. As for the Shankai gambling house, you don't need to go causing trouble there. I'll handle the negotiations. Zhao Lei casually tossed some loose silver into Yang Arrow's lap, then turned and walked away. What? Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother? Young Eru was taken aback for a moment, then immediately began thanking him excitedly. Meanwhile, Zhang's evil god avatar followed Zhao Lei as he left. He wanted to see how Yu Baihuan would react upon hearing the news. Some time later, Zhao Lei had already slipped back into Yu Baihuan's courtyard. Well, what's the situation? What did those good-for-nothings do? Did they think they could take my silver for free? Yu Baihuan frowned, looking at Zhao Lei, whose expression seemed off. No, young master, here's what happened. Zhao Lei recounted the information he gathered in full detail. What? A mysterious old man. That can't be possible. Yu Baihuan couldn't help but be startled. I'm not sure either, but I doubt it's the number one on the list. After all, to reach the top spot to single-handedly overshadow the influence of the Yu clan and the three great Taoist temples, that person must be absolutely terrifying. How could someone that powerful be so bored as to come here and pick on a few local thugs? The main issue now is that the man claimed to have been hired by the Shankai gambling house. Could they really have hired him? Or did someone at the Shankai gambling house make a huge blunder? Zhao Lei frowned. Impossible. How could the Shankai gambling house make such a massive blunder? Besides, that old man is clearly no ordinary fighter. He is at least a martial arts master. Why would he take on such a lousy job? With Zhao Ero's measly pay, is he hoping to pocket a few silver taels? Yu Baihuan immediately dismissed the idea. This could it really be the number one on the wind and cloud rankings? Zhao Lei's face instantly betrayed a look of shock and disbelief. No, that shouldn't be possible. Logically speaking, someone ranked number one on the Fengyun list would be even less likely to go out of their way to pick on a few second-rate thugs. Investigate. We need to get to the bottom of this. Yu Baihuan said in a grave tone. Understood. So what about the matter with the Yiyun pharmacy now? Zhao Lei asked hesitantly. Stick to the original plan. Go ask that woman surnamed Mu for help. Well, young master, given the clan's current situation, shouldn't we put this on hold for a while? If something goes wrong, you'll likely face punishment again. No. I must take over the Yiyun pharmacy. Why? Although the clan's two pharmacies have lost business, the losses aren't that significant. These are turbulent times, young master. It's better to avoid trouble. Besides, the family won't possibly blame you for this at a time like this. Humph. I want that arrogant woman to come begging me. Well. Zhang was at a loss for words. So this bastard wasn't after the pharmacy at all. He was after his own mother. Does this bastard actually want to take his father's place? This is truly intolerable. By now, he had already brought Ling to the location where Yu Baihuan had said the woman surnamed Mu was staying. After all, if he waited to act every time Yu Baihuan sent someone to cause trouble at the pharmacy, it would be all too easy for the other side to link him to his mother's side. At that moment, Zhang, disguised as a little old man, landed lightly on the eaves of the third floor of an inn. Who's there? Instantly, a sweet, delicate voice rang out from the room beneath Zhang's feet. As the voice faded, a graceful figure clad in a light purple gauze dress leapt out of the window. A young woman with a tasseled bun, a beautiful oval face, and a strikingly radiant and alluring appearance. At that moment, the young woman narrowed her eyes, sizing up Jiang with a mix of wariness, defiance, and suspicion. Who are you? What brings you here to this lady's place? Jiang had previously consulted the oracle and learned that this young woman's name was Yume. With 9 years of cultivation at the mortal stage, she ranked 82nd on the wind and cloud rankings. She resided year-round at the Kulai restaurant, owned by the Yu family, where she specialized in taking on jobs for assassins and hitmen. Because Yume always acted with clean, decisive precision, never leaving any traces or causing trouble, she had gained quite a reputation in the black market of Crimson Sun Town. With the recent emergence of the wind and cloud rankings, her standing had only grown more prestigious. However, Yume's background was truly tragic. When she was a child, her parents died while trying to save a young boy during an attack by a mountain spirit. After the boy was rescued, his parents not only failed to show any gratitude but also repaid kindness with ingratitude, falsely accusing Yume's parents of causing the boy to lose a leg during the attack by the mountain spirit. Subsequently, the boy's parents went so far as to seize Yumei's South parents' estate as compensation and kept the 5-year-old Yumei as a child bride to make amends for their son. Yumei naturally refused to comply and resisted, repeatedly attempting to escape, only to be recaptured each time and subjected to constant beatings. Eventually, Xiaotong's parents realized that Yumei was simply too wild to tame, so they sold her to a human trafficker in exchange for some silver. Ultimately, Yumei was sold on to an assassin organization, where she endured all manner of inhuman and brutal training and torture, surviving trials where barely 1 in 10 made it through. After surviving the assassin organization's training and earning her place within it, Yumei seized an opportunity to break free from the group's control. She returned to Crimson Sun Town and killed her enemy's entire family with her own hands. With her vendetta avenged, Yumei found herself adrift. Unable to find a new purpose, she returned to her old trade as an assassin. "My dear granddaughter, you might not believe this, but I am actually your long-lost biological grandfather." Jiang suddenly spoke up. "Ha!" A snort of derision rang out instantly. "Who's there?" Yumei was startled and quickly looked around, but for the moment, she couldn't pinpoint the source of the sound. Jiang was slightly speechless, because the voice belonged to Ling. How unprofessional was this girl? How could she laugh at a moment like this? The reason he had said that just now was mainly because he suddenly thought of a better way to prevent the Yu family from linking him to her mother's side. He also felt a bit of pity for the girl standing before him, so he decided to take the opportunity to offer her some grandfatherly care. Through his divination, he had learned that when Yumei was a child, her father had mentioned that her grandfather had left home in his early years to seek opportunities to break through a cultivation bottleneck and had never returned. So he wanted to see if he could use this to manipulate the girl a little. To be honest, although Yumei's mind had become somewhat twisted and cruel, she still harbored a shred of kindness and occasionally did good deeds. Had it not been for the harrowing experiences she endured as a child, she might have grown up to be a truly benevolent person. "You old scoundrel! Who on earth are you? How dare you flirt with this young lady? Do you want to die?" At that moment, Yumei lashed out at Jiang in a fit of rage. "Mayor, I've already told you I'm your grandfather. I left home years ago in search of my destiny, and now that I've mastered my cultivation, I'm known as the old mischief maker. I came back today specifically to see you, but I never expected such a tragedy to have befallen your family." "You've really suffered, Mayor," Jiang replied. He'd come up with that nickname on the spot, just to deflect the situation. His main goal was to avoid being mistaken again for that mysterious old man who topped the rankings, so as not to invite unnecessary trouble. You've gone too far. You old scoundrel. Die." Yumei was already beyond furious. In an instant, she had 2 short blades in hand and charged straight at Jiang. It looked as if he'd struck a raw nerve. "Ah!" Jiang immediately let out a sigh of helplessness and casually parried her attack. He could tell that his words must have reminded the girl of a painful past, causing her anger. The two quickly exchanged blows. Jiang's small hands moved in rapid succession, effortlessly parrying Yumei's attacks one after another. Martial sovereign. Yumei's expression darkened involuntarily as her gaze shifted, her attacks grew even more fierce. "Ha, my dear granddaughter, your skills still fall a bit short." Jiang let out a sinister chuckle, abruptly parrying Yumei's hands aside, then launched a fierce palm strike straight at her abdomen. "No!" Yumei was instantly taken aback. However, a tremendous force suddenly erupted from her body. Protection rune. Jiang was startled as well. He instantly recognized that the protection rune had been automatically activated when its master was in danger. Moreover, judging by its power, it was most likely the protection rune crafted by old Taoist Jinping. At that very moment, a tremendous force erupted from his own body as well. It turned out that the protection rune Ling had given him long ago had also been triggered by the explosive force of his opponent's protection rune. Instantly, boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The immense force generated by the collision of the two energies sent Jiang and Yumei flying apart. As they fell, they crushed a patch of bricks and tiles beneath their feet with a clatter. However, thanks to the protection provided by the protection rune, neither of them sustained any serious injuries. Ha, you old codger, did you also beg for a protection rune from old Taoist Jinping? Yumei looked at Jiang with a cold smile, her tone implying, you old rascal, you're nothing special, you're not much better than me. Ha ha ha, my dear granddaughter, your performance was passable. Grandpa will come see you again tomorrow. Your father's name is Tang Mu. Grandpa didn't he lie to you? Jiang let out a strange laugh, pushed off with both feet, spun around, and leaped away swiftly. By then, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, and Zhao Lei had also made his way over clearly to relay Yu Bai Huan's request to Yumei. Yumei's face instantly betrayed a mix of anger, surprise, and shock. She wanted to chase after him and demand answers, but Jiang was already far away, and given the gap in their abilities, she had no chance of catching up. Once they were well away from the Kalayan, Jiang and Ling had already shed their disguises. At that moment, Ling was looking at Jiang, struggling to suppress a smile. Sister Linger, what are you looking at? Jiang immediately felt a bit uncomfortable. Ha, young master, how could you pull a stunt like that? Trying to act like someone's grandfather right off the bat. Who taught you that? I almost burst out laughing right then. Ling finally couldn't help but laugh. You clearly laughed out loud just now. What do you mean almost? Linger sister, you were really unprofessional this time, you even messed up my plan. Jiang couldn't help but snap. He felt that if Ling's laughter hadn't interrupted them earlier, Yumei probably wouldn't have been provoked so quickly. After all, the moment he heard Ling's laughter, he knew something was off. Well, we hadn't been found out yet. Why did you, young master, suddenly pull that stunt? I wasn't mentally prepared at all. Oh, by the way, young master, why did you suddenly do something so mean? It's one thing to come here and pick on people, but to humiliate them like this is another. Nonsense. I just felt sorry for that young girl and wanted to show her some elderly affection. Besides, I think this approach will be more effective. After what just happened, that young girl probably won't be in the mood to take on any more commissions for a while. Ha! Young master, I think you're really getting too into your role. You're just a little kid yourself, and you're calling her a young lady? And elderly care? No way. We'd better hurry back and tell the lady so she can have a good laugh too. Otherwise, if it's just me here, I'm afraid you'll laugh me to death. Ling scooped Jiang up in her arms and headed back home. Jiang was instantly at a loss for words. Meanwhile, over at the evil god Avatar's side, Zhao Lei had already found Yumei. The two of them were on the third floor of the Kalai restaurant. Miss Mu, what happened? Who were you sparring with just now? Zhao Lei asked in surprise. That's right. Just now, some old pervert came out of nowhere to tease this young lady. Yumei said coldly. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Had he actually been mistaken for a perverted old man? But upon giving it a moment's thought, he realized it actually made perfect sense. After all, the duck-like voice he was currently faking was truly bizarre, and that laugh sounded downright creepy. On top of that, he started off by trying to pass himself off as her grandfather. If he were in her shoes, he'd probably think of himself as a perverted old man too. Old pervert? Coming here out of the blue to cause trouble, could he be Miss Mu's enemy? Zhao Lei asked in surprise. I'm not sure, but this old pervert calls himself the old prankster. I wonder if you've ever heard of him, old Zhao. Yumei shook her head. The old mischief maker? Never heard of him. He is either from out of town or just made up a name to fool people. Anyway, I've been in Crimson Sun Town for all these years and have never heard of anyone by that name. Miss Mu, what does this person look like? Let me see if I recognize him. He is very short, but he is wearing a black robe that hides his face. What? Short? Wearing a black robe? His true face hidden? Zhao Lei was instantly taken aback, clearly having thought of something. Ha! Old Zhao, do you know this person? Yumei's eyes lit up. I'm not sure if it's that old man. Miss Mu, you've already fought him, right? How would you rate his strength? His skills are average, but he must have cultivated at the mortal stage for several decades. I couldn't gain any advantage over him and even had to use a protection rune. Oh, right. That old pervert also used up a protection rune. It seemed to be one crafted by old Taoist Jinping as well. Anyway, it cancelled out my protection rune. Yumei replied. Oh. Only several decades of cultivation at the mortal stage, and he still needed to use old Taoist Jinping's protection rune? Zhao Lei's eyes lit up, and he looked relieved. So? Did you find anything? I think I have some intel on this old man, but I'm not entirely sure yet. Let me have someone look into it later. By the way, I came here today because I have a job I'd like to ask Miss Mu to help with. What kind of job? Yumei furrowed her brow. She didn't seem to be in the mood right now. Help me slip this into the herbs at Iyun Pharmacy. Remember, no one must find out. Once it's done, I'll give you 10,000 silver taels here as 1,000 as a down payment. Zhao Lei took out a porcelain bottle and a silver note. Iyun Pharmacy? That place that's been gaining popularity lately? Yumei raised an eyebrow, casually took the porcelain bottle, and examined it. She then opened the bottle, gave it a light sniff, and her expression changed slightly in an instant. Yes, that's the one. Zhao Lei watched Yumei's expression closely. If this medicine gets mixed in there, given Iyun Pharmacy's current scale, I'm afraid quite a few people will die. Yumei couldn't help but frown. I'll add another 5,000 silver taels. How about that? Forget it. I'd rather not take this job for now. That old pervert is coming to cause trouble for me again tomorrow, and I'm afraid something might go wrong. Yumei shook her head. Wait, that old man is coming to cause trouble for Miss Mu again tomorrow? Why? Because that old pervert. Yumei hesitated, then shook her head again. Never mind, I won't say it. Anyway, I'm not lying to you. This isn't just an excuse to turn you down. Alright, then I'll take my leave. Zhao Lei stood up, bowed, and turned to leave. At that moment, Zhang felt quite satisfied. Otherwise, he really would have had to give this well-behaved granddaughter a taste of grandpa's affection tomorrow. Once back home, Ling told her mother everything that had happened that night, down to the last detail. You little rascal, how can you be so mischievous, acting like an old prankster? I can't believe you came up with that. Where on earth did you learn such things? Her mother couldn't help but chuckle as she gently tapped Zhang on the forehead. She seemed quite pleased with his performance. I didn't learn it anywhere, I just came up with it on the spot. Oh, by the way. As Zhang spoke, something occurred to him. He casually pulled out the talisman Ling had given him to wear close to his body and discovered that the protection rune inside the triangular cloth charm had indeed been burned. It's all right, young master. I got you another one a while back. Ling immediately smiled and took out another triangular cloth charm, hanging it around Zhang's neck. Thank you, Sister Ling. Zhang was taken aback for a moment. He now realized that this talisman was truly effective, a powerful tool for self-defense and saving one's life. If he ever had the chance, he'd like to learn the art of making talismans himself. That old Taoist from Jinping is always putting on airs. He wouldn't even sell me an extra one even if I paid more. If it weren't for the fact that you, young master, need his lousy talisman right now, I wouldn't even bother looking at him. Ling muttered under her breath. I really put you through a lot of trouble, Sister Ling. Zhang said, feeling a bit awkward. To be honest, given old Taoist Jinping's skills, he could only draw 5 talismans a day. Besides keeping some for his own self-defense, he also had to supply the entire Crimson Sun town, so demand far outstripped supply. If money were the only factor determining how many one could buy, the wealthy gentry would completely monopolize the market, leaving ordinary families unable to purchase any at all. This was likely the real reason old Taoist Jinping was reluctant to sell more talismans to the young Miss Ling. No, it's not that. I'm not blaming you, young master, I'm just saying that old Taoist Jinping has no sense of propriety. Ling hurriedly replied. By the way, Sister Linger, what are your plans regarding that you buy one? Jiang immediately changed the subject. That depends on what the lady thinks. If it's all right, I plan to take you, young master, straight to his place tomorrow to deal with that filthy rat, madam. The young master's current identity is very useful. The guise of a little old man can mislead everyone. Ling looked at her mother, batting her eyelashes as if hinting at something. Well, everything else is fine, but I'm mainly worried about Yunner's safety. After all, he is still so young. Her mother seemed somewhat helpless. Rest assured, madam. If we go to the Yu family to cause a scene, I won't let the young master do the dirty work himself. I'll just have him wave his hands around and pretend to be a sage. Judging by how he has been acting lately, he'll definitely be able to pull it off. Ling chuckled. Wave his hands around and pretend to be a sage? Jiang was taken aback. We'll see tomorrow. His mother replied thoughtfully. A day passed. Jiang's evil god avatar was still keeping tabs on Yu Bai Huan's movements, trying to figure out what this fellow was planning next. After Zhao Lei informed him of Yu Mei's situation yesterday, the fellow had no choice but to postpone his plan for a day and seemed to be looking for another candidate. At that moment, Jiang himself was at home playing marbles with his mother. Madam! Madam! There's news! There's news! Big news! Ling's excited, agitated voice suddenly rang out from outside, and moments later, her dainty figure hurried into the room. What is the news that has you in such a rush? His mother looked slightly taken aback. Jiang was also a bit curious. Madam! The wind and cloud rankings have changed again. The true identity of that mysterious old man at the top of the list has been revealed. Ling looked over at Jiang with excitement and a peculiar expression. The true identity of the mysterious old man has been revealed. Who is it? His mother was taken aback. Jiang's heart skipped a beat. Why was the girl looking at him like that? Could it be that the mysterious old man at the top of the rankings really had something to do with him? Old. Mischievous. Child. Ling said, enunciating each word clearly. What? Old mischievous child. His mother jumped to her feet and, stunned, turned to look at Jiang as well. Old mischievous child? Jiang looked utterly incredulous. Wasn't he that just a nickname he'd made up on the spot earlier? How could this be? That's right. It's the old rascal. The nickname the young master made up earlier. He. I was wondering who the mysterious old man could be, but it turns out he was right under our noses all along. But come to think of it, it makes perfect sense. The old rascal is pretty mysterious, isn't he? He. Ling chuckled mischievously. That can't be possible. Yunner is still so young, and his cultivation is so low. Linger, are you sure you're not mistaken? Mother still found it hard to believe. Jiang also found it hard to believe. After all, he knew his own limitations all too well. As things stood, the only way he could reach the top of the list would be to activate the evil god avatar talent. But the problem was, if he activated the evil god avatar, the one at the top of the list wouldn't be the old rascal, it would be the evil god. Madam, there's no mistake. The news has already spread far and wide. I went to verify the Fengyun rankings with my own eyes. You should know, madam, that the Fengyun rankings are derived from predictions of future events. They're virtually infallible. Ling replied immediately. Well, that may be so, but it's really too far-fetched. His mother looked at Jiang, a complex expression crossing her face. My lady, you might not be able to wrap your head around it right now, but I'm sure I understand exactly what's going on. Today, I'll take the young master to deal with that filthy rat and put it to the test. I'm sure you'll understand once you see it for yourself. He. Ling gave Jiang a mischievous grin. Well. Her mother looked hesitant. Madam, now that the identities on the wind and cloud rankings have been revealed, it proves that the old rascal is definitely going to cause quite a stir, and this aligns with what I had anticipated earlier. You can rest assured. Ling tried to reassure her once more. All right, then. Take Yunner and give it a try. Her mother nodded. Mm-hmm. Ling nodded eagerly, then turned to Jiang with a beaming smile. Jiang shrugged. He didn't really have anything to worry about. After all, he knew Ling was a rock-solid ally, not to mention that his mother would most likely be there to back them up this time as well. Meanwhile, over at his evil god Avatar's location. Inside the Yu family estate. Young master. Their SA situation. Zhao Lei rushed up to Yu Bai Huan. HM? What's the rush? Yu Bai Huan asked, puzzled. The identity of that mysterious old man at the top of the Feng Yun rankings has been revealed. Zhao Lei wore an expression of bewilderment and disbelief. Oh? Who is it? The old rascal. The old rascal? What? Is that the one you mentioned to me last night when you came back? The old rascal who was causing trouble for Miss Mu. I'm not entirely sure, but I'd say it's 9 out of 10. After all, the timing can't be that coincidental. How is that possible? Didn't you say that old mischief maker only had a few decades of cultivation at the mortal stage? And that he even had to use Elder Taoist Jinping's protection rune? With abilities like that, how could he possibly be number 1 on the list? Yu Bai Huan simply couldn't believe it. Perhaps he didn't even show his true abilities last night? After all, according to Miss Mu, he went there just to tease her. Since it was just a tease, he naturally held back. And since Miss Mu wasn't a match for him to begin with, it's no wonder she couldn't gauge his true strength. Old rascal? Where on earth did this character come from? You're saying that old rascal will go looking for Miss Mu again today, right? Yu Bai Huan furrowed his brow deeply. That's what Miss Mu said. Go over there now and gather some more information from Miss Mu. While you're at it, see if that person really does come back today. Put everything else on hold for now. Got it. Zhao Lei responded and set off. Yu Bai Huan returned to his room. Over on Jiang's side, he and the maid Ling had already donned black robes as a disguise and were moving swiftly through the quiet alleys. Young master, do you understand? When the time comes, if you want to take action against someone, just give a hand signal, say a word or two, or give a glance. You don't need to strike them yourself. If anyone attacks, don't panic, just stay calm and composed. Leave the rest to me. Ling kept reminding him as they went. That's easy. Sister Ling, please rest assured. Jiang said cheerfully. According to the girl's instructions, all he had to do today was put on a show. He was actually quite curious to see how she would help him pull off this whole charade later. Not long after, Jiang had already strutted into the Yu clan's territory, heading straight for Yu Bai Huan's location. According to Ling's instructions, while he was taking care of Yu Bai Huan today, he was also supposed to give the entire Yu clan a taste of what it's like to be dominated by a powerful figure. Who are you? What business do you have here at the Yu clan? A stern voice rang out. Jiang's outfit, a black robe of unknown origin, immediately aroused the Yu clan's suspicion, and within seconds, over a dozen people closed in to block his path. It appeared they were all practitioners with at least 6 years of cultivation at the mortal stage. Ha ha ha! I am the old prankster, and today I've come to uphold justice on behalf of heaven. Jiang cackled eerily. What? The old mischief maker. That mysterious old man at the top of the rankings. The Yu clan members were instantly taken aback. Clearly, they were already aware of today's changes on the wind and cloud rankings. You bunch of minions aren't qualified to negotiate with this old man. Get lost and bring out someone in charge. Jiang waved her small hand tentatively, only to immediately sense a surge of energy around her. Instantly, a burst of water energy erupted from her body, slamming directly into the dozen or so Yu clan guards in front of her. A chorus of pained cries erupted at once. The dozen or so Yu clan guards were all sent flying backward, crashing to the ground in a chaotic heap. Jiang couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. She's really something, isn't she? I never expected that girl Ling to be so formidable. What kind of strength does one need to reach this level? Trouble. It's a nether stage expert. Quick! Notify the family head. The dozen or so Yu clan guards scrambled away, rolling and crawling as they went. The people around them also panicked and scattered to take cover. Tisk. Jiang suddenly felt light as a feather and immediately strolled leisurely deeper into the Yu clan S streets. The number one old rascal on the wind and cloud rankings is here. The number one old rascal on the wind and cloud rankings is here. Quick, fetch the clan head. As Jiang made his way through, the scene was one of utter chaos and panic. It had to be said that the reputation of the number one on the wind and cloud rankings was truly intimidating, otherwise, he would likely have had to fight his way through before successfully reaching the Yu clan compound. Gradually, he arrived at the Yu clan S core area. There, he saw Yu Mingpeng and the current clan head, Yu Filong, flanked by a group of core members, standing ready for battle. Among them was Yu Baihuang. At that moment, Jiang's evil god avatar also spotted the Yu clan's ancestral elder, Yu Qinghe, lurking in the shadows, watching the commotion unfold. My fellow Taoist, you old rascal. I wonder what exactly the Yu clan has done to offend you that you've come here to stir up trouble. Yu Mingpeng said in a deep voice. His tone of dissatisfaction was laced with a hint of defiance, as if he were questioning the weight of Jiang's top-rank status. Upon hearing this, Jiang's heart stirred, and he casually retorted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you address this old man as fellow Taoist? Get down on your knees." As soon as he spoke, a terrifying force erupted before him. In an instant, a surging water dragon burst forth. Yu Mingpeng's expression changed instantly. A powerful force erupted from his body, and he immediately unleashed a blast of wind energy. Boom! Ah! The two forces collided, and Yu Mingpeng's wind energy was instantly shattered by the water dragon. He was immediately blasted backward, screaming in agony as blood spurted from his mouth. He finally crashed to the ground, severely injured. Father! Grandfather! Yu Filong and the others were all stunned. An insight stage expert. You're an insight stage expert. Yu Mingpeng's voice was hoarse as he struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with sheer terror. What? Insight stage. Yu Filong and the others were utterly horrified. Oof. If your Yu clan has any other tricks up its sleeve, go ahead and show them. It'll be a treat for this old man to see. Jiang clasped his hands behind his back and said haughtily. In truth, he mainly wanted to see how Yu Qinghe would react, whether he'd be provoked into action. However, deep down, he was still a little nervous, fearing that if he kept up this act, someone might beat him to death. We wouldn't dare. Senior, you're joking. Our Yu clan is but a small, insignificant family. What could we possibly have that would impress you, senior? I do not know what offense the Yu clan has committed to warrant a figure of your stature taking the trouble to come here. I humbly ask that you enlighten us. Yu Mingpeng bowed nervously. Your Yu clan has harmed women and children, bullied men and coerced women, and oppressed the authorities. Tell me, how should your Yu clan be dealt with? Jiang said in a calm tone. This. Could it be that you're referring to what that unfilial grandson of mine did earlier? Yu Mingpeng's expression changed, and he immediately turned to look at Yu Baihuang. The rest of the Yu clan also turned their gaze toward Yu Baihuang. Yu Baihuang, his face filled with panic, couldn't help but drop to his knees at once. What do you think? Jiang said in a calm tone. Very well. I understand. I promise that after today, that unfilial grandson will never set foot in this world again. Afterward, I will personally lead my clan members to the magistrate's office to apologize to the authorities. Is that acceptable? Yu Mingpeng said through gritted teeth. Jiang was taken aback. He had originally expected the other party to beg for leniency or negotiate terms, then he would have demanded that Yu Baihuang's legs be broken right there on the spot, ensuring he could never cause trouble again. He hadn't expected the Yu clan to be so decisive and straightforward, truly worthy of a local tyrant that had managed to survive this long. Of course, if it weren't for the fear of causing too much of a commotion that might be impossible to contain, given Ling's temperament, the Yu clan would likely have already been wiped out. Grandfather. At that moment, Yu Baihuang was utterly shocked. Shut up. You wretch. Do you want the entire Yu clan to be buried with you? Start preparing your funeral arrangements now. The clan head, Yu Fei Long, immediately rebuked him. Elder, will this arrangement satisfy you? Yu Mingpeng pleaded with Zhang once more. I'll accept it, I suppose. Zhang replied flatly, then turned and walked away. However, the evil god avatar remained behind, quietly observing how the situation would unfold. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. Thank you, Elder, for your mercy. Yu Mingpeng and the rest of the Yu clan members all breathed a sigh of relief except for Yu Baihuang. Once Jiang had completely left the Yu clan. Father, it seems this person must have come from higher-ups. Yu Feilong said to Yu Mingpeng with a grave expression. It has to be someone from higher-ups. After all, since the government was involved, how could this be handled so lightly? I just didn't expect the higher-ups would resort to such tactics. They didn't even give us a chance to present our case or provide evidence. Perhaps this is a case of turnabout is fair play. We'll just have to accept our fate. Yu Mingpeng sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Zhang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had originally brought the authorities into the matter merely to make a stand, to prevent that county magistrate and the three major Taoist temples from causing him trouble with their stubbornness. He hadn't expected the Yu family to think so deeply about it. They even anticipated an envoy from the imperial court. Father, how are we going to handle Bai Huan's situation now? At that moment, a hesitant voice rang out. It was Yu Rong, Bai Huan's father, who had spoken up. Bai Huan? That little monster can no longer be spared. What is there to negotiate? Do you think that old rascal is easy to fob off? Yu Mingpeng's expression immediately darkened. Grandfather, please don't. Your grandson doesn't want to die yet. My son is still so young. Yu Baihuan hurriedly pleaded in panic. That's right. Father, your precious great-grandson is only 3 years old. To make him lose his father now, how heartbreaking that would be. Yu Rong quickly chimed in. Humph. Just tell me, is this father of his capable of protecting Ener now, or of serving as a role model for him? Yu Mingpeng roared in anger. Well. Yu Rong was instantly at a loss for words. Take him away. Give him 1 day to properly prepare for his funeral. This is the family's final act of leniency toward him. Yu Mingpeng sighed softly and waved his hand, looking as though he couldn't bear to look at Yu Baihuang any longer. No. Grandfather. Spare my life. Spare my life. Yu Baihuang pleaded in even greater terror, but in the end, he was dragged away by force. Just then, Zhao Lei also hurried back, but before he could say much, Yu Mingpeng called him to a halt. Zhao Lei. What task did that wretch send you on? Yu Mingpeng said in a deep voice. Well, Your Honor, the young master sent me to investigate the matter of the old eccentric at the top of the rankings. The details are as follows. Zhao Lei began to recount the story in detail and with great respect. A moment later. What? That old rascal ranked first on the list went and teased a leader? Are you sure it was that old rascal ranked first? Yu Mingpeng couldn't help but look utterly stunned. The rest of the Yu family were also quite taken aback. Jiang, however, felt a bit uneasy. Why did this situation suddenly feel a bit awkward? It seemed to be tarnishing his reputation as the number one on the rankings, didn't it? Well, I'm not entirely sure either. Miss Mu is also quite bewildered right now. She can't believe it's the same person. Zhao Lei replied. How is that possible? Are you certain that the leader doesn't know why the old prankster teased her? Yu Mingpeng's expression shifted. I wouldn't dare say for certain, but I get the feeling Miss Mu is hiding something. Zhao Lei said hesitantly. Oh? Starting right now, take some men and keep a close eye on that girl's every move. Remember, you must not be discovered, and you must not provoke her under any circumstances. Yu Mingpeng said in a deep voice. Yes. I'll go inform young Master Bai Huan. No need. You don't have to go see him anymore. What? Yes. I'll carry out your orders. Zhao Lei's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly withdrew. Seeing this, Zhang couldn't help but look pensive. It seemed his well-behaved granddaughter was still cautious enough not to reveal the lies he despun earlier, otherwise, she might have gotten herself into trouble. All in all, the matter had been resolved perfectly, and he and his mother could now return to their peaceful life as before. At that moment, back at home, Ling had already given his mother a detailed account of the situation. Madam, see? I wasn't wrong, was I? Word of this will likely spread soon, and by then, the identity of the old prankster at the top of the rankings will surely be confirmed. Ling said with a smile. Humph, you lot are always causing a ruckus. Yuner, you've certainly had your fun now. Her mother laughed as well. Not at all, mother. I wasn't playing around, I was helping you ease your worries. Zhang immediately put on the air of a dutiful son. Oh, is that so? Well, then everything is fine now. From now on, I won't let you tag along with Ling to cause a ruckus anymore, okay? Her mother nodded. What? Mother! You can't do that. I still need to go out and clear my head every now and then. Gradually, Zhang turned 1 year and 4 months old. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 34 years. Deduction art, insight stage, 100 years. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1262. He had advanced his cultivation by 1 year on his own, and the nether beast core equivalent to 50 years of the mortal stage that Ling had given him had boosted his cultivation by another 5 years. In other words, he advanced his cultivation by 6 years in roughly 1 month. If he could keep up this pace, he feared he might reach the nether stage before he was even 2.5 years old. Young master, please don't rush your cultivation just yet. Once this servant has found you a perfect nether stage pill, it won't be too late to help you achieve a double perfect breakthrough then. Ling said. A perfect nether stage pill? A double perfect breakthrough? Zhang was instantly taken aback. He wasn't actually in a hurry about his current cultivation progress. After all, according to his original plan, he was supposed to rely solely on his own slow and steady cultivation. Having Ling's help was a complete and unexpected bonus. But what exactly were a perfect nether stage pill and a double perfect breakthrough? A nether stage pill is a cultivation elixir that, once you've reached the mortal stage for 10 years, allows you to directly advance to the nether stage upon ingestion. A perfect nether stage pill refers to one refined to perfect quality. It has a more potent effect and offers significant benefits when breaking through to the nether stage. As for the double perfect breakthrough, it involves taking the perfect nether stage pill at the critical juncture of having spent 100 years in the mortal stage. Doing so not only yields immense benefits but also greatly increases the likelihood of gaining an epiphany regarding one's innate talent during the breakthrough. As long as you gain such an epiphany regardless of what the talent is, it's an excellent outcome. Moreover, the double perfect breakthrough is easier to achieve at lower cultivation levels, because the higher the realm, the more difficult cultivation becomes, cultivation resources are harder to obtain, and skilled alchemists are harder to find. Therefore, young master, you absolutely must not miss the opportunity for the double perfect breakthrough while you're at the nether stage. Ling admonished him earnestly. I see, all right, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Sister Ling. Zhang nodded in realization. He never would have imagined such a concept existed. If it weren't for Ling and his mother, he feared he would have muddled through aimlessly until he reached the mortal stage 100 years from now, only to force a breakthrough then. It really does make a difference to have a background in connections. The local cultivators in Crimson Sun Town, for instance, had absolutely no concept of a double perfect breakthrough. Of course, that was probably mainly because they lacked the conditions for it. After all, for the cultivators here, even reaching the nether stage was a luxury, let alone a double perfect breakthrough. Sister Linger, you're so powerful you must be able to walk all over most places out there, right? Zhang asked curiously. Although Crimson Sun Town was a small place with few masters, the strength Ling had just demonstrated was clearly far beyond the norm. Ah, how could this servant be considered powerful? I'm only a tiny bit stronger than you, young master. I wouldn't dare claim I can walk around with my head held high. Not to mention, I'm afraid I might accidentally end up on the town's wind and cloud rankings. Ling said helplessly. Ha! Even if you were listed on the ranking of the elite, those people probably wouldn't know Sister Linger as true identity, right? Take me, for example, nobody knows mine either, do they? That's different. Young master, your identity is easy to misinterpret. No one would connect a highly skilled old man with a 1-year-old toddler. But if I were to be listed, no matter what my identity is, it would still be risky. Ling shrugged. All right. Jiang nodded. It seemed the wind and cloud rankings really did carry a lot of weight. He expected even an unknown powerhouse like Ling to be wary of them. Still, over the past few months, he certainly made the most of the rankings. Ever since he taken down the Yu clan last time, his reputation as the old rascal had skyrocketed, and nearly everyone was curiously speculating and investigating his true identity. Moreover, over the past month, he had Ling take him out to stir up trouble quite often. Whenever he got bored, he go out to uphold justice, taking down quite a few people on the list, so much so that the wind and cloud rankings had been updated countless times. Now, the people of Crimson Sun Town not only wonder about his identity but also feel admiration, gratitude, and even worship. Using the evil god avatar and a century's worth of deduction art cultivated at the insight stage, he has thoroughly purged Crimson Sun Town of its villains, striking fear into the hearts of those with malicious intent and bringing the town to a state of peace and prosperity. It has even inspired many cultivators to follow in his footsteps and join his noble cause of upholding justice. Even Yumei, mentioned earlier, is among them. She has consequently climbed several spots on the rankings and now stands at number 78. If these people knew that Jiang was merely looking for a flashy title to pick fights out of sheer boredom, who knows what they would think? However, his identity as the old prankster has now made him a wanted man by the authorities for disrupting the order of the law. Although his actions were hailed by the common folk as acts of chivalry, without a proper trial based on evidence, even if he hadn't beaten the wrong person, it was still against the rules in the eyes of the imperial court. So, unsurprisingly, his old rascal persona has made it onto the wanted list, with a bounty of 100 silver taels. A bounty of 100 silver taels, a rather subtle sum. For an ordinary bandit or criminal, this would naturally be reasonable. But for the old rascal, who tops the wind and cloud rankings, it's quite thought-provoking. This clearly reflected the authorities' attitude of turning a blind eye. After all, this approach ensured they wouldn't be accused of inaction, disregarding the law, or condoning the old rascal's rule-breaking, while also not actually causing the old rascal any real trouble. After all, who in their right mind would go out of their way to take on the number 1 on the wind and cloud rankings for a mere 100 silver taels, that bounty isn't even enough to take on the very last ranked figure on the list? Only a fool would go looking for trouble over a mere 100 silver taels. Furthermore, the Yu family's true wealth has now been almost entirely exposed. It's safe to say that every notable business in Crimson Sun Town is under their control. This has sent shockwaves through the entire populace. Moreover, Yu Mingpeng's nether stage cultivation level is now common knowledge, and everyone understands why he was able to rank 9th on the wind and cloud rankings and single-handedly overpower the Crimson Sun Prefecture. If it weren't for the presence of Jiang, the number 1 on the rankings, that old rascal, the Yu family would likely have already struck fear into everyone's hearts. Late at night, Crimson Sun Town welcomed a mountain spirit for the first time in a long while. As soon as Jiang detected it through his evil god avatar, he immediately dragged Ling out for a stroll. He also cast a divination to determine the mountain spirit's origins, discovering it was merely a wild mountain spirit out to cause trouble, and its cultivation was only at the early nether stage, suggesting it was a newcomer. Just as he had casually disposed of the mountain spirit and was preparing to wander off somewhere else. "Seen your old rascal." A familiar voice, tinged with a hint of choking emotion, rang out. Jiang paused in surprise and turned to look, only to see Yume staring at him with slightly reddened eyes. In fact, he already sensed through the evil god avatar that she was nearby, but he hadn't paid it any mind. Kid. Jiang immediately felt a bit uncomfortable. He realized that this girl seemed to have genuinely come to regard him as her grandfather. After all, he originally intended to just pull a fast one on her, but now the situation was getting a bit awkward. Are you really my grandfather? Yume's eyes were now completely red-rimmed, and her voice was choked with emotion. Jiang immediately felt his head spin. His mind raced, and he said, "Little girl, this isn't the place to talk. Come with me first." He immediately turned and headed for a secluded spot, as people were already trickling in from all around due to the commotion caused by their earlier battle with the mountain spirit. A moment later, they arrived at a secluded spot on the outskirts of Crimson Sun Town. "Grandpa!" Yume couldn't help but call out first, her voice choked with emotion. Upon hearing this, Jiang's mouth fell open in surprise for a moment. He didn't know how to react. At that moment, it seemed as though he could already hear that girl Ling laughing non-stop in the corner. "Grandpa! Why aren't you answering me? Didn't you say before that you'd come see me again? Why didn't you come?" Yume's choked voice rang out again, her tone now tinged with a sense of panic at having something she thought she'd gained only to lose it again. "Well, Mayor, you know about that wind and cloud rankings." Jiang had no choice but to steel himself and respond. It seemed that for the time being, he would have to keep stringing along his beloved granddaughter, even as she wept. Otherwise, this girl, whose heart was already riddled with emotional scars, might well be overcome with grief. "Is it because of the Feng Yun rankings? Are you afraid it might drag your granddaughter into trouble?" Yes. Mayor, as you know, your grandfather has made quite a few enemies these days. Although those people can't do anything to me, you're still a bit too vulnerable, Mayor. If they come after you for revenge, or use you to threaten your grandfather, you'll be in danger. As Jiang spoke, he grew increasingly solemn. "I see. Well then, I understand, Grandpa." Yume's eyes welled up with tears of joy and gratitude. I'm glad you understand, my dear granddaughter. From now on, just live your life peacefully. I'll watch over you from the shadows. Don't take on any more work as an assassin or hitman. Doing too many things that go against heaven and humanity will bring retribution." Jiang hurriedly replied. "It's just that I don't know what else I can do right now. Lately, I've tried following in your footsteps, Grandpa, to uphold justice, but in the end, my strength is too weak and my abilities are limited. More often than not, it doesn't go well, and I have to be mindful of the authorities. I don't know if I can continue down this path. Grandpa, can you guide me through this confusion?" Yume said, looking lost. "My girl, upholding justice isn't something ordinary people can do. If you do it well, it might not benefit you personally. If you do it poorly, it will definitely bring disaster. With your current abilities, you shouldn't get involved. Find a more normal, ordinary job. Live a quiet life. Taking care of yourself is better than anything else," Jiang said helplessly. For him, upholding justice was merely something he did on the side because it was within his capabilities. If one doesn't understand their own limits and acts on nothing but empty passion, who knows whether they'll end up doing good or harming both others and themselves. Then what can I do now? I don't know what purpose I have in living anymore now. Apart from you, Grandpa, I don't know what else there is to live for." Yume's eyes welled up with tears once more. Well. Jiang felt a sudden headache coming on, then mused, "Here's what we'll do, go to the floating life school and see that Master Lu. Maybe she can help guide you." "The floating life school?" Yume froze for a moment. "Yes, don't ask any more questions, just go see her." Jiang nodded. He felt that Master Lu should be able to clear up this girl's confusion. At the same time, he was also testing the waters. He wanted to see how Master Lu would react and whether he could gauge her true intentions from her response. "Okay, granddaughter will listen to Grandpa." Yume nodded immediately. "My dear granddaughter, I'll be on my way now, before things get complicated." "Wait, Grandpa, will you come see me again?" Yume looked at him with a mixture of uncertainty and pleading. "I will. As long as you're a good girl and live your life well, Grandpa will come see you." Jiang nodded at once. Then I'll wait for you, Grandpa." "All right, I'm off now." Jiang quickly turned and walked away, feeling a sense of relief. A short while later, he returned to the town and met up with Ling. At that moment, Ling was looking at Jiang with a peculiar expression, clearly trying to stifle a laugh. Humph. Go ahead and laugh if you want. Jiang couldn't help but snort softly. Put. No way, how dare I laugh at you, young master? Come on, let us head home. Ling couldn't help but burst out laughing, then contrary to what she just said, picked Jiang up and carried him back home. Jiang couldn't help but roll his eyes. By the way, young master, why did you send your well-behaved granddaughter to that so-called private school? Do you even know anything about it? Ling asked, suddenly curious. It's the Floating Life School. I once dreamed about the teachers there instructing students. They look really impressive, so I sent the girl over to check it out. Jiang bluffed. Ha? Young master, aren't you being a bit reckless? That school isn't even ranked on the Fengyun list. I've only heard of it. Apparently, it's just a place that teaches the basics to children from poor families. What good will going there do? Besides, young master, if you just send someone over out of the blue like that, how do you think the private academy will react? They think you're crazy? Ling said in astonishment. You little brat don't understand. I'm not going to bother explaining it to you. Jiang pursed his lips, looking as if he couldn't be bothered to deal with her. Ha! Yes. Young master's wisdom is unparalleled. How could a lowly servant like me possibly understand it? Ling couldn't help but laugh again. And Jiang really didn't feel like arguing with this girl right now. After all, she hadn't even remembered the name of the Floating Life School, which showed just how little she took it seriously. So naturally, she couldn't possibly know anything about Master Lu either. Talking to her any further would be like playing the lute to a cow, wouldn't it? The next day, Jiang's evil god avatar had already followed Yumei to the gates of the Floating Life School. On the way there, Jiang had taken the opportunity to cast a divination for Yumei. To his surprise, he discovered that the girl seemed to have met Master Lu, then entered the Floating Life School as a menial worker and ended up doing menial work for the rest of her life. What on earth is going on here? Jiang's mind was filled with questions. Since his divination couldn't detect Master Lu's presence, he had absolutely no way of knowing what exactly Yumei had discussed with Master Lu, or how she'd been talked into becoming a menial worker. By now, Yumei had stepped forward and gently knocked on the academy's front door. Is Master Lu here? A moment later, the academy's door swung open, and a woman who appeared to be around 50 appeared in the doorway. Are you here to see Master Lu, young lady? May I ask what brings you here? The woman inquired. Well, my name is Yumei. My grandfather sent me to visit Master Lu. Might I have the honor of speaking with him? Yumei clasped her fists in a bow. Yumei? Please wait a moment, young lady. I'll go ask Master Lu. The woman gave Yumei a surprised look, then turned and walked into the academy. Shortly afterward. This way, young lady. Master Lu is waiting for you inside. The woman came out again and said. All right. Thank you very much. Yumei immediately followed her into the Floating Life School, curiously taking in the scene inside the school. They soon arrived at the Floating Life School's study hall. There, Master Lu sat quietly at his desk, his gentle and refined figure brewing tea. Master Lu, the guest has been brought in. The woman said respectfully. Thank you for your trouble. Master Lu gave the woman a faint smile, then said to Yumei, please have a seat. Master Lu, you're too kind. The woman nodded and withdrew. Thank you, Master. Yumei cast a curious glance at Master Lu before sitting down. Jiang's evil god avatar also watched with curiosity. Miss Mu, may I ask what brings you here? Master Lu gently handed Yumei a cup of tea. Thank you. Yumei took the cup and paused briefly before saying, Master, the thing is, I have a friend who, ever since she was a child. Upon hearing this, Jiang was completely speechless. Wow, she is just making up a friend out of thin air, isn't she? As far as he could tell, given Master Lu's abilities, he likely already knew all about Yume's situation. These questions were probably just going through the motions so as not to seem too abrupt. Now, listening to this dear granddaughter inventing a friend out of thin air, he felt incredibly awkward. That's pretty much the situation. My friend is completely at a loss right now. She doesn't know where to go or where she belongs. I can't help her either. I asked my grandfather, but he couldn't give me an answer either. He just told me to come here and find you, master. He said you should be able to help me, that friend. Yume had finished speaking. Your situation, your friend's condition is very serious. It won't get better anytime soon. However, I do have a method of treatment. As Master Lu spoke, he rose and went to a bookshelf nearby, retrieving several scrolls and placing them on the table. Yume couldn't help but look at the scrolls with curiosity. John also wore a look of curiosity. Could these all be medical texts? And weren't there a bit too many of them? It seems the situation really is very serious. It won't get better anytime soon. Before we begin, I need to ask you a question. Master Lu's calm voice rang out softly. Please go ahead, Master. Yume replied earnestly. Do you truly want to help your friend? Of course I do. Yume nodded. Then are you willing to pay the price for your friend? This price? Are you hesitating? It seems your relationship isn't particularly close? No. As long as my friend can be cured, I'm naturally willing to pay the price. No matter how much the fee is, I'll agree to it and do whatever it takes to secure it. My only fear is that the price might be something I simply can't afford. Yume shook her head hurriedly. Rest assured, you can afford it. It shouldn't be too difficult for you. Master Lu replied. In that case, there is no problem at all. Master, please speak your mind. Yume said decisively. Very well. Since you're such close friends, I'm sure Miss Mu must know your friend's preferences. Of course I do. Then choose one of your friend's interests from here and master it. Remember, it must be your friend's interest, not your own. Once you've grasped its true essence, pass it on to your friend, and her problem will be resolved. However, grasping the true essence isn't easy. The price you'll have to pay is staying at the academy to study for a while. I'll be there to guide you. Master Lu gestured toward the scrolls on the table. Ha! Oh. Yume paused for a moment, then picked up one of the scrolls with a mix of surprise and confusion. She unfolded it and took a look. Is this cooking? Jiang also looked over curiously and saw that it was indeed the cooking skills taught at the Floating Life School, one of the many survival skills imparted there. He was instantly taken aback. Could it be, were these really all the survival skills the Floating Life School taught its students? Was this what they meant by healing methods? By now, Yume had also unfolded the other scrolls and was flipping through them one by one. Sure enough, they covered skills like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, astronomy and geography, carpentry and farming. Master, you want me to learn all this? And then I'll be able to help my friend? Yume looked at Master Lu with some hesitation. Yes, but whether you can help her depends on whether Miss Mu has grasped the true essence of these skills. That, in turn, depends on just how strong your determination is to help your friend. It could take as little as 1 or 2 months, or as long as 3 to 5 years. Are you truly willing to pay this price for your friend, Miss Mu? If your so-called friendship is nothing more than empty words meant to sound good to others, then don't waste your time here. Master Lu said flatly. There seemed to be a hint of contempt and mockery in his tone. You. Of course I'm willing. And I'm certainly not just saying nice things. Yume replied immediately. Then make your choice. Master Lu gestured again. Fine. I'll look through them all first. Yume began unfolding the scrolls one by one to examine them. Jiang was instantly at a loss for words. This Master Lu was truly a master of deception. If he hadn't been certain that Master Lu already knew about Yume's situation, he might have been fooled as well. No wonder he predicted that Yume would be stuck doing menial chores for the rest of her life. A moment later. I'll take this one mechanical arts, Yume said, holding up a scroll. Alright, then go back and get yourself ready. Come stay at the academy in the next couple of days. As for your tuition, you'll be responsible for the academy's odd jobs from now on, sweeping the courtyard, dusting, things like that. Master La nodded. Okay, huh? What? Yume had just agreed when she suddenly looked up in astonishment. Master, what did you just say? My tuition fee is to handle the academy's odd jobs? Jiang was also a bit taken aback. Was this the beginning of his well-behaved granddaughter doing menial work? And it's actually her tuition fee? What kind of arrangement is this? What on earth was Master Lu thinking? Yes, is there a problem? Master Lu asked, puzzled. No, Master, I have money. I can afford the tuition fee, I don't need to do menial work. How much is the tuition at your school? 100 silver taels, or 1,000? I can pay either. Yume was already looking somewhat annoyed, feeling belittled, and ready to prove Master Lu wrong. No, your silver has no value, only your labor has value. And at Floating Life School, tuition is paid only with the valuables a student can offer. Do you understand? Master Lu shook his head lightly. Well. Yume was completely taken aback. Jiang was also somewhat stunned. They only accept the valuables students can offer? He had previously thought the tuition at the Floating Life School was just a token amount. Now that he thought about it carefully, the tuition currently paid by students at the Floating Life School did indeed seem quite valuable to the students themselves or their families. It was just that, from his family's current perspective, it seemed like a mere token. What's the matter? Can't you afford the tuition? Master Lu asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. No. Yume furrowed her brow slightly. I just have one question. I'm wondering what your relationship is with my grandfather? At those words, Jiang couldn't help but prick up his ears. This was a question he cared deeply about. Your grandfather? Who is your grandfather? Master Lu asked, looking puzzled. My grandfather. Master, you don't know my grandfather? When I came here, didn't my grandfather inform you? Yume was instantly taken aback. Jiang was also taken aback. Was Master Lu still playing dumb? He didn't believe for a second that Master Lu didn't know he was the one who sent Yume over. And judging by Master Lu's behavior today, it was obvious he caught on. Why would your grandfather need to inform me? Master Lu looked even more puzzled. Well. So who is your grandfather? Master Lu pressed further. Jiang couldn't help but silently urge her, good girl, just say it. Answer her already. Yume hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and said, never mind. Since Grandpa didn't say anything, I shouldn't just blurt it out. I'll come back tomorrow or the day after, Master. Jiang immediately cursed inwardly, this unfilial granddaughter, she really doesn't know any better. All right. Master Lu nodded. Then I'll take my leave for now. Yume stood up, bowed, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Master Lu went about tidying up the scrolls on the table. No way. Jiang felt a pang of resentment. It seemed as though he uncovered something today, yet at the same time, it felt as though he uncovered nothing at all. He couldn't help but cast another divination for himself to see if he, too, would be admitted to the Floating Life School in the future. After all, if Yume, that simple-minded granddaughter he summoned, could be accepted, there was no reason he couldn't be. However, the result of this divination was... Why? As the divination result appeared, Jiang couldn't help but scream inwardly he still couldn't pass the entrance exam. What on earth was going on? Could it be that Master Lu thought he should pursue his studies somewhere better? Or was it the tuition fee? That's right. Given his current family circumstances, what would the tuition requirement be? But logically speaking, his labor should have some value, right? He could do odd jobs at the academy. No. How did I get talked into this too? Jiang felt instantly dejected. Out of the blue, Why was he even thinking about doing odd jobs? There must be a reason he failed the entrance exam. Besides, this doesn't necessarily mean Master Lu doesn't want to take him in after all. Master Lu had already taught him 2 volumes of deduction art. Perhaps there were other requirements he hadn't met yet? In the days that followed, Jiang began observing Yume's life at Floating Life School. He saw that the girl quickly immersed herself in the study of mechanical arts. Moreover, even when she was often teased and mocked by mischievous younger students while doing odd jobs, she would actually play and joke around with them. Later, after some students secretly accused her of not respecting her teachers, she even began referring to herself as a student in front of Master Lu. Seeing this, Jiang couldn't help but feel a bit down. It seemed his well-behaved granddaughter was actually quite enjoying this life of running errands. Time gradually passed, and Jiang was now 1 year and 7 months old. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 44 years. Deduction art, insight stage, 100 years. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1353. His cultivation had advanced by 10 years. He was nearly halfway through the mortal stage. Ling was still helping him prepare the ingredients for a perfect nether stage pill. According to Ling, they've almost gathered all the spiritual herbs needed to refine a perfect nether stage pill. However, the biggest problem right now is that it's hard to find a pill refiner capable of refining a perfect nether stage pill. To refine a perfect nether stage pill, one must have 1,000 years of experience in the nether stage of pill refinement or have reached the insight stage in pill refinement. But skilled alchemists are usually sponsored by powerful factions they're hard to negotiate with and rarely agree to craft pills for others. As for independent alchemists, most aren't skilled enough. They're barely capable of refining mortal stage level nether beast cores. Any alchemist capable of crafting nether stage pills is snapped up immediately. So, it won't be possible to get that perfect nether stage elixir back anytime soon. Aside from cultivation-related issues, Crimson Sun Town is now extremely peaceful. It's almost impossible to find anyone daring to cause trouble. That's because Jiang had already cleaned them all out when he was bored, and now he is genuinely bored. He can't very well go looking for trouble just for the sake of it, can he? Now even the Yu family was behaving exceptionally well. Every aspect of their family's business was running smoothly and by the book. Even as their business income continued to dwindle, they stubbornly hung on, not daring to make a peep. This made Jiang feel incredibly bored. However, today an unexpected situation arose in the town. Young master, there's been a bit of a commotion outside today. Ling returned from outside, looking pensive. What's going on? Jiang was surprised, but at the same time, his interest was piqued. A female cultivator from out of town has arrived at the Kulai restaurant in town. She goes by the name Fong Qian and has specifically requested a challenge against the old prankster. She is waiting there, Ling said with a peculiar expression. Ha? A female cultivator from outside wants to challenge the old rascal? Why? Jiang was puzzled. I don't know. She might be here for fame, or she might have other motives. After all, our Crimson Sun Town doesn't have much contact with the outside world, and since it's such a small place, it's unlikely anyone would come all the way here just to challenge a master on our ranking list. I'm worried there might be something else going on, so until we figure out who she is and what she wants, let us not go out and fool around for a while, okay? Young master? Ling blinked, seeking his approval. If anything unexpected happens, don't let this little one go out. Before Jiang could even speak, his mother's voice came from behind him. I know, mother. Don't worry, Jiang said helplessly. He knew full well that his mother and Ling had gone into seclusion here because they were wary of or perhaps fleeing from something. Under these circumstances, he certainly wouldn't go around causing trouble on his own. I knew our Yuner was the best behaved and most sensible. His mother stepped closer, her face lit with a gentle smile as she gently ruffled Jiang's head. Meanwhile, Jiang had already sent his evil god avatar rushing to the Kalayan to search for that female cultivator. He planned to cast a divination for her to see exactly what she was all about. In just a moment, the evil god avatar located the female cultivator, Fong Qian, at the Kalayan. She was a woman with a square face, wearing a long, snow-white dress. Her figure was graceful, and her fair, radiant complexion gave her an air of integrity and dignity. Jiang was slightly surprised. Why would a female cultivator like this come out of the blue to challenge him? Surely she must have ulterior motives. After all, it was rare for a woman to choose an old man as her rival. With that in mind, he cast a divination on the female cultivator, Fang Qian. When the results came in, Jiang couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. This female cultivator was a mercenary who specialized in accepting various commissions to earn cultivation resources. She had come here specifically for a commission. This commission had been issued by the Meng family of Dingshan County to capture the killer of one of their young masters. As for how the female cultivator had tracked down Jiang the old rascal, it was because the Meng family's target shared the same characteristics as the old rascal: an elderly man, insight stage-level strength, a penchant for upholding justice, and a playful nature that enjoyed teasing others. With such strikingly similar characteristics, the female cultivator had grown suspicious of his identity as the old prankster, and this so-called challenge was intended to confirm it. This truly left Jiang speechless. As for the female cultivator's strength, it was no ordinary feat. She possessed over 800 years of cultivation at the nether stage. But that wasn't the main point. The key was that she was a rune art master. And as for her rune art level, Jiang hadn't been able to divine yet. That meant her rune art was at least at the insight stage, with over 100 years of cultivation. Furthermore, during his divination, Jiang discovered that this female cultivator had, relying solely on her rune art skills, captured quite a few unknown entities that couldn't be detected by divination. This clearly showed that her strength was no joke. Never mind. After a moment's thought, Jiang decided not to provoke this woman for the time being. In his view, her overall strength was likely still inferior to that of Ling. However, given the unknown factors involved, there was still some risk, so he chose to err on the side of caution. And so, 3 days passed in succession. News of the female cultivator Fang Qian's challenge and provocation of the old prankster had spread like wildfire, but the old prankster's identity remained a mystery, and he had yet to respond, sparking all sorts of speculation. Fang Qian, meanwhile, had asked around extensively and searched all over Crimson Sun Town for any trace of the old prankster. Having come up empty-handed, Fang Qian eventually took to the Kolai restaurant to hurl insults and taunts at the old prankster, even posting a long couplet in plain view to publicly berate him as a cowardly turtle and a good-for-nothing. These words infuriated little Ling to no end, and she was even prepared to sneak out to confront this female cultivator. Unfortunately, with her mother keeping a close watch, little Ling ultimately didn't dare to act recklessly. However, Fang Qian's actions had also stirred up discontent among many of the townspeople. At that moment, inside the Kalai restaurant. "Hey, some clowns actually think they're something special, don't they? That old rascal just can't be bothered to deal with them. He is only picking on the weak and innocent. If they were truly evil, they'd have been 6 feet under long ago." The waiter, who was serving a table of guests, remarked in a rather sarcastic tone. Coincidentally, Fang Qian was passing by at that moment. She immediately glared at him furiously. "What did you say? Have the guts to say that again?" "No. No. Lady Immortal, I was just calling myself a clown." "That's right. I am a clown," the waiter replied in a panic. "Humph." Fang Qian snorted coldly, but then something occurred to her. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "You're saying that if someone commits a crime, the old mischief maker will inevitably show up, is that right?" "Ah. Well, of course, in Crimson Sun Town right now, everyone knows that the old mischief maker is the one who hates evil the most. Why are you asking this, immortal lady?" The waiter replied, swallowing nervously. "If someone were to commit an evil deed, wouldn't that old turtle dare to come out? What would you say then?" Fang Qian suddenly adopted a mocking expression. That's impossible. The old rascal is the #1 peerless powerhouse on the wind and cloud rankings. How could he possibly be afraid to show up?" "Is that so?" Fang Qian gave a half smile. "What are you up to, immortal lady?" The waiter was actually getting a little flustered by Fang Qian's smile. Jiang's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. He hurriedly cast another divination for Fang Qian to see what this woman was really up to. But when the results came out, his expression changed instantly. According to the divination, in order to lure out his true identity as the old rascal, this madwoman had actually sought out a family in the dead of night and brutally slaughtered all 7 of them, including the elderly and the young. Damn it! Jiang couldn't help but feel a surge of rage. He'd already known this woman was no good. Her past divinations had revealed she'd committed her fair share of despicable acts. But since they had little to do with each other, she was no pushover, and based on previous divinations where she'd eventually left without causing further trouble, he hadn't bothered to pay her much mind. He never expected that now, this madwoman would forcibly alter the course of fate and become completely deranged. It seemed this was likely the result of interference from another diviner. After all, when this woman had previously visited Crimson Sun Town, she had consulted another diviner. Moreover, every time she went on a mission, she would consult a diviner to predict her fortune. With that in mind, Jiang gritted his teeth and spent over 100 more points of fortune to level up his deduction art. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 44 years. Deduction art, insight stage, 253 years. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1,200. His deduction art instantly reached the level of 253 years in the insight stage, not far from the minor perfection stage of 300 years. Jiang immediately cast another divination for Feng Qian. He wanted to see just how skilled she was in rune art, since she was already marked for death. Originally, if this woman had simply left, he naturally wouldn't have bothered with her, but now she was willing to slaughter innocent people just to lure him out. He simply couldn't stand by and watch innocent people die because of him. And the result of this divination brought him a sigh of relief. He had determined that this woman's rune art proficiency was at the insight stage, level 213. With that, he could tell Ling to go into battle with confidence. Shortly after. Sister Linger, tonight I want you to take me out to deal with someone. Jiang said to Ling. Huh? Who? Didn't the lady say you weren't allowed to go out during this time, young master? Ling asked in confusion. That woman, Feng Qian, the one who's causing trouble for the old prankster. Jiang replied. What? I isn't it because of that bitch that the lady won't let you go out, young master. If you act like this, young master, the lady will be furious. I had a dream that this wicked woman is going to indiscriminately slaughter innocent people tonight to force the old rascal out. I also saw her strength in my dream. She has just a talisman is slightly more powerful than that you clan patriarch from before. She shouldn't be a match for you, Sister Ling, right? What? She is actually going to slaughter innocent people for this? That slut really is no good. Are you sure she is just an insight stage talisman, master? If so, we can go ahead and give her a good thrashing without worry. But we'll still have to talk to Mother about this. I'll try to convince Mother. Jiang nodded, then went to find her mother to persuade her. After offering a series of assurances, Jiang finally received her mother's permission. Gradually, late night fell. Jiang led Ling to the rooftop of a house on a secluded street in the northwest part of town. This was the spot where Feng Qian planned to strike because it was so secluded and remote, it was unlikely to attract attention. Therefore, given Feng Qian's abilities, as long as she exercised caution, the magistrate's office would have virtually no way of tracing the crime back to her. At that moment, the evil god avatar was already watching as Feng Qian, clad in black and concealed, made her way toward this location. In just a moment, she had arrived. Ha! Feng Qian was taken aback when she suddenly saw Jiang standing there with his hands behind his back. A flicker of wariness and surprise flashed in the eyes peering out from beneath her veil. Ha ha ha, you're finally here. Jiang let out a strange, enigmatic chuckle. You were waiting for me. Do you know who I am? And who are you? Feng Qian's tone immediately grew much more serious. Tisk, TSK. Haven't you been trying to find this old man all along? Jiang said mockingly. You're the old mischief maker. Feng Qian couldn't help but be taken aback. What? Scared? Scared? Ha ha ha, hearing that it's you, you old turtle, this young lady is just a little excited. You must be that Yao Mu, right? Ha, I'm afraid not. Not you? Then do you dare reveal your true form so this young lady can take a look? No need. You won't live past tonight anyway. Oh? How arrogant. Then let this young lady see just what level the number one on the Crimson Sun Town rankings is capable of. As Fang Qian spoke, she affixed a talisman to each foot. Her figure flickered, and she charged straight at Jiang. At the same time, she produced 2 talismans from each hand. Oomph, you're overestimating yourself. Jiang stood immovable, her small hands fluttering rapidly as terrifying water dragons surged forth, rushing toward Fang Qian. The talismans this woman had just affixed to her feet were haste runes from Insight Stage Year 213, granting her movement speed equivalent to that of a practitioner at Insight Stage Year 213. Her primary attack strategy relied on her Stasis Rune and Soul Suppression Rune to instantly immobilize and control her opponent. Therefore, he absolutely could not let this woman's talismans get within striking distance. Damn it! Insight Stage Perfect Realm. Faced with Jiang's onslaught, Fang Qian was taken completely by surprise. She hurriedly stopped and tried to dodge, but she didn't have time to fully evade the attack. A series of loud booms echoed as she was sent reeling backward. Jiang took a step forward, relentlessly pursuing her, since this woman still had quite a few Insight Stage 201,203-year-old protection runes to defend herself. He couldn't possibly give her a chance to catch her breath and recover. Otherwise, given the gap in their cultivation levels, he wouldn't be able to catch up to her, and by then, he'd likely have no choice but to call on Ling to step in personally. Of course, the situation now was practically no different from Ling stepping in herself. If there was any difference at all, it was simply who the surrounding residents would see taking action. Bang! 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 Amid the continuous explosions, Fang Qian was forced to retreat step by step. Under Jiang's full force suppression, she was virtually powerless to resist. Stop! Senior, please stop. This is a misunderstanding. I've got the wrong person. Fang Qian's panicked voice rang out involuntarily. The fact that you've mistaken me for someone else has nothing to do with my intention to kill you. Jiang said disdainfully, her small hands continuing to strike out relentlessly. No! Senior! I realize my mistake. Please spare me. Fang Qian cried out in panic once more. Jiang paid no heed, and his assault with both hands continued unabated. Damn it! A furious roar. Dozens of talismans suddenly shot out from all around Fang Qian, flying rapidly toward Jiang. Jiang's heart sank. He hurriedly swung his small hands. Instantly, a massive water barrier expanded outward, effortlessly blocking the dozens of talismans. Then he resumed his assault on Fang Qian. He knew that those were all stasis runes from the 213th year of the Insight Stage. If he were hit by such a large number of stasis runes, even if he truly possessed the cultivation of the 300th year of the Insight Stage, he would be immobilized for a long time. Not to mention that he was still only at the mortal stage. As Jiang's relentless assault continued, the protection runes on Fang Qian's body were gradually being depleted. Finally, there was a thunderous explosion. Ah! A agonized scream. Fang Qian was blasted backward, spitting blood as she crashed to the ground. She had already suffered severe injuries. How could this happen? I was supposed to return empty-handed at most on this trip. Fang Qian couldn't help but let out a hoarse, resentful cry. What? Only now do you realize you should have returned empty-handed? Jiang sneered. This woman was indeed destined to return empty-handed. However, precisely because she knew the outcome would be failure, she assumed there was no risk involved. The more she thought about it, the more resentful she became, until eventually, her recklessness got the better of her, and she stubbornly pushed forward regardless. What do you mean by that? Fang Qian suddenly realized something with horror. To achieve your goal, you forcibly altered fate. You must bear the bitter consequences. Die. Jiang said coldly. With that, giving Fang Qian no chance to think further, he gave a slight wave of his hand, already making the gesture to annihilate her. Instantly, an even more terrifying water dragon rapidly coalesced. No! Feng Qian was overcome with utter horror. Boom! After a deafening explosion, Feng Qian was already completely dead. Her tight-fitting black outfit was soaked and tattered, revealing numerous severe wounds. At that moment, Jiang strode forward, deftly turned Feng Qian's body over, searched her, and finally retrieved a storage pouch. He had learned from his divination that this woman was carrying a storage pouch, containing all her belongings. In a small place like Crimson Sun Town, only a handful of people possessed storage pouches. Jiang tucked the storage pouch away and quickly made his escape. The earlier battle had long since alerted the surrounding residents. However, given the danger of the late night, almost no one dared to show their face. Yet, numerous members of the magistrate's office and the three major Taoist temples were already rushing here one after another. Naturally, he had to leave as soon as possible. A short while later, Jiang had already been carried back home by the young maid Ling. "Is it taken care of?" His mother looked relieved. The young master handled it with ease. "I thought it might be some formidable figure, but it turned out to be nothing more than a petty troublemaker." Ling chuckled. "That's all thanks to Sister Linger's skill. I was just going through the motions." Jiang didn't want to take all the credit. "As long as it's taken care of." As she spoke, Mother casually snatched the storage pouch right out of Jiang's arms. "Ha! Mother, my spoils of war." Jiang was taken aback. He knew his mother must have seen him looting the corpse. He just hadn't expected her to snatch his spoils away so suddenly. Yun your spoils? Are you sure?" His mother gave him a half smile. But even if I didn't deserve credit for the victory, I at least put in the effort." Jiang said bitterly. "These items usually have identification marks on them. If you keep them now, it's easy to invite trouble. Let me pick out one or two harmless ones for you to play with." His mother said with an amused, reassuring tone. "I want all the talismans inside, plus the rune art cultivation manuals, and the martial arts techniques." Jiang blurted out immediately. He knew that inside this storage pouch were Feng Qian's 3 volumes of rune art cultivation manuals. And that was the main reason he had rushed to loot the corpse the moment the battle ended. Rune art cultivation methods? "Yun do you want to learn this?" His mother was taken aback. Ling was also taken aback. I'm interested, and I'd like to take a look." Jiang replied. As he surmised, rune art should also be cultivable using fortune, just like deduction art. That way, he might soon become a master of talismanic arts. This would be far faster and more practical than improving his current cultivation level. "But Yun can you even read them right now?" His mother asked with a peculiar expression. "Yes. I can understand it. I've already learned to read." Jiang nodded immediately. "That's right. Madam, the young master might truly be able to understand it. I've been teaching him to read all along, and he is a bright child who learns quickly. I've already taught him so many characters." Ling chimed in with a smile. Since you're interested, Yun I'll let you take a look at this rune art manual. But don't start practicing the cultivation techniques in here just yet. Once you reach the perfect nether stage, I'll give you better cultivation techniques." Mother mused. "It's fine, just give it all to me. I'll pass those cultivation techniques on to my dear granddaughter." Jiang replied. He was born with an absurdly powerful cultivation method of his own, so naturally he had no interest in that woman's techniques. He was mainly doing this for his granddaughter's sake. My dear granddaughter." His mother smiled faintly, said nothing in the end, and gave Jiang everything he wanted. Meanwhile, Ling snickered to herself on the sidelines. The next day, Jiang began to seriously study the rune art manual. Rune art primarily includes house protection charms, soul suppression runes, stasis runes, protection runes, and haste runes. The most common ones were the house sealing charms and protection runes. These two types of talismans for ensuring safety were generally sold by rune art masters. As for the soul suppression rune, stasis rune, and haste rune, these three were the rune art master's primary offensive tools and the foundation of their self-defense. They were rarely sold openly, to prevent others from using them against them. The soul suppression rune was mainly used to seal and restrain soul-based entities. The stasis rune, on the other hand, targets physical entities and has almost no effect on soul-based entities. In roughly 3 days, Jiang had already mastered the 3 volumes of rune art manuals. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 44 years. Deduction art, insight stage, 253 years. Rune art, mortal stage. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1203. Sure enough, rune art could also be rapidly improved using fortune. Unfortunately, he didn't have much fortune left to spare at the moment, so he'd have to make do with advancing it by 3 years for now. Rune art, mortal stage, 3 years. Fortune, 1200. Jiang then attempted to draw his very first talisman. Wow! Young master, you've already mastered rune art. And the quality looks pretty good, too. It seems you really do have a talent for rune art after all. Ling, who had been watching from nearby, exclaimed excitedly. Sister Ling, you're joking. I'm not sure if this talisman even worked yet. I'll have to test it to find out. Jiang said with a sigh. No matter what he did, this girl always seemed to praise him. This could easily make him lose sight of himself. Oh, okay, then why not give it a try? Young master, is this a stasis rune? Curious, Ling stuck the rune on herself. Instantly, a subtle aura spread out, and Ling froze right where she stood. Not a muscle moved. Ha! Sister Ling? You're not just messing around, are you? Jiang was taken aback. Even if his stasis rune worked, it was only at the level of a third-year mortal stage practitioner. It wouldn't even be able to immobilize a random martial artist on the street, let alone a powerhouse as unfathomable as Ling? Was this girl just flattering him on purpose? However, he waited for a moment, yet Ling still didn't move an inch. Jiang was at a loss for words. Although he knew full well that this situation was completely impossible, Ling's acting was so convincing that it made him hesitate just a little. Yuner, what are you two playing at here? Just then, Mother opened the door and walked in from outside. Mother, I just tried drawing a stasis rune. Sister Ling stuck it on herself, and now she hasn't moved at all. Mother, Sister Ling must be trying to make me happy, right? Jiang said helplessly. Ha? Yuner, have you already mastered rune art? Mother was slightly surprised and casually removed the stasis rune from Ling's body. Ah! This servant greets you, madam. Ling hurriedly bowed respectfully. What is going on? This talisman doesn't seem to be very high grade, does it? Mother looked at the talisman in her hand with confusion, then cast a peculiar glance at Ling. It's like this. This is the young master's very first talisman. I was afraid of damaging it, so I didn't dare to pull it off forcefully. I was thinking to ask the young master for this talisman so I could keep it as a memento. Ling said, looking a little embarrassed. Her mother fell silent. Jiang also fell silent. Young master, would that be okay? This is the first talisman you've ever drawn and you succeeded on your very first try. Ling pleaded with Jiang in a pitiful tone. Sister Ling, if you want it, just take it. It's such a small thing, how could I possibly refuse you? Jiang said helplessly. Thank you, young master. Ling exclaimed happily, then turned her gaze to the talisman her mother was holding. At that moment, her mother looked slightly hesitant, but finally handed the talisman to Ling with some hesitation. Thank you, madam. Ling happily accepted it at once. How is this talisman Yuner drew? His mother asked. Madam, I'd say it's at the level of someone with 3 or 4 years of mortal stage experience. It's truly impressive the young master has only been studying rune art for 3 days. Ling marveled. He has only been studying for 3 days, yet the talisman he drew is at the level of someone with 3 or 4 years of mortal stage experience? It seems you really do have a talent for this, Yuner. His mother looked at Jiang in astonishment. I guess so, but I'm not really sure. Jiang could only feign ignorance, feeling awkward. As long as they didn't treat him like a monster or an outcast, it was fine. His mother and Ling could think whatever they wanted. In that case, Yuner, you should focus on cultivating rune art. As for your cultivation level, there is no need to rush for now. Your mother and Linger will take care of that for you. His mother smiled gently, her expression clearly filled with joy and pride. Okay. Thank you, mother. Thank you, Sister Linger. Jiang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Over the next few days, news of the female cultivator Fong Qian's murder in a secluded part of town had spread far and wide. The magistrate's office issued a notice calling for the arrest of the true culprit and the collection of clues. However, no one paid any attention to it. In fact, anyone with eyes could guess that this case was essentially the work of the old prankster, the number one on the rankings. It was just that the magistrate's office was playing dumb, and the common folk were playing dumb as well. Many even went so far as to openly curse Fong Qian, claiming she had it coming and brought it upon herself. In response, Jiang remarked that that vicious woman had met her just deserts. Gradually, a month passed. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 49 years. Deduction art, insight stage, 253 years. Rune art, nether stage, 20 years. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1,200. Jiang spent his entire month's fortune on improving his rune art, as he now mastered 3 volumes of it. His rune art could progress smoothly all the way to the insight stage without encountering any bottlenecks. Additionally, his cultivation had advanced by another 5 years. It seems that, without even realizing it, he had truly become a master. At the very least, within Crimson Sun Town, he was now a force to be reckoned with. To put it simply, his rune art at the 20-year nether stage level alone was enough to land him in the top 20 or 30 on the wind and cloud rankings. However, as just a kid, he certainly wouldn't go out of his way to compete for a spot on any rankings that would serve no purpose other than to show off, inviting envy, jealousy, and even suspicion. Besides, with the old prankster already holding the number 1 spot on the rankings, why would he go causing a fuss? Thanks to his identity as the old prankster, Crimson Suntown is now a peaceful and harmonious place, even attracting quite a few outsiders to settle there. Of course, those who come are mostly ordinary people seeking a stable life. Cultivators, for the most part, won't come here, since there are no cultivation resources in the vicinity of Crimson Sun Town. The only thing Crimson Sun Town has to offer is a small grove of spirit trees that produce 30-year-old peach wood. 30-year-old peachwood alone is basically only good for crafting ordinary peachwood swords. Ordinary peachwood swords can be used against vengeful spirits below the nether stage. However, their effectiveness against cultivators is greatly reduced. Furthermore, there aren't many decent artifact smiths in Crimson Sun Town, so this spiritual wood forest is essentially only useful as a trading resource. Jiang spent another 3 months cultivating in peace. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 64 years. Deduction art, insight stage, 253 years. Rune art, insight stage, 10 years. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1,200. His rune art has also reached the insight stage. As such, with just this one skill rune art he was now nearly capable of claiming the top spot on the rankings. That is, as long as the U-Clan's ancestor didn't step in to cause trouble. He currently had 230 insight stage stasis runes, 30 protection runes, 35 haste runes, and 57 soul suppression runes in stock, almost all of which had been left behind by Fong Qian. Only the 30 protection runes were crafted by him personally. As for the talismans he had previously drawn that were below the nether stage level, he had given them all to his beloved granddaughter, since he no longer needed them himself, and neither did his mother nor Ling. From now on, he planned to elevate his deduction art to the minor perfection level of 300 years in the insight stage, and then visit Master Lu to see if he could obtain a higher tier deduction art. Besides, he was now 1 year and 11 months old. Once this month was over, he would be a big 2-year-old. Jiang quietly continued his cultivation for nearly 2 more months and has now officially entered the great realm of being 2 years old. Cultivation level, mortal stage, 73 years. Deduction art, insight stage, 300 years. Rune art, insight stage, 10 years. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1200. Deduction art insight stage, 300 years. His evil god avatar began scrounging 4 perks from Master Lu once again. However, even after his evil god avatar had been hanging around Master Lu for several days straight, Master Lu still hadn't produced any higher level deduction art manuals for him to look at. Huh? Is he not going to show me any? Or does Master Lu not have any higher level deduction art manuals left? Jiang immediately felt frustrated. It seemed he would have to pay Master Lu a visit in person. But for now, he couldn't think of a suitable reason to visit. He certainly couldn't just come out and say he wanted Master Lu to teach him deduction art. That would be far too abrupt. Besides, he was still just a 2-year-old toddler. Showing up unannounced to pay a visit would seem rather strange. It seemed he'd have to wait until the entrance exams to give it another try. And so, Jiang continued his silent cultivation for several more months. Cultivation level, mortal stage 100 years. Deduction art, insight stage 300 years. Rune art, insight stage 115 years. Talent, evil god avatar fortune. Fortune, 1200. He had finally reached the critical cultivation milestone of 100 years at the mortal stage. Meanwhile, Ling had also managed to find him a perfect nether stage pill. Yun'er, are you certain you've reached 100 years at the mortal stage? His mother asked with a grave expression. Yes, young master. Are you sure yourself? I've kept track of all the nether beast cores I've given you. You should still have 18 years to go before reaching 100 years at the mortal stage, right? If you haven't reached 100 years at the mortal stage, you won't be able to achieve a double perfect breakthrough, and the results will be significantly weaker. Ling also reminded him with a serious expression. I'm not quite sure what's going on either. I just feel like I'm about to break through. I'm just a hair's breadth away. If I consume another nether beast core equivalent to 10 years in the mortal stage, I'll definitely reach the nether stage. I should already be at the level of having been in the mortal stage for 100 years. Jiang said, looking somewhat embarrassed. He thought he could get away with it, but he never expected this girl to be so attentive. She even kept track of everything for him, remembering every detail clearly. Well, his mother couldn't help but hesitate. Madam, could it be that the young master is exceptionally gifted and absorbs the nether beast core more effectively, so he is actually already at the mortal stage for 100 years? Ling also spoke hesitantly. That's really hard to say. It's mainly because at the bottleneck stage, the differences are so subtle. The further along you go, the harder it is to tell. Basically, only the person themselves can sense it. I'm just afraid that Yun'er is too young and inexperienced, and might have misjudged it. Mother replied. No way. Mother, I can confirm it. He is about to break through. She really can't take any more nether beast cores. My intuition has always been accurate. I'm absolutely certain I'm right. Jiang replied hastily. All right then. Linger, give the pill to Yun'er. Her mother said through gritted teeth, clearly choosing to trust Jiang's own judgment. Okay. Young master, good luck. Ling immediately produced a crystal clear pill emitting a faint rainbow glow and handed it over. Thank you, Sister Ling. Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly accepted the pill with joy and excitement. Then, under the protection of his mother and Ling, he swallowed the pill and began his breakthrough. As the pill entered his stomach, its potency rapidly dispersed. Boom! It was as if a surging force had erupted within him in an instant. Jiang immediately channeled all his spiritual energy to absorb and refine it. Instantly, he felt subtle changes occurring throughout his entire body, as if every part were constantly being solidified. Time gradually passed. Jiang suddenly opened his eyes. The whole world seemed somewhat different. He could now sense even the subtlest changes in things. He had reached the nether stage. A perfect nether stage. Moreover, he now had a much clearer sense of his own condition. Cultivation level, nether stage. Deduction art, insight stage 300 years. Rune art, insight stage 115 years. Talents: Evil God Avatar. Fortune 3 million years, mind sense. Fortune 1400. With this dual perfect breakthrough, he had indeed awakened a new talent, mind sense. As a bonus, he even gained an extra 200 fortune. Mind sense is a talent related to divination. He can now cast 5 divinations every day. Furthermore, his cultivation speed in deduction art is twice as fast as that of an ordinary person. However, since he usually uses fortune to level up quickly, this increased cultivation speed in deduction art doesn't have much impact on him at the moment. Then there is his perception of his own evil god avatar. He can now discern its strength. The evil god avatar's cultivation spans 3 million years. This sent a chill down his spine. 3 million years of cultivation, what on earth does that even mean? However, this 3 million years refers purely to the duration of cultivation and does not correspond to a specific cultivation realm. It is added directly to his own cultivation level when he activates the evil god avatar talent, based on his own cultivation realm. In other words, if he were to activate the evil god avatar talent right now, the evil god avatar's cultivation level would be 3 million years at the nether stage. But the ceiling for the nether stage is 1,000 years, and this evil god avatar has 3 million years. Jiang shuddered, not daring to imagine just how terrifying the situation would be. Furthermore, he now realized that talents could also be cultivated. This cultivation falls under the category of epiphany, meaning it can also be rapidly enhanced using fortune. Naturally, he couldn't even begin to think about enhancing the 3 million years of cultivation within the evil god avatar talent right now. After all, with only 1,400 fortune at his disposal, pouring it into the evil god avatar would be like a drop in the bucket. Therefore, the only talent he could currently consider enhancing was mind sense, the divination talent. With each year of cultivation in mind sense, he could directly stack an additional layer onto deduction art, allowing him to divine entities of an even higher level. Moreover, mind sense is merely the lowest tier divination talent. Once he reaches 300 years of cultivation, he can advance to a higher tier divination talent. At that point, he'll be able to perform more divinations each day, and his cultivation of the deduction art will accelerate as well. All in all, the gains from this dual perfect breakthrough were indeed quite good. Jiang pondered for a moment, then spent nearly 200 fortune to raise his rune art to the minor perfection level. Cultivation level, nether stage. Deduction art, insight stage, 300 years. Rune art, insight stage, 300 years. Talents: evil god avatar. Fortune 3 million years, mind sense. Fortune 1215. As for the mind sense talent, he had no immediate plans to upgrade it. His current deduction art was sufficient for now. There was virtually nothing in Crimson Suntown he couldn't divine. And as for the few he couldn't divine, there was currently no need for him to do so. Of course, the biggest reason was that he felt the cost-effectiveness of upgrading the mind sense talent wasn't high enough. The boost to his overall strength would be almost negligible. Moreover, he doesn't have much fortune at the moment, so he needs to save up carefully. All in all, he simply doesn't have enough fortune. Moving forward, his primary focus will be on improving his cultivation and seeking out higher-level manuals for deduction art and rune art. He has no intention of wasting his fortune on the bottleneck stages of deduction art and rune art. This is because the bottleneck stages of deduction art and rune art essentially involve using one's current level of deduction art as a foundation to intuitively explore higher-level deduction art and rune art. It's not like cultivating cultivation, where one gradually breaks through the body's limits. For now, he still has a lead on where to find high-level deduction art manuals, Master Lu. As for rune art, there doesn't seem to be any in Crimson Sun Town at the moment. Jiang emerged from his room. Yun'er, how did it go? His mother looked at Jiang with curiosity and anticipation. Young master, you've successfully reached the nether stage, haven to you. Did you awaken any talents? Ling, standing nearby, also wore an expectant expression. Yes, I've reached the nether stage. I've awakened a divination talent, mind sense. Jiang replied. A divination talent? His mother paused in surprise. It seems the young master is indeed destined to become a formidable diviner? If that is the case, that would be wonderful. Diviners can ward off misfortune and bring good fortune. They're the ones who live the best lives. They live the longest. And those around them benefit as well. Ling said joyfully. That is true, but the problem is we don't have a deep understanding of divination, so we can't teach Yun. His mother frowned slightly. The floating dust Taoist temple, why not send the young master there to study first? Ling laughed. Jiang was taken aback. How could the floating dust Taoist temple possibly teach him now? Master Floating Dust had only been at the nether stage of the art of deduction for a little over 300 years, while he himself had already been at the insight stage of the art of deduction for 300 years. That might work, but I'm a bit worried. If he goes to the floating dust Taoist temple, might Yun's current secrets and identities be exposed? His mother said hesitantly. Oh. That's right. The young master is now the old mischief maker, and besides, this servant and the lady. Ling also looked troubled. Mother, Sister Ling, I'll hold off on practicing the deduction art for now. I'd rather focus on improving my cultivation and the rune art first. Jiang said with a smile. He had no intention of wasting his time at the floating dust Taoist temple. Why not? But then, young master, wouldn't you be wasting your talent for divination? Ling was taken aback. His mother also furrowed her brow slightly. It's okay. If I get the chance later, it won't be too late to learn it then. Jiang replied with a smile. You're right. You're only a little over 2 years old, so there's really no need to rush. I never expected you to be so fond of rune art. If only you'd awakened a rune art talent. Ling sighed softly. Since you've awakened a divination-type talent, Yun, you should just cultivate this ice phoenix skill of mine from now on. Your own cultivation is always the most important thing. As for whether you want to learn rune art or divination, whatever you like is fine. His mother casually pulled out a scroll and handed it to Jiang. Okay, thank you, mother. Jiang paused for a moment, then took the scroll. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. His mother said with a smile. Jiang nodded. He was quite curious about the cultivation technique his mother had given him. Soon after, Jiang began studying his mother's ice phoenix skill. It took him only a day to gain a thorough understanding of this technique. It was a very high-level cultivation method, with a cultivation speed 5 times that of ordinary techniques. Once mastered, 1 year of cultivation would be equivalent to 5 years for an ordinary cultivator. However, the mysterious cultivation technique he was born with allowed him to cultivate 10 times faster than ordinary methods. It was clearly far superior to his mother's ice phoenix skill. Young master, you must master this cultivation technique that lady has given you. If you cultivate it well, you might awaken a powerful ice elemental talent in the future. Ling's voice rang out softly. This technique can actually awaken a talent? Jiang couldn't help but pause in surprise. That's right. Any powerful cultivation technique, once practiced to a certain level, has the potential to allow the practitioner to awaken a corresponding talent during a breakthrough. The more profound the technique, the higher the likelihood of awakening a talent. The prerequisite is that you must focus solely on cultivating this one technique. Of course, it's best to choose a cultivation technique that best suits your own constitution. Some people are better suited for fire-based techniques, while others are better suited for water-based ones. But generally speaking, it's quite difficult to tell. You can only tell when you make your first breakthrough and awaken a talent. And since you, young master, have now awakened a special talent in divination, there aren't really any restrictions on your constitution. You can cultivate any type of technique. Ling explained. Oh, I see. Jiang nodded. The more profound the cultivation technique, the higher the likelihood of awakening a talent. So that mysterious technique he was born with must belong to a higher level, right? Does that also mean he'll be able to awaken some kind of talent? Could it be that his evil god avatar and mind sense are both related to this mysterious technique? 5 days later, Jiang pretended to have started cultivating his mother's ice phoenix skill. In reality, he continued cultivating the mysterious technique he'd been born with. After all, something one is born with is likely the best fit. Not to mention, his cultivation speed with it clearly outpaced that of the Ice Phoenix skill. Gradually, a month passed. Cultivation level, Nether stage, 4 years. Deduction art, Insight stage, 300 years. Rune art, Insight stage, 300 years. Talents, Evil God Avatar Fortune 3 million years, Mind Sense. Fortune, 1245. Jiang had advanced his cultivation by 4 years, 3 of which were provided by the Nether Beast Core that Ling had brought back for him. He hadn't neglected his talisman crafting either. He had now accumulated 411 stasis runes and 560 protection runes, while his stock of other talismans remained largely unchanged. This was because, in most cases, stasis runes and protection runes were the talismans most frequently consumed by rune art masters in battle. Soul suppression runes were only used in significant quantities when specifically dealing with ghosts. Wah, young master, it's my fault I'm useless. I can't get any more Nether Beast cores for you. At that moment, Ling stood beside Jiang, sobbing guiltily. It's okay. Sister Ling, you've already helped me so much. But are Nether Beast cores really that hard to come by? Jiang asked in puzzlement. He had now reached the Nether stage, and according to Ling, mortal stage Nether Beast cores were essentially useless to him. Consuming them would be a waste. Sigh, getting the Nether Beast cores isn't the problem. I still have some here, but I haven't refined them yet because it's hard to find a pill refiner at this level. I used to know one, but not only were their skills limited, they also became increasingly greedy, demanding 10 times the usual amount just to refine a single batch. After I threatened them once, they ran off. Ling said gloomily. I see. Jiang was slightly taken aback, momentarily unsure how to respond. If only this servant knew how to refine pills. It's just a pity I lack the talent, and I've never even tried it before. I have no idea how long it would take to figure it out on my own and actually make some progress. Ling said again, with a sense of shame. It's okay, Sister Linger, take your time, I'm in no rush. I'm only a little over 2 years old myself, and I'm already at the Nether stage. That's pretty impressive. You've got plenty of time to grow. Jiang smiled. Ling nodded, though she still looked a bit downcast. Feeling helpless, Jiang reached out his small hand and gently patted the girl on the back to comfort her, which cheered her up a bit. 3 months later, Ling finally managed to get another Nether Beast core for Jiang, allowing him to advance his cultivation by an additional 3 years. After questioning her, Jiang learned that the girl had finally found a clan in the nearby Xianyun town. She struck a deal with them. In exchange for 13 times the usual amount of Nether Beast cores, they agreed to help him refine them. This left Jiang utterly speechless and frustrated. He tried to persuade Ling not to make such a losing deal, but she insisted that his cultivation couldn't be delayed and that she would simply work harder to obtain more Nether Beast cores. After repeated attempts at persuasion proved fruitless, Jiang could only sigh in resignation. Time gradually passed, and Jiang had turned 3. This marked the minimum age for enrollment in elementary school. It was time for him, Jiang, to formally meet Master Lu. Cultivation level, Nether stage, 18 years. Deduction art, Insight stage, 300 years. Rune art, Insight stage, 300 years. Talents, Evil God Avatar Fortune 3 million years, Mind Sense. Fortune, 1457. During the 7+ months leading up to his 3rd birthday, Jiang's cultivation had only advanced from the 4th year of the Nether stage to the 18th year, a total increase of 14 years. Setting aside the 6 years he gained through his own cultivation, that meant Ling had provided him with 8 years of cultivation. And Ling had paid 13 times the usual reward to secure those 8 years of cultivation progress for him, meaning she had acquired enough Nether Beast cores to cover a total of 117 years of his cultivation. Thinking of this filled Jiang with deep frustration. He wasn't upset that he hadn't directly obtained such abundant cultivation resources himself, but rather that Ling had been treated so unfairly. Sigh. Jiang couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Young master, what are you sighing about? Ling asked in confusion. Nothing, Sister Linger. I'm off to school. I'm going to find mother now so she can take me to the entrance exam. Jiang turned and went back inside to find his mother. His evil god avatar had already learned that this year's entrance exam at Floating Life School had officially begun. Ha! An entrance exam? Young master, isn't the entrance exam for Crimson Sun Academy still a ways off? It's 4 days away, I've already checked. Ling couldn't help but look stunned. By then, Jiang had already shared his intentions with his mother. Ha! Yuner, you want to go to Floating Life School? His mother was taken aback. What? Young master, you want to go to that Floating Life School? What are you going to do there? Ling, who had followed him into the room, was also completely taken aback. Yes, I'm going to Floating Life School to study. Jiang declared with unwavering certainty. Why do you want to go there? His mother was puzzled. Exactly, young master. What would you do at that school? It's completely useless. Besides, you already know how to read. What else could you possibly learn at that rundown school? If you're going anywhere, it should be Crimson Sun Academy. At least there, you'd have a chance to earn an official title someday, which would benefit your future. Ling tried to persuade him, sounding rather anxious. No, mother. I dreamed that I'm meant to go to the Floating Life School. Only by going there will I have a bright future. Mother, please take me there to try it out, okay? Otherwise, I'll just go on my own. Jiang began to act like a child, pouting and throwing a tantrum. Of course, he knew that securing an official title might have its benefits. But the rewards he truly sought would likely not come so easily. To put it simply, the divination skills Master Lu had taught him were far beyond anything the current county magistrate of Crimson Suntown could match. Perhaps, even if he devoted his entire life to it, he'd only ever reach the nether stage at best. The county magistrate, after all, already held an official position, proof that the perks of the imperial court weren't so easy to come by. Rather than chasing after that elusive, unattainable future, he'd be better off seizing the great opportunity right in front of him. Besides, he wasn't even sure he'd be able to get into Floating Life School. If it didn't work out, he could always go to Crimson Sun Academy later. After all, he was only 3 years old right now. He had plenty of time to try different paths. Besides, the Floating Life School was actually much harder to get into than the Crimson Sun Academy. Each year, at most only about 10 people passed the entrance exams. In some years, there were as few as 3 or 4. He didn't even know how to describe the exam questions Master Lu came up with. The easy ones ask things like how a cat meows, how a dog barks, or what 1 + 1 equals. The hard ones involve taking 3 pears and asking how to cut them with 5 slices so they're evenly divided among 17 people. Is that even a question a normal person could answer? Not to mention asking a toddler who hasn't even started school to solve it. It's completely out of line. In short, the Floating Life School's entrance exam seems like a total mess. What kind of questions they'll ask seems to depend entirely on Master Lu's mood. Well, are you asking me to take you to Floating Life School right now for the entrance exam? His mother asked helplessly. Yeah. Let us go right now. The entrance exam has already started. Jiang nodded. All right, let us go. His mother didn't say much else. She simply picked him up and headed outside. Ling followed behind, looking as if he wanted to say something but held back. In the end, he didn't say a word. Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. He passed the test with his mother, but the next hurdle. His heart felt heavy, because he already cast a divination for himself. He wouldn't pass the exam today. Nor tomorrow. And for the next 7 days in a row, he wouldn't pass either. Even though he already knew the outcome, he still had to give it a try. After all, the course of fate could be altered. How would he know it was truly impossible unless he tried? At the very least, he had to formally meet Master Lu, didn't he? Otherwise, what was the point of cultivating the deduction art? As they walked on, they gradually arrived at a quiet street. Linger, how much do you know about the Floating Life School? His mother asked. Ha? That, well, this servant only knows it's a private school where children from poor families go to learn the basics. Aside from that, it doesn't seem to serve any other purpose. Anyway, I've never heard of any wealthy family's children attending there. Ling replied timidly. Is that so? Her mother couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Jiang felt helpless. It seemed his mother had a hard time accepting the floating life school. If he hadn't insisted, there was no way she would have brought him there. If she found out later that he hadn't even passed the floating life school's entrance exam. As he thought about it, he felt increasingly frustrated. How on earth could he change the course of his fate and pass the floating life school entrance exam? Just then, a horse-drawn carriage slowly passed by. Jiang glanced at it casually and froze instantly. Through the carriage window, which had just been blown open by the wind, he saw a little girl about his age. A burly man was covering her mouth, and her eyes were red from crying. Her eyes were filled with fear, despair, and sorrow. Have they run into human traffickers? Jiang's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly realized that everyone in the carriage was a cultivator, especially the coachman, who was clearly no ordinary man. Under normal circumstances, encountering human traffickers wouldn't be a big deal, but given the current situation, if a fight broke out, not only would his family's identity be easily exposed, but he was also supposed to take the floating life school entrance exam today. So, faced with the situation at hand, he had no choice but to. Mother! Sister Linger! Those are human traffickers. I'll subdue the coachman. You two go inside the carriage and rescue the people. Jiang gritted his teeth, broke free from his mother's embrace, placed his feet on two 300-year-old insight stage haste runes, and dashed toward the coachman in the blink of an eye. His mother couldn't help but gasp in shock. Young master! Ling was also startled. Originally, Jiang had intended to mind his own business, but for some reason, he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge as if he were about to miss something extremely important if he didn't act today. And considering the divination had already foretold that he wouldn't pass the floating life school's entrance exam today, he might as well take down those human traffickers. Who's there? Just then, the coachman quickly sensed that something was wrong. People here to take you down. But Jiang had already leaped right up to the coachman, and with one hand, he cast a 300-year-old insight stage stasis rune at the coachman. You! The coachman had barely opened his mouth when he froze solid, unable to move a muscle. Jiang's stasis rune had already adhered to his body, immobilizing him instantly. Jiang quickly sat down in the coachman's lap, pulled the reins, and guided the carriage to continue moving slowly along its original route. At that moment, faint sounds could be heard from the back of the carriage. Are you okay? His mother had already appeared on the carriage in the blink of an eye, right beside Jiang. Her eyes were fixed in astonishment on the talismans attached to Jiang's feet and the coachman's body. I'm fine, mother, those talismans were left behind by that wicked woman earlier. Jiang was taken aback. His mother's abilities were truly terrifying. Even with his current cultivation level, he wouldn't have been able to react in time. He hadn't even sensed her approaching. Young master, it's taken care of. Are you all right? Ling's voice immediately came from the back of the carriage. Mother, let us get outside the town first so we don't cause too much of a commotion. I'll take the reins for now. You go to the back and stay with Sister Linger. Jiang said. Well, all right. Just be careful. His mother nodded. Jiang nodded as well. Then, while having the evil god avatar scout ahead, he controlled the carriage from within the immobilized coachman's embrace, slowly guiding it out of Crimson Sun Town. They arrived outside Crimson Sun Town. The coachman and the three human traffickers were tossed onto the ground. Young Ling stood to the side, cradling the sobbing little girl. Just then, Mother casually removed the stasis rune attached to the coachman's body. The moment the coachman was freed, he tried to spring up to counterattack, and an aura of about 70 years at the nether stage erupted from his body. However, Mother simply reached out and pressed lightly on the coachman's shoulder. Thud! A muffled groan. The coachman spat fresh blood straight from his mouth, knelt on the ground with a deathly pale face, and couldn't get up at all. Jiang's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't even seen how his mother had used her power just now. Please spare my life. Please spare my life. The coachman immediately began pleading for mercy in a hoarse, terrified voice. He was clearly intimidated and stunned by his mother's move. Who are you? His mother asked calmly. Your Excellency. We are merely wandering independent cultivators. We do not know how we have offended you. We beg you to enlighten us. The coachman replied in a panic. Why were you trying to capture that little girl? His mother asked again. Your Excellency, someone ordered us to capture that little girl. He said that once the job was done, he would give us 10 spirit stones. Who was this person? And why did he have you capture that little girl? I don't know who that person is. He never showed his face, he just gave me a spirit stone as a deposit. As for what he wanted the little girl for, I have no idea. He didn't say anything about that either. The coachman said in a panic. Oh. Mother couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows slightly. Jiang, however, had already quietly cast a divination on the coachman. He discovered that the coachman wasn't lying. Someone had indeed sent him to capture the little girl without explaining why. However, what the coachman hadn't mentioned was that this wasn't the first time he worked for that mysterious figure. So far, the coachman had already captured over a dozen children for him. And his methods were extremely cruel and efficient. Whenever this coachman set his sights on a target, to keep things simple and avoid making a scene, he would order 3 of his henchmen to swiftly and silently wipe out the target's entire family. And the little girl's parents, grandparents, and 7-year-old brother had all been murdered as well. Sir, everything I've said is true. I've told you everything I'm supposed to. Can you spare my life now? The coachman pleaded in panic once more. At that moment, the mother's gaze turned toward Jiang. Jiang paused for a moment, thought it over briefly, then stepped forward toward the coachman. The coachman looked at Jiang with a complex and peculiar expression, then quickly switched to a fawning smile and said, Young master, please let me go. One to you? Upon hearing this, Jiang gave the coachman an innocent smile that remained polite. He then took the stasis rune from his mother's hand and, before the coachman could react, affixed it to him, instantly freezing his terrified expression in place. Yun. His mother couldn't help but look puzzled. Mother, these people are no good. We should just bury them alive. Jiang casually pulled out a few more soul suppression runes and applied them to the coachman and the others one by one. He intended to ensure that these damn traffickers would find no peace even in death. His mother fell silent for a moment, looking slightly stunned, then took Jiang's hand and turned, saying, Let Linga handle this. Let us go home first. As she spoke, she walked over to Ling and took the little girl Ling was holding. At that moment, the little girl was just crying, her whole body trembling slightly. Madam, young master, I'll have everything sorted out very soon. Ling replied. Shortly after, Jiang had already returned to Crimson Sun Town with his mother. Little one, where do you live? Auntie will take you home in a bit, okay? His mother spoke softly and soothingly to the little girl in her arms. The little girl froze for a moment, then burst into tears. Ha! There, don't cry. Everything is fine now. Her mother looked taken aback. Jiang, meanwhile, seemed to be holding back something he wanted to say. He knew that this little girl had lost everyone in her family. Little one, tell Auntie your name first, will you? Her mother asked again. Little. Yeah, sniff. The little girl continued to sob. Oh, your name is Ya, is it? Where do you live, Ya? Her mother asked again. Home. The little girl looked around, her tear-filled eyes revealing a look of confusion and bewilderment. You don't recognize this place, do you? It's okay, Auntie will take you back to find your way home later. Her mother smiled. Hearing this, the little girl simply nodded slightly, though her eyes were still brimming with tears of sorrow. Yeah, once you get back, just say you ran into some bad people, took the chance to run away, and Auntie found you and brought you home. Say you don't know anything else, okay? Otherwise, Auntie might get into trouble. Her mother said again. Okay. Yeah nodded slightly. Yeah, you're such a good girl. You really are a good child. Her mother praised her. After waiting a moment, Ling had already returned. Her mother then led Jiang and the others back to the street where they had first encountered Ye. However, once they returned to that street, Ye still didn't recognize the way. Jiang hesitated slightly, then pretended to casually look around for the way. In truth, he wasn't sure if he should take this girl named Ye home after all. Her family members had already fallen lifeless at home and would never rise again. What would happen if he took her back there? But not taking her home wasn't a solution either. Sometime later, Jiang had successfully led Ye to the vicinity of her home. At that moment, Ye anxiously wriggled free from her mother's embrace and rushed back home as if possessed. Yeah? Her mother looked somewhat taken aback. Ling was also a bit startled. Jiang remained silent. Mother. Father. Grandma. Grandpa. Big brother. Ye's back, please get up. Wah! At that moment, Ye's heart-wrenching sobs suddenly rang out. What's this? Ling froze. Her mother took Jiang's little hand and hurried toward Ye's house. When they entered the house, they saw 5 people lying in a pool of blood, already lifeless. Father. Mother, Ye's back, please look at Ye, sniff Grandpa, Grandma, big brother. Ye was sobbing as she went from one to the next, shaking her family members, as if hoping to wake them once more. How could this have happened? Ling couldn't help but mutter under her breath, then said coldly, just burying them alive? That's far too lenient for those beasts. Sigh, it seems we'll have to leave this to the magistrate's office. Linger, go to the magistrate's office for me. Her mother sighed softly in resignation. Yes, madam. Ling slipped away quietly at once. Mother, what will happen to this Ye from now on? Jiang felt quite a bit of sympathy for Ye's plight. Don't worry, the magistrate's office will make arrangements. Those with relatives will be placed with them, and those without anyone to take them in will be sent to an orphanage. Her mother replied. Oh. Jiang nodded. It seemed that was the only option. As he thought this, he casually cast a divination for Ye to see what the future held for her. Unexpectedly, the results left him stunned the moment they appeared. According to the divination, this girl actually possessed the alchemic soul talent. However, before long, she would be abducted again by human traffickers from the orphanage. She would then be taken to a place where she'd never see the light of day, have her legs broken, and be trained as a pill-refining slave, forced into a life of refining pills day and night. In the end, she would die of depression. This. Jiang's expression shifted as he quickly pieced everything together. The reason this girl, had been abducted was likely due to her alchemic soul talent. And the fact that someone was able to identify her talent so directly meant a diviner must have been involved. Moreover, those human traffickers had already abducted many young children specifically for that mysterious figure. It stood to reason that those children all possessed extraordinary talents as well. It seems this matter is far from simple. There must be some massive organization operating behind the scenes. Wow, mother, father. Ye was still sobbing uncontrollably, completely unaware of the tragic fate that awaited her. Mother, do you want a daughter? Jiang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Yuner, are you asking Mother to adopt? Mother froze for a moment, her hesitant gaze turning toward Ye. Is that okay? That way, I'll have another playmate. Besides, this little Ye looks pretty cute. She is bound to achieve great things in the future. Jiang replied. He suddenly recalled all the hardships Ling had endured while trying to get him another beast core. Since this Ye possessed a talent for alchemic souls, couldn't they consider training her to be their own alchemist? Wouldn't that kill several birds with one stone? If you like her, Yuner, and Ye is willing herself, I wouldn't mind having another daughter. Her mother nodded hesitantly. All right, thank you, Mother. I'm sure Ye would be willing as well. Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Under these circumstances, Ye would most likely agree. Of course, if she refused, that would be her own fate, and there was nothing he could do to help. Soon afterward, officials from the magistrate's office arrived. After his mother and Ye worked together to explain the situation in general terms, they expressed their intention to adopt Ye. Following Ye's hesitant and fearful agreement, the group went to the magistrate's office to complete the foster care paperwork. By the time all this was settled, nearly a whole day had passed. Ye's original hope of having time to take the entrance exam at Floating Life School once the matter was resolved had to be abandoned. Back at home, Ling helped Ye wash up, changed her into fresh clothes, and they had a meal together. Ye remained sad and reserved throughout. Only after Mother comforted her for a long time and discussed arrangements for her family's future did her mood begin to improve. Jiang casually cast a divination for Ye and discovered that those human traffickers would actually come knocking on their door. Moreover, the situation was escalating. It seemed to involve some massive organization, ultimately forcing him to deploy the evil god avatar. Then the entire family fled and went into hiding. How is that possible? Jiang's face paled. What on earth was behind all this? It seemed he would have to swiftly eliminate those people before they discovered Ye was right there in his own home. The next day arrived. Jiang prepared to head back to the Floating Life School to take the entrance exam again. He cast a divination for himself and was immediately delighted to discover that he had actually passed the exam. What's going on? Jiang was thrilled and excited. This outcome clearly meant his fate had been altered. Could it be because of what happened with Ye yesterday? In his original fate, that was the only thing he had ever changed. According to yesterday's divination, he had actually encountered that human trafficker's wagon passing by on the road, but he hadn't paid it much attention at the time because a divination couldn't possibly account for every single detail. If that is really the case, could it be that yesterday's incident was actually Jiang's real entrance exam? After all, Master Lu was clearly no ordinary person. There must have been a reason he didn't accept him at first, so this sudden change of heart obviously meant he had met the requirements for admission. So what was the true meaning behind this entrance exam? Was it a hint that he should be a good person? That was the only direct interpretation he could think of at the moment, because if he'd been a bit more ruthless or selfish, yesterday's incident would likely have just blown over. Never mind, I won't worry about it. As long as I pass the entrance exam, that's all that matters. Jiang shook his head and set off to find his mother to head to Floating Life School, taking Elle along with him on the way. On the way. Little sister, you should take part in today's entrance exam too. Jiang suddenly spoke up. Ye was the same age as him, 3 years old, though she was just over half a month younger, so she had naturally reached the minimum age for beginning her education. Of course, the main reason was that he wanted to alter this little girl's fate once more, to see if he could prevent the situation where the entire family would later have to flee. Originally, she was supposed to be left at home first, and the idea of her starting her education wouldn't be considered until she was a bit older. But if she stayed with him from now on, he'd be able to keep a close eye on her at all times and immediately intervene to resolve any unusual situations or deal with suspicious individuals that might appear around you. Hearing this, her mother was taken aback. In her view, given everything Ye had just gone through yesterday, there was certainly no need to rush her formal education. Is that okay? Yeah, still cradled in her mother's arms, replied timidly. Of course it is. Ye is so smart. Jiang said with a smile. No kidding, this girl possessed the alchemic soul talent, which was on par with Xiaoyu's fire soul talent. Moreover, alchemists were in much higher demand. Countless factions were clamoring to recruit them. Not to mention someone as exceptionally gifted as Ye. Then, why don't you give it a try and listen to your big brother? Mom? Ye said, casting a questioning glance at her mother. As long as you wants to go to school, then go ahead. Her mother gave a faint smile. Yu was the new name her mother had given Ye Jiangyu. Thank you, Mom. Ye nodded eagerly. After a while, the group arrived at Floating Life School. They saw quite a few young children, accompanied by their parents, lined up waiting for their entrance exams, most of them dressed simply. As a result, the Jiang family's arrival made them stand out like a sore thumb. What's more, the person currently maintaining order during the exams was none other than Jiang's well-behaved granddaughter, Yume. Inside the school, as one young child after another completed their assessment, it was finally Jiang's turn. Whichever of you is taking the assessment, please take your tuition fee and go alone to the inner room to see the teacher. Family members should wait outside, Yume said to Jiang. Oh, okay, dear big sister. Jiang replied, inwardly wagging his tongue in surprise. He'd been so used to calling her that way, he'd almost let it slip. Ha? Good sister? Yume's expression turned slightly puzzled. Something felt off. Ah. I meant pretty sister. Ha ha. Jiang quickly let out a nervous laugh and headed into the inner room. Yume couldn't help but pout. Humph, you little brat. A moment later, Jiang entered the spacious, quiet inner chamber, where he saw Master Li seated upright behind a desk. This was their first formal meeting. Unlike the overwhelming sense of insignificance he felt in the presence of the evil god avatar, Jiang now found that although Master Li was dressed simply and modestly, his demeanor was as ethereal as that of a celestial being in exile, yet he exuded a sense of tranquility and approachability. Young man, have you come for the assessment? Master Li spoke softly, his voice gentle and affable, putting Jiang at ease. Yes, master. Jiang snapped out of his reverie, bowed respectfully, then took 2 quick steps forward and sat down in the chair before the desk. Why have you come to Floating Life School? Master Lu asked. Well. Jiang paused, taken aback that Master Lu would ask this. After a moment's thought, he replied, this student simply believes you possess great skills and wishes to learn from you. He felt that lying would be pointless in front of Master Lu. It was better to be honest. Oh? Why do you think I possess great skills? Have you seen me before? If I said I dreamed about you, would that be okay? Jiang offered a wry smile. I suppose that's acceptable. What is your name? Master Li nodded and picked up his brush, preparing to write. Jiang. Jiang was taken aback. What did this mean? Had he passed the test? Are you ready to pay your tuition? Master Li had already begun writing. I'm ready. 3 promises: whatever the student can do, I'll fulfill for you, master. And here's the 100 silver taels my mother prepared. Is that enough? Jiang hurriedly said, taking out a silver ingot and placing it on the table. He'd been pondering this for a long time. He felt that the only valuable thing he could offer right now was his word. Oh? Promises? Is that something you make so lightly? Can I trust you, you little rascal? Master Li couldn't help but lift his gaze to look at Jiang, a refreshing smile like a clear spring appearing at the corners of his lips. Please rest assured, master. I will definitely keep my word. Besides, if it weren't for you, I would never make such a promise so lightly. Jiang hurriedly replied solemnly. Setting aside everything else, he had absolute trust in Master Lu's character. Not to mention, Master Li had already taught him his skills, a debt of gratitude he was determined to repay. Master Li nodded slightly. It seems you're truly committed to being a good student. In that case, I'll make a mental note of this promise for now. When I've thought it through, I'll discuss it with you. Yes. Thank you, master. Jiang's heart leapt with joy. With this, his plan to seek Master Lu out later to learn the higher levels of the deduction art should be no problem at all. You may go back for now. Come to school in 15 days. Yes, student takes his leave. Jiang immediately stepped down from the chair, bowed, and took his leave. He then went outside. Yunur, how did it go? His mother asked. It worked. Jiang said happily. That's good. His mother smiled and nodded. Congratulations, big brother. Ye said happily as well. Just as I expected. With the young master being so smart, it would be strange if he didn't succeed. Ling looked quite smug. Hearing this, Jiang didn't feel like paying much attention to the girl. Ahem, if you're done, please leave right away so you don't disrupt the next candidate's exams. A soft cough rang out. It was Yume's voice, tinged with a hint of displeasure. Sorry, pretty lady. My little sister still has to take her exam. Little sis, it's your turn, go on. When Master Lu asks you questions, just answer honestly. Don't be nervous. Jiang hurriedly said. Okay, big brother. Ye replied, then climbed down from her mother's arms and walked toward the inner room, clutching a silver ingot. Jiang's evil god avatar followed to observe the situation. A moment later, Ye had already approached Master Lu, looking somewhat nervous. Little one, have a seat. Master Lu said with a smile. Okay, thank you, Master. Ye looked at Master Lu, her expression relaxed a bit, and she climbed onto the chair and sat down. I'm going to ask you a question now. Answer it correctly, and you can enroll. Okay, Master, please ask. How many legs does a duck have? Ha? How many legs does a duck have? 2. Ye paused for a moment, replying with some doubt. It seemed he felt the question was too simple, which made him doubt himself. Jiang was speechless. What did different treatment mean? This was exactly it. What is your name? Master Lu nodded and picked up his brush. Xiao. Jiang Yu. Ye replied. Pay the enrollment fee, and come to school in 15 days. Master Lu said as he wrote. Thank you, Master. Ye let out a sigh of relief, quickly placed the silver ingot she'd been hiding in her bosom on the table, climbed down from the chair, bowed, and withdrew. A moment later, Ye walked out with a beaming smile on her face. She exclaimed happily, Mother, brother, sisterlinger, I can enroll in school too. Just as I expected from little you. Let us go home and celebrate. Her mother smiled as she picked Ye up. The young lady actually came out even faster than the young master? Young master, did that teacher just now notice your natural intelligence, so he kept you there to chat a little longer? The maid Ling couldn't help but ask. Jiang was momentarily at a loss for words, then said, Sister Linger, let us go home first so we don't disrupt the others' exams. Look at that pretty sister over there, she is starting to look a little flustered. Ling froze, her gaze instinctively turning toward Yume. She saw Yume's expression stiffen. She turned her head away with a hint of embarrassment. That little brat. Jiang smiled helplessly and followed his mother out of the academy. Once they returned home, his mother had Auntie Lu prepare a table full of delicious food to celebrate Jiang and Jiang Yu's success. After the celebration, Jiang pulled Ling aside and began whispering to her. Sister Ling, I have something very important to tell you. Jiang said solemnly. Please go ahead, young master. Ling immediately adopted a serious expression. I had a dream that my little sister has an extraordinary talent for alchemy and will become a truly formidable alchemist one day. So, I'd like you, Sister Ling, to focus on nurturing her from now on. Whenever you have time, help her learn to read and write, and assist her with her cultivation as much as possible. That way, our family will have its own alchemist, and we won't have to rely on others. Jiang said. Really? Upon hearing this, Ling's eyes lit up instantly, filled with surprise and excitement. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you, Sister Ling? Jiang replied exasperatedly. All right then. I'll definitely make sure to train the young miss as soon as possible. Ling hurriedly replied. Then Sister Ling, please set aside all those nether beast cores you prepared for me for now. Once my little sister becomes an alchemist, let her refine them. Anyway, I can't rush my cultivation at this stage. Jiang said with a smile. Yes, this servant understands. Ling nodded. Jiang felt much more at ease. This vexing matter had finally been resolved. 15 days passed. Jiang and Jiang Yu had officially enrolled in school. On the first day of school, after Jiang had bored her way through the introductory literacy lesson, she went straight to Master Lu to come clean. Master, actually, I already know how to read. Can I start learning skills from you now? Jiang asked timidly. Oh, you can already read at the age of 3? Aren't you afraid that saying this will affect the other students in the academy? Master Lu replied with a smile. I'll only tell you, Master, not the other students. I'll keep attending classes as usual. Is that okay? Jiang said helplessly. He knew full well that this was a bit too showy, but if he didn't say anything, Master Lu didn't seem to have any intention of teaching him higher level deduction art at the moment. He certainly didn't want to waste his time here, sitting there day after day repeating the basic literacy lessons he'd already mastered. Alright then. What skills do you want to learn? Master Lu nodded. Deduction art above the insight stage. Jiang cautiously studied Master Lu's expression. Just then, Master Lu extended his jade-like hand and tapped Jiang lightly on the forehead. Ouch! Jiang instinctively clutched his head. It didn't actually hurt. But was Master Lu scolding him? Had he said something wrong? However, Master Lu didn't give Jiang much time to ponder. He had already extended his slender finger to gently touch the center of Jiang's brow. A mysterious energy radiated out, and instantly, a flood of information surged into Jiang's consciousness, allowing him to grasp it instantly. The Wisdom Derivation Scroll of the Art of Deduction. Jiang was stunned. He never expected Master Lu to possess such abilities. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. He quickly set about assimilating the knowledge Master Lu had imparted to him. A moment later. Deduction Art, Entry into the Tao. Jiang's deduction art had advanced from the insight stage, which takes 300 years to reach, to a higher realm, the entry into the Tao stage. And in this entry into the Tao realm, reaching the minor perfection stage requires 1,000 years, while breaking through the bottleneck to achieve great perfection takes 10,000 years. Alright, I've taught you everything. If you wish to learn more, come seek your master again once you've reached minor perfection. Master Lu withdrew his jade-like finger and spoke softly. Yes. Thank you, Master. Jiang immediately performed a respectful kowtow. You may go. Master Lu shook his head slightly, looking a bit exasperated. Yes, Master. Jiang responded and withdrew. After spending the entire night filled with excitement and anticipation, Jiang dutifully returned to the private academy the next day to continue his literacy lessons. However, to make the most of his time, he devoted his attention to helping Yu with her literacy training, aiming to nurture this future alchemy master as quickly as possible. In fact, he had previously wondered when he would master alchemy himself. After all, his fortune ability should be able to help with that. The problem was that he already had so many skills to manage his fortune simply wasn't enough. So for now, he would focus on training a master alchemist. Once he had surplus fortune in the future, he could consider whether to master alchemy himself. It wouldn't be too late then. Gradually, a month passed. Life at the private school was harmonious. The students were either diligently learning to read and write or immersed in their own interests. Aside from the occasional playful banter, there were almost no conflicts. This showed that the students selected by Master Lu were all of excellent character. Additionally, Jiang's well-behaved granddaughter, Yume, had made significant progress in her art of automaton making. She had crafted mechanical tigers, oxen, and horses, which she placed around the academy for the children to play with on a daily basis. In reality, these mechanical puppets could be operated by Yume and possessed the strength equivalent to 7 years at the mortal stage. However, since Master Lu does not permit it, these contraptions are usually left there as decorative toys. Jiang had originally thought that the mechanical arts Master Lu taught his granddaughter were merely for making ordinary contraptions, but he never expected them to be such profound skills. As for Jiang himself, he has been cultivating the deduction art this past month. Cultivation level, 19 years at the nether stage. Deduction art, 287 years since entering the Tao. Rune art, 300 years at the insight stage. Talents, evil god avatar fortune 3 million years, mind sense. Fortune, 1,200. Since he currently had nothing else to cultivate, and was eager to learn higher level deduction art from Master Lu, he decided to focus on this. After all, when it comes to cultivating knowledge, it's best to master it as early as possible. At a rate of 1 year's progress per day, he estimated it would take him a little over 2 years to reach the minor perfection of the entry into the Tao stage in deduction art, which would be around the age of 5. And yet, even now, after 287 years of cultivating the deduction art, he still hadn't been able to divine the existence of his mother or Ling. This came as something of a surprise to him. He wondered if he would be able to divine it once his deduction art reached the minor perfection of the Tao. Furthermore, through his divination Anya, he had foreseen that a powerful enemy would eventually come knocking, forcing the entire family to flee. Exactly how this formidable enemy would track them down had become his primary concern. At that moment, Zhang and Zhang Yu, accompanied by Ling, were heading toward the floating life school as usual. The evil god avatar was also scanning the surroundings as usual. Suddenly, Zhang felt a chill run through him, as if he were being watched. He immediately turned to look and saw a hunched-over old man dressed in coarse cloth and leaning on a cane, a man who looked perfectly ordinary, yet whose face was etched with shock and disbelief. A diviner. The thought flashed through Jiang's mind: this old man had just secretly cast a divination on him. His evil god avatar had also spotted this old man by the roadside earlier, but because he looked so ordinary, he hadn't paid him much attention. And even if he had, one couldn't tell anything just by looking at his appearance unless he cast a divination on him. The old man had already quickly regained his composure. A flicker of fear and panic crossed his eyes, and he pretended to turn away casually, hobbling slowly away. "Young master, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with that old man?" Ling also noticed Jiang's reaction. At that moment, the old man's movements faltered ever so slightly. "Oh, nothing. It's just that old man looks really ugly, kind of scary." Jiang shook his head. He didn't want to tip his hand just yet. This time, the old man's movements visibly stiffened. "Ha! Young master, isn't it a bit rude to comment on someone's appearance like that? Even if he is ugly, it's not his fault," Ling said in astonishment. "Is that old man really that ugly?" "Yeah, why can't I tell?" Ya looked a bit puzzled. "Oh, let us hurry to school. Otherwise, we'll be late." Zhang gave a nod and pretended to continue on toward floating life school. In reality, his evil god avatar was already keeping a close watch on the old man. In a moment, he was going to launch a surprise counterattack on him. At the same time, he had already used his evil god avatar to divine the old man's abilities. He discovered that the old man was indeed a diviner. The old man's name was Meng Yi. He was 131 years old, with 893 years of cultivation at the nether stage, 734 years at the insight stage of deduction art, and 227 years of talent in mind sense. He was a member of the Meng clan, a prominent family in Dingshan County. Of course, the Meng clan itself was a vast family. The Meng clan in Dingshan County was merely a collateral branch and did not represent the entire Meng clan. And this Meng clan of Dingshan County is precisely the very clan that had previously hired the rune art practitioner Feng Qian to seek revenge and cause trouble. However, Meng Yi's visit this time was not due to that previous grudge, but because of Ye. The reason Ye was abducted in the first place was because of this old man, because of the Meng clan. The Meng clan is the organization pulling the strings behind the scenes. According to divination, Meng Yi is the top diviner in Dingshan County, but he often travels far and wide. In reality, he uses his divination skills to secretly scout for gifted children for the Meng clan across the land. Through a series of covert operations, he sends people to abduct these children and train them as slaves, to be exploited by the clan for its own expansion. No wonder the Zhang family had been unable to avoid having powerful enemies come knocking on their door. It turns out this old geezer had been meddling behind the scenes all along. After all, a skilled diviner is adept at attracting good fortune and warding off misfortune, making them extremely difficult to detect. And just a moment ago, this old geezer, overcome by curiosity, couldn't resist secretly casting a divination on Zhang. He never expected to be discovered by a little brat like him. He was absolutely terrified. After all, he had now been practicing the art of deduction for 287 years. He had completely outclassed this old scoundrel. There was simply no way this old scoundrel could divine his true nature. And since he couldn't detect Jiang's presence, the old scoundrel had no idea whether Jiang's cultivation had surpassed his own art of deduction. or whether Jiang's art of deduction had surpassed his own. But whichever it was enough to make that mischievous old man break out in a cold sweat. After all, he currently looked like nothing more than a 3-year-old toddler. Once he was certain Meng Yi had walked far enough away, Jiang took out 2 haste runes and affixed them to his feet, then said to Ling, "Sister Linger, take my little sister and follow me." With that, he set off calmly in the direction of that old scoundrel Meng Yi. With the evil god avatar trailing behind, he wasn't the least bit worried about losing his way. "Ha? Young master, where are you going?" Ling was puzzled, but she obediently picked up Ye and followed. "Just follow me. You'll find out soon enough," Jiang replied. In truth, he much preferred that Ling take Ye directly to the floating life school for classes, leaving him to deal with that old scoundrel on his own. After all, the man was merely at the nether stage, and all he had were 10 insight stage protection runes that were over 200 years old. But he was now a rune artist at the 300-year insight stage. In terms of raw power, he was utterly overwhelming. Naturally, he didn't need Ling's help. It wouldn't be a problem at all. Unfortunately, he knew that no matter what, Ling would never feel at ease, let alone agree to let him leave her side alone, so he had no choice but to bring her along. That meant you would have to come along as well. In fact, Ye was currently carrying 100 protection runes, 100 stasis runes, 20 haste runes, and 10 soul suppression runes, all given to her by him for self-defense. Even if she went to floating life school on her own, she wouldn't be in much danger. But just as Ling was worried about him, Jiang, he couldn't possibly feel at ease leaving Ye alone either. After all, Ye was just a 3-year-old child. Even with the means to protect herself, accidents could still happen. So Jiang used the evil god avatar to take the puzzled Ling and Ye with him, tailing that old rascal Meng Yi from a safe distance. At that moment, Meng Yi seemed somewhat unsettled. Leaning on his cane as he walked briskly, he muttered to himself, How could this be? How old is that little kid? Why can't I divine anything about her? Did I slip up? That's impossible. With my level of deduction art, how could I possibly fail with a little kid? And why is that little girl with the alchemic soul talent together with that unknown child? No, something is definitely wrong here. The old rascal muttered to himself as he casually cast a divination, seemingly for his own sake. In just a moment, his expression changed drastically. Oh no! It's turned into a death omen. That little kid really is not right. The old rascal immediately looked up and scanned his surroundings in terror, clearly having divined that something terrible was about to happen to him. However, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find any trace of Jiang and his group. After all, Jiang was now a long way away from the old rascal, and with layer upon layer of streets and buildings blocking the view, it was simply impossible to see anyone. No matter how much the old rascal speculated, he could never have guessed that he was currently being watched by Jiang through the evil god avatar. Seeing no one at that moment, the old rascal showed no sign of relief. On the contrary, he grew even more terrified. After a moment's thought, he quickly darted into a side alley and moved toward the town's outskirts at an even faster pace. Seeing this, Jiang merely sneered. He could naturally tell that the old rascal was trying to alter the course of his inevitable death today. Alas, his fate was already sealed. No amount of running would help. In fact, if this old rascal hadn't tried to flee the town, he might have lived a little longer. After all, he and that girl Ling wouldn't have been so eager to settle things right there in town. If the old rascal had simply found a crowded place to hide, Ling would have had to wait a while before stepping in as the old mischief maker to deal with him. Unfortunately, though this old rascal could foresee his own fate, he couldn't possibly calculate the best way to deal with it. After dashing frantically through the labyrinthine alleys for a moment, the old rascal Meng Yi cast another divination for himself, and the fear on his face deepened instantly. His steps grew even more frantic. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. How is this possible? This wasn't supposed to be the outcome. I clearly didn't see anyone following me, so why did that little girl end up appearing all by herself and killing me? My divination must have been wrong. My divination must have been wrong. That's right. My divination was wrong. Hearing this, Jiang could roughly guess what result the old rascal's divination had yielded, that he, along with Ling and Ye, had ultimately intercepted the old rascal. However, the old rascal's divination couldn't account for his and Ling's presence, which was why he had said that little girl would still appear alone in the end. Terrified, the old rascal Meng Yi frantically circled through the winding alleys a few more times before finally dashing off in another direction toward the town's outskirts. A short while later, the old rascal Meng Yi had already fled Crimson Sun Town. Jiang immediately picked up the pace and gave chase. When they reached the forested area 5 li outside Crimson Sun Town, Jiang leaped forward and blocked the old rascal's path. Ling, holding it in her arms, also effortlessly appeared at his side. "It's you guys." "Why?" The old rascal Meng Yi instantly took a trembling step back, his face betraying uncontrollable fear. "Young master, isn't that the old man from earlier? He doesn't seem all that ugly, actually." "Young master, you were in such a hurry to chase after him, is there something going on?" Ling curiously scrutinized the old rascal Meng Yi, as if trying to discern some hidden meaning. "Ah! Esteemed young master. Just now, I failed to recognize a great man when I saw one. I was momentarily captivated by your heroic bearing, so I couldn't help but act out of curiosity and offend you. I've been most disrespectful, please forgive me. Please spare this old man this once. I bow my head to you right here, I kowtow to you." The old rascal Meng Yi let out a startled cry and immediately prostrated himself before Jiang. It seemed he was genuinely terrified, so much so that he begun to speculate wildly about Jiang's identity and background. But then again, anyone who witnessed such terrifying abilities in such a young child would likely start speculating as well. "What? That old geezer actually offended you, young master? When did this happen? How did he dare offend you, young master? If you'd told me sooner, young master, I would made him regret ever being born." Ling was instantly enraged. "Please spare my life, young master. Please spare my life. I truly did not mean to offend you, young master." That old scoundrel Meng Yi was startled once again. "Ha! Actually, a minor offense is something this young master might not even hold against you. But, old man, are you sure it was just a simple offense against me?" Jiang sneered coldly. If it had truly been an ordinary fortune teller who accidentally cast a divination on him out of momentary curiosity, he wouldn't have gone so far as to strike a fatal blow. As long as he could be certain the other party wouldn't blab, he'd have settled for a stern warning at most. After all, under normal circumstances, most fortune tellers wouldn't speak recklessly, because as fortune tellers, they understood even better than ordinary cultivators that doing so would invite uncontrollable troubles and karmic retribution. Well. The old rascal Meng Yi's expression froze, and he cast a furtive glance at Ye, who was in Ling's arms. Ling grew even more suspicious. Ye, too, couldn't help but look puzzled. "Young master, you are truly a master. This old man truly has no idea how I've offended you." The old rascal Meng Yi finally gritted his teeth and spoke. It seemed he was prepared to deny everything to the bitter end. It doesn't matter if you don't know. But I can tell you this, Ye is my sister, and I will avenge her," Jiang said calmly. Upon hearing this, the old rascal Meng Yi's pupils suddenly contracted, and he hurriedly exclaimed in fear, "Wait! Esteemed young master! This old man has absolutely no idea what you mean. Someone of your noble stature cannot harm others without cause or evidence like this. Oh, it's fine even if you old scoundrel, were to die a gruesome death today, and the Meng clan were wiped out, no one would suspect this young master, because there would be no evidence either." Jiang smiled faintly. Moments ago, through his divination of this old scoundrel Meng Yi, he had learned that the Meng clan of Dingshan County wasn't particularly powerful. They only had a few insight stage experts. He feared the entire clan wouldn't even be enough for Ling to kill on her own. So the major enemies he divined earlier couldn't possibly be the Meng clan. It was far more likely that this conflict with the Meng clan had drawn them in. Could they be the enemies my mother is currently fleeing from? No. Esteemed young master. You can't do this. You simply can't. The old scoundrel Meng Yi grew even more panicked. What? Your Meng clan has destroyed so many families, can't you be wiped out yourselves? Jiang sneered. No. No. Esteemed young master. I know I was wrong. The Meng clan knows it was wrong. I'll return and make sure our clan members reform. I'll make them repent for the sins they've committed. Please spare the humble Meng clan this once. I beg you. I beg you. The old scoundrel Meng Yi pleaded repeatedly, kowtowing over and over. Ha 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 ha. Jiang couldn't help but burst into laughter. You old scoundrel, do you think I've been talking to you all this time to give your Meng clan a chance? I just think killing you right away would be too easy on an old beast like you. Now that you've finished regretting your actions, it's time for you to fully enjoy the same torment those children suffered at your hands. You. The old scoundrel Meng Yi was instantly overcome with shock and rage. He immediately rolled over and turned to flee. Poof. Jiang snorted coldly. With a flick of his body, aided by the haste rune, he swiftly closed in behind the old scoundrel. The old scoundrel Meng Yi couldn't help but let out a terrified scream. Meanwhile, Jiang had already casually pulled out several stasis runes and swiftly affixed them to the old scoundrel's body. Boom! Boom! Waves of power erupted from the old scoundrel's body, directly nullifying the stasis runes. It turned out that the protection runes on his body, which had been in place for over 200 years at the insight stage, had been triggered. Jiang didn't panic. He anticipated this and casually pulled out several more stasis runes to attach to the old rascal. Boom! 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 One after another, the protection runes on the old rascal's body were triggered. It wasn't until Jiang attached the 8th stasis rune that he finally managed to completely immobilize the old rascal, who had been desperately trying to escape. Not bad. Jiang looked at the immobilized old rascal and nodded with satisfaction. This was an opponent from the nether stage who had been around for over 800 years, defeated purely by his own strength, so it felt pretty damn good. Wow, you really are the young master. Actually, you could just left this to me, there was no need for you to step in personally. Ling praised him. Big brother, you're so awesome. Yeah, too, wore an expression of admiration. No big deal. A minor character like this is just perfect for a little practice. Jiang chuckled, then turned a cold gaze toward Meng Yi. Now it's time to have some fun with this old beast. First, I'll break his arms and legs, then torture him slowly. Brother, what exactly did this old man do? Ya couldn't help but ask timidly. Little sister, don't call that old bastard grandpa, because he is one of the main culprits responsible for the deaths of your family. Jiang replied. Ya froze, her face instantly turning pale and her eyes reddening. The look she gave Meng Yi turned to one of hatred. Was it him who killed mom and dad? Yes. Those people before were all sent by this old scoundrel and the clan behind him. Jiang nodded. Ya wants to beat this bad guy to death. Wah! You're still too young. Let your brother handle this. Also, what is about to happen might be a bit upsetting for you, so little sister, go with Sister Linger and step aside for a moment. Jiang replied. He just needed you to know that the person before them was their enemy, he would handle the rest. No. Big brother, I want to watch this bad guy get punished. Ye said firmly. Well, all right then. Jiang nodded. Experiencing certain things early on would help you grow up faster. He then fetched a massive boulder and began smashing the old wretch's limbs to pieces, one by one. Although the old wretch was immobilized and unable to move, the extreme agony in his eyes was still plain to see. As for Ya, who had just been saying she wanted to watch Jiang torture the old wretch, she could no longer bear it and buried her little head in Ling's embrace, unable to watch any longer. That's about it. Jiang looked at his handiwork, nodded with satisfaction, and then removed the stasis rune from the old bastard's body. Instantly, a series of piercing, agonized screams rang out. You heartless little beast! You'll die a horrible death. A horrible death. The old bastard cursed with hatred and fury. Smack! A crisp slap rang out. Jiang had unceremoniously slapped the old scoundrel across the face. You old beast, what are you barking about? When these methods were used on the children your clan tormented, why didn't you call them ruthless? Now that it's happened to you, suddenly it's ruthless? You. The old scoundrel stammered a few times but couldn't come up with a rebuttal. Then, with renewed resentment, he spat, You're a fortune teller, aren't you? Otherwise, you couldn't possibly know so much. You couldn't possibly have kept me here. Oh, let us just say I am, for now? Jiang shrugged. Who are you, exactly? There is no way people like you could exist in Crimson Sun Town. What exactly are your intentions? Who I am is none of your business, you old beast. Sister Linger, take my little sister somewhere out of the way. The main course is about to be served, and it might not be suitable for children. Jiang replied coldly. Although this old beast wouldn't survive the day, he wasn't about to reveal any information about himself. Alright, but you should be careful too, young master. Ling gave him a word of caution before walking away with Ye in her arms. I know. Jiang nodded, gazing coldly down at the old scoundrel sprawled on the ground. His evil god avatar hovered above his head, keeping watch on the surroundings should the slightest disturbance occur. He would know immediately, so there was no need for concern. What else do you plan to do? The old scoundrel couldn't help but be overcome with terror. What else could I do? I'm just going to let you old beast, taste the same suffering that the children you kidnapped had to endure. Jiang sneered coldly. Earlier, when he had divined this old scoundrel's fate, he had already learned just how many despicable deeds the Mang clan had committed. The children they abducted suffered the mildest punishments, having their noses and ears cut off, or their legs broken. The most severe punishments included having their eyes gouged out, their tongues pulled out, and their limbs severed. The more they resisted, the more gruesome their fate became. It was common for them to be tortured to death. Moreover, to avoid karmic retribution, these beasts of the Mang clan rarely did the dirty work themselves. Instead, they trained trusted henchmen and tacitly allowed them to carry out these acts. They thought that by doing so, they could wash their hands of everything that they remain clean and respectable. No. You can't do this to me. You're a diviner. And at such a young age, to be so ruthless, aren't you afraid of karmic retribution? If anyone finds out, you won't end well either. At that moment, the old bastard cried out in terror. Fuck karmic retribution. Jiang slammed a fist straight into the old bastard's face. Immediately, a series of piercing, agonized screams rang out. After completely crippling the old beast, Jiang placed a stasis rune and a soul suppression rune on him and buried him alive. He wasn't about to let a creature like that die so easily. He then cleaned up the evidence around the area and headed back to Crimson Sun Town with Ling and Ye. Young master, how do you plan to handle this situation from here on out? What exactly did you mean by what you said earlier? And what is the story with the Mang clan? Why do I get the feeling this isn't as simple as it seems? That old beast just now, even though his cultivation wasn't high, seemed to be a very skilled diviner, didn't he? Ling asked, furrowing her brows. Sister Linger, let me tell you about the things I dreamed of. Jiang slowly recounted what he currently knew about the Mang clan. Those damned beasts. They truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Ling's expression darkened instantly. Sister Linger, you're so powerful, could you take care of the Mang clan? Jiang asked. If that clan of beasts were only at the insight stage, I could naturally handle them with ease. However, completely wiping out the Mang clan won't be that simple. That's because every town of any size has a wind and cloud ranking. Moreover, those major clans cultivate their own divination masters, who use various methods to predict the clan's future fortunes. By the time I arrive, they may have already prepared countermeasures. If we're not careful, we might even alert the imperial court, which could send in powerful experts. Ling couldn't help but look concerned. The wind and cloud rankings divination masters. Jiang frowned. He had to admit that while divination masters generally lacked combat prowess, they were indeed far more troublesome than other cultivators. If he hadn't mastered divination himself, he would truly be at a constant disadvantage. But how should he handle the Meng family's situation now? Although Ling was capable of handling it, both she and her mother had their own reservations. It would be disastrous if this were to bring trouble upon them. Moreover, it seemed their enemies were somehow connected to the imperial court? The imperial court. Wait. What if we reported the Meng family's misdeeds to the imperial court? They couldn't possibly stand idly by, could they? Jiang's eyes suddenly lit up. After all, he'd already learned all the Meng family's key secrets through that old bastard. If he handed the matter over to the imperial court to investigate, they were sure to get to the bottom of it. Oh, that might actually work. You think the county magistrate in our town is trustworthy, don't you, young master? Ling asked. Yes, he is a good official. Jiang nodded immediately. After everything that had happened, he trusted this deputy magistrate. All right then, I'll handle this matter. Ling said with a smile. Thank you for your help, Sister Ling. Jiang smiled and nodded. Gradually, by the time Jiang and his two companions returned to Crimson Sun Town, it was already late in the day, and they had naturally missed class. However, Jiang still brought Ling and Ye to Floating Life School, because no matter what, he had to let Master Lu know what had happened. Arriving outside Floating Life School, Jiang knocked on the gate, only to find his well-behaved granddaughter opening the door. Young man, what happened today? Why didn't you come to class? Yumei stood with her hands on her hips, looking rather displeased, though her tone carried a hint of concern. Oh, something came up at home today, so I couldn't make it. That's why I came over specifically to apologize to the master. I hope you, lovely senior, can be a little lenient. Jiang said helplessly. Ever since he started school, his well-behaved granddaughter had loved to lecture him as an elder whenever she had the chance. Perhaps this was the reward destined for him by the heavens. No need. The master said that if you came, you should take the missed lesson home to study. Yumei casually pulled out a small scroll and handed it to Jiang. I see. Well, thank you so much, lovely senior. Please convey my thanks and my little sisteress to Master Lu for us. Jiang said as he took the small scroll. It seemed Master Lu must already be aware of what had happened today. Yumei nodded. Then we'll take our leave now, lovely senior. Jiang bowed. Beautiful senior, we'll be on our way. Ya also bowed. Goodbye. Have a safe trip. Yumei replied, slowly closing the gate behind her. Then Jiang and the others turned and left. On the way. I didn't expect the teacher at this private academy to actually have some sense of responsibility. Ling remarked. Sister Linger, Master Lu is both magnanimous and truly skilled. You'd better show her some respect. Jiang said helplessly. Although both this girl and Master Lu were beyond his current ability to divine, he was certain that Master Lu's capabilities were absolutely beyond anything Ling could match. So it would be best to prevent this girl from offending Master Lu as much as possible. Oh, I understand, young master. Ling immediately replied, looking a bit aggrieved. No, Sister Linger, I don't mean to blame you. I'm just looking out for you, because Master Lu is truly no ordinary person. Anyway, I can't explain much more to you right now. Do you understand? Jiang hurriedly explained. He could tell the girl had misunderstood him. Could it be, young master, that you mean Master Lu is some kind of reclusive master or something? Ling was instantly taken aback. All right, Sister Ling, don't ask any more questions. Just pretend you don't know anything about this. Jiang hurriedly waved his hands again. If he kept talking, he was genuinely worried he'd anger Master Lu and get thrown out of the academy on the spot. Oh, okay, I understand. Ling nodded and said no more. Once back home, Jiang told his mother what had happened that day, and she agreed that it would be best to let the imperial court handle the Meng family's affairs. The next day, the maid Ling compiled the information regarding the Meng family into a report, just as she had done before, and secretly slipped it into the room of County Magistrate Di Tongchu. Upon seeing the contents of the dossier, Di Tongchu's expression instantly turned extremely grave. After careful consideration for several days, during which he also sought the opinions of the three major Taoist temples, he finally decided to report the matter to the imperial court. Both Di Tongchu and the three major Taoist temples feared that this matter would bring disaster upon Crimson Sun Town, but in the end, none of them could bring themselves to stand idly by. Furthermore, Master Fuchen even speculated that the source of this information was linked to the old prankster, who ranked first on the list. It must be said that, even by accident, this fellow's guess was almost spot on. Zhang didn't really mind this after all. The identity of the old prankster was meant to throw people off the scent and draw their attention anyway. The fact that Master Fuchen suspected the old prankster might be behind this might even turn out to be a good thing. Gradually, half a year passed. Zhang's cultivation had advanced by several years, while his deduction art had improved by nearly 200 years. Cultivation, Nether Stage, 25 years. Deduction art, 467 years since entering the Tao. Rune art, Insight Stage, 300 years. Talents, Evil God Avatar Fortune 3 million years, Mind Sense. Fortune, 1,200. On this very day, however, a massive upheaval occurred on the wind and cloud rankings. On the list, the Chiang Government Office, the Floating Dust Taoist Temple, the Fire Spirit Taoist Temple, the Jinping Taoist Temple, including Master Floating Dust and several others, had all been removed from the rankings. How could this happen? When Zhang heard this news from Ling, he was stunned. He immediately sent the evil god avatar to investigate, and sure enough, it was true. What major event could have caused these institutions affiliated with the imperial court to be removed from the list? Or could it be that the Floating Dust Taoist Temple deliberately removed these rankings themselves? Ling's expression turned grave. By this time, Zhang had already sent the evil god avatar into the Floating Dust Taoist Temple to assess the situation. Inside, the atmosphere was extremely somber. Master Floating Dust and his 7 disciples all wore anxious and grave expressions. Zhang immediately cast a divination for Master Fuchen. He discovered that after Master Fuchen had deduced the new ranking of the winds and clouds, his expression had drastically changed. He had hurriedly sought out the leaders of the other 2 Taoist temples and County Magistrate Di Tongchu to inform them of the situation, and had cast divinations for everyone present. However, the divination Master Fuchen had performed predicted that in 7 days' time, an entity beyond the scope of his divination would arrive with a dozen or so people. First, they would approach County Magistrate Di Tongchu to discuss some vague matters apparently related to the Meng clan of Dingshan County. Then they would strike immediately, carrying out a bloody massacre at the county office. Next, it would be the turn of the Fuchen Taoist Temple, the Wuling Taoist Temple, and the Jinping Taoist Temple. The group instantly realized this was connected to the earlier information about the Meng clan. Their enemies had come seeking revenge. Consequently, they hurriedly dispatched messengers to report the matter of the wind and cloud rankings to the imperial court, hoping to find a way out of this predicament. However, even after Master Fuchen and his companions took these actions, when they divined the results of the wind and cloud rankings once more, the outcome remained unchanged. As a result, both the county magistrate's office and the 3 Taoist temples were plunged into a heavy, somber atmosphere. In fact, Deputy Magistrate Di Tongchu had anticipated this outcome regarding the wind and cloud list. After all, even if these matters were reported, they would still have to go through the proper channels. Given the cumbersome procedures involved, it was uncertain whether the case would even be accepted. And even if it were accepted, how would it be handled? When would reinforcements arrive? And what kind of reinforcements could be sent? These were all major questions. After all, 7 days was far too short a time. It was clear that the Meng clan had come fully prepared. The Meng clan has come to seek revenge. How is that possible? Zhang couldn't help but feel incredulous. Could it be that after those previous incidents were reported to the imperial court, the Meng clan was forced into a do-or-die situation? But that shouldn't be the case. Where exactly did things go wrong? Moreover, where did the Meng clan get the audacity to dare to directly attack the magistrate's office and the 3 Taoist temples? After all, this was no less than directly defying the imperial court. Do they want their entire clan to meet a less thorough end? Unable to make sense of it, he could only instruct the evil god Avatar to remain at the county office for the time being and monitor the situation, so that he could be alerted to any unexpected developments and respond accordingly. After all, no matter how you looked at it, this whole affair had started because of him. He had no reason to stand idly by while the deputy magistrate and the 3 Taoist temples suffered. Gradually, 7 days passed. At the magistrate's office, a dozen or so uninvited guests officially arrived. Leading the group was a handsome, square-faced young man with a commanding presence. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang immediately used the evil god Avatar to cast a divination on the young man, and the results came back quickly. The young man's name was Meng Qiuxing, the current prodigy of the Meng clan. At 33 years old, his cultivation had already reached 133 years at the insight stage. His innate talent stood at 226 years. He was regarded as the future of the Meng clan. Furthermore, this Meng Qiuxing was also the grandson of that old bastard Meng Yi. His primary purpose in coming today was to settle the score regarding the Meng clan's secrets that had been reported to the imperial court by the Qiyang magistrate's office, as well as to avenge his grandfather. Through the divination, Jiang learned that the report previously submitted to the imperial court by county magistrate Di Tongchu had actually been intercepted by a mysterious figure within the court who claimed to have ties to the Meng clan. The report was then handed over to the Meng clan, causing the entire Meng clan leadership to be both shocked and enraged. Furthermore, after that old bastard Meng Yi was dealt with by Jiang, he had not returned to the Meng clan for a long time nor sent any word back, which naturally aroused the clan's suspicion. As a result, they had been secretly dispatching people in succession to Crimson Sun Town and the surrounding towns to investigate the situation. They ultimately confirmed that Crimson Sun Town was the last place where that old bastard Meng Yi was seen. The Meng clan also took the opportunity to investigate Ye's whereabouts, but all they discovered was that Ye had been placed by the magistrate's office in the care of an ordinary, wealthy widow and had enrolled at Floating Life School, a private academy with little prospects for her early education. Beyond that, they found no other leads. Furthermore, because the Crimson Sun Town authorities had reported the Meng family's secrets, the Meng family suspected that the old bastard Meng Yi's disappearance was undoubtedly linked to the Crimson Sun Town authorities. After a series of deductions and connections, the Meng family finally concluded that it must have been forces within Crimson Sun Town, in collusion with the old prankster, who had harmed that old bastard Meng Yi. This is because the Meng family believed that, within Crimson Sun Town, the only person currently as enigmatic and of unknown identity as that old rascal whom they had been unable to investigate was Meng Yi, the only one capable of posing a threat to someone at the deduction art insight stage. Furthermore, that ambiguous relationship between the Qiyang magistrate's office and the old rascal only served to further solidify this conclusion. After some deliberation, the Meng clan decided to enlist the authorities' help to seek revenge. They went directly to the Dingshan County Magistrate's office to file a complaint against the Crimson Sun Town authorities. Given their pre-existing local connections, everything naturally fell into place. Now, Meng Qiuxing has arrived with 10 nether stage-level fighters from his clan, along with Gong Jiangling, the chief constable of the Dingshan County Magistrate's office, ready to exact revenge under the guise of investigating a case. After all, Meng Qiuxing could claim that his actions were a momentary outburst of passion in avenging his grandfather, which would still be considered an act of filial piety and righteousness. With the protection of the Dingshan County authorities, it was highly likely he would face no punishment. At most, he might be imprisoned for a few years. But since Dingshan County was the Meng clan's own turf, being imprisoned or not made little difference. At that moment, Jiang couldn't help but wonder. He never expected things to unfold this way. He immediately informed Ling and, assuming the identity of the old prankster, hurried straight to the county magistrate's office. Thank goodness he secured the identity of the old prankster back then. Now he wouldn't even have to worry about killing Meng Qiuxing and those other beasts of the Meng clan right on the spot. Moments later, Meng Qiuxing had already stormed into the Crimson Sun Town Magistrate's office with his men. County Deputy Magistrate Di Tongchu rushed out in a panic, leading a group of constables to confront Meng Qiuxing and his men. But Meng Qiuxing and his men were all powerhouses at the nether stage level or higher. Their overwhelming aura left Di Tongchu and the constables trembling like leaves in the wind. How dare you? Who are you to dare to storm the imperial government offices? Di Tongchu shouted harshly, trying to break through the oppressive aura emanating from Meng Qiusheng's group. Ha 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 ha. Meng Qiusheng let out a maniacal laugh, then said coldly, "You filthy vermin, how dare you even call yourselves representatives of the imperial government? To the Deputy Magistrate of Crimson Suntown, I am Gong Jiangling, Chief Constable of the Dingshan County Magistrate's Office. I have been ordered to apprehend you as suspects in the murder of Meng Yi, an elder of the Meng clan, committed in collusion with the old rascal. I urge you to cooperate fully and come with us." At that moment, a burly middle-aged man standing nearby produced a wanted poster and said in a calm tone, "What? Conspiring with that old rascal to murder Meng Yi, an elder of the Meng clan? This is a complete fabrication. Besides, Crimson Suntown doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of your Dingshan County. Since when do you have the right to arrest an official like me?" Di Tongchu couldn't help but fly into a rage. In his view, this was nothing short of a baseless frame-up. "Oh? Deputy Magistrate of Crimson Suntown, are you saying you intend to resist arrest?" Chief Constable Gong Jiangling's expression darkened instantly. "Hey, Chief Constable, please don't get angry just yet." Meng Qiusheng suddenly raised his hand in a gesture of restraint and spoke calmly to Di Tongchu once more. "Deputy Magistrate of Crimson Suntown, don't say I, Meng Qiusheng, didn't give you a chance. As long as you honestly tell me who the old prankster is and where he is now, I'll let you off the hook today. How about it? It seems your main target is the old prankster. Unfortunately, no one here has the slightest idea who the old prankster is, let alone where he might be." Di Tongchu replied in a deep voice. "Is that so? Your magistrate's office has posted a bounty of 100 silver taels for this top-ranked figure on the Wind and Cloud rankings, who is said to possess insight stage-level strength. Don't you understand what that means? For you, the deputy magistrate, to play dumb here is simply ridiculous." Meng Qiusheng sneered coldly. In reality, his confidence stemmed entirely from the fact that Di Tongchu had reported the Meng family's secrets to the higher-ups. Otherwise, with Meng Yi getting into trouble here and Di Tongchu so conveniently reporting the Meng family's secrets, it would be hard to believe he didn't have some connections. It must be said that although the Meng family's guess was incorrect, they were on the right track. That's because the magistrate's office is strapped for cash right now and can't spare much silver. Besides, everything about the old rascal himself remains a mystery at the moment, so it's impossible to set a bounty. Di Tongchu retorted. "Humph. Then why haven't you reported such a dangerous presence, one that's beyond your control, to the imperial court? And you still dare to claim you aren't shielding or condoning him?" Meng Qiusheng snorted coldly. "It's because the old rascal hasn't caused any trouble for Crimson Suntown so far, nor has he created any headaches for the authorities, nor has he harmed any innocent people. His actions have mostly involved private feuds within the martial arts world, so there's naturally no need to waste the imperial court's manpower and resources on dealing with him." Ridiculous. He hasn't harmed any innocent people. Then how did my grandfather die? So my grandfather wasn't innocent, is that it? Meng Qiusheng flew into a rage. "How am I supposed to know how your grandfather died? I didn't even know your grandfather had ever set foot in Crimson Suntown. As for whether your grandfather was innocent or not, I have no idea either. I suppose only you and your own people know the truth." Di Tongchu couldn't help but sneer coldly. "You? Very well. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive." Meng Qiusheng's face twisted into a ferocious grimace as he barked the order. He'd been looking for an excuse to start the slaughter all along. All the talk was merely to provide a pretext and to have the nearby Chief Constable Gong Jiangling serve as a witness. After all, even an emperor must have a plausible reason to execute a court official. "Hold on. Young Master Meng. Don't act on impulse." Gong Jiangling couldn't help but intervene in astonishment. Although he had some ties to the Meng family, his primary responsibility was simply to come and arrest the suspects. If the situation escalated too far, it would be difficult to explain to his superiors. However, the men Meng Qiusheng had brought with him had already been instructed, once they struck, they were to strike to kill, leaving no survivors. And so, kill. 10 nether stage cultivators, without the slightest hesitation, swiftly charged at Di Tanchu and the group of constables. Meanwhile, Meng Qiusheng stared coldly at Di Tanchu as if he were already dead. He had no intention of laying a hand on Di Tanchu, an imperial official, himself that way. Even if the situation escalated, it would be easier for him to distance himself from the matter. Jiang, who had already reached the rooftop with Ling, saw this and immediately gave a signal with his eyes, then burst through the roof. Crash! The roof shattered. At the same moment, 10 water jets roared out, each slamming into a nether stage cultivator. Oh no! Old rascal! Meng Qiusheng and his 10 nether stage level subordinates were all taken aback, but it was already too late to react. Boom! 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 Ah! A series of explosions and agonized screams rang out. All 10 nether stage level cultivators were sent flying backward. Some were killed, others wounded. Who are you? Gong Jiangling immediately asked, his expression grave. Nearing the great perfection of the insight stage? Meng Qiusheng's expression was also extremely grave. He had clearly been startled by Jiang's earlier move. The Meng clan had originally estimated that Jiang likely possessed only a cultivation level of 1 or 2,000 years at the insight stage. They believed he was hiding in this remote place because his time was nearly up and he had no hope of breaking through, merely seeking to flex his muscles. County Deputy Magistrate Di Tongchu, however, remained silent. Ha ha ha, this old man is the old mischief maker you've been looking for. Jiang cackled. So you really are the old mischief maker. Gong Jiangling's expression darkened. Humph. This Qiang Magistrate's office and you are indeed a nest of snakes and rats. Meng Qiusheng sneered coldly. Hey, don't lump this old man in with that useless Qiang Magistrate's office. The Qiang Magistrate's office is the Qiang Magistrate's office, and I am myself. They aren't even worthy of being in the same league as me. Jiang said contemptuously. He was, of course, doing this to distance himself from the Qiang Magistrate's office, so that these people wouldn't be innocently implicated. Humph, spare us your clumsy excuses. If you weren't in cahoots, why on earth would you old scoundrel, step in to save them at a time like this? Meng Qiusheng sneered derisively. I happened to be here when I saw you beasts from the Meng clan arrive, so I deliberately followed along to see what kind of filth you'd be spreading this time. As for coming to your aid, everyone knows I enjoy standing up for the weak and taking on the strong. What's so surprising about that? Jiang shrugged. You. Where is my grandfather now? Did you kill him? Meng Qiusheng glared furiously at Jiang and demanded. Tisk, tsk, tsk. What are you talking about? There's no question of killing or anything like that. That old beast was simply treated just as well by me as the Meng clan treats those innocent children. Jiang chuckled. You. Upon hearing this, Meng Qiusheng couldn't help but tremble all over, and immediately a treasure sword slowly materialized in his hand. You old scoundrel! I'll kill you today. Oh? A high-tier magical artifact, is it? Jiang looked impassively at the treasure sword in Meng Qiusheng's hand. He had already learned through divination that this was a Meng family heirloom, a high-tier magical artifact capable of unleashing the power equivalent to 953 years at the insight stage on its own. With Meng Qiusheng's own 133 years of insight stage cultivation, combined with his innate gold and yin-yang talents totaling 226 years, he could unleash the power equivalent to 359 years of insight stage cultivation when wielding his gold element abilities. Coupled with this high-grade magical artifact, he was more than capable of handling an average insight stage grand perfection cultivator or even a cultivator who had just entered the realm of the Tao. This was precisely the confidence that allowed Meng Qiusheng to come seeking revenge. You old rascal! Do you realize you've committed a heinous crime? If you surrender peacefully now, you might still receive a lenient sentence. At that moment, Gong Jiangling spoke in a deep, solemn voice. Junior Constable of Dingshan County, don't go around making baseless accusations here. This is a feud between this old man and those beasts of the Meng clan. It has nothing to do with the Dingshan County authorities. I'm sure you're well aware that the Meng clan isn't exactly squeaky clean, and I have no intention of provoking the imperial court. Don't get dragged into this mess. Just stand here quietly and watch. When you return, report the facts as they are," Jiang said in a calm tone. No matter what, he had to put on this show for the Dingshan County authorities to see, and for the Qiyang authorities as well. That way, even if the imperial court did send someone, at least the Qiyang authorities would have an excuse. At that time, a few well-chosen words might just save them a great deal of trouble. "You." Gong Jiangling fell silent. "You old scoundrel. Die." A surge of golden energy erupted violently. Meng Xiuxing, however, was already beyond rage as he charged directly at Jiang. "Come on." Jiang immediately thrust out both palms, instantly unleashing a terrifying water dragon. However, in the face of Gong Jiangling's high-grade magical sword, the water dragon Jiang had summoned from a distance was swiftly shattered. Finally, the sword struck directly at Jiang's chest. At that moment, a smug, savage grin involuntarily spread across Gong Jiangling's lips. Tisk. Facing the approaching blade, Jiang didn't seem the least bit concerned. Instead, he let out a mocking chuckle, because... Boom! 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 Suddenly, waves of power erupted from Jiang's body, directly blocking Meng Xiuxing's attack and sending him reeling back. A protection rune at the minor perfection level of the insight stage. Meng Xiuxing couldn't help but look astonished. Ha ha ha, didn't see that coming, did you? Jiang let out a sinister laugh, and with a swift movement of both hands, a series of water dragons surged forth, crashing one after another into Meng Xiuxing. Before coming here, he had already discussed Meng Xiuxing's strength with Ling. At that time, Ling had told him that Meng Xiuxing's water magic, when cast from a distance, could only reach a strength equivalent to around the great perfection level of the insight stage. After a moment's calculation, Jiang determined that, combined with his own talismanic skills, he still held the upper hand over Meng Xiuxing. Humph. I'll see just how many protection runes you have left to burn. Meng Xiuxing snorted coldly, swinging his sword repeatedly to parry the water dragon's attacks. He charged toward Jiang once more, only to be knocked back again by the power of the protection runes. For a time, the two exchanged blows in rapid succession. Since Meng Xiuxing's current overall strength was no joke, Jiang had to expend 3 protection runes just to block a single attack. That was why he was so confident he could wear Jiang down and defeat him. I never expected Crimson Sun Town to harbor such a powerful hidden talent. It's just a pity that, faced with young Master Meng's prowess, he probably won't last much longer. After all, he can't possibly have more protection runes on him than a rune art master, can he? Gong Jiangling couldn't help but speak up. Di Tongchu, meanwhile, looked on with eager anticipation, hoping Jiang would emerge victorious. Boom! 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 After several moments of combat between the two, "It's over." Jiang's mocking voice rang out suddenly. Just as Meng Xiuxing was once again knocked back by a protection rune, Jiang took advantage of Ling's water dragon attack to casually pull out several stasis runes and swiftly close in on Meng Xiuxing's blind spot. What? Meng Xiuxing instantly sensed trouble, but in his panic, he could only instinctively block the water dragon's attack just in time before Jiang's 6 stasis runes struck him, instantly immobilizing him. In truth, during the previous battle, Jiang had primarily been secretly observing Meng Xiuxing's fighting style and habits. Once he had pinpointed the guy's weaknesses, he unleashed a sudden burst of power, playing his trump card to take him down in one fell swoop. Stasis runes. Could it be that this old rascal is actually an insight stage level rune artist? No wonder he has so many protection runes at his disposal. Gong Jiangling couldn't help but be stunned. Whoa! Di Tongchu also couldn't help but look shocked. Although Meng Xiuxing's movements were currently immobilized, intense golden energy still pulsed from his body. He was clearly desperate to break free from the restraints. But how could Jiang possibly give him that chance? With a casual gesture, he affixed 6 more stasis runes to Meng Xiuxing's body. Instantly, the golden energy surging from Meng Xiuxing's body was completely suppressed, and he ceased to move entirely. After all, Meng Xiuxing's cultivation level was only at the 133rd year of the insight stage. Even with his golden yuan talent, his strength amounted to no more than the 359th year of the insight stage. Now, with over 10 stasis runes each equivalent to 300 years of the insight stage affixed to his body, how could he possibly resist? As for the high-tier magical artifact in his hand, while it could boost his combat effectiveness by a significant margin, it offered no enhancement to his intrinsic strength. That high-tier magical artifact of yours is indeed impressive, but from now on, it belongs to this old man. Jiang smiled as he snatched the sword from Meng Qiusheng's hand. At the same time, just to be safe, he casually affixed another 6 stasis runes to Meng Qiusheng's body. Qiusheng. At that moment, an anxious growl rang out. It was a member of the Meng clan who had been severely wounded earlier, dashing over frantically, intent on tearing off the stasis runes from Meng Qiusheng's body. Die! Jiang struck without hesitation, swinging his sword. Instantly. With a sharp rip. This nether stage-level cultivator from the Meng clan was sliced clean in half. Blood spurted out everywhere. HSSS. Not bad. Not bad. Jiang couldn't help but feel slightly astonished. For now, as long as he had this high-tier magical artifact in hand, combined with his haste rune, he could go head-to-head with an insight stage minor perfection level cultivator even without Ling's help or the use of the stasis rune. Stop! Just then, Gong Jiangling's shout rang out. Oh? Have you decided to make an enemy of this old man? Jiang's gaze turned cold as he pointed his sword at Gong Jiangling. If this guy was in such a hurry to die, he wouldn't mind giving him a helping hand. He simply didn't want to provoke the imperial court right now, but that didn't mean he'd let people push their luck. After all, no one knew his true identity, and the Qiang authorities were clearly on his side. Killing a few now, then slipping away under the guise of an old eccentric, it wasn't out of the question. Do you realize you've committed a grave offense? Gong Jiangling said in a deep voice, though his tone was clearly a bit shaky. Oof. I've already said I have no intention of provoking the imperial court. This is a personal feud between me and those beasts of the Meng clan. You may go back and report exactly what happened. In any case, I will not let those beasts of the Meng clan off the hook. With that, Jiang casually swung his sword and severed Meng Qiusheng's right arm. Meng Qiusheng's eyes were filled with agony, yet he could neither move nor speak. Take this back with you and present it to the Meng clan on my behalf. Tell them this is a gift from me. Jiang kicked Meng Qiusheng's right arm toward Gong Jiangling, then proceeded to chop the other 9 members of the Meng clan in half, one by one. He didn't even spare those who were already dead. By now, Gong Jiangling had turned pale with shock and seemed at a loss for how to react. I'm off. Jiang didn't even bother to look at Gong Jiangling. He simply dragged Meng Qiusheng away and swiftly left the magistrate's office. As for Meng Qiusheng, he naturally intended to send him to join his grandfather in the afterlife. In fact, if circumstances had permitted, he would have given all the Meng clan members who came today a proper welcome. Once Meng Qiusheng had been thoroughly dealt with. Wow, young master, you were really amazing today. I actually thought I'd have to step in myself to take care of that guy. Ling said with an admiring look on her face. It was nothing, really. Just a stroke of luck. Let us hurry back and report to mother. Jiang said with a helpless smile. Ling nodded. Shortly afterward, Jiang and Ling returned home and recounted today's events in detail to his mother. The Meng clan probably won't let this slide, and they likely involve the imperial court. If things take a turn for the worse, you'd better lie low for a while. Also, the high-tier magical artifact we seized from the Meng clan must not be revealed lightly. You must only use them when you're in your old rascal persona. His mother said, furrowing her brow. Mother, I'll know my limits. I won't do anything reckless. Jiang nodded. He had now completely shifted the hatred onto his old rascal persona. As long as the Meng clan didn't come to Crimson Sun Town and harm innocent people, his old rascal persona wouldn't be revealed so easily. Gradually, 3 days passed. At the Wind and Cloud board outside the Floating Dust Taoist temple, Jiang's evil god avatar actually saw Master Floating Dust emerge with a pale face. He had updated the board, but the new entry wasn't TA ranking. Instead, it read, requesting an audience with Senior Old Rascal. requesting an audience with senior old rascal. What's going on here? Has the floating dust Taoist temple failed to seek the old prankster's help? Have they divined some great calamity? At the wind and cloud board, the onlookers immediately erupted into an uproar. Jiang was also utterly astonished. His evil god avatar immediately followed Master Floating Dust into the temple and cast a divination for him. The result revealed that over the past 2 days, Master Fuchen had cast numerous divinations through the 3 Taoist temples and the magistrate's office. He had foretold that in 1 month's time, Crimson Sun Town would face a catastrophic disaster. Many masked, black-clad warriors would arrive to slaughter the town. Moreover, these masked, black-clad warriors all chanted the same slogan: if you're going to blame anyone, blame the old mischief maker, blame the Crimson Sun Magistrate's office. If it weren't for those villains colluding with each other, they wouldn't have brought this calamity upon you. At that time, Crimson Sun Town would suffer heavy casualties, and not a single survivor would be left at the Floating Dust Taoist Temple. There would be no wind and cloud rankings a month later. And when Jiang divined Master Floating Dust's future, he indeed saw that the Taoist master would be killed by several masked, black-clad warriors acting in concert. The Meng clan of Dingshan County. Are those beasts really that depraved? Jiang immediately suspected the Meng clan of Dingshan County. After all, at present, aside from this Meng clan which had a grudge against both Crimson Sun Town and him, the old rascal, there was likely no one else who would do such a thing. However, if they really went so far as to act with such depravity, harming countless innocent civilians, the Meng clan of Dingshan County would surely be wiped out by the imperial court. They might even be expelled from the clan's genealogy. Is it really necessary to go this far for revenge? Have they already devised a plan to deal with the consequences? Surely the Meng clan of Dingshan County couldn't be so naive as to think that simply by wearing masks and concealing their identities, they could remain undetected? Setting aside whether they might leave any traces behind, with the situation having escalated to such a degree, the imperial court might even directly employ divination masters to investigate the case. How could they possibly keep it hidden then? As night fell, Jiang assumed the identity of the old prankster and arrived at the Floating Dust Taoist Temple. Elder old prankster, you really came. Master Fuchen, his face beaming with delight, came out into the courtyard to greet him respectfully. Ahem, ahem. What brings you to seek this old man out? Jiang couldn't help but clear his throat. Even if he added up the ages of his 2 lifetimes, he still wouldn't match the age of Master Fuchen. Standing before him pretending to be the elder in his presence was truly a bit awkward. Please come inside, elder. Master Fuchen hurriedly bowed to gesture him in. Jiang nodded without hesitation, as he had already roughly guessed what the other man wanted. Inside the room, the candlelight shone brightly. Elder old mischief maker. A great calamity is about to befall Crimson Sun Town. I humbly ask that you lend a helping hand when the time comes to save the innocent from this disaster. At this point, I fear you are the only one who can save Crimson Sun Town. Master Fuchen immediately knelt before Jiang and paid him a deep bow. Enough. Just get to the point. All this formalities, I have no idea what you're trying to say. Jiang waved his hand, feigning impatience. Yes. Yes. You're absolutely right, senior. The situation is this: over the past few days, my divinations have revealed that in 1 month's time, Crimson Sun Town will face a catastrophic disaster. Countless mysterious warriors will descend upon the town to slaughter its inhabitants. These individuals appear to be from the Meng clan of Dingshan County. Master Fuchen said solemnly. The Meng clan of Dingshan County again. Rest assured, I'll make sure they never return. Jiang said in a calm tone. I knew you were a man of chivalry, senior. In that case, when that catastrophe strikes, you will certainly intervene as well, won't you? Naturally. Come to think of it, if this truly involves the Meng clan, it ultimately stems from me. I have no reason to stand idly by. You need not worry about that aspect. In that case, I still can't help but worry. It's not that I doubt your character, senior, but my skills are insufficient. I was unable to divine your presence through my divination. So I wasn't originally certain whether you would intervene, but now that you've said you will. That means you must have intervened when the catastrophe struck. Yet it seems you were unable to prevent the massacre in Crimson Sun Town, so the likely reason is that another entity, one I too was unable to detect through my divination, was holding you back. If that is truly the case, then we're in serious trouble. Master Fuchin's expression grew grave. Oh, I see. I know exactly what to do about this. You two just wait here and rest assured. I'll handle the matter properly, there's no need to worry too much. With that, Jiang rose and left immediately. His visit tonight was primarily to make his stance clear. He would stand by the Crimson Sun Town authorities. That way, should any matters from the Imperial Court come into play, there would at least be a buffer zone. Senior. Master Fuchin looked taken aback. He clearly had many questions, but in the end, he had no choice but to respectfully see Jiang off. Once Jiang returned home. Yun'er, how did it go? What did Taoist Master Fuchin say to you? His mother asked with concern. Ling stood nearby, curious as well. Ya had already fallen asleep, so they took care not to wake her. Mother, the situation is this. Jiang recounted the situation in detail. They dared to massacre the town? Has the Meng clan of Dingshan County gone mad? His mother couldn't help but furrow her brows. How dare they be so heartless? Just wait, I'll personally wipe them out completely. Ling exclaimed angrily. Mother, Sister Ling, I plan to go to the Meng clan in Dingshan County soon to assess the situation. Jiang spoke up. He planned to go to Dingshan County and use the evil god avatar to divine the intentions of the Meng clan, to see exactly what these people were up to, so he could better prepare his response. Young master, you aren't planning to just wipe out the Meng clan of Dingshan County, are you? Ling asked in surprise. That's not out of the question. But isn't there a wind and cloud ranking there? If I head there with that intention, I'm not sure if I'll tip them off. Let us go check out the situation first, then decide. Jiang shook his head. He had already learned through divination that Dingshan County was a full 200 li away from Crimson Sun Town, and the journey was fraught with obstacles. Traveling there normally would take quite some time, certainly enough for the wind and cloud rankings to predict future shifts in the situation. So even if he truly harbored the intention to wipe out the Meng clan of Dingshan County outright, he could only do so once he arrived within the county, using divination to identify specific critical points and make a spur-of-the-moment decision to alter the course of fate. That's true. Then let this servant accompany you, young master, to check out the situation. Ling couldn't help but say with a grin. Jiang was momentarily speechless, instantly guessing that the girl had some ulterior motives. He couldn't help but say, Sister Linger, you may accompany me if you wish. But you must assure me right now that you have no intention of taking direct action against the Meng clan. If you can't guarantee that, I'm afraid this trip will be a waste of time. Just go take a look. Don't cause any trouble, or else I won't feel at ease either. At that moment, Mother spoke in a somewhat stern tone. Oh, I know. I'll keep my thoughts to myself. Ling stuck out her little tongue. Mother, please rest assured. I'll be extremely careful. Besides, I'm currently carrying quite a few insight stage-level talismans, as well as a powerful high-tier magical artifact. Ordinary insight stage-level experts won't be able to touch me. I'm just going to gather some intelligence. I won't cause any trouble. Jiang said with a smile, clasping his fists. He knew his mother was worried that something unexpected might happen if he went out of his way to stir up trouble. The risks would be even higher. Don't get too cocky. Remember, there are always those more skilled than you. His mother gently tapped Jiang on the forehead. Ouch, I know, Mother. I'm not going out as an old prankster. I won't reveal my true strength lightly. Jiang rubbed his head in exasperation. The next day, Jiang set out with Ling for Dingshan County. After about half a day, the two arrived in Dingshan County. Jiang wasn't in a hurry to investigate the Meng clan himself. Instead, he took Ling to find the local ranking of the wind and clouds first, then had the evil god avatar go directly to the Meng clan to gather intelligence. He had never intended to personally investigate the Meng clan in the first place. After all, there was a risk of being discovered, and it would be inefficient. It simply wasn't a good choice. With the evil god Avatar's extraordinary abilities at his disposal, wouldn't he be out of his mind not to make full use of them? They arrived at the Fengyun list in Dingshan County. Ling hugged Jiang and looked over curiously. The list read as follows. Number 1, Yi Clan. Number 2, Min Clan. Number 3, Meng Clan. Number 4, Elder Meng. Number 5, Shifeng Taoist Temple. Number 6, Fuping Taoist Temple. Number 7, Jinan Taoist Temple. Number 8, Elder Min. Number 9, Elder Yi. Number 10, Dingshan County Government. Seeing this, Zhang couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected that the top spots on the Fengyun rankings here would be occupied by 3 major clans. He had previously learned through divination that the Meng clan was the top clan in Dingshan County, but he hadn't imagined it would be ranked 3rd. So, it seemed that Dingshan County was completely controlled by these clan factions? Tisk, so it's one of the 3 major clans here after all. Ling's low, contemptuous voice rang out. Ancestor Meng. Jiang's gaze, however, had already shifted to Ancestor Meng, ranked 4th on the list. Among the entries from 7th place and below, 6 were power organizations, yet Ancestor Meng had managed to secure the 4th spot single-handedly. That was no small feat. It seemed the Meng clan's underlying strength was far greater than he had anticipated. Whoa, what do you guys think? What kind of upheaval has hit the Meng clan? How did they drop straight from number 1 to number 3? No idea. Falling from number 1 to number 3 all at once, that's got to be quite a shock. I've actually heard that the Meng clan has made an enemy recently and seems to have suffered significant losses. At that moment, waves of murmured speculation rose from all around. Whoa, from number 1 to number 3? Zhang couldn't help but be surprised. So the Meng clan had actually been number 1 here. Then what exactly could have caused them to fall to 3rd place now? Could it be because of that Meng Qiuxing he'd taken care of earlier, or the Meng clan heirloom he'd seized? Young master, where are we now? At that moment, Ling's voice rang out softly. Let us head to the liveliest restaurant around and have a nice meal first. Zhang said with a smile. He was hinting to Ling that the restaurant would be a good place to gather intelligence. In reality, he simply intended to enjoy a nice meal with her. After all, his evil god Avatar had already reached the Meng family's inner sanctum, identified several targets, and was now considering which one to start with. I understand. You're so clever, young master. Ling immediately smiled and nodded, looking as if she fully understood. Once the two arrived at the restaurant, they ordered several fine dishes and began to gather gossip from those around them while they ate. After some observation, Zhang's evil god Avatar had already selected its first target for divination. This target was Meng Huai, a great-grandfather of the Meng clan. The reason he chose Meng Huai first was not only because of his seniority but also because he appeared deep in thought, as if plotting something. Zhang quickly performed a divination on Meng Huai, and when the results came in, his pupils couldn't help but contract slightly. It turned out that ever since news had reached them that Meng Qiuxing had been dealt with by him, the Meng clan of Dingshan County had been thoroughly enraged and grief-stricken, nearly mobilizing the entire clan to march on Crimson Sun Town to seek revenge against him and County Magistrate Di Tongchu. However, in the end, they had calmed down following persuasion from the Dingshan County Magistrate's office. After regaining their composure and conducting several rounds of detailed discussions and verification, the Meng clan had confirmed 2 things. First, they had identified the old rascal as Yamu, the enemy who had previously been on the wanted list. Second, the old rascal was indeed in cahoots with the Crimson Sun authorities. Consequently, the current head of the Meng clan, filled with grief and indignation, resolved that the old rascal and the Crimson Sun authorities must pay for their crimes with blood. However, just as the clan head was preparing to rally his kin for revenge, he was stopped by Meng Huai. Meng Huai did not explicitly state the reason, saying only that he would carry out the revenge himself, but that the entire Meng clan must not be dragged into it. Consequently, the clueless Meng clan head and his clan members were gradually pacified. And Meng Huai's plan for revenge was precisely the massacre of Crimson Sun Town that Master Fuchen had foretold. Meng Huai intended to join forces with another great-grandparent generation member of the clan, Meng Ruyue, and lead dozens of the clan's finest warriors to massacre Crimson Sun Town under cover of night 1 month from now. In their plan, the best-case scenario would be to wipe out the old mischief maker and the Crimson Sun Town government entirely. Even in the worst-case scenario, they would still annihilate all government organizations in Crimson Sun Town, along with a large number of innocent civilians, and pin the blame on the old mischief maker. That's exactly what those deranged slogans were all about. At that time, Meng Huai and Meng Ruyue would first lure the old prankster out, then join forces to confront him. Dozens of the clan's elite warriors would then suddenly strike, rampaging through Crimson Sun Town and slaughtering indiscriminately. They were even plotting to incite the Yu clan to seek revenge against the old prankster. Meng Huai himself possesses over 700 years of cultivation at the insight stage and a high-grade magical artifact with 271 years of insight stage energy. As for Meng Ruyue, she has over 900 years of cultivation at the insight stage and also possesses a high-grade magical artifact with 266 years of insight stage energy. Therefore, they reasoned that by combining their forces and capitalizing on the chaos that would engulf Crimson Sun Town at that time, there was a very high probability they could slay the old rascal. At worst, he would simply escape. Once the matter was settled, Meng Huai and Meng Ruyue would quickly depart with dozens of the clan's elite fighters. If the old rascal wasn't dead, they would hunt him down. If he was dead, the entire group would vanish without a trace. In any case, they would never return to the Meng clan, at least not for the foreseeable future. Meng Huai wanted to avoid being traced back to the clan and bringing disaster upon the entire family. Furthermore, to evade the divination master's methods, Meng Huai had not told anyone in the clan about this plan except for Meng Ruyue. Once they had identified reliable candidates from the clan and made the necessary arrangements, they would set out immediately under the pretext of a secret mission, issuing all final instructions along the way. At that point, as long as none of Meng Huai's group were found, there would naturally be no way to trace the matter back to the Meng clan of Dingshan County. Of course, the disappearance of Meng Huai and his group would also lead to a significant decline in the Meng clan's current strength in Dingshan County. This was the reason the Meng clan had fallen to third place on the Dingshan County power rankings. Meng Huai was well aware of this, so he wasn't surprised. However, the Meng clan still had an elder in seclusion holding the fort. No matter what, they were still a force that outsiders could not underestimate. This was one of the main reasons Meng Huai felt confident enough to carry out this plan. Right now, Meng Huai was in the process of selecting candidates for the operation and devising the massacre strategy. To this end, he had even obtained a layout map of Crimson Sun Town. Upon divining these details, Jiang couldn't help but curse under his breath at how utterly deranged Meng Huai was. It was a good thing he made this trip, otherwise, if that deranged bastard had pulled off such a move, he would have been caught completely off guard. After all, without adequate preparation, there was a very real possibility that he'd be held up by Meng Huai's 2 insight stage cultivators, and then the rest of the town would be in trouble. Inside the inn, Jiang and Ling were still eating and drinking. "Young master, why don't I take you back first? I can come back later on my own to gather information." Ling suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Sister Ling, are you saying I'm a burden?" Jiang looked up and glanced at Ling. "Oh. No. No. How dare I think that of you, young master?" Ling hurriedly waved her hands. "Oh, so you do think that, but you're just too afraid to say it." Jiang nodded. "No. Young master. I really don't." Ling suddenly looked on the verge of tears. All right, I was just teasing you, Sister Ling. That's the best you can do when it comes to gathering information. No offense, but I could get it faster just by taking a nap." Jiang waved his hand with an amused smile. "Ha? Young master, are you saying you can just dream up the information you want?" Ling looked stunned. "Shoo." Jiang smiled and motioned for Ling to be quiet. Ling quickly clamped her little mouth shut, her expression suddenly understanding. "Later, write a letter and have someone deliver it to Mother. Tell her we're staying here for a while to have some fun, and ask her to say hello to Master Lu for us." Jiang spoke again. He already had 2 contingency plans in mind. The first plan was to ambush Meng Huai and his men halfway when they set out to wreak havoc in Crimson Sun Town. This method was clean and decisive, capable of eliminating the threat without a trace. However, there was a risk: some of them might escape, directly exposing Ling's existence. After all, with so many of them, if they scattered and fled, he and Ling might not be able to hold them all back. As for the second strategy, it was to let Meng Huai lead his men directly to Crimson Sun Town to wreak havoc, while he organized his forces in advance within the town to round them all up in one fell swoop. The advantage of this approach was that, by uniting everyone against a common enemy, he could earn the gratitude and admiration of even more people in Crimson Sun Town. In particular, his relationships with several government agencies would become even more solid, and their goodwill and trust in him, the old rascal, would increase significantly. In short, there were plenty of benefits. However, the risk was that if handled improperly, it might cause some innocent people to suffer undeserved harm, which would be akin to using others' lives to build his own reputation. If he wanted to have the best of both worlds, gaining fame without anyone getting hurt, he would need to understand Meng Huai's plan to massacre the town inside and out, so he could execute a flawless, targeted strategy. All in all, both of these strategies require him to stay in Dingshan County and continue monitoring all of Meng Huai's movements. Well, young master, if we stay here too long, the lady of the house is bound to worry. Ling said hesitantly. It's fine. We'll just send a letter back every few days. Jiang chuckled. Alright, but I'm afraid your little but might be in for a beating once you get back, young master. Ling sighed softly. Jiang looked at Ling speechlessly. In truth, he couldn't say her concern for his mother was entirely unfounded. Given the current situation, who knew if there might be a force in Dingshan County capable of standing up to Ling? After all, even old Master Meng, who is currently in seclusion, is clearly no ordinary figure. Although it said he is also at the insight stage, the fact that he is ranked 4th on the wind and cloud rankings clearly means he is far from an ordinary insight stage cultivator. Moreover, it's impossible to say for certain whether Dingshan County might also be home to some reclusive masters. Just because Crimson Sun Town has unknown level figures like Ling, her mother, and Master Lu, does that mean Dingshan County can't have them too? So in this unfamiliar place, it's best to be cautious and keep a low profile. That said, ever since arriving here, he has felt a vague urge to try unleashing the true power of the evil god avatar. To put it simply, just to wipe out the Meng clan here, he was certain the evil god avatar could do it with ease. Absolutely no one here could stand in its way. His only concern was that he wasn't yet sure what consequences would follow if he were to unleash the evil god avatar. After all, this was a terrifying entity that the entire Great Chu dynasty feared. Gradually, half a month passed. While Jiang and Ling were eating, drinking, and enjoying themselves in Dingshan County, they had already gained a crystal clear understanding of Meng Huai's entire plan. They even knew exactly which members of the family he had specifically selected and the circumstances of their households. Meng Huai was now making arrangements for the family's future. Once everything was in place, the time would be right. Furthermore, Jiang had learned that the 3 major families in Dingshan County were competing over local cultivation resources over the years. There had been no shortage of conflicts, big and small. This seemed to be another point he could exploit. Once Jiang was completely certain that Meng Huai's plan wouldn't change, he quickly left with Ling, determined to carry out his second strategy. He was now fully confident that he could execute a perfect countermeasure. Also, to avoid getting scolded upon his return, he picked up plenty of local snacks and specialties from Dingshan County to bring back for his mother-in-law. On the way back. Young master, have you already gathered intelligence through a dream? Ling asked curiously. I've already had the dream. We'll talk about it when we get back. Jiang nodded. Wow, young master, doesn't that ability make you comparable to those fortune tellers? No, it actually seems even more powerful than theirs. After all, those fortune tellers still have to see the person in person or use all sorts of complicated methods to deduce the situation. But all you have to do, young master, is eat, drink, play, and have fun around here and then just have a dream. I've never heard of such an amazing natural talent before. If you were to master divination as well, wouldn't you practically be in heaven? Ling exclaimed in awe. Jiang couldn't be bothered to respond to the girl. When they returned home, his mother, who had been somewhat upset, saw that Jiang had brought back a whole pile of things, as if he'd truly been out on a trip, and her displeased expression did indeed soften considerably. Jiang then recounted the intelligence he'd gathered and outlined his plan. "Yuner, that's a good idea, but since you'll be dealing with the authorities, I'm worried there might be risks. If they were to uncover your true identity, it could bring trouble," his mother said, furrowing her brow. "Mother, don't worry. They won't be able to figure me out." Jiang smiled. He had been practicing the art of deduction for over 400 years and the art of runes at the insight stage for 300 years. Although his personal cultivation was somewhat lacking, he had still spent several decades at the nether stage. How could the government agencies in Crimson Suntown possibly uncover his true identity? Even if he stood there letting them scrutinize him, they wouldn't have the guts to do so. In any case, just make sure to be extremely cautious in everything you do. His mother gently tapped Jiang on the forehead. Got it, Mom." Jiang rubbed his head helplessly. As night fell, Jiang assumed the guise of an old prankster and made his way to the floating life school, arriving outside his beloved granddaughter's bedroom. "Who's there?" The alert voice of his beloved granddaughter, Yume, rang out immediately. "It's me, granddaughter," Jiang replied. "Grandpa." Yume let out a soft cry of excitement and surprise, then quickly opened the door and rushed out, hastily pulling her clothes on. "Ahem, a young lady like you ignoring proper etiquette like this is simply unbecoming." Jiang couldn't help but clear his throat. "Grandpa, you haven't come to visit your granddaughter in so long. I've missed you so much," Yume said in a rather aggrieved, petulant tone. Now. You're a grown woman already, yet you're still acting like a child. So, how are you settling in here?" It's okay, Grandpa, please come inside and sit down. It's late at night, we don't want to disturb Master Lu." "No, thank you. I came mainly to bring you some things and to give you some instructions." Jiang waved his hand. "Ha? Grandpa, what's it about?" Yume couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "Here are 100 stasis runes, 100 protection runes, 30 haste runes, and the Fearless Iron token from the Fearless Martial Arts Academy." Jiang casually pulled out a stack of runes, along with the Fearless Iron token that Ling had given him earlier, and handed them to Yume. "Ha? Runes again? Grandpa, where did you get so many runes? I haven't even used a single one from the last batch, yet I don't have any use for them here at the private academy. And what's this Fearless Iron token from the Fearless Martial Arts Hall?" Yume was quite taken aback, but she still reached out to take them. To her, anything Grandpa gave her had to be carefully preserved. "These are all 300-year-old insight stage talismans, they're different from the ones I gave you last time," Jiang replied. The ones he'd given the girl before could only be considered practice pieces. 300-year-old insight stage talismans. "Grandpa, where on earth did you get these?" Yume was instantly stunned. "As for this Fearless Iron token, you can use it to ask the Fearless Martial Arts Hall to do you a favor. I want you to go see the headmaster of the Fearless Martial Arts Hall and have him select disciples he can absolutely trust. Give each of them 3 stasis runes, 3 protection runes, and 1 haste rune, to be used in conjunction with a critical operation the authorities will be conducting 17 days from now. Keep the remaining talismans for your own personal protection. Also, don't reveal your identity, and don't mention that I gave you the Fearless Iron token. As for the rest, just use your best judgment," Jiang instructed. He knew there couldn't possibly be many disciples at the Fearless Martial Arts School whom he could absolutely trust, so he'd have to make do with however many they could select. As for the Fearless Iron decree, it wouldn't of much use to him right now, and it wouldn't be convenient for him to go there in person. Having his dutiful granddaughter handle matters like this in the future would be just right. "Ha? What kind of mission? And it involves those guys from the Fearless Martial Arts School? All they've got is Xiaoyu, who shows some promise." Yume couldn't help but sound peculiar, clearly expressing some disdain for the Fearless Martial Arts School. "I'm telling you to do something, so just do it. Stop asking so many questions. Jiang immediately lost his patience. Alright, since it's Grandpa's wish, your granddaughter will certainly see it through. You may seemed a bit resigned, but then added hopefully, Grandpa, won't you stay a little longer? I still have so much I want to talk to you about. No. I have important matters to attend to. Jiang glanced in the direction of Master Lu's residence. He had actually been hoping Master Lu would come out to see him, but unfortunately, there was no sign of movement. All right, then. You may let out a soft, disappointed sigh. My dear granddaughter, Grandpa is doing this for your own good. Right now, both the magistrate's office in Crimson Sun Town and the Three Tao Temple have been dragged into trouble because of me, and I certainly don't want you to get caught up in it too. Jiang feigned resignation. Wait, could it be that the wind and cloud rankings are because of you, Grandpa? Yume's face immediately betrayed a look of shock and suspicion. Alright, I really can't stay any longer. I'm off. With that, Jiang swiftly leaped away. After leaving the Floating Life School, Jiang arrived once more at the Floating Dust Taoist Temple. Elder old rascal. What brings you here so late at night? Is there something you need from me? Master Floating Dust asked respectfully. I've thoroughly investigated the matter involving the Meng clan of Dingshan County. Here are the details. Jiang gave a detailed account of the situation. A moment later. Gah! The Meng clan of Dingshan County is actually this utterly depraved. Master Fuchen couldn't help but look both shocked and furious. Given everything they've done over the years, this comes as no surprise. Jiang replied. Then, Senior, do you have a plan to deal with this? If the Meng clan of Dingshan County really arrives on such a scale, with just the strength of my group, it's simply impossible to stand up to them. Even if you're incredibly powerful, Senior, facing two opponents at the insight stage minor perfection level or higher at the same time, I'm afraid two fists can't fight four hands, let alone find the time to deal with the other rebellious Meng clan members as well? Master Fuchen's grave expression shifted uneasily. That's right. Relying on my strength alone, I'd certainly be stretched too thin. I'm not sure I could handle it all. That's why I've come here today, primarily to seek assistance from the Magistrate's office and the Three Taoist temples. Well, Senior, you're joking. It's not that you're seeking our help, it's us who are seeking yours, so whatever instructions you have, Senior, please do not hesitate to give them. This humble monk will do my utmost to fulfill them. My only fear is that my abilities are too limited to be of any real help. Not at all. This matter isn't as difficult as it seems. As long as we work together, we're sure to succeed. Master Fu Chen, do you happen to have a map of Crimson Sun Town here? And a pen? Jiang asked. I do. I'll go get it right away. Master Fu Chen hurriedly turned around and fetched the layout map of Crimson Sun Town. Let me explain, these locations will be the starting points where the young members of the Meng clan from Dingshan County will launch their rebellion. And here are the numbers of rebels at each location. At that time, I'll need the three major Taoist temples and the county magistrate's office to station trusted personnel at these points in advance to lie in wait. When these rebels stir up trouble, swiftly apprehend them all. Jiang picked up the pen and drew circles on the map, noting the number of personnel at each location. Well, that you were able to obtain such detailed intelligence, Senior, is of the utmost importance, truly rare and remarkable. But as you mentioned earlier, the dozens of people brought by the Meng clan of Dingshan County this time are almost all nether stage level beings. Given the limited strength of our three Taoist temples and the county magistrate's office, even if we manage to set up ambushes in advance, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Master Fu Chen's tone carried a deep sense of helplessness. Perhaps this was the oppressive weight of brute force overcoming all other skills. I am well aware of that, of course, so. Jiang pulled out a stack of talismans. Talismans? Master Fu Chen paused in surprise. Master Fu Chen, here are 150 stasis runes, 150 protection runes, and 50 haste runes, all insight stage, 300-year grade. When the time comes, gather the most trustworthy members from the three major Taoist temples and the magistrate's office. Give each person 3 stasis runes, 3 protection runes, and 1 haste rune to deal with those bandits. That should be sufficient. As for the extra talismans, you may dispose of them as you see fit. Consider this my way of making amends to all of you. Additionally, the Fearless Martial Arts Hall will be coming to assist. They already have their own talismans," Jiang said. Upon hearing this, Master Fuchen stared at Jiang, completely dumbfounded. Master Fuchen, do you have any questions?" Jiang looked at Master Fuchen, who seemed to have frozen in place, with a hint of puzzlement. "Oh. No. It's just that, with such a generous gesture from you, Senior, I'm really a bit at a loss for how to respond," Master Fuchen said, snapping back to his senses. "It's fine. These are no big deal, and besides, it's all for the greater good. Don't get too hung up on it." Jiang casually set the talismans down. Yes, you're quite right, Senior." Master Fuchen hurriedly clasped his fists and nodded. "I'll leave the arrangements and preparations for what comes next to you, Master Fuchen. Also, I have one more request." Not at all. "Whatever you require, Senior, please feel free to ask. Once those bandits have been captured, I ask that you all bring them to the woods 3 li west of the town and hand them over to me to deal with. Are you going to handle this personally, Senior? Isn't that too much trouble for you?" "No, it isn't. Besides, you wouldn't be able to handle it otherwise." "Well, all right." Master Fuchen nodded. Then I'll take my leave for now. Goodbye." Jiang said his farewells and walked straight out. "Please take your time, Senior." Master Fuchen hurriedly stood up to see him off. Gradually, a month passed. Cultivation level, Nether stage, 26 years. Deduction art, 497 years since entering the Tao. Rune art, Insight stage, 300 years. Talents, Evil God Avatar Fortune 3 million years, Mind Sense. Fortune, 1,200. Jiang's cultivation and deduction art had improved slightly once more. As for the talismans he had stockpiled, due to the need to deal with Meng Huai's pack of mad dogs, he had only about 300 stasis runes left, though he still had a good number of protection runes, 600, to be exact. As night fell, the time had come for Meng Huai's slaughter plan to officially unfold. Jiang's evil god avatar was already waiting at the location where Meng Huai's group was set to gather. As for Jiang himself, he had quietly slipped into the courtyard of the magistrate's office, standing with one hand behind his back, waiting in silence. Soon, one after another, figures clad in black swiftly arrived outside Crimson Sun Town. It was indeed Meng Huai and his entourage. "Proceed according to the plan. Your old man and your aunt will head to the magistrate's office to start the slaughter, luring that old rascal over. When we give the signal, you must kill with all your might, show no mercy. If that old rascal truly has a chivalrous heart, and the people of Crimson Sun Town are caught in the crossfire, I'll see if he can stay focused or if he'll risk his life to save them. I'll leave him with only 2 choices, either die to prove his resolve, or expose his inner hypocrisy and cowardice by choosing to flee for his own safety. But no matter what, he'll end up torn to pieces by me." Meng Huai's voice rang out, filled with hatred. Don't worry, grandfather, whether it's that old rascal, the Chiang authorities, or the common folk of Crimson Sun Town, they'll all be buried alongside 4th grandfather, my young nephew Qiu Shang, and the rest of our clan." A man in black replied. "Exactly. 4th grandfather is Dingshan County's foremost diviner who knows how many great deeds he has done for our clan. If it weren't for 4th grandfather back then, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today." The other men in black also spoke up excitedly. Jiang couldn't help but curl his lip, cursing silently to himself, what a bunch of shameless, thick-skinned scum. Meng Huai, meanwhile, paid no further attention to those clan members. Together with Meng Ruyue, who was also dressed in black, he had already slipped into Crimson Sun Town and was swiftly making his way toward the magistrate's office. The clan members Meng Huai had brought with him also quickly split up to carry out their respective tasks. Jiang's evil god avatar kept its eyes fixed on Meng Huai and Meng Ruyue the entire way and soon arrived inside the magistrate's office. At that moment, Meng Huai and Meng Ruyue, who had silently landed on the roof, spotted Jiang's figure in the courtyard. They froze for a moment, then immediately went into hiding to observe the situation. "Since you're here, there is no need to hide," Jiang said in an eerie voice. He knew Meng Huai's plan, to start the killing here at the magistrate's office, create a commotion, and directly lure out his old rascal alter ego. Ha 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 ha. Meng Huai, however, burst into loud laughter. He exchanged a glance with Meng Ruyue, and the two of them landed in the courtyard together. "The Meng clan of Dingshan County, you've committed every conceivable evil and lost all sense of morality. Are you ready to be wiped out?" Jiang said in a calm tone. "Humph. So you're that old rascal, aren't you? I suppose those fortune tellers in your Crimson Sun town must have divined something, which is why you came here to wait. A general's success is built upon the bones of the fallen. Who among those who rise to the top doesn't have blood and lives on their hands? You're an old scoundrel who has lived a long life. Why are you still acting so naive or hypocritical here?" Meng Huai snorted coldly. "A general's success is built upon the bones of the fallen? Do you vermin who know only how to parasitize the weak and suck their blood even deserve to speak such words? You're nothing but a bunch of clowns," Jiang said disdainfully. "You kill. Today, I'll show you whether we are vermin or not." Meng Huai flew into a rage instantly. After casually sending out a signal of fire, he brandished a treasure sword and, with the power of wind erupting from his body, charged toward Jiang. "Kill!" Meng Ruyue also let out an icy cold cry. Wielding her own sword and unleashing a surge of water energy, she charged at Jiang. "Oh!" Jiang cast a brief glance at the rising signal of fire, then casually drew a high-grade magical sword to meet the attack. Instantly, a deafening roar erupted. Metal clashed with a piercing clang. Wind and water energies surged repeatedly throughout the courtyard. Jiang wielded his sword with one hand and channeled water energy with the other, effortlessly fending off the combined attack of Meng Huai and Meng Ruyue. How is this possible? You're supposed to be at the peak of the insight stage. How could you possibly possess such power? Meng Huai couldn't help but be stunned. That's largely thanks to that little bastard from your family who sent this high-tier magical artifact to this old man, Jiang said mockingly. You. Even so, you shouldn't be this powerful. Meng Huai was instantly filled with shock and rage, and his attacks grew even more ferocious, as if he intended to gain the upper hand. Exactly. Even with talismans by your side, you couldn't possibly achieve this. Meng Ruyue also spoke in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha. As if you two know my true strength so well. Jiang couldn't help but burst into a mocking laugh. He naturally knew why his opponents were so shocked with Meng Huai's over 700 years of cultivation at the insight stage and Meng Ruyue's over 900 years at the insight stage. The two of them combined were more than capable of handling a single cultivator at the great perfection of the insight stage. Although a grand perfection cultivator in the insight stage possesses 3,000 years of cultivation, their advantage over a minor perfection cultivator with 300 years of cultivation isn't particularly significant at most. They could hold their own against two opponents. After all, grand perfection is a bottleneck stage. However, both Meng Huai and Meng Ruyue had far surpassed the minor perfection level of 300 years in the insight stage. They were both at the bottleneck stage. Therefore, when they joined forces, theoretically, they shouldn't lose to a standard grand perfection cultivator in the insight stage. Even if Jiang now possesses an additional, decent high-tier magical artifact, Meng and Huai are also wielding high-tier magical artifacts of their own and neither is particularly inferior. By comparison, Meng and Huai should still hold the advantage at the very least. They should be on equal footing. Yet in reality, Meng and Huai are clearly at a disadvantage. Naturally, the two find this hard to accept. However, the two of them could never have guessed that their battle with Jiang wasn't actually 2 against 1, it was 2 against 2. The water dragon surged and danced. The swords gleamed with a cold, piercing light. Jiang didn't even need to cast the stasis rune to completely suppress Meng Huai and Meng Ruyue. He certainly couldn't have achieved this before. After all, his own strength was only at the 26th year of the nether stage. It was all thanks to Ling fighting for him from the shadows. But now, he wields a high-tier magical artifact, a sword capable of unleashing the power of the 953rd year of the Insight stage. With that, coupled with 2 haste runes, his own combat power has reached at least the minor perfection level of the Insight stage. And his own fighting and Ling's fighting weren't actually conflicting, it just looked like one person was fighting, when in reality, they were each fighting their own battles. It was rather like multitasking. No wonder you dared to provoke the Meng clan of Dingshan County. It seems I've underestimated you. But do you have any idea how many of us came here tonight? Do you have any idea how many people at the 3 Taoist temples of Crimson Sun Town tonight, not to mention the countless civilians, will be dragged down and die a miserable death because of you, a fame-hungry hypocrite? Ha 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 ha. Meng Huai suddenly burst into a mocking laugh. Oh, including you 2 big stink bugs, there are a total of 37 of you here tonight. Among them, 31 are at the nether stage, and 4 are old men who've been at the mortal stage for over 10 years. But rest assured, there won't be a single casualty in Crimson Sun Town tonight. Jiang replied with a smirk. He knew full well that his opponent was trying to play mind games, aiming to unsettle him and prevent him from fully unleashing his power. But unfortunately for the other man, his attempt to unsettle Meng Huai backfired, and he ended up being the one thrown off balance. You! How is that possible? How could you possibly know all this so clearly? As expected, Meng Huai was instantly taken aback, and his attacks became frantic. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even with the art of deduction, there is no way Crimson Sun Town could have such a masterful diviner. Meng Ruyue was also instantly thrown into a panic. Humph, you 2 clowns, it's time to end this game. Jiang instantly spotted the openings in Meng Huai and Meng Ruyue's defenses and swept out a fierce sword strike. Whoosh! Blood spattered. A deep gash was slashed across Meng Huai's thigh. At the same time, there was a thunderous explosion. Meng Ruyue let out an agonized scream as she was sent flying by a massive water blast. Ah! You hateful old bastard! Sis! Run! You must get this message back to the clan. This old bastard must be a formidable diviner too. No wonder 4th brother fell at his hands. Meng Huai roared with fury, then charged at Jiang like a madman, clearly intent on holding him off at all costs to buy Meng Ruyue time to escape. Upon hearing this, Meng Ruyue didn't hesitate. She quickly scrambled to her feet and staggered away. Ha, you're not entirely stupid after all. Too bad you're only thinking of escaping now, it's too late. Drawing on the water power channeled by Ling, Jiang casually affixed several stasis runes to Meng Huai's body, instantly immobilizing him. Shock flashed in Meng Huai's eyes, and surging energy rippled through his body as he tried to break free. However, after a fierce battle, he had already expended a great deal of energy. Combined with his current injuries and the fact that Jiang had affixed over a dozen stasis runes in quick succession, he was completely immobilized. Jiang turned around and gave chase after Meng Ruyue. Meng Ruyue was already gravely wounded, and with Jiang's evil god avatar keeping her in its sights, there was simply no way she could escape. In no time at all, Jiang caught up with Meng Ruyue in a dark alley and subdued her with ease. Jiang then dragged Meng Huai and Meng Ruyue out of the town, confiscating all of their high-tier magical artifacts and personal belongings along the way. Some time later, Jiang arrived at the pre-arranged location outside the town. He saw that the officials from the magistrate's office, the people from the 3 Dao Temple, and the members of the Fearless Martial Arts Hall had all successfully completed their missions and were waiting there with the captives. Jiang knew full well why these people had been able to complete their missions so quickly. After all, each of them was equipped with 300-year-old Insight Stage stasis runes, protection runes, and haste runes, and since they each had to deal with only one nether stage opponent, especially in an ambush scenario, it was naturally a breeze for them. Greetings, Elder Old Rascal. It is truly thanks to your tremendous assistance tonight that the people of Crimson Sun Town and we have been spared. County Deputy Magistrate D. Tanchu and his companions all expressed their respectful gratitude to Jiang. You're too kind. It's I who have caused you all trouble. Jiang waved his hand dismissively. You're joking, Elder. I wonder how you plan to handle this now. Master Fuchen spoke up. You may all return. I will handle the rest myself. Just pretend nothing happened tonight. Jiang replied. After all, Meng Huai and his men hadn't told their clan about tonight's revenge plot. In other words, even if every last one of these men were wiped out, no one in the Meng clan of Dingshan County would ever know about it. It would be nearly impossible to investigate this matter in the short term. And even if they did manage to uncover the truth, who knows how long it would take? It might as well be in the distant future. Moreover, during this time, he wouldn't let the Meng clan of Dingshan County have it easy. Well, Elder, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that these men have committed serious crimes. Wouldn't it be better to hand them over to the magistrate's office to handle? That way, you won't have to bear any unnecessary blame from the imperial court. Di Tongchu asked hesitantly. There is no need. Your magistrate's office can't handle these people. The imperial court has already heaped enough blame on me. This much more won't make a difference. Besides, as for tonight's events, you simply need to act as if they never happened. Even if an investigation were launched, there'd be no way to trace it back to me, which would actually make things easier for me. After all, no one knows who these people are, right? You haven't seen their true faces either, have you? So it makes perfect sense that I repelled them single-handedly, and you were all merely witnesses, doesn't it? Jiang replied. It wasn't that he didn't trust Di Tongchu, but the Meng family of Dingshan County wasn't some bunch of local thugs. Given the current situation, how could the magistrate's office of Crimson Sun Town possibly handle this easily? He feared that after the magistrate's office went through its usual procedures, these people might end up being released in just a few days. Well. Di Tongchu hesitated once more. All right. Deputy Magistrate, let us do as the elder says. Since he has put it this way, he must know what he is doing. If we interfere any further, we'll only make things worse. Besides, we all owe the elder our lives. Master Fuchen grabbed Di Tongchu's arm. Sigh, all right. Di Tongchu replied with a sigh of resignation. Shortly after, the officials from the county office and the representatives from the 3 major Taoist temples all took their leave. At that moment, only Ning Kuan, the head of the Wuwei Martial Arts Hall, remained. John looked at Ning Kuan in puzzlement. Was this fellow here to ask about his well-behaved granddaughter? This junior, Ning Kuan, pays his respects to the venerable elder. Ning Kuan bowed respectfully once more. What is it? Jiang replied indifferently. It's nothing much. I just have a few questions. I wonder if you could help clarify them for me. Go ahead. Thank you, Elder. My benefactor asked me to come here to help with this matter. So, do you happen to know my benefactor? I suppose so. Excellent. Now I understand. Thank you, Elder, for the talisman and for the merit earned tonight. Ning Kuan bowed once more and took his leave. Jiang watched Ning Kuan depart with a calm expression. He was quite satisfied with this young man. If he ever needed extra help in the future, he might consider bringing him on board more often. Once everyone had left, Ling came running out with a smile on her face. Young master, you're truly amazing. Tonight was a complete victory. You really left no stone unturned, hee hee. All right, Sister Linger, spare me the flattery. We still have to go cause trouble for the Meng family in Dingshan County later. Hurry up and help me clean this up. Better to get it done quickly before things get complicated. Jiang sighed in exasperation. Okay. Ling replied, then nimbly joined Jiang in moving Meng Huai and his men to a new spot, where they neatly buried them alive. Afterward, the two rushed to Dingshan County. Under the pretext that Meng Huai and his men had come to their senses, they filed a joint complaint, submitting evidence of the Meng family's numerous crimes along with the locations of those who had been abducted and imprisoned since childhood to the Dingshan County Magistrate's office, the Yi family, and the Min family. As a result, the sudden disappearance of Meng Huai and his group was portrayed as a departure without notice to file the complaint, one that would take some time to investigate. This was bound to plunge the Meng clan in Dingshan County into chaos. As for using this to directly topple the Meng clan in Dingshan County, that wouldn't be so easy. Ever since the evidence of their crimes reported by Di Tongchu was intercepted last time, the Meng clan had become wary and had already swiftly and thoroughly cleaned up any problematic family businesses. In particular, the geniuses who had been abducted, imprisoned, and enslaved have all been relocated, and the personnel handling their transfers have been reassigned, making it virtually impossible to implicate the Meng clan of Dingshan County. However, regardless of the circumstances, the incriminating evidence that Zhang had provided this time to the Meng family as two rivals in the Dingshan County Magistrate's office was more than enough to keep the Meng family under suspicion for quite some time. Coupled with the Meng family's sudden loss of members, this was more than enough to cause chaos. Of course, if the elder Meng's influence wasn't strong enough to hold the fort, there was no telling whether the Meng family of Dingshan County might even be stripped of their status. By the time Zhang and Ling had finished handling all this and returned home, a full day had passed. "How did things go?" his mother asked. "Mother, everything went smoothly. I and everyone else are fine. Things should stay quiet for a while now." Zhang replied with a smile. Hee, young master, I really have to admire your skills," Ling said with a delighted expression. "It's nothing special. It was just luck and a moment of inspiration." Zhang shook his head and smiled. "Madam, let me tell you this time, young master." At that moment, Ling began chattering away to her mother, her little face brimming with excitement. Zhang couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. However, his mother clearly took great pleasure in listening and couldn't resist reaching out to gently rub Zhang's little head in praise. In the days that followed, Crimson Sun Town returned to calm, and the rankings of the heavens and earth reverted to their previous state. It seemed highly likely that the Meng clan of Dingshan County was now swamped with work and no longer had the time or inclination to come looking for trouble. Gradually, over a year passed. Zhang was now 5 years old, and his deduction art had finally reached the minor perfection level of the entry into the Tao stage after 1,000 years of cultivation. Cultivation level, Nether stage, 41 years. Deduction art, entry into the Tao, 1,000 years. Rune art, insight stage, 300 years. Talents, evil god avatar fortune 3 million years, mind sense. Fortune, 1,200. Inside the floating life school. Master, your disciple has reached the minor perfection of the entry into the Tao in deduction art. Zhang bowed respectfully, looking like a model student as he stole a glance at Master Lu's expression. At that moment, Master Lu merely offered a faint smile without saying much. Her jade-like finger had already gently touched Zhang's brow. Instantly, a mysterious energy rippled, and a surge of information flooded into Zhang's consciousness. It was the earthly branch's volume of the art of deduction. Zhang quickly grasped the teachings, and his mastery of the art of deduction soared to a higher level, the Spirit Sea stage. "Thank you, Master." Zhang bowed respectfully once more, his curiosity piqued. Just who was this Master Lu, anyway? With such mastery of the art of deduction, was there anywhere he couldn't go? "Alright, if you have nothing else to do, go study diligently on your own." Master Lu gave Zhang's little head a gentle pat. Well, I still have a few questions. Given that you're so accomplished, Master, why are you running a private academy here?" Zhang couldn't help but ask. Having spent all these years with him, he felt that Master Lu had truly been very kind to him, which is why he dared to pluck up the courage to ask this question. "I'm just an ordinary person. What is so strange about running a private academy here?" Master Lu replied with an amused chuckle. "No, that is not what I meant with your abilities, Master. Wouldn't it be no problem at all for you to take a position at Crimson Sun Academy?" Zhang was at a loss for words. If Master Lu were an ordinary person, then there would be no ordinary people left in this world. "Oh, the problem is that it's not a place for teaching." Master Lu shook his head slightly. "Crimson Sun Academy isn't a place for teaching? What do you mean by that, Master?" Zhang was taken aback. "Because it's a place for doing business, a place for selecting and controlling tools, but it's certainly not a place for teaching and nurturing students. Naturally, I cannot go there." "Well." Zhang paused for a moment, then thought it over carefully and began to understand. "Just take this as something you've heard, don't go spreading it around. Even if you do spread it, don't say I said it, understand?" Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep this private school open. Master Lu spoke again. I understand. Jiang nodded helplessly, then hesitated before asking, so, Master, do you have any plans to change the state of the world? He now sensed that Master Lu must have some grand aspirations. After all, the world outside was vastly different from the tranquility of Crimson Sun Town. Perhaps that was why Master Lu and his mother had chosen to live in seclusion here. Master Lu paused to reflect, staring at Jiang thoughtfully for a moment before saying, I can only say I've had such thoughts. But I'm just an ordinary person after all. I'm afraid of death and cling to life, so I've only dared to dream about it. Such a daunting task is best left to those with the ability. Jiang was suddenly at a loss for words. Master Lu, afraid of death? He'd always thought of Master Lu as mysterious and inscrutable, but now that he thought about it, it actually seemed to make sense. After all, Master Lu's deduction art was formidable, so it went without saying that he was skilled at seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. Then, may I ask one final question, Master? I wonder if do you know anything about the evil god? Does the evil god truly bring calamities and disasters? Jiang hesitated once more. This question was, without a doubt, his greatest concern at the moment. After all, it directly involved him. The evil god. Upon hearing this, Master Lu gazed quietly at Jiang. What's wrong, Master? Jiang couldn't help but feel uneasy. First, tell me, what do you think of the evil god? Master Lu asked. Well, I think the evil god must be incredibly powerful. As for the rest, I don't know. After all, I don't really have any concrete understanding of the evil god. I see. Then let me tell you this, once the evil god officially emerges into the world, that will mark the beginning of an age of chaos. Master Lu replied matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Jiang's pupils contracted slightly. Once the evil god officially emerges into the world, that will mark the beginning of an age of chaos. Does this official emergence mean when he formally unleashes the power of the evil god avatar? Otherwise, it would refer to the moment the evil god avatar is born alongside him, but as things stand now, it shouldn't technically be considered an age of chaos yet, right? Then may I ask, what exactly does Master mean by the evil goddess official emergence? He couldn't help but ask. He had to get to the bottom of this. The evil goddess official emergence is when he formally appears before the eyes of the world. Master Lu replied. Why? Why are you so certain, Master? What if the evil god merely appears by chance for a moment, without causing any harm, or even if he appears to eliminate evil? Jiang asked, somewhat incredulously. After all, the evil god avatar was his innate ability. He certainly wouldn't go out of his way to provoke a time of chaos for no reason, would he? Let me put it this way, no matter why the evil god appears, or what it does after appearing, it doesn't affect the fact that it marks the beginning of the time of chaos. Because this time of chaos is bound to come, the evil goddess appearance is merely a catalyst that brings it forward. Master Lu replied. Well then, does this era of chaos actually have anything to do with the evil god? Jiang couldn't help but look taken aback. I cannot answer that for you right now, my student. All I can tell you is that an era of chaos is never caused by a single person or entity. Its early arrival isn't necessarily a bad thing, because the longer it is suppressed, the more violent the eruption will be when it finally breaks out. Master Lu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but fall deep in thought. Master Lu's words seemed to be hinting at something. Alright, do you have any other questions? Master Lu asked. Is there anything I can do to help you right now, Master? Jiang asked instinctively. I don't think so. Just make sure you don't get me into any trouble. I won't. How could I possibly get you into trouble, Master? Jiang replied helplessly. It seemed Master Lu truly had no intention of getting involved in matters outside the academy. After all, in all the time he'd been there, he'd never seen Master Lu show any signs of intervening in external affairs. Gradually, it was time for school to let out. Jiang and Ye left Floating Life School and, accompanied by Ling, headed home. On the way, John was still pondering what Master Lu had told him about the evil god. From the looks of it, was Master Lu hinting that once he harnessed the power of the evil god avatar, it would bring about a time of chaos ahead of schedule? And he even said that the early arrival of such chaos might not necessarily be a bad thing. If that is the case, should he find an opportunity to try using the evil god avatar as power just to see what happens? Young master, what's wrong? You look so deep in thought. Is something troubling you? Ling's concerned voice rang out. Yeah, big brother, did Master Lu give you some kind of difficult problem today? Yet's concerned voice also chimed in. I'm fine. I'm just thinking about how to cut 3 pears with 5 slices so they're divided equally among 17 people. Jiang replied. Ha? 3 pears, 5 slices, divided equally among 17 people? How are you supposed to cut them like that? Did Master Lu give you that problem, young master? That's just ridiculous. Ling was instantly taken aback. That sounds so hard. Yet couldn't he help but furrow her pretty little brows. It is a bit difficult, but you two don't need to worry about it. It's just a casual test. Jiang replied. That's just ridiculous. Ling muttered under her breath. Jiang glanced at Ling, but inwardly he began to wonder if he could try to divine this girl's presence once they returned. After all, even though his deduction art had reached the level of having been on the path for 1,000 years, he still hadn't been able to divinate Ling's existence. This truly shocked him. Could it be that this girl had already reached the spirit sea stage? Brother, Sister Ling, I think I've finished my basic literacy training. I know all the characters Master Lu taught us today. Will I be able to start learning some skills from Master Lu later on, too? Yet's voice rang out, full of excitement. Young Miss has already completed her literacy training? That's truly wonderful. Ling immediately chimed in happily. It seems you've finished, little sister. I just wonder what skills are you planning to learn? Jiang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He had been divining Ya's fortune all along, and ever since she escaped the great calamity of the Mang clan in Dingshan County, her future had been set to smoothly lead her to becoming a formidable alchemist. She would likely be able to start helping him refine elixirs to enhance his cultivation by the time she was around 5 or 6 years old. He couldn't pinpoint the exact timing right now, perhaps because his frequent interference had caused some fluctuations in Ya's fate. But the general trajectory remained unaffected. So now that Ye says he has finished his early literacy training, and it's likely true if he wants to become an alchemist next, he should be able to do so. As for exactly how Ye would become an alchemist, Jiang wasn't sure yet, because the process was vague and contained elements he couldn't predict through divination. However, it seemed to have something to do with Master Lu. I don't know. I'll go find Master Lu tomorrow and see what skills I can learn from him. Ye said, a bit confused. Alchemy. It's promising, has a bright future, and it's fun. Ling said with a grin. Ha? Alchemy? Is that a good idea? Ye looked at Jiang curiously. Jiang was at a loss for words. Ling's intentions were all too obvious. So he immediately replied, yeah. Alchemy is great. It's very popular. Oh, okay, then I'll ask Master Lu about it tomorrow. Ye nodded. Young master, can Master Lu teach alchemy? Ling asked, looking puzzled. I think so. Jiang nodded. He recalled not seeing any alchemy-related texts at Master Lu's place before. But then again, Master Lu didn't usually let students choose texts related to the art of deduction either. He probably can? By the way, I don't think I know what skills you've been learning from Master Lu, young master? Ling asked, suddenly curious. That's right, brother hasn't mentioned it yet, has he? Ye was curious as well. Well, didn't I just say so a moment ago? Jiang looked away. He had no intention of revealing that Master Lu was teaching him the art of deduction. After all, if he mentioned that, it would easily lead Ling and her mother to overthink things, causing unnecessary worries and suspicions. If Ling and her mother couldn't resist sneaking off to meet Master Lu, wouldn't that bring unnecessary trouble upon him? Although he didn't think anything serious would happen, it was better to avoid trouble if possible. After all, they were all living in seclusion. It was best if everyone could just get along peacefully. Huh? Did you say that just now? Ling looked completely puzzled. Ye was just as confused. It's the skill needed to solve problems like how to cut 3 pears with 5 slices so that they're divided equally among 17 people. Jiang blurted out. Huh? Young master, why are you learning this skill? Ling was instantly dumbfounded. Ye was also a bit taken aback. Mind your own business, it's just a kid-s thing. Jiang pouted, looking too lazy to respond. Ling. Gradually, night fell. Jiang used the evil god avatar to secretly cast a divination for you. The divination revealed that tomorrow, after you returned from floating life school, she would achieve a double perfect breakthrough with Ling's help and enter the nether stage. It seemed she would also awaken a new talent. She would then become an alchemist, and before long, she would start refining nether beast cores for him. Seeing this, Jiang couldn't help but feel delighted. After all, Ling had already accumulated quite a few nether beast cores for him. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his cultivation began to skyrocket. Another source of delight was that, in this divination, he could already see Ling appearing in Ye's destiny. This meant he could now divine Ling's past and future changes. After a moment's thought, Jiang, feeling a bit anxious and nervous, sent the evil god avatar to Ling's room to cast a divination for her while she was already asleep. However, when the results came back, he couldn't help but freeze in place. The divination revealed that Ling was currently 21 years old, with a cultivation level of 1007 years in the Tao. She also possessed a natural talent of 700 years in the water element. She was an orphan who had lost her parents to a natural disaster at a young age and had been adopted by the Chu clan, a noble family in the capital of Great Chu with a 1,000-year-old lineage and close ties to the imperial family. At the age of 7, because of her exceptional talent, obedience, and loyalty, Ling began to be groomed by the Chu clan as a trusted personal attendant. Relying on the Chu clan's vast resources and heritage, Ling achieved a double perfect breakthrough at the age of 9, entering the nether stage. She then reached the insight stage at 11 and the Tao realm at 14. Finally, at 15, she attained the minor perfection of the Tao realm. At that very moment, however, the Chu family faced a catastrophic disaster. The current emperor of Great Chu suddenly accused the Chu family of aiding the crown prince in a coup and dispatched a massive army to wipe them out. This forced the Chu family to fight back with their lives on the line. That battle was exceptionally fierce, though many details remain unclear to Jiang even now, as they involve entities he cannot yet divine through his divination. However, the fact that Ling, even with her minor perfection of the Tao cultivation, could barely contribute anything and was essentially confined to logistical support in the rear speaks volumes. In the end, the Chu clan, seemingly caught in a trap and ambush, proved unable to withstand the massive army and quickly suffered heavy casualties. At the most critical moment, Ling was suddenly ordered by someone to escort the eldest daughter of the Chu clan, who was also the crown princess, through the enemy lines. Then, Ling and 2 other maidservants, escorted by numerous beings that the Jiang divination could not foresee, desperately fought their way out while protecting the crown princess, who was also beyond the scope of the Jiang divination. It's unknown how many were killed or wounded during the ordeal. Ling was severely injured, and the other 2 maidservants perished. In the end, it seemed that only Ling managed to escape the capital, carrying the crown princess on her back. After leaving the capital of Great Chu, Ling, still carrying the crown princess, fled desperately through remote areas, crossing mountain ranges and dense forests, before finally hiding deep in the mountains to care for the crown princess, whose condition remained unknown. Although the Jiang divination could not detect the crown princess's presence, Ling's action, sacrificing her own blood to treat her despite her injuries, made it clear that the crown princess had likely lost the ability to move. Soon after, Ling secretly found a cart by the roadside and used it to transport the crown princess as they moved from place to place, evading the manhunt launched by the entire Great Chu dynasty. For an entire month, Ling dared not venture into any populated areas. She cared for the crown princess while sleeping under the open sky and eating whatever she could find, always giving the crown princess priority access to food and drink. On multiple occasions, when she couldn't find any food, she even cut her own finger to feed the crown princess her blood once more. Later, as they gradually recovered, the two made their way to Crimson Sun Town, sold off some of their belongings, and settled there. It took Ling roughly half a year to barely recover from her injuries, all while continuing to care for the crown princess. After that came the birth of him, Jiang. As for Ling's future, she remained quietly in Crimson Sun Town, keeping him and his mother company. The Chu clan, a family with a 1,000-year legacy, the crown princess. Jiang couldn't help but stare in a daze. Was this his mother's true identity? Although he still couldn't sense his mother's presence through divination, judging from Ling's past, this crown princess was undoubtedly his mother. No wonder his mother and Ling, despite possessing such formidable power, still lived like birds startled by a bowstring. Even in this small Crimson Sun town, they were so cautious in everything they did, constantly on guard. After all, their family's enemy was the entire imperial court, the Great Chu dynasty. The slightest misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. Sigh. Jiang couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Faced with this situation, he didn't know how to react or how to adjust for the time being. No wonder his mother had always been reluctant to talk to him about the past or about his father, whom he never met. It seemed that bringing it up now would only add to his emotional burden. Oh well, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. He just pretend he knew nothing about his mother and Ling's past for now. At least, given his current strength, it wasn't time for him to delve into those matters yet. The next day, Ye indeed obtained the alchemy manuals from Master Lu. Upon returning home, Ling produced a perfect nether stage pill, allowing Ye to achieve a double perfect breakthrough. After Ye's successful breakthrough, Jiang cast a divination for the girl and discovered that her newly awakened talent was the fire element, and that her original alchemic soul talent had actually reached 500 years. 500 years of alchemic soul. This seemed to mean that even if you were to refine pills blindly, she could still produce something worthwhile just by relying on her intuition. Afterward, a delighted Ye began to immerse herself in studying alchemy texts, appearing quite fascinated by the subject. At that moment, they stepped outside. Wow, young master, it looks like the young miss is really going to become a formidable alchemist, doesn't she? Ling said with curiosity and anticipation. Absolutely. It probably won't be long before my little sister starts brewing elixirs for us. Jiang mused. Oh? Is that so? Then I'll hurry and get an alchemy furnace, and while I'm at it, set up an alchemy room for the young lady? That sounds good. Jiang smiled. 3 days later. Ye had already mastered the basics of alchemy and was eager to start refining elixirs. Upon hearing this, Ling immediately tossed Ye a mortal stage nether beast core she no longer needed so she could practice. Meanwhile, with nothing else to do, Jiang began studying the alchemy texts Master Lu had given Ye. Although he had no immediate plans to practice alchemy himself, there was no harm in mastering the knowledge. It would come in handy if he ever wanted to delve deeper into it. After a little over a day, he had mastered the art of alchemy, only to discover that it was an incredibly time-consuming and energy-draining endeavor. Each alchemy session took no less than 7 times 749 units of time. Moreover, an ordinary person could only successfully produce a maximum of 3 pills per session. Jiang was now certain that this skill wasn't right for him, at least for the time being. And so, after 7 times 749 units of time had passed. Cultivation level, Nether stage, 42 years. Deduction art, Spirit Sea stage, 8 years. Rune art, Insight stage, 300 years. Talents, Evil God Avatar Fortune 3 million years, Mind Sense. Fortune, 1249. Jiang began accumulating fortune once again, as he had already divined Ling's past and learned the truth about his mother's origins. For now, he no longer had much left to discover. Additionally, reaching the minor perfection of the Spirit Sea stage takes 3,000 years, and he currently doesn't seem to have any pressing need for divination. So it would be more practical to set the fortune aside for now. At this moment, Ye had also successfully refined 3 mortal stage nether beast cores. Moreover, her alchemy had advanced from the beginner level to the nether stage. In fact, given Ye's talent, she could certainly have refined more than 3 pills at once. She'd just been playing it safe since she was still getting the hang of it. Wow! Little Miss really is a genius in alchemy. You've only been studying alchemy for a few days, and on your very first try, you succeeded with all of them. Ling couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It's nothing special, Sister Ling, you're too kind. Hearing this, Ye shyly clasped her hands behind her back. Little sister, I wonder if you could help your big brother refine a nether beast core now? Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. He was now completely certain that Ye was more than capable of refining nether beast cores that were less than 500 years old. The only question was how many such cores Ling currently had in her possession. Nether beast cores, huh? I should be able to, but if they're too old, you might not be able to refine them yet. Ye replied. How about we try 10 nether stage cores that are less than 300 years old? Jiang said with a smile. Just to be on the safe side, he didn't plan to have you tackle a nether stage core as powerful as one that was 500 years old just yet. You will give it a try. Ye nodded earnestly, her tone brimming with confidence. Sister Ling? Jiang turned his gaze toward Ling. Well, okay. Ling hesitated slightly, then produced 10 nether beast cores, one that was 300 years old, 3 that were over 200 years old, and the rest were over 100 years old. Soon, Ye began her second alchemy session. Outside the house. Young master, are you sure it's really okay to let the young lady refine nether beast cores so soon? Ling couldn't help but speak up, looking somewhat dazed. Although the girl was now 21 years old, due to her high cultivation level, she still looked like a 13 or 14-year-old girl. It was likely that even in a few decades, she wouldn't change much. After all, those who have entered the Tao realm have a lifespan of 300 years. It's fine. I've already told you that my little sister will become a formidable alchemist. It would be strange if she didn't even have this much ability right now. Jiang said with a chuckle. It was only natural for Ling to worry, since she couldn't see Ye's true talent. Anyone else would find it hard to believe as well. Alright, since you say so, young master, I'll look forward to it. Ling nodded. In the days that followed, since Jiang had nothing else to do for the time being, he took the 3 mortal stage nether beast cores that Ye had been using for practice and gave them to his beloved granddaughter. After all, he had no use for nether beast cores of this level right now. Naturally, the gift of these nether beast cores moved his beloved granddaughter to tears once again. However, there was one awkward moment. His beloved granddaughter noticed he had grown taller and blurted out a question so suddenly that he nearly froze in shock. Fortunately, he managed to brush it off by explaining, I was poisoned before, and now that the toxins are being expelled, my body is gradually recovering. Gradually, another 49 days passed. Cultivation level, Nether stage, 43 years. Deduction art, Spirit Sea stage, 8 years. Rune art, Insight stage, 300 years. Talents, Evil God Avatar Fortune 3 million years, Mind Sense. Fortune, 1298. Ye finished refining the elixirs, and sure enough, she had successfully refined all 10 nether beast cores that were less than 300 years old. Wow! Young miss! You're truly a genius among geniuses. Ling couldn't help but excitedly lift Ye high into the air and spin her around joyfully. Ye, too, was amused and burst into giggles. Jiang watched the two girls, feeling a deep sense of contentment. He now knew just how humbly Ling had to beg alchemists for cultivation resources in the past, and how much ridicule and scorn she had endured. Now that his own family had produced an alchemy prodigy, he was naturally overjoyed. Afterward, Ling handed the remaining nether beast cores all under 500 years old to Ye for refinement. Jiang, meanwhile, began consuming the 10 nether beast cores that Ye had refined. In the first month, Jiang first consumed the nether stage nether beast core that was 300 years old, and his cultivation level immediately increased by 30 years. Cultivation level, nether stage, 73 years. By the second month, Jiang had consumed another nether stage nether beast core that was 243 years old. Cultivation level, nether stage, 98 years. Deduction art, Spirit Sea stage, 8 years. Rune art, Insight stage, 300 years. Talents, Evil God Avatar Fortune 3 million years, Mind Sense. Fortune, 1328. Jiang was just 2 years away from reaching the minor perfection of the nether stage. However, reaching the major perfection of the nether stage required 1,000 years, which would take a very long time indeed. Before long, you began another round of alchemy, but Ling didn't have many nether beast cores left for you to refine. There were only about 10 left, and all of them were from nether stage beasts less than 100 years old. The rest were just a few mortal stage nether beast cores he picked up along the way. Since one could only consume one refined nether beast core per month, Jiang had you take all the nether beast cores under 100 years old first. 9 months passed in this manner. Cultivation level, nether stage, 270 years. Deduction art, spirit sea stage, 8 years. Rune art, insight stage, 300 years. Talents, evil god avatar fortune 3 million years, mind sense. Fortune, 1599. Jiang's cultivation had already reached 270 years. He had clearly hit a plateau. Ling still had another beast core over 700 years old and another over 800 years old, but since you likely couldn't refine them yet, Jiang didn't let her try, so as not to waste them. However, Ye's alchemy has already reached the 93rd year of the nether stage. In a little while, she should be able to study higher level alchemy under Master Lu. Once she does, she'll directly advance to the insight stage of alchemy, allowing her to freely refine all nether beast cores below the nether stage. Furthermore, Ye's current cultivation level has reached the 73-year mark of the nether stage, placing him among the strongest in Crimson Sun Town. Making it into the top 20 of the wind and cloud rankings would be a breeze. However, his mother doesn't want him to draw too much attention to himself, so naturally, she wouldn't allow Ye to display his strength in public. In fact, even if Ye hadn't reached the nether stage yet, making it into the top 10 of the wind and cloud rankings would still be a breeze. After all, Jiang had previously given Ye quite a few talismans with 300 years of insight stage cultivation to carry with him, and later even bestowed upon him a high-grade magical artifact with 266 years of insight stage cultivation. With all this gear, he could already walk all over Crimson Sun Town. Sigh, young master, nether stage demons are hard to find around here anymore. I'll head out to a more distant area later to take a look. Ling sighed softly. No need, Sister Ling. Let us put that on hold for now. I'm in no rush, just stay home and spend more time with us. Jiang said with a smile. To be honest, he was actually a bit worried. What if Ling wandered too far, encountered a powerful diviner, and had her past uncovered? That would be a huge problem. Well, I'd love to spend more time with you, young master. The thing is, it's better for you to raise your cultivation level as soon as possible. I'm also hoping to help you achieve a perfect insight stage. It's just that I haven't secured the cultivation resources needed to refine the insight stage elixir yet. Ling said helplessly. All right, Sister Ling, you've worked hard enough. Just take it easy for a while. This is my world now, and it's time for me to go out and explore. Jiang took Ling's jade-like hand and patted it gently. He had already reached 270 years of cultivation at the nether stage, coupled with his spirit sea stage deduction art, 300 years of rune art at the insight stage, and the evil god avatar his ultimate trump card. That was more than enough to venture out into the world. At least compared to Ling, it would be far easier for him to find cultivation resources out there. After all, he was a diviner at the spirit sea stage of the art of deduction. Combined with the evil god avatar's formidable abilities, his skill at attracting good fortune and avoiding misfortune was absolutely top-notch. More importantly, unlike that girl Ling, he doesn't have a past full of secrets that must be kept hidden. So when he travels out there, there's not much he needs to worry about. Ha! Young master, you're only 6 years old and you already want to go out and explore? Even if I were at ease with it, Madam would never approve. Ling said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Jiang was speechless. He'd completely forgotten that he was still just a little kid. He immediately retorted, never mind. Anyway, I won't let you, Sister Ling, sneak out on your own for adventures anymore. From now on, whenever you go out, you have to take me with you. Okay. Ling replied half-heartedly. Jiang could naturally see right through this girl's thoughts. In the past, he really wouldn't have known what to do about her. But now, he could already predict every move she'd make. As soon as she stuck her butt out, he'd know exactly what kind of fart was coming. So on the third night, just as Ling was sneaking out of her room, Jiang grabbed her by the thigh. Yikes! Young master! Ling was instantly startled. Sister Ling, take me with you. Jiang chuckled. But young master, that's not possible. Ling shook her head hurriedly. Why not? I'm much more capable now. In many ways, Sister Ling, you're no match for me anymore. Yes, the servants certainly can't compare to you, young master, but I still can't take you out on an adventure. Ling gave a wry smile. Why not? Didn't we go to Dingshan County together before? That's different. Yuner, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? What are you two doing out there? A clear voice suddenly rang out. It turned out to be Mother, who had come out clearly drawn by the sounds the two were making. Madam! Mother, Sister Ling is trying to sneak out alone on another adventure. It's hard for me to find cultivation resources these days, and Sister Ling is planning to go so far away I'm worried. Jiang spoke up first. Young master. Ling's expression grew complicated. Mother fell silent. After looking at Ling for a moment, she sighed softly. Linger, there is no rush with Yuner's cultivation right now. Take a break for a while and see how things go. Well, yes, madam. Ling could only nod obediently. All right, Sister Ling, I know what I'm doing when it comes to cultivation. You don't need to worry about it anymore. Jiang gave Ling's arm a light pat. Ling, you're such a little adult. Go get some rest early. His mother looked at Jiang, unable to hide her exasperation. The next 2 months passed. Cultivation level, Nether stage, 272 years. Deduction art, Spirit C stage, 8 years. Rune art, Insight stage, 300 years. Talents, Evil God Avatar Fortune 3 million years, Mind Sense. Fortune, 1660. Yae's alchemy had also reached the Insight stage, and she began refining the 2 nether beast cores Ling had on hand, one over 700 years old and the other over 800 years old. And on this very day, while Jiang's evil god avatar was wandering about outside, it suddenly overheard passers-by excitedly discussing the news that the old rascal had been removed from the wind and cloud rankings. The old rascal has been removed. Jiang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately ordered his evil god avatar to head to the wind and cloud rankings outside the floating dust Taoist temple to investigate. However, he found that the list remained unchanged. His old mischief maker identity still held the top spot. What is going on? Jiang was taken aback, but he soon sensed something was amiss when he heard the commotion among the commoners gathered in front of the wind and cloud rankings. From what he could gather, the commoners were saying that 1 hour earlier, the wind and cloud rankings had been updated to show the old mischief maker's name removed, only to be changed back again shortly afterward. They all felt that changing the rankings twice in such a short span was far too rapid, and suspected there might have been a mistake made earlier. Jiang immediately grew wary, sensing something was amiss, so he took another careful look at the wind and cloud list. To his shock, he discovered that his beloved granddaughter, Yume, had vanished from the list. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately sent the evil god avatar to the floating dust Taoist temple to investigate the situation. Upon arriving at the floating dust Taoist temple, he saw a stranger, a middle-aged man dressed in a purple robe, standing there. Before him stood Master Floating Dust, listening with a look of reverence and caution as the man berated him. Master Floating Dust, if your floating dust Taoist temple engages in such ill-timed actions again, this official, will report you for the crime of colluding with the enemy. Mark my words. As Jiang's evil god avatar drew near, he heard the middle-aged man berating them. Yes. This humble monk shall certainly obey Magistrate Jiang's orders. Master Fuchen hurriedly nodded in response. Poof. You'd better take this to heart. The imperial court has its own rules. Those so-called code of the martial world are, after all, things that go against the rules and cannot truly maintain the stability of the state. Your relationship is merely temporary, it won't last long. If you don't want the Fuchin Taoist temple to come to an end like this, then draw a clear line for me. And that magistrate's office too. What kind of people are they, anyway? The middle-aged man snorted coldly once more. I know. Magistrate Jiang Yi, please calm your anger. Master Fuchin continued to fawn over him. Who exactly is this man? Is he from higher up? Zhang furrowed his brow and instinctively began to deduce the middle-aged man's identity. He soon uncovered the man's background. This man was none other than Zhang Hui, the deputy director of the Earth Ritual Bureau in Lu City, aged 67. He had cultivated at the nether stage for over 600 years, the insight stage of the deduction art for over 700 years, and possessed the mind sense talent for over 200 years. Crimson Sun Town fell under the jurisdiction of Lu City. The reason Zhang Hui had come was to investigate the disappearance of several core members of the Meng clan in Dingshan County, as well as the feud with the old mischief maker. However, in reality, he had primarily been sent at the request of the Meng clan's patriarch in Dingshan County. Over the years, the Meng clan of Dingshan County had cultivated connections with higher-ups, and Zhang Hui had received quite a few tributes from them. Furthermore, the patriarch of the Meng clan in Dingshan County had recently attained the Dao, greatly increasing his power. The Zhang clan of Lu City, to which Zhang Hui belongs, also wished to ask the Meng patriarch for some assistance, so they hit it off immediately, leading to today's events. Zhang Hui had already been in Crimson Sun Town for several days. In connection with the Meng clan's affairs, he had even managed to cast divinations on County Magistrate Di Tongchu and the abbots of the three Taoist temples. Fortunately, Di Tongchu, Master Fuchin, and the others knew very little about the old rascal and had had little contact with him. Furthermore, when Meng Hui and his men came to launch a surprise attack and were captured, Master Fuchin and the others had not seen their true faces, so they were able to dismiss the incident by claiming it was merely a bandit raid. Master Fuchin, if you truly know the truth, please cooperate fully with this official in presenting the evidence. The people who came that night were members of the Meng clan of Dingshan County. They were all lured here by the old mischief maker and murdered. What do you say? Zhang Hui spoke up again. But Magistrate Jiang Yi, those bandits who came that night clearly intended to massacre the town. Even if they really were members of the Meng clan from Dingshan County, that would still be a capital offense warranting the extermination of their entire clan. Master Fuchin said with a look of distress on his face. Nonsense! How could they have massacred the town? Did you see them slaughter the town with your own eyes? Was a single villager in the town slaughtered by them? You're just making things up off the top of your head, aren't you? Zhang Hui snapped at him. Commander Jiang, you. Master Fuchin couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring at Zhang Hui in disbelief. Clearly, he hadn't expected the other man to twist the truth so blatantly. What? Am I wrong? Zhang Hui narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with this matter, so I can't judge it, nor would I dare to make a hasty judgment. Master Fuchin bowed his head. You're truly stubborn. Zhang Hui snorted derisively, then sneered mockingly. Don't say I didn't warn you. Stop provoking the Meng clan of Dingshan County for the sake of some so-called righteous heroes of the martial arts world. You can't afford to cross them. To put it bluntly, what does your entire Crimson Sun Town have to offer compared to others? Absolutely nothing. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching Zhang Hui's receding figure, Master Fuchin couldn't help but sigh softly. No wonder the elder chose to handle this personally back then. If it had been left to the county magistrate's office, it wouldn't have been long before those despicable bandits were acquitted. Zhang had indeed already guessed as much back then. Since they had stopped Meng Hui and his pack of mad dogs in time, it meant that the grave crime of massacring the town had never actually taken place. As long as the other side flatly denied it, the county magistrate's office would be powerless to act. Moreover, given the status and background of the Meng family of Dingshan County, it wasn't something the Crimson Sun Town magistrate's office could handle on its own. Once the case was reported, or even if word got out, the Meng family of Dingshan County would simply need to pull a few strings to get their people out unscathed. The result would be that all their efforts would have been for nothing. However, what worries Jiang the most right now is that Jiang Hui plans to go door to door in Crimson Sun Town to conduct investigations. If that happens, regardless of whether this guy is simply stirring up trouble or has some other motive, given his status as a diviner, it's highly likely that his mother and Ling will be discovered. Although Jiang Hui's deduction art isn't yet advanced enough to divine the existence of his mother and Ling, the sudden appearance of these two women in a place like Crimson Sun Town, women whom even Jiang Hui, with over 700 years of deduction art at the insight stage, has been unable to detect, is more than enough to arouse his extreme vigilance and suspicion. To take it a step further, if his well-behaved granddaughter were to run into this Jiang Hui, the consequences would be unimaginable. To put it simply, the fact that his beloved granddaughter's name isn't on the wind and cloud rankings right now speaks volumes. Furthermore, he had already realized that Master Fuchen intended to send him a message via the wind and cloud rankings today. Even the subsequent change back to the wind and cloud rankings, which still left the alteration Yume, was likely meant to alert him that something was amiss. It looks like this is going to be a real headache. Jiang couldn't help but furrow his brow deeply. He was now certain that if Jiang Hui were allowed to continue causing trouble in Crimson Sun Town, something was bound to go wrong. For the time being, he could only think of two possible courses of action. The first was to take his beloved granddaughter and the rest of his family and leave Crimson Sun Town early, to avoid being sought out and interrogated by Jiang Hui. But doing so would inevitably arouse Jiang Hui's suspicion. After all, vanishing at a time like this would be highly suspicious. The second course of action was to simply eliminate Jiang Hui. However, this was a lousy solution at best. After all, given Jiang Hui's status, if something were to happen to him right here in Crimson Sun Town, the situation would only escalate, and in the end, they'd still be unable to avoid even more severe scrutiny. That Meng family from Dingshan County really deserves to die. Jiang couldn't help but curse under his breath. If only he could wipe out every last one of those bastards, he wouldn't have to deal with all this trouble. Wait a minute. As this thought crossed his mind, a bold idea suddenly sprang to life within Jiang. If he were to use the power of the evil god avatar right now to wipe out the Meng clan of Dingshan County, wouldn't all his current problems be solved in an instant? After all, the manifestation of the evil god was bound to cause quite a stir. Coupled with the annihilation of the Meng clan in Dingshan County, wouldn't Jiang Hui, who was connected to them, receive word and be forced to immediately drop everything here to head to Dingshan County to investigate the situation? However, the biggest problem right now was what Master Lo had said: once the evil god officially manifested, the age of chaos would arrive prematurely. Forget it, I can't worry about that now. It's bound to happen sooner or later anyway. It's not my fault. Jiang steeled his resolve and made up his mind. After all, Master Lo had also said that the early arrival of an age of chaos might not necessarily be a bad thing. Not to mention, the Great Chu dynasty was already his enemy. If chaos truly broke out, it would actually be safer for his family. At that moment, at home. Mother, it seems the Meng clan of Dingshan County is causing trouble again. They've apparently brought in some people from the imperial court. I'm planning to go over there now to gather some intelligence. Jiang said. He had considered sneaking off to Dingshan County alone to carry out his plan, but given the strength of Ling and his mother, it was impossible for him to slip out unnoticed. Since that was the case, it would be better to handle it openly. Well. His mother couldn't help but furrow her brows. That Meng clan in Dingshan County again. I really want to wipe that wretched clan out completely. Ling couldn't help but get angry. Mother? This situation might be somewhat urgent. I hope to go as soon as possible to see what's going on. Don't worry, I'm just going to gather some intelligence. I won't do anything else. Jiang assured her. He had already been to Dingshan County once before. By going there now, at this precise moment, he hoped to resolve the situation swiftly before the local ranking of the winds could react. Besides, in such a short time, even if the ranking of the winds had shifted, faced with an unknown and terrifying force like the evil god avatar, the Meng clan of Dingshan County probably wouldn't have been able to react and respond that quickly, would they? Upon hearing this, his mother's gaze shifted to the young lady Ling. Please rest assured, madam. The last time this servant accompanied the young master there, aside from eating, drinking, and having fun, it was as if nothing had happened. I'm sure it will be much the same this time, won't it? Ling shot Jiang a peculiar look. Yes. This time, we'll gather intelligence the same way we did last time. Jiang nodded solemnly, though inwardly he added, as if. This time, he intended to harness the power of the evil god Avatar to directly annihilate the entire Mang clan of Dingshan County. The commotion alone would surely cause a massive uproar. All right. No matter what, you must both be very careful. His mother nodded. Please rest assured, madam. I will ensure the young master's safety. Ling replied immediately. I know, mother. Jiang said with a look of assurance on his face. The two set off right away, with Ling carrying Jiang as they hurried toward Dingshan County. On the way. That damned Mang clan of Dingshan County. If I get the chance this time, I'd like to wipe that rotten clan out completely. Young master, what do you think? Ling said through gritted teeth. I'm all for it. Jiang nodded. Ha? Ling was taken aback, clearly not expecting Jiang to be so decisive this time. Is there a problem, Sister Ling? Jiang found it somewhat amusing. He had already made up his mind to wipe out the Mang clan of Dingshan County outright, so he just responded casually to Ling. However, the resolve in her heart didn't seem as firm as the words coming out of her mouth. Nothing. I was just a little worried that something unexpected might happen. It's fine. We'll play it by ear. Jiang chuckled. Ling nodded immediately. Sometime later. When they were about 7 li from Dingshan County, Jiang's evil god Avatar had already entered the county ahead of them and reached the heart of the Mang clan's territory. At that moment, in the largest courtyard there, an elderly man with snow-white hair, clad in a light blue robe, stood proudly with one hand clasped behind his back. This was a member of the Mang clan whom Jiang had never seen before. Judging by his bearing and aura, he must be the Mang Patriarch. Patriarch. We received news from Crimson Sun Town. They tracked down Uncle Huai and the others. A voice filled with grief and indignation rang out. Clan leader Mang, his face etched with fury, rushed to stand before the white-haired old man. News. The Mang Patriarch's gaze sharpened. Yes. It's that old rascal again. According to the latest report from the one in Crimson Sun Town, Uncle Huai and the others had sneaked out under cover of night to seek revenge in Crimson Sun Town, but they were ambushed by the old rascal and the Crimson Sun authorities, who had set up a trap in advance and were rounded up in one fell swoop. In the end, Uncle Huai and the others fell into the old rascal's hands, and by now, I'm afraid they've already. As Clan Chief Mang spoke, he clenched his fists, his face etched with grief and indignation. How is that possible? Given Xiao Huai and the others' strength, even with an ambush, the people of Crimson Sun Town shouldn't have been able to wipe them out completely. And to do it so silently. Even the people we sent earlier couldn't find a single clue? Ancestor Mang's face immediately darkened with disbelief. It seems that old Mischief himself is quite skilled in rune art. He provided those from the Crimson Sun Town authorities with numerous talismans of the insight stage, minor perfection level. That's how he managed to capture Uncle Huai and the others in one fell swoop. Clan Chief Mang replied through gritted teeth. Talismans. So that's it. No wonder. Ancestor, what are we going to do now? This is an unforgivable grudge. Our clan absolutely cannot let this go. Clan Chief Mang said with hatred in his voice. Rest assured, I won't let them off the hook. Whether it's that old rascal or the Crimson Sun Magistrate's office, they must all die. We'll settle this score once that one is done causing trouble in Crimson Sun Town. Crimson Sun Town is nothing but a trivial, insignificant place. Do they really think they can turn the world upside down? Ancestor Mang raised his head coldly to gaze at the sky. At that moment, his gaze happened to lock with that of the evil god Avatar. Very well. Let us see who dies first. Jiang sneered inwardly. With a flick of his thoughts, He was about to unleash the power of the evil god avatar for the very first time. Fortune, 1360. In an instant, 300 units of fortune were consumed. Immediately, an incredibly intense surge of power flooded Jiang's consciousness. Then, the colossal form of the evil god avatar slowly materialized. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura that suddenly descended upon the mortal realm. At that moment, Elder Meng, whose gaze met that of the evil god avatar, couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Astonishment and terror flashed in his eyes in an instant. However, these emotions instantly transformed into boundless fear. He couldn't help but cry out in terror, "The evil god! The evil god!" Clansman Meng, standing nearby, was instantly so terrified that his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Immediately, the entire Meng clan and indeed, the whole of Dingshan County plunged into panic and chaos. The evil god! The evil god has descended! Oh my god! It's the evil god! Run! Run for your lives! Amid waves of panicked screams, countless people frantically fled toward the outskirts of Dingshan County. At the same time, 3 li outside Dingshan County. Evil god! My god! That's the evil god! Ling, upon seeing that terrifying figure hovering above Dingshan County, couldn't help but let out a cry of shock. Jiang gazed at the terrifying monster shrouded in evil energy, covered in mysterious golden patterns, half human and half dragon, and spanning hundreds of zhang in size, and was utterly stunned. After all, this was the first time he had ever seen his own avatar with his own eyes. If it weren't for the strong mental connection binding them, he simply couldn't believe that this unparalleled, terrifying aura could be a power he was currently capable of controlling. Oh my god! Young master! Let us run! This is going to kill us! Ling snapped back to his senses, let out a low cry, and, clutching Jiang, spun around and began fleeing at breakneck speed. Jiang was momentarily speechless, but he had no time to dwell on it now. He directly commanded the evil god avatar to unleash a ferocious punch toward Elder Meng and the Meng clan. Instantly, a terrifying surge of evil energy erupted. No! Ancestor Meng couldn't help but cry out in terror, but the trembling that gripped his entire body left him utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. In an instant. Boom! Evil energy, vast enough to swallow the heavens and earth, surged forth, swiftly engulfing the entire Meng clan territory. Piercing, agonized screams rang out, only to be swallowed up one after another. After the terrifying evil energy passed, the entire Meng clan territory had been reduced to ruins. There was no sign of life left. Meanwhile, the people within Dingshan County grew even more panicked, screaming in terror as they scrambled frantically to flee. Such immense power. Jiang stared blankly at the scene below, sensing the incredibly dense and terrifying evil aura emanating from the evil god avatar. He was certain that if he hadn't pulled back at the very last moment, that single strike alone would have been enough to wipe out at least half of Dingshan County. However, after unleashing that burst of power, the evil god avatar gradually faded back into an invisible state, as if it had never appeared in Dingshan County at all. Run! Run! Run fast! Ling, however, still clung tightly to Jiang, not daring to look back as she frantically fled toward Crimson Sun Town. Jiang couldn't help but smile wryly. He patted Ling's back gently to reassure her, "Sister Linger, it's okay now. I think that evil god has left." At the same time, he summoned the evil god avatar to follow them back. Gone? Ling's movements faltered slightly before she stopped in her tracks and cautiously turned her head to glance back. "Yeah, it's gone." Jiang nodded solemnly. "But where did it go?" Ling asked, bewildered. "I don't know. It just vanished all of a sudden," Jiang said with a puzzled look on his face. "Well, this one do. We shouldn't linger here. Let us hurry back." Ling wrapped her arms around Jiang and, still visibly shaken, hurried back toward Crimson Sun Town. Seeing this, Jiang didn't dare say much. After all, any sane person would know that the best course of action at a time like this was to get as far away as possible. He had originally thought it would be better to have the evil god Avatar wipe out the Mang clan of Dingshan County from a distance before they even entered the town and then go into town with Ling to watch the spectacle. But he hadn't expected that he had underestimated the deterrent power of the evil god Avatar. It had literally scared people senseless. It seemed that, more often than not, the gap between expectations and reality was quite vast. Ling carried Jiang as they sprinted all the way back to their home in Crimson Sun Town. By the time they arrived, night had already fallen. Seeing Ling panting heavily, Jiang felt a pang of sympathy and could only reach out with his small hand to gently pat her back, comforting the girl. Linger, what is going on? Did something happen? Their mother, sensing the commotion, came outside and asked in confusion. Madam. Mother, it's like this. When I was with Sister Linger and we were almost at Dingshan County, we saw the evil god appear within the county. Then Sister Ling was so frightened that she grabbed me and ran back here as fast as we could. Jiang answered on behalf of Ling, who was still gasping for breath. Upon hearing this, Mother was momentarily stunned, then her expression changed abruptly. What? An evil god? Yuner, are you saying you saw an evil god? That's right. That evil god was half human, half dragon, with a body measuring hundreds of zhang. It was radiating a terrifying aura of evil. It looked truly frightening. Jiang nodded. It really is an evil god. Her mother's face instantly betrayed a look of fear. Yes. It is an evil god. Since the young master has said so, then this servant certainly couldn't have been seeing things. Ling composed herself slightly and said with a grave expression. Is it really a demon god? Then why would that demon god appear in Dingshan County? Mother's voice trembled slightly. She was clearly panicking at the demon goddess appearance as well. I don't know either, ma'am. That is the evil god, after all, and neither I nor the young master have even reached Dingshan County yet. However, while we were fleeing for our lives, it seemed as though the evil god had struck Dingshan County. Unfortunately, I was too scared to dare look back. I just felt a terrifying power emanating from it. At that moment, my legs were practically giving out. Ling said pitifully. Hearing this, Mother fell silent, her expression shifting constantly. Mother, please don't worry too much. Dingshan County is so far away from here that evil god won't come over. Jiang spoke up to comfort them. What do you know, you little rascal? That's an evil god. The appearance of an evil god means the world is about to descend into chaos. No one will be spared or remain unaffected. Besides, while Crimson Sun Town isn't exactly close to Dingshan County, it's not too far either. For a being like that evil god, I'm afraid that distance doesn't even matter. His mother gently tapped Jiang on the forehead. Jiang couldn't help but rub his head in exasperation, but... Starting today, I forbid you from leaving Crimson Sun Town. Until the situation becomes clear, both you and Linger are to stay right here and behave yourselves. Do you understand? His mother said sternly once more. Yes, I understand. Ling nodded in response immediately. Wait, Mother, actually, this. The words were on the tip of Jiang's tongue, but he stopped himself. His mother was looking at him with a strange expression, and he suddenly had a premonition that if he spoke, he'd be in for a scolding right away. Never mind. I'll just wait and see how things play out for now. Jiang felt helpless inside. At a time like this, he'd better not make too much of a fuss. After all, he couldn't very well say that he was the one who had actually summoned that evil god. Gradually, in less than a month, news arrived that Dingshan County had been attacked by the evil god, and that major clans there had been wiped out in an instant. This immediately sparked panic in Crimson Sun Town, and a tense atmosphere settled over every street and alley. However, what left Jiang feeling both amused and exasperated was that many residents of Crimson Sun Town now believed that, with the old prankster protecting them, the evil god wouldn't bring too much disaster upon the town. What on earth had he done to deserve such trust? But upon closer reflection, it wasn't entirely without merit. It was much like how, in the eyes of most children, their own father is a towering figure. As long as he is around, there is nothing to fear. It was merely an illusion born of their limited perspective at the time. Still, it had to be said that the people of Crimson Sun Town's blind trust was, in fact, well placed. After all, the evil god avatar was his innate gift. Naturally, he would never use it to harm Crimson Sun Town. What piqued Jiang's interest even more at that moment, however, was Jiang Hui's reaction. For some time now, his evil god avatar had been keeping a close eye on this fellow. Jiang Hui, who was being respectfully received inside the magistrate's office, had already learned the news from Dingshan County and now wore an expression of utter shock and disbelief. Deputy Magistrate D. Is this information confirmed? Was the Meng clan of Dingshan County truly wiped out by the evil god? Jiang Hui demanded in a heavy tone. There's no mistake. This subordinate has sent men to verify it repeatedly. On that day, the entire Meng clan of Dingshan County was wiped out in the blink of an eye. Not a single soul was spared. Di Tongchu replied in a calm tone, yet his expression was deeply complex, a mix of worry, astonishment, and fear. How is that possible? An evil god appeared and wiped out the Meng clan of Dingshan County. Jiang Hui's voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. It seems the Meng clan of Dingshan County must have done something to provoke even the evil god. So, Zhang Yiling, regarding this matter, do you still intend to assist with the investigation over there? Di Tongchu spoke again in a matter-of-fact tone. You. Let this matter rest here. You'd better keep your mouths shut, lest you bring trouble upon yourselves. Jiang Hui immediately snapped in anger, but after speaking, he hurriedly left the magistrate's office with a panicked expression. I thought he was something special. Scared already? Di Tongchu couldn't help but let out a contemptuous snort. Gradually, as the second month arrived, news continued to trickle in from Dingshan County. Due to the sudden appearance of the evil god, all sorts of unsavory characters had flocked there during this period, and rumor had it that quite a few were actually hidden followers of the evil god cult. Dingshan County was now a veritable melting pot, teeming with all manner of people. This had even led to occasional outbreaks of significant chaos. What's even more interesting is that as news of the evil god's appearance spread, it somehow morphed into rumors that the Meng clan of Dingshan County had secretly practiced dark arts and summoned the evil god themselves. Moreover, the many unscrupulous deeds the Meng clan had committed over the years were all exposed, causing a huge uproar and drawing the wrath of both heaven and the people. As for Jiang, since she had finished refining her elixirs, he consumed a nether beast core over 800 years old from the nether stage this month, causing his cultivation to skyrocket once again. Cultivation, nether stage, 355 years. Deduction art, spirit sea stage, 8 years. Rune art, insight stage, 300 years. Talents, evil god avatar fortune 3 million years, mind sense. Fortune, 1415. And so, another month passed. It was reported that several peerless masters from the imperial capital had arrived in Dingshan County to maintain order and investigate the situation, and the situation had stabilized considerably. Jiang then consumed the remaining nether beast core over 700 years old and at the nether stage, further increasing his cultivation by over 70 years. Cultivation level, nether stage, 432 years. Deduction art, spirit sea stage, 8 years. Rune art, insight stage, 300 years. Talents, evil god avatar fortune 3 million years, mind sense. Fortune, 1445. During this time, he had lived a relatively peaceful and stable life, though poor Ling had had a rough time of it. Every day, the girl would nervously scour the town, gathering and analyzing information about the evil god, terrified that it might one day make its way to Crimson Sun Town. Another 3 months passed, and the situation in the vicinity, which had been settling down, suddenly became tense again. According to reports from Dingshan County, a major incident had apparently occurred at the imperial court. The high-ranking officials dispatched there had all abruptly left in a panic. Various factions that had been lying low in Dingshan County began to resurface, stirring up all sorts of trouble and instantly plunging the people into panic once more. What's going on? Could a time of chaos really be upon us? Zhang couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He had been puzzled to begin with. He had only allowed the evil god avatar to appear for a brief moment. How could that have brought about a time of chaos prematurely? Moreover, during this time, Master Lo had continued teaching as usual, as if he were completely unaware of what was happening outside. But now, with news arriving from Dingshan County, he couldn't help but feel a vague premonition. It seemed something major was truly about to happen. As time passed, the news coming from outside grew increasingly alarming. Reportedly, chaos was breaking out in various places, with wars both large and small breaking out frequently. Moreover, the cult of the evil god was said to have received the guidance of the evil god and was rapidly rising, constantly expanding and recruiting followers. Meanwhile, here in Crimson Sun Town, in just half a year, demons and evil cultivators have been frequently coming to cause trouble. Though their strength is nothing to speak of, they are an unbearable nuisance. They're impossible to guard against. Every now and then, they even cause fatalities. This succession of chaos serves as a clear warning to everyone: a time of turmoil has arrived. Cultivation level, Nether stage, 442 years. Deduction art, Spirit Sea stage, 8 years. Rune art, Insight stage, 300 years. Talents, Evil God Avatar Fortune 3 million years, Mind Sense. Fortune, 1747. With more than half a year having passed, Jiang is now 7 years old. He is now fully convinced that a time of chaos has arrived. Although he was still unclear about the current state of affairs throughout the Great Chu dynasty, he knew from the commoners who occasionally fled to him from all directions that the cult of the evil god was causing chaos everywhere. The imperial court was already overwhelmed, and many regions had begun paying lip service while secretly acting independently, each governing themselves in secret. However, what puzzled Jiang the most was, what kind of guidance had the cult of the evil god actually received from the evil god? How come he knew absolutely nothing about it? Could it be that they were using the name of his evil god avatar as a front to pull the wool over everyone's eyes? He had no way of finding out the answer to this question right now. He could only wait for a future opportunity to settle the score with these scoundrels. At that moment, at the dinner table. "Mother, I've made up my mind. I plan to make a trip to the neighboring town of Xianyun for a while." Jiang spoke up. Over the past half-month, his evil god avatar had learned from refugees who fled from the neighboring town of Xianyun that the ruling faction there was using the spiritual plant known as the Yanghun flower to recruit nether stage level experts to wipe out the demon lair in that area. The Yanghun flower is one of the essential ingredients for refining insight stage elixirs. He needed to prepare these cultivation resources in advance. Perhaps by the time he reached the great perfection of the nether stage, he would have gathered just enough to achieve a dual stage breakthrough in one go, sparing him the trouble of fumbling through the process slowly later on. Upon hearing this, his mother couldn't help but pause in surprise. "Young master, what are you going there for?" Ling, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask. "It seems there's an opportunity one need over there, so I'm going to check it out." Jiang replied. "No. It's very chaotic out there right now. I can't agree to this." His mother finally spoke up. "Mother, actually, given the current situation, things aren't much better inside Crimson Sun Town either. Besides, with my strength, roaming around the nearby small towns won't be a problem at all." Jiang said helplessly. Over the past while, he and his beloved granddaughter had no idea how many troublesome demons or evil cultivators they dealt with. Since he previously given his granddaughter a high-tier magical artifact, the girl would occasionally use it along with the insight stage minor perfection level talismans he given her to conceal her identity and uphold justice in the town. Anyway, it's out of the question. Now that the evil god has descended and the cult of the evil god is wreaking havoc everywhere, I'm not going to let you go out and take risks. You're only 7 years old. You don't understand anything yet. Don't think that just because you have a little bit of ability, you're actually capable of much." Her mother replied. "No. Mother, if you're worried about the dark god, there's really no need. After all, if the dark god really does appear and come to Crimson Sun Town, wouldn't you be unable to protect me anyway?" Jiang said with a wry smile. "You. Who says I can't protect you? Even if the dark god really does come, I'll never let him hurt you, Yuner," his mother said, sounding rather petulant. Jiang was instantly at a loss for words. He suspected his mother didn't even believe her own words. He then added helplessly, "Mother, we're living in turbulent times now. I need to seize every opportunity to improve myself so I can survive in this chaotic world and not become a burden to you. Mother, you can't protect me forever. If I miss this chance, the protection you're giving me today might only lead to deep regret in the future. Upon hearing this, his mother froze in surprise, clearly not expecting Jiang to say such things. The atmosphere remained silent for a long time. Yuner, are you certain you must go to Xianyun town? His mother asked softly. Yes, mother. I've already dreamed that my destiny lies there, and I don't want to miss it. Jiang replied. Madam, why not let the young master go take a look? It's not that far anyway, at most 30 li. I'll accompany him there as well. Ling spoke up at that moment. All right, I'll let you go take a look. His mother finally nodded gently. Thank you, mother. Jiang's heart leapt with joy. He had finally managed to persuade her. The next day, Jiang bid farewell to his mother, Ye, and Ling, and set off alone for Xianyun town. Ling did not accompany him because his mother had kept him behind at the last minute, claiming she had matters to attend to. However, no sooner had Jiang left than his evil god avatar sought his mother, dressed in a mysterious white outfit, following right behind him as they both headed towards Xianyun town. In less than half a day, Jiang strolled into Xianyun town disguised as an old man in a black robe. He then used his evil god avatar to locate the bustling market center of Xianyun town. At that moment, on a massive combat stage, cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle. Surrounding them was a crowd of cheering onlookers. After asking around a bit, Jiang learned that this was a tournament held to recruit skilled practitioners to eradicate the followers of the evil god cult from the demon lair. He then made his way to the office behind the combat stage. There, he saw a fair-skinned, beautiful female attendant with a voluptuous, alluring figure, working alongside a handsome, middle-aged man in white who looked thoroughly impatient. Seated nearby were 5 others, an elderly man in a brown robe, a man in white, a man in black, a burly young man, and a haughty woman dressed in purple. These 5 were watching the contest on the arena. Excuse me, fellow Taoist, have you come to participate in the selection? The female attendant looked at Jiang and asked with a slightly hesitant smile. Yes. I am Zhao Yun. Might I ask what the requirements are for this selection? Jiang nodded. As long as you're at the nether stage or below, you just need to keep winning in the 2 daily matches, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening on the combat stage until you're the last one standing. The female attendant smiled. Oh, does that mean any means are acceptable as long as I win? Jiang asked. If it were just a bare-handed duel, he wasn't very confident after all. His current combat strengths lay primarily in talismans and that high-tier magical artifact. As long as you win fairly and squarely on the combat platform, it's fine whether you use talismans or any other treasures, as long as they're items you personally possess. The attendant explained. Okay, I see, so that means a pure diviner like me has no chance of participating here. Jiang nodded and muttered to himself. After all, his current specialty was the deduction art. He hadn't expected it to be useless in these kinds of contests. Ha! A diviner? Are you a diviner, senior? The female attendant looked taken aback. Yeah. Jiang nodded. At that moment, the elderly man in the brown robe who had been watching the match from the sidelines also cast a brief glance in Jiang's direction, his gaze tinged with scrutiny and a hint of disdain. A diviner, huh? Diviners don't actually need to compete on the tournament stage. Because they're a special class essentially indispensable for clearing demon lairs, and there are so few of them to begin with, the competition rules are a bit simpler. However, we already have a very powerful diviner here whose deduction art has reached the insight stage. I wonder if Senior Zhao Yun would like to challenge him? As the maid spoke, her gaze shifted to the elderly man in the brown robe standing nearby. At that moment, the elderly man in the brown robe was calmly watching the contest on the combat stage, paying no further attention to Jiang. Clearly, he didn't take Jiang seriously. Are you saying, young lady, that as long as I defeat this senior you mentioned, I'll be directly selected? Jiang asked curiously. He'd only heard rumors about how they were using young soul flowers to summon nether stage cultivators here, but he wasn't familiar with the specifics. No sooner had he finished speaking than the brown-robed elder frowned and turned to look at him, his expression clearly displeased. Yes, but it's only a temporary spot. The maid replied somewhat timidly. Very well. Then I'll challenge this one, Jiang said immediately. It seemed that challenging this fortune teller would be a relatively simple and quick affair. Besides, he was a cultured man and didn't care for spending his days brawling on the combat stage. Humph. How utterly presumptuous. Do you really think you can challenge old Master Mu? A voice brimming with disdain and contempt rang out. It was the fair-skinned, handsome middle-aged man who had remained silent all along, his face full of impatience, who had spoken up. Ha! Can't I challenge him? Upon hearing this, John looked at the waitress in confusion. Well, of course you can, as long as you're confident you can win, senior. The waitress replied, looking somewhat embarrassed. Oh, then I'll give it a try. Jiang nodded. It seemed this young lady subconsciously assumed he wouldn't win. At that moment, the waitress glanced at the handsome middle-aged man beside her. Poof. The handsome man snorted disdainfully once more, but then bent down and fished a large, rather heavy black chest from under the table. Meanwhile, the elderly man in the brown robe rose to his feet with calm composure. The other four people seated beside the elderly man in the brown robe all wore expressions of curiosity and interest, eager to watch the spectacle. At that moment, Jiang also felt a twinge of curiosity. What exactly would the format of this divination contest be? Surely they wouldn't just cast divinations on each other and then expose each other as secrets? If that were the case, it would be a bit barbaric and crude. After all, as the saying goes, don't expose others' shortcomings. Although divination doesn't involve physical violence, revealing someone as private matters might not be much more civilized than a brutal clash on the martial arts stage. Just as Jiang was pondering this, the elderly man in the brown robe had already approached, his expression as impassive as ever. Who goes first? At that moment, the handsome young man in white pushed the large black chest forward slightly, positioning it between Jiang and the elderly man in the brown robe. He cast another somewhat disdainful glance at Jiang. Jiang was a bit bewildered. He still had no idea what the rules of this contest were. Senior Zhao Yun, it seems this really is your first time participating in these contests? Here, the contest between divination masters involves each of you randomly taking a few beads from this box, clenching them in your fist, and having the other person divine the number and color of the beads in your hand. The female attendant couldn't help but chuckle softly. Oh. Jiang suddenly realized, so the point was to use his own skill to throw off the opponent's divination. In that case, since it wasn't a direct divination of the opponent themselves, it was actually quite polite and reasonable. Then I'll give you a demonstration first. The old man in the brown robe smiled calmly, casually reaching into the box. He fumbled around slightly, producing a crisp clatter of beads. Then, his large hand emerged from the box, clenched into a fist, and extended toward Jiang, gesturing for him to perform the divination. Seeing this, Jiang said nothing more. He gave a polite smile and began the divination. In an instant, he had a result and said, 2 beads, 1 red, 1 blue. The words were out before he could stop himself. The old man in the brown robe paused for a moment, then his eyes widened as he stared at Jiang in disbelief. The others present were also taken aback, seemingly not expecting Jiang to produce a result so quickly. Is that for real? You're not just making that up, are you? The handsome man in white asked skeptically, with a hint of contempt. Fellow Daoist? Jiang paid little attention to him, instead gesturing for the old man in the brown robe to open his hand to verify whether the result was correct. At that moment, everyone's gaze fell on the brown-robed elder's clenched fist, which was beginning to tremble slightly. The brown-robed elder swallowed hard, clearly hesitating. In truth, he had merely pulled out 2 beads at random moments ago and hadn't even checked their colors himself. But now that Jiang had correctly identified the number, he naturally began to panic. Elder Mu? The fair-featured young man spoke with a touch of confusion and unease in his voice. Clearly, he, too, had sensed that something was amiss. Hearing this, the elderly man in the brown robe finally opened his hand slowly, his expression suggesting a last-ditch struggle, as if praying that Zhang Han-ti guessed correctly. However, the moment his hand opened completely, what appeared before everyone were two beads, one blue and one red. Whoa! The female attendant standing nearby couldn't help but widen her eyes. It really is one blue and one red bead. The woman in purple also let out a surprised gasp. How is that possible? The fair-featured young man froze in place, his face a mask of disbelief. The elderly man in the brown robe stood there, completely dumbfounded. This is getting interesting. A burly young man standing nearby let out a soft chuckle. May I ask if I should still feel the beads? Jiang spoke up. As things stood, the outcome was already quite clear. After all, among divination masters, those with higher deduction art can out-divine those with lower deduction art, but the party with lower deduction art is generally unable to out-divine the one with higher deduction art. Of course you must. Perhaps both of you are simply limited by your natural talent. If both of you were able to divine the outcome, we have to find another target to compete against. The maid's pleasant voice rang out, clearly intended to smooth things over for the brown-robed elder. At that moment, the brown-robed elder simply remained silent as he put the two beads back. I see. Understood. Zhang nodded, then casually reached into the box, pulled out a handful of beads, clenched his fist, and held it out in front of the brown-robed elder, signaling that he could begin his divination. The old man in the brown robe looked at Zhang's fist, swallowed slightly, and then began the divination. Everyone's gaze once again fell upon the old man's expression. In an instant, the old man's face froze, and he looked at Zhang with a somewhat grim expression. Old Master Mu? How is it? Did you get a result? The handsome man in white asked cautiously. The female attendant wore a complex expression, glancing back and forth between Zhang and the old man in the brown robe. The four women in purple exchanged glances, each with an inscrutable look on her face. 3-3 red blue yellow, Zhang couldn't help but ask in confusion. If there really was a rule here that you couldn't do it empty-handed, then he was out of luck. He'd just have to ask for a do-over and let the other party try their luck again. You. Faced with Zhang's question, the handsome, fair-skinned man could only stammer you a few times, unable to come up with an answer. Haha, senior, of course there's no such rule. It's just that, under normal circumstances, no one would ask for a divination with empty hands like this. It could be a bit misleading. The waitress awkwardly tried to smooth things over. Is that so? If this doesn't count, how about we go with a best of 3? Jiang said casually. He didn't want to shut the door completely and make the other party too embarrassed. After all, this old man clearly had some status and connections in Xianyun town, otherwise, how could the organizers be so biased in his favor? And that overly respectful attitude was obviously off. Otherwise, if he hadn't been mindful of that, he would have simply said, if the divination was misled and couldn't determine the location of the bead, why not just say you couldn't find it, instead of insisting on a specific number? How would the other party respond to that? It would instantly expose the old man's dishonest, wild guesses. Not to mention, everyone present was likely shrewd. How could they fail to see through this now? No need. Since you were able to deduce the number of beads in this old man's hand, it proves you've met the requirements. However, inside the demon lair, the deduction art only needs to be sufficient. Anything beyond that won't provide any substantial help. It's more practical to focus on strengthening one's own abilities. As for myself, I've been at the nether stage for 374 years. While I wouldn't call myself a master, I'm a rare talent among diviners at this stage, and I suspect I'm better suited for this task than you, fellow Taoist. The brown-robed elder spoke in a cold tone. I'm afraid I must correct you. I've been at the nether stage for over 400 years now, which happens to be slightly higher than yours. If you still feel my strength is insufficient, we can always step onto the stage and spar. That's not out of the question. Zhang replied with a peculiar expression. You. The brown-robed elder's eyes widened once more. He was at a loss for words, his face having turned the color of pig liver. Old man. You're deliberately looking for trouble, aren't you? At that moment, the fair-featured young man spoke with a grim expression. I'm sorry, but I don't have the time to pick a fight with you lot. If I hadn't heard there were yang soul flowers to be had here, I certainly wouldn't have traveled all this way. If your elder mu can't accept the challenge, just say so. I'll take another route to the challenge arena and won't waste any more time here with you. Jiang replied calmly. You. The handsome man was instantly rendered speechless. The old man in the brown robe looked even more discomfited, as if he were ashamed of himself. As for the female attendant, all that remained was a forced smile. However, there is one more question I need to clarify. Is this Yang Hun flower truly a reward that outsiders like us can receive? If not, then I won't waste any more time here. Jiang spoke again. After what had just happened with the brown-robed old man, he had begun to seriously doubt the reliability of this entire affair. Of course it is. What do you mean by that, senior? The fair-skinned man couldn't help but grow flustered and indignant. Are you absolutely certain? Jiang fixed his gaze on the fair-skinned man. Although he was now clad in a black robe and wearing a mask, the other man should still be able to sense the deep skepticism in his gaze. You. Of course I'm certain. The fair-skinned man said in a deep voice. Ha, I don't think that's necessarily the case. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. It was the burly young man standing nearby, who slowly rose to his feet. Young Master Zhao, what do you mean by that? The fair-featured man couldn't help but frown. What do I mean? For such a crucial position as diviner, this senior who also bears the surname Zhao clearly outperformed your elder Mu in every respect just now, yet he couldn't successfully challenge him, or perhaps wasn't even allowed to challenge him at all? With a predetermined candidate like you and such farcical rules, how can you expect me to trust this process? I don't think I need to waste any more time here. I'd rather not risk my life just to work for someone else for nothing. The burly young man said in a calm tone. The three women in purple robes standing nearby exchanged glances and rose to their feet one after another, clearly intending to leave. The crowd around them had fallen silent, all turning to watch the commotion. You. The handsome young man panicked instantly. Enough. Stop arguing. What has been said here stands. Since this fellow Taoist has indeed proven superior to this old man, I cannot break the rules and forcibly claim this spot. This seat shall belong to him. The elderly man in the brown robe spoke in a solemn voice, bowing his hands toward Jiang as he spoke. That's right. We always keep our word here. There is absolutely no way we go back on our promise. The female attendant hurriedly added with a forced smile. The fair-skinned, handsome man lowered his head and said nothing more. All right, as long as you truly keep your promise. Jiang clasped his fists slightly. The burly young man and his companions exchanged glances, then each sat back down. Fellow Taoist, I shall take my leave now. The elderly man in the brown robe addressed Jiang once more. Please go ahead, fellow Taoist. Jiang nodded. The elderly man in the brown robe said nothing more and turned to leave. Esteemed senior, please have a seat over here. The waitress immediately beckoned to Jiang, gesturing for him to take the seat the elderly man in the brown robe had just vacated. The burly young man and his companions, meanwhile, cast curious glances at Jiang, as if eager for a showdown. Young lady, do I have to sit here and wait? How much longer will this take? Jiang asked. He really had no interest in just sitting here idly. Although there were combat performances to watch, he was still just a 7-year-old kid. Staying here and interacting with people would inevitably draw attention to him. Not exactly. It's mainly to help you get to know your potential opponents or future teammates better. Of course, given your mastery of the art of deduction, I doubt anyone here will be able to challenge you. As for how long you'll have to wait, I can't give you an exact time right now. The waitress replied. So I don't have to just sit here and wait, right? Jiang continued to ask. Yes, but it'd be best if you didn't stay away too long, just in case something comes up. It'd be best if you left a way to contact you. I'll stay at an inn nearby for now. If anything happens, I'll come right over. Otherwise, with these old bones of mine, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out. All right then, please take your time, senior, the waitress said, clasping her fists in a bow. John didn't say anything else, he simply turned and headed off to find lodging nearby. However, his evil god avatar remained behind to keep an eye on the situation. Not long after he had left. I told you not to do this. Why did you bring up that old man's challenge to the diviner? Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for old Master Mu? A fair-skinned, handsome man could be seen whispering a reprimand beside the waitress. I'm sorry, I just mentioned it offhand, and I never thought that senior would actually be able to defeat old Master Mu. The waitress looked deeply remorseful. Never mind. The handsome young man muttered softly and said no more. John pondered for a moment, then used his evil god avatar to cast a divination on the handsome young man. He naturally couldn't have done this earlier in front of everyone. The results of the divination came back quickly. It turned out that this handsome young man and old Master Mu were both from the same clan, the Mu clan. And the Mu clan was one of the three major clans of Xianyun Town. Most importantly, the Mu clan had reached an agreement with several powerful factions in Xianyun Town, with the intention of intercepting the young Hunflower and handing it over to old Master Mu, as had just happened. There's definitely something fishy here. Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. However, on the whole, Xianyun Town seemed genuinely committed to finding someone to eradicate the demon lair. Aside from the young Hunflower, the town's authorities had also prepared 4 Juyuan fruits as a reward, and there were no underhanded dealings involved in that. Juyuan fruits could be refined into elixirs that rapidly boosted cultivation levels below the nether stage, without any side effects. In other words, with enough Juyuan fruits, a nether stage cultivator could even advance by 1,000 years of cultivation in just a few days. The demon lair that Xianyun Town needed to deal with was located about 7 li to the northeast. This lair had been seized by the cultists of the evil god sect during the recent turmoil and had been re-established to wreak havoc. Leveraging the lair's power and protection, those heretical cultivators had been continuously recruiting and expanding their ranks. From time to time, they emerged to raid Xianyun Town and have even begun to set their sights on the cultivation resources in the surrounding area. This has already posed a tremendous threat to the ruling factions of Xianyun Town. Although the factions in Xianyun Town are determined to resolve this menace, the demon lair has been sealed off by restrictions cast using evil steels by the heretical cultivators, making it extremely difficult to enter. Compounded by the imperial court's prolonged lack of response to the situation here, they had no choice but to seek outside assistance. However, the heretical cultivators within the demon's lair were no ordinary foes. The ruling faction of Xianyun Town knew this was far beyond what a typical nether stage cultivator could handle, which is why they had arranged these rigorous selection rounds intending to assemble a team of 5 top-tier nether stage experts to take on the challenge. Zhang then cast a divination to assess the situation of the woman in purple and her companions since, as things stood, they were likely to be his teammates. He also intended to gather more intelligence from them. After a moment, Zhang's divination yielded a wealth of information. The man in white was named Gu Hai. He was a rune artist with over 100 years of cultivation at the nether stage, over 700 years of rune art cultivation at the nether stage, and 233 years of talent in the art of talismans. For this expedition to the demon's lair in Xianyun Town, he had primarily prepared 351 stasis runes, 631 protection runes, and various other talismans. Gu Hai's primary objective on this journey was also the Yang Soulflower. The man in black was named Zhu Jingfeng. He had cultivated at the nether stage for over 750 years and possessed a 329-year earth element talent. He wasn't overly fixated on the young soulflower. If he could get it, great. If not, the gathering essence fruit would do just fine. The burly young man was named Zhao Changqing, a scion of the Zhao clan, a prominent family from Wu City. With over 900 years of cultivation at the nether stage, he possessed 234 years of fire elemental talent and a magical artifact with the power of over 800 years at the nether stage. His primary objective was also the Yanghun flower. Finally, the woman in purple was named Yin Yi. With over 800 years of cultivation at the nether stage, she possessed 244 years of wood elemental talent. Her attitude toward the young soulflower is similarly laid back. If she can get it, great. If not, she'll settle for the Juyuan fruit. Overall, the strongest in terms of comprehensive strength among these 4 is the rune art master Gu Hai, as he has accumulated a vast number of talismans. The vast majority of nether stage cultivators simply cannot withstand his relentless barrage. In terms of raw combat power, however, Zhao Changqing is the strongest. These two are also the main contenders competing with Jiang for the Yang Soul Flower, but they are clearly no match for him. As for the pasts of these four, they are all quite complicated, and Jiang couldn't be bothered to delve too deeply into them. Additionally, Jiang came to understand through their past histories why a divination master is indispensable for the eradication of this demon lair. This is because the primary objective of purging a demon lair is to locate the leader of the evil cultivators who controls the evil steel. Only by defeating him and retrieving the evil steel can the problem be truly resolved. If the controller of the evil steel cannot be dealt with, then those who enter the demon lair have only three options: first, to surrender; second, to be slain; and third, to be trapped and left to die. From what Jiang currently understands, the evil steel is an object similar to a magical artifact that can be linked and fused with the demon's lair through a special secret ritual. It allows its possessor to control part of the demon's lair's power, for example, gaining the terrain's blessings and controlling its entrances and exits. Furthermore, because the evil steel is linked to the demon's lair, divination masters can use the demonic energy within the lair to deduce the location of the evil steel and, by extension, the location of its bearer. Having learned all this, Jiang felt considerably more at ease. After all, this meant he wouldn't be left floundering in the dark and fumbling around aimlessly when the time came. What worried him most now was whether the Mu family of Xianyun Town would continue to pull some under-the-table shenanigans. In theory, that so-called old Mu had been ousted, so he likely wouldn't be able to openly replace the already announced reward. With that in mind, Jiang sent the evil god avatar to infiltrate the Mu family compound here. Although he had already used up his daily quota of divinations, he could still use the evil god avatar to gather intelligence. He quickly located Old Man Mu, who was currently discussing matters concerning Jiang with several key members of the Mu family. From their conversation, it was clear that the Mu family was clearly unwilling to let the young Hun flower fall into his hands. However, because they were wary of his unknown origins and background and prioritizing the greater good, they decided to first send someone to investigate his background before making any further plans. Upon hearing the Mu clan's plans, Jiang paid them little mind. After all, gathering intelligence on him wasn't going to be that easy. Starting the next day, the Mu clan indeed sent people to try to spy on him. Unfortunately for them, he rarely left the inn, spending his days holed up inside and avoiding contact with anyone. They were completely at a loss as to what to do with him. Time gradually passed. After more than 10 days of selection, Xianyun Town still hadn't managed to find any nether stage experts more formidable than Gu Hai, Zhao Changqing, and their three companions. Consequently, they announced the end of the selection process and decided to officially begin the operation to eradicate the demon lair. Jiang also emerged from the inn and made his way to the martial arts arena to join Zhao Changqing and the others. "Senior Zhao, you finally arrived." This junior, Zhao Changqing, greets you respectfully. Zhao Changqing immediately smiled and clasped his fists in greeting. Young friend, you're too kind." Jiang returned the gesture with a clasped fist. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of engaging in excessive conversation with others. "Since you also bear the surname Zhao, Senior, I wonder which Zhao clan you hail from. Perhaps this junior and you share some connection?" Zhao Changqing smiled again. "Well, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I cannot disclose that." Jiang shook his head. After all, his surname wasn't really Zhao, it was just a name he made up on the spot. It would be a miracle if there were any connection. "I see. Alright, my apologies for being so forward." Zhao Changqing nodded. At that moment, Gu Hai and the others stepped forward to exchange a few pleasantries with Jiang. They introduced themselves to one another, presumably to better prepare for working together on the upcoming expedition to the demon's lair. Soon after, representatives from the Xianyun Town Magistrate's office and the three major clans, the Fang, Du, and Mu clans, also arrived. Led by Magistrate Li of the Magistrate's office, they set off toward the demon's lair in the northeast. Along the way, Magistrate Li briefed the group on the situation regarding the heretical cultivators in the demon's lair. In essence, he explained that the heretical cultivators within were ferocious, although none had yet been observed to possess insight stage cultivation. Their leader's strength had already reached the insight stage level. He urged Jiang and the others to exercise the utmost caution. After some time, the group arrived at the entrance to the demon's lair, which was located deep within a gloomy forest. Jiang, however, could see no sign of a demon lair entrance here. Just then, 5 figures emerged from the 3 major families of Xianyun Town, 3 elderly men with extraordinary auras and 2 middle-aged men. The 5 made their way to the center of the grove, where they each unleashed their auras, revealing that 3 were at the insight stage, while 2 were at the peak of the nether stage. They then each channeled the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, creating a unique resonant force. Open! 5 low shouts rang out in unison. Instantly, an energy passage slowly materialized between the 5 of them. Let us go! We're going in! Zhao Changqing moved in a flash, leaping forward first and soaring into the energy passage. Gu Hai, Zhu Jingfeng, and Yin Yi followed suit. Jiang, feeling slightly apprehensive, first had the evil god avatar attempt to enter the energy channel. To his surprise, it passed through unimpeded and found itself in a mountainous forest area where demonic energy swirled everywhere and the surroundings were rather chaotic. Without further hesitation, his physical form leaped up and entered the energy channel as well. At that moment, Jiang could clearly feel an inexplicable force pressing down on him from all sides. He instantly realized this must be a sign that the energy channel was about to close. This forcibly opened energy channel could only accommodate a maximum of 5 people, and their cultivation levels were capped at the lowest level among the 5 who had opened it, namely, the 2 at the great perfection of the nether stage. Otherwise, Xianyun Town Wun Ti have restricted its recruitment requirements to the nether stage level or below. In the blink of an eye, Jiang had safely arrived inside the demon lair, and the energy channel closed behind him. At that moment, Zhao Changqing and the others were all looking around. Everyone is here. From now on, we must work together to face our enemies. Zhao Changqing smiled and spoke. Jiang nodded slightly. Before that, shouldn't we discuss who gets the young soul flower? Gu Hai spoke up at that moment. Hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Zhao Changqing and the other 2 exchanged glances. Jiang remained silent. He was determined to claim the Yang Soul Flower. There was no way he would let it go. Besides, when he had previously competed with Old Master Mu in the art of deduction, all 4 of them knew full well that he had come specifically for the Yang Soul Flower. So, Taoist friend Gu, how do you think the Yang Soul Flower should be allocated? Zhao Changqing asked with a smile. It belongs to whoever eliminates the most demon cultivators. Gu Hai replied. Oh? I don't think that is appropriate. It should go to whoever ultimately defeats the demon leader and obtains the evil steel. That person should then decide how to distribute the young soul flower. Zhao Changqing shook his head. Oof. To defeat the demon leader here, don't we still need everyone to work together? How can the credit be attributed to just one person? Gu Hai snorted coldly. I think we should put this debate aside for now, but we don't want our own people fighting each other before we've even found the enemy. Xu Jingfeng, standing nearby, couldn't help but frown. Hearing this, Zhao Changqing and Gu Hai continued to stare at each other defiantly, each casting a fleeting glance at Jiang. Jiang, however, couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind, because he knew full well that right now, here, his fist spoke loudest. Why should he waste time arguing with them? When the time comes, he'll just land a solid punch on each of them and knock them all out. So he had already begun using the faint demonic energy flowing around him to divine the location of the so-called evil steel. All right, stop arguing. I'm not getting involved with this young soul flower. When the time comes, whoever performs the most convincingly will get it. We haven't even seen her yet. What is the point of arguing here? Are you arguing over thin air? It was Yin Yi, the woman in purple, who spoke up. All right, let us settle it that way. Zhao Changqing glanced at Yin Yi and nodded. Gu Hai, however, furrowed his brow slightly but offered no response. By then, Jiang had already divined the location of the evil steel. It was due west. Paying no heed to the other 4, he set off, striding directly toward the evil steel's location. Zhao Changqing was taken slightly aback. Senior? Where are you going? Yin Yi had already asked. To find the evil steel. You can continue your discussion here. Jiang replied matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, the four fell silent, then followed him without a word. For the rest of the journey, everyone remained silent, saying nothing more. After traveling about 7 or 8 li, Jiang, who was 6 or 7 li ahead of the evil god avatar, could already see quite a few dwellings scattered throughout the mountains and forests. Moreover, he could see humans, wolves, and dogs moving about there, surrounded by demonic energy. Those wolves and dogs seemed capable of communicating with humans. They were clearly demonic beings that had not yet fully transformed into human form. We found it already? Jiang couldn't help but be surprised, and at the same time, he casually called out, "There is some commotion about 10 plus li ahead. It seems to be a place inhabited by evil cultivators and demonic creatures." Upon hearing this, Yin Yi and the other three all paused in surprise. Senior, is that evil steel just over 10 li ahead? Zhao Changqing's eyes immediately lit up. I'm not sure I haven't seen it. Jiang shook his head. You haven't seen it? Zhao Changqing was taken aback once more. What I mean is, I haven't calculated its location. Jiang replied. Oh, well then, let us go take a look. Everyone, be careful. Zhao Changqing nodded, clearly looking forward to it. The other three also wore expectant expressions. A moment later, Jiang used the evil god avatar to gather intelligence and discovered that what lay ahead was merely a small outpost within this demon lair, so they might as well take care of it while they were there. Some time later, Jiang and his group had arrived not far from the small outpost. Meanwhile, the heretical cultivators and demon tribesmen inside the outpost had already detected the arrival of Jiang and his four companions. They quickly assembled and emerged to surround the group. Jiang glanced over and saw that there were roughly 100 enemies. Moreover, these heretical cultivators and demon tribesmen were all shrouded in demonic energy, and their auras were far from ordinary. He estimated they had all reached the nether stage. However, he knew that these heretical cultivators and demon tribes weren't truly at the nether stage. They were primarily drawing on the terrain of the demon cave for a power boost. Within the demon cave, demon cultivators and demon tribes could gain significant power boosts within a certain radius. The number and strength of cultivators benefiting from this boost in any given area were limited by the demon cave's own level. Ha, still not giving up? Sending more cannon fodder? A mocking voice rang out. Not far outside the encirclement, a burly man in gray, his body wrapped in demonic energy, was grinning savagely as he sized up Jiang and his four companions. Moreover, standing beside this giant were 10 men and women whose auras clearly signaled they were no ordinary foes. 6 men and 4 women. Among them, 2 women and 1 man even had wolf or dog ears, clearly indicating they were demon beings who had already taken human form. Enough talk. Come over here and die. Zhao Changqing already had his long sword in hand, pointing it directly at the burly man. Kill. The burly man, however, merely pointed a finger at Jiang and his 4 companions and gave a light tap. Kill. A series of howls rang out. Over 100 demon cultivators and demonic beings immediately charged toward Jiang and his 4 companions. Bring it on. Zhao Changqing growled coldly. A powerful surge of fire energy instantly enveloped the long sword in his hand, and he began to fight the enemy with reckless abandon. Yin Yi and his 2 companions also sprang into action. As for Jiang, he formed a sword finger with one hand, unleashing wave after wave of sword intent to fend off the attacking demon cultivators and demon clan members. At this moment, he did not rush to kill his enemies but focused primarily on defense. First, to conceal his true strength. Second, because this group was not acting in unison. To put it simply, even Gu Hai standing nearby was clearly holding back. He, too, was on the defensive, barely engaging the enemy and hardly using any talismans. He was obviously saving his strength for the end to reap the greatest rewards. Furthermore, when he had previously cast a divination for Gu Hai, he learned that Gu Hai had participated in several previous purges of demon lairs and similar operations. In the past, to better accomplish their missions, Gu Hai would typically distribute talismans to his teammates for use against enemies. In fact, rune arc masters generally do this at the very least. They share basic protection runes with their teammates so the group can better face the enemy and unleash greater combat power. But this time, Gu Hai had absolutely no intention of doing so. So Jiang simply chose not to tell the others that they were only dealing with a minor outpost here. He let them fight it out and wear each other down. He wasn't worried about it anyway. Who knows? Maybe by the time they fought it out to the bitter end, he'd be able to pocket all the rewards with a clear conscience. Boom! 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 A series of explosions and agonized screams rang out. Under the onslaught of Zhao Changqing, Zhu Jingfeng, and Yin Yi, the besieging heretical cultivators and demon clan members fell one after another. However, Jiang could tell that Zhao Changqing and his two companions had already depleted a significant amount of their spiritual energy. At that moment, Zhao Changqing also clearly realized that Gu Hai was holding back, and his expression had turned grim. After another series of fierce battles, the 100 or so demon cultivators and demonic beings had been completely wiped out. Zhao Changqing and his two companions were all panting heavily, and Jiang and Gu Hai also looked out of breath. Not bad, not bad. It seems you do have some real ability. And don't say I didn't give you a chance. Surrender to our evil god sect now, and your lives will be spared. At that moment, the burly man clapped his hands and said, "Are you trying to make a joke of us? You're just a bunch of vermin who can't even see the light of day, and yet you dare to speak so brazenly here?" Zhao Changqing retorted with contempt. Ha 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 ha. In the past, the imperial court held a monopoly on cultivation resources, which is why our cult was forced to lie low for a time. But even so, that incompetent court has never truly been able to do anything to us. And now, the court is riddled with corruption. Its power is a shadow of what it once was. It's not even worth counting on. You've all reached this level of cultivation. Surely you can see how weak the court has become? Not to mention, the supreme evil god has already descended to personally guide our sect's path, and when necessary, he will even intervene in the situation himself. And what does the imperial court have now? A bunch of corrupt, incompetent high-ranking officials who do nothing but collect a paycheck? Can they possibly stand up to the evil god? Any clear-eyed person can see that the rise of our sect is destined to be unstoppable, and if you truly still fail to see the situation clearly, then fools like you really have no business joining our sect. Ha 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 ha. The burly man roared with laughter. You. Zhao Changqing couldn't help but furrow his brow deeply upon hearing that the evil god had descended. A hint of apprehension and fear clearly flashed in his eyes. Yin Yi and the others also wore expressions of gravity and fear. Ha, the evil god has descended? And he is guiding you? What exactly has the evil god guided you to do? To keep holed up in these godforsaken places as good for nothings? Jiang couldn't help but sneer. These guys kept claiming they received guidance from the evil god. He was curious to know what kind of guidance that was and how it was given. You! How dare you! The will of the evil god is not something ants like you can speculate about at will. A year ago, the evil god personally descended upon Dingshan County and, with a single wave of his hand, effortlessly wiped out a major clan. That was a sign to the world that he was dissatisfied with the imperial court, a sign that our sect must take action. Need I say more? The burly man immediately snapped angrily. The 10 men beside him all glared at Jiang with fury. TSK? Is that so? How come I've heard that a year ago, it was that prominent family in Dingshan County that performed some evil ritual, thereby summoning the evil goddess descent? Since then, has there been any other recorded instance of the evil goddess descent? Could it be that your massive organization, which calls itself the cult of the evil god, knows of nothing beyond that single incident in Dingshan County? Has an evil god ever descended upon your cult? If not, how can you even speak of guidance? Jiang sneered once more. You, how dare you? Our sect leader is capable of communicating with the evil god. It is precisely because the sect leader receives guidance from the evil god that our sect has risen so rapidly in such a short time, leaving the entire imperial court in a state of utter chaos. The burly man's eyes were practically shooting fire. The 10 demon cultivators and members of the demon clan were also staring at Jiang with icy gazes. Meanwhile, Zhao Changqing and his 3 companions stared at Jiang with expressions of shock and disbelief. Clearly, none of them had expected him to raise such a question. Your sect's leader can communicate with the evil god? If that is the case, has he ever summoned the evil god to descend? Surely the evil god wouldn't he rather descend upon that godforsaken backwater of Dingshan County than upon your sect, would he? Jiang asked again, his tone neither warm nor cold. Well, he was now completely certain, the evil god cult was using his evil god avatar as a front. These bastards had stirred up all this trouble, reaped all the benefits, and now they were trying to pin all the blame on him, were they? You! How dare you! Do you think our sect isn't well aware of the evil goddess affairs? Since when is it your turn, you outsiders, to point fingers and make baseless accusations here? Kill! Slaughter every last one of these fools who dare to desecrate the evil god. The burly man flew into a rage, looking rather flustered and exasperated. Hey! Wait, we didn't say anything, did we? Zhao Changqing couldn't help but look taken aback. But the 10 people surrounding the burly man had already sprung into action. Kill! Roar! 7 demon cultivators charged directly at Jiang and his group. The 2 female and 1 male members of the demon clan transformed into 2 terrifying wolf beasts and 1 dog-like beast, respectively, and charged forward. Jiang and his group had no choice but to fight back. These 10 demon cultivators and members of the demon clan already possessed nether stage level cultivation bolstered by the surrounding demonic energy. Their strength had reached the minor perfection level of the nether stage. They were in no way weaker than the previous 100 demon cultivators and members of the demon clan. Especially those 3 members of the demon clan who had transformed into their beast forms, their strength was clearly even higher. Meanwhile, Zhao Changqing and his 2 companions had already expended a great deal of energy, and Jiang and Gu Hai were still holding back to protect themselves. The situation was clearly looking grim. Gu! If you want to share your talismans, I don't care. But what else with this act of yours right now? At that moment, Zhao Changqing couldn't help but growl angrily under his breath. Sorry, I didn't bring many talismans this time. I didn't expect these heretical cultivators to be this powerful. Gu Hai replied. You! Zhao Changqing was momentarily at a loss for words, but he had no choice but to give it his all against the enemy. Upon hearing this, Jiang didn't bother to call him out. After all, none of the people present were fools. They all knew deep down how much truth or falsehood lay behind Gu Hai's words. But since he wouldn't admit it, there was no way to verify it at the moment. Boom! 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 After a fierce battle, all 10 demon cultivators and members of the demon clan had been slain. Phew phew phew. Jiang and his 4 companions were panting heavily, their bodies stained with blood in multiple places. They looked utterly battered and had little fighting strength left. Not bad, not bad. No wonder you dared to be so arrogant. It seems you really do have some genuine skill. The burly man's voice rang out, a mix of mockery and approval. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changqing, Zhu Jingfeng, and Yin Yi couldn't help but look grave. They glanced at Gu Hai standing nearby, only to see that he remained completely unmoved. Jiang could also tell that Zhao Changqing and the other 2 were truly running out of fighting strength. At this point, the 3 of them would likely struggle even to defend themselves. Next, I'm going to make my move. Are you ready? The burly man's menacing gaze swept over Jiang and the other 4 one by one. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changqing and the other 2 immediately tensed up, beads of sweat breaking out on their foreheads. It was you, you little old man, who has been bragging nonstop just now, right? The burly man's gaze eventually settled on Jiang once more. I was merely telling the truth. How is that bragging? Jiang replied calmly. He hadn't even begun to show much of his true strength yet, so naturally, he wasn't afraid. Oof. You haven't shown much strength, but you sure talk a big game. Looks like you're the most arrogant and useless diviner among the 4 of you, right? The burly man sneered coldly. What? It seems you have a real grudge against diviners? Jiang couldn't help but feel puzzled. No, I just find them annoying. So get ready to die. The burly man growled, unleashing a surge of overwhelming aura. He was clearly at the peak of the nether stage. In a single swift movement, he charged straight at Jiang, carrying a torrent of demonic energy and golden power. Watch out! Zhao Changqing and the other two couldn't help but let their expressions shift slightly. Jiang, however, remained calm. After all, he now possessed a full 3,000 protection runes, each equivalent to 300 years of cultivation at the insight stage. Even if he stood completely still and let this burly man strike him at will, he could wear the man down until he collapsed. However, what he hadn't anticipated was the burly man had barely closed the distance to 7 steps when he abruptly changed his attack, unleashing a powerful blast of golden energy directly at Gu Hai, who stood nearby. You! Gu Hai couldn't help but be taken aback. At the same time, he found that he was already clutching several talismans in each hand. They appeared to be stasis runes. Unfortunately, with Gu Hai's cultivation at the nether stage for over 100 years, he simply couldn't react in time to the burly man's sudden change in tactics and was struck by the attack. Instantly, a dull, thunderous boom echoed through the air. A mysterious force emanating from Gu Hai's body blocked the burly man's surprise attack. He staggered back 2 or 3 steps. Clearly, his protection rune had been activated. Do you really think I'm stupid? The burly man let out a scoff as he unleashed a flurry of punches, sending wave after wave of golden energy crashing toward Gu Hai. Instantly. Boom! 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 Another series of muffled explosions rang out. Gu Hai was being forced back step by step. If not for the several protection runes shielding him, he would likely have been rendered combat ineffective in an instant. This is bad. This guy already possessed cultivation close to the peak of the nether stage, and with the power of this demoness lair boosting him, his strength has likely reached the early stage of the insight stage. Yin Yi's grave voice rang out involuntarily. Let us go. We need to join forces and help Gu Hai, otherwise, we'll all end up perishing here. Xu Jingfeng couldn't help but speak up. Help? How exactly? Do you still have much energy left? I, for one, am running low on spiritual energy. Isn't that Gu guy known for being good at hiding things? I'm sure he has got plenty of talismans on him. There is no need for us to worry. Zhao Changqing retorted coldly. Yin Yi and Xu Jingfeng both fell silent. Zhang could see that Zhao Changqing and his two companions truly had little combat strength left. If they launched an offensive, they likely wouldn't even last a single round. And Gu Hai certainly had plenty of talismans hidden on him, over 600 protection runes, over 300 stasis runes, and several others as well. Damn demon cultivator. At that moment, Gu Hai cursed under his breath as he struggled to withstand the burly man's relentless barrage, quickly affixing a haste rune to his feet. He then held a stasis rune in his hand, parrying attacks while weaving in and out to evade them, trying to find an opening to close in on the burly man or to cast the stasis rune. Seeing this, Zhang and the others instinctively stepped back a bit to watch the show. Zhao Changqing and his two companions were either unable or unwilling to help for their own reasons. As for Zhang, he simply had no intention of helping, because by his estimation, the supply of talismans Gu Hai carried was more than enough to wear down the burly man. After all, Gu Hai had been at the nether stage of rune art for over 700 years and had cultivated his rune heart for 233 years. The talismans he created were already roughly at the insight stage level. Although the burly demon cultivator was incredibly powerful, he dared not let Gu Hai get close to him. Otherwise, not only would he have to endure the backlash from the protection runes, but one wrong move could also result in him being hit by several stasis runes at once. If that happened, he would likely be taken down in a matter of moments. So the most prudent tactic for the burly man at the moment was, naturally, to engage in a long-range attrition battle. However, the downside of long-range attrition was that his offensive power was somewhat weaker, which meant his advantage in strength was naturally dwindling. Boom! 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 The two exchanged blows repeatedly for quite some time. Damn it! Just how many runes do you have left? You said you didn't have many. The burly man seemed to have suddenly realized something was amiss. It appeared he had overheard the exchange between Gu Hai and Zhao Changqing during their internal dispute and mistakenly believed Gu Hai's words to be true. "Looks like you're running out of energy, huh?" Gu Hai let out a cold laugh, and his attacks grew even more aggressive as he unleashed a barrage of stasis runes, relentlessly closing in on the burly man. You tricked me." Panic flashed across the burly man's face. Gu Hai didn't respond, he had already launched a full-scale counterattack. Zhao Changqing and the other two all furrowed their brows slightly. Jiang, however, curled his lip in disdain. He knew full well that if Gu Hai had been willing to share some talismans with Zhao Changqing and the others, even if it were just one stasis rune and one protection rune each, then with their combined efforts, they could have taken down this demon cultivator with little effort. There would have been no need to waste talismans like this. Boom! 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 Another round of intense combat ensued. The burly man, whose strength was gradually being depleted, finally made a misstep and was struck by one of Gu Hai's stasis runes. Before he could break free from the stasis rune's effect, Gu Hai swiftly closed in and slapped another dozen or so stasis runes onto him. From that moment on, the burly man was completely subdued. This guy. Seeing this, Zhao Changqing's expression darkened. Jiang, however, didn't bother to say much. He had already calculated that Gu Hai had used up nearly 200 talismans in this battle. Even with his talisman heart talent, which allowed him to draw 5 talismans a day, that was still more than a month's worth of stockpile. Hoof! At that moment, Gu Hai snorted coldly and walked step by step toward Zhao Changqing. "What do you think you're doing?" Zhao Changqing's expression immediately shifted. Yin Yi and Zhu Jingfeng both showed a slight change in their expressions as well, but neither dared to speak up at that moment. Jiang, meanwhile, watched coldly. He was actually curious to see what this guy was up to. Was he planning to turn on his own teammate right now? If he later discovered that this was merely a small outpost of the demonic cultists and that the evil steel hadn't even been found yet, what kind of trouble would he cause next? You, if you dare lay a hand on me here, the Zhao clan of Wuchen will never let you off the hook." As Gu Hai closed in step by step, Zhao Changqing's hand trembled slightly as he gripped his sword, retreating while remaining on guard. Suddenly, Gu Hai's figure flickered, and he swiftly closed in on Zhao Changqing. "You!" Zhao Changqing's face was etched with horror, but with his combat power now severely depleted, he was utterly unable to react against Gu Hai, who was bolstered by the haste rune. In an instant, several stasis runes were affixed to Zhao Changqing's body, leaving him completely immobilized. "Gu fellow Taoist, Gu, let us talk this out." Seeing this, Yin Yi and Zhu Jingfeng both found beads of sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Gu Hai looked coldly at Zhao Changqing, then snatched the magical sword from Zhao Changqing's hand and turned to walk back toward the burly man. Yin Yi and Zhu Jingfeng both froze in shock. Gradually, Gu Hai approached the burly man, raised the magical sword in his hand, and in a series of swift strokes, severed the burly man's arms and legs. Next, Gu Hai tore the stasis runes off the burly man's body. Instantly. "Ah! You damn bastard!" An agonized scream echoed through the woods. The burly man began to writhe in agony. "Speak! Where is the evil steel?" Gu Hai thrust his sword into the burly man's right shoulder, instantly immobilizing his struggling, mangled body. "Ah! Talk my ass. If you've got the guts, just kill me." The burly man let out another agonized scream, then snapped back viciously. At that moment, Yin Yi and Zhu Jingfeng both stared on in stunned silence. "Are you going to talk or not?" Gu Hai's expression darkened. He swung his sword, slashing the burly man's right shoulder until it was a bloody mess. This forced yet another series of agonized howls from him. "Ah! You bastard! If you've got the guts, kill me. Let us see if I'm afraid of you." The burly man remained defiant. Gu Hai furrowed his brow, his cold gaze involuntarily turning toward Jiang as he spoke slowly. "Senior Zhao, I presume you can help this junior now?" "Oh." Zhang gave a casual reply and immediately began divining the burly man's fortune. He'd already been considering this. Now that Gu Hai wanted to flex his muscles, he'd simply go along with it. Faced with Jiang's blunt directness, Gu Hai was momentarily taken aback. A strange expression flashed across his face. He then walked over to Zhao Changqing, ripped the stasis rune from his body, and tossed the magical artifact back at him. Have you come to your senses yet? The young soul flower is not something you can lay a finger on. You! Zhao Changqing's face instantly contorted with shock and rage. Besides, others might fear the Zhao clan of Wuqing, but that doesn't mean I, Gu Hai, do. As he spoke, Gu Hai turned and walked back toward Jiang. Zhao Changqing's expression grew even more unpredictable. By now, Jiang had gradually pieced together the burly man's situation through divination. His name was Li Tang, and he was merely a minor leader within this demon's lair. Judging from his experiences there, it was estimated that there were several thousand demon cultivators and demonic beings within this lair. Furthermore, according to Li Tang's observations and accounts, the cult of the evil god had now obtained the techniques of resurrection and reincarnation bestowed by the evil god. Anyone who sacrificed themselves for the cult could be reborn and even attain a higher status. As a result, nearly every member of the cult feared death not at all and was utterly loyal. As for the specifics of the resurrection and soul transference techniques, Jiang couldn't deduce them from Li Tang's account, but he could at least confirm that they had absolutely nothing to do with his evil god avatar. 9 times out of 10, it was likely just a pretext used to deceive the cultists. Furthermore, the true leader of this demon lair is a powerful demon one whose strength seems to far exceed that of a typical insight stage cultivator. Moreover, that leader is assisted by a diviner with profound mastery of the deduction art. Well, Senior, have you figured anything out yet? Gu Hai's matter-of-fact voice rang out. It seems you're nothing more than a lackey who can be ordered around at will. As expected, you divination masters are nothing but clowns who only know how to pry into others' affairs and flatter your masters. The mocking voice of the demon cultivator Li Tang rang out as well. Shut up! I didn't tell you to speak. Upon hearing this, Gu Hai immediately kicked Li Tang squarely in the mouth, sending blood gushing from his lips. Afterward, Gu Hai turned his inquiring gaze toward Jiang. The heretical steel isn't on this demon cultivator, it's on the leader located deeper inside. Jiang replied briefly, not bothering to say a single word more. Gu Hai couldn't help but frown. Do you know how powerful the leader of this demon lair is? I'm not sure. From what we've gathered from this demon cultivator, his strength is extraordinary. He'll likely be a tough opponent. Jiang replied once more. Gu Hai nodded, then let us take care of these guys and head deeper inside. These demonic beings seem to have mastered some kind of forbidden resurrection technique and the art of reincarnation. It's best to eliminate them completely. Jiang reminded them once more. Hearing this, Gu Hai and the others were all taken aback. You damned diviner! Li Tang couldn't help but erupt in anger. Understood. Gu Hai nodded and began dealing with Li Tang's group of demon cultivators and the demonic creatures. First, he stripped them of all their valuables, then extracted the nether beast cores from the demonic creatures' bodies. Once everything was taken care of, Gu Hai set aside 1/5 of the spoils to distribute among Jiang and the other 3. Zhao Changqing's face instantly turned ashen, but at that moment, he dared only to seethe inwardly. Yin Yi and Zhu Jingfeng both accepted their shares in silence. As for Jiang, looking at the 3 mortal stage-level nether beast cores he'd been given, he felt a slight urge to laugh, but said nothing and simply stowed them away. After all, he hadn't contributed much effort himself, so he might as well let this guy strut his stuff for a while. As for whether he'd still be able to keep up the pretense later on, that remained to be seen. Afterward, they all took their elixirs and sat cross-legged to recover their stamina. An incense stick's worth of time later, Jiang and his group got back up and set off again, heading deeper into the west. They had traveled roughly 4 li. Jiang and his group were once again ambushed by the cult of the evil god. This time, the enemy numbers were noticeably higher, though it was still just a small outpost. This battle unfolded much like the previous one. The 5 of them each had their own agendas, and there was no sense of unity whatsoever. After a fierce battle, Zhao Changqing and his 2 companions had been worn down to the point where they had almost no combat strength left, and it was only then that Gu Hai unleashed his full power to end the fight. According to Jiang's estimate, Gu Hai had used up roughly 250 talismans this time. Upon learning that the enemy they encountered was still not the leader of the demon lair, Gu Hai and his companions seemed to begin realizing the gravity of the situation. Jiang knew that although these men had participated in several demon lair purges in the past, those had all been small-scale operations, so subconsciously, he assumed that all such lairs were more or less the same. "Senior, what is going on? Guarantee we told the evil steel was right around here." At that moment, Gu Hai asked, his tone clearly irritated. "It is indeed in this general direction, but even I didn't know there were so many followers of the evil cult here. However, based on the intelligence we obtained from Li Tang earlier, their leader is likely located about 10 to 20 li ahead." Jiang replied matter-of-factly. Gu Hai fell silent, saying nothing more. The five of them then recovered their strength and continued westward. The atmosphere among the five had grown even more oppressive. After traveling another 5 li, Jiang and his group were once again ambushed by the cult of the evil god. After a fierce battle, Gu Hai had used up nearly all his talismans, yet, unfortunately, this was still just a small outpost. At this point, Gu Hai no longer had the heart to deal with loot or anything else. Instead, his face was etched with gravity, and he even looked slightly panicked. Zhao Changqing and the other two didn't look much better either. Their faces were equally grave and worried. Once everyone had recovered, Jiang stood up, ready to continue westward. "We can't go any further," Gu Hai said through gritted teeth. Jiang paused in his steps and glanced back briefly at Gu Hai. Zhao Changqing and the other two watched Gu Hai in silence. "I don't have many talismans left. If we encounter enemies on the scale of what we just faced, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it," Gu Hai said again, gritting his teeth. Zhao Changqing and the other two's expressions changed slightly. "Oh? Do you think we still have a way out?" Jiang gave a brief reply, paid no further mind, and continued westward. He knew that with fewer than 100 talismans left on Gu Hai, he would indeed be unable to handle any future battles. But regardless of whether he could still fight or not, the moment they first entered this demon cave, their path had been sealed. There was no turning back. Only by defeating the demon cave's leader, who possessed the evil steel, could they lift the restriction on the entrance. As for waiting at the entrance for someone from the outside to reopen it, that was virtually impossible. Not to mention that those on the outside had no idea what the situation was like inside. Simply forcing the entrance open each time placed an enormous strain on the person doing so, requiring 3 days to recover, and during that time, they would face considerable risks. Therefore, without thorough preparation, it's impossible for those on the outside to arrange any escape route specifically for the team sent to clear out the demon cave. Gu Hai couldn't help but freeze in place. Jiang, however, kept walking forward, showing no intention of stopping. Seeing this, Zhao Changqing and the other two exchanged glances and had no choice but to follow suit. Gu Hai clenched his fist and reluctantly followed as well. They had walked about 1 li. Gu Hai suddenly stepped forward, turned around, and handed Jiang a stack of talismans, saying somewhat awkwardly, "Senior, if you divide these talismans among yourselves, it might just allow us to hold out until the very end." Hearing this, the group was taken aback. Jiang looked at the talismans before him and found the whole thing somewhat laughable. However, he didn't say much. He simply took the talismans and distributed them among Zhao Changqing and his two companions. Each received 1 stasis rune, 2 protection runes, and 2 haste runes. Zhao Changqing and his companions said nothing, though their expressions were quite telling. The 5 of them then continued on for another 4 li. Suddenly, a chorus of shouts and taunts rang out. A group of demon cultivators and demon tribesmen surged out from all sides, swiftly surrounding Jiang and his party. And this time, the enemy's numbers had clearly swelled to over 200. Gu Hai, Zhao Changqing, and the others instantly grew extremely grave. TSK. I never thought anyone would actually make it this far. Looks like Xianyun Town really did invite some tough customers this time. A mocking voice rang out. They saw a woman at the front, clad in a seductively revealing purple gauze robe and wielding a leather whip, sizing up Jiang and his 4 companions. Upon hearing this, the 5 of them, Jiang and his companions, remained silent, offering no response to the seductive woman ahead. Gu Hai, Zhao Changqing, and the others were too preoccupied with the dire situation to bother responding. As for Jiang, he simply couldn't be bothered to engage with her. What's the matter? Not a word? Well, I might just get angry, you know. The seductive woman smiled alluringly, but the look in her eyes as she gazed at Jiang and his four companions was as playful as a cat toying with a mouse. Ugly people are always the most troublesome. Jiang blurted out without thinking. The seductive woman froze for a moment, then her face instantly turned as cold as ice. You. Are you looking to die? Attack! Seize these scumbags for me, I'll flay them alive, one by one. Gu Hai. Zhu Jingfeng. Zhao Changqing. Yin Yi. Aya. Kill. Howls and battle cries rang out in unison. 200 demon cultivators and members of the demon clan erupted into action, charging at Jiang and his four companions with full force. Meanwhile, the demoness, accompanied by 10 minor commanders, stood casually at a distance, sneering as she watched her minions wear down Jiang and his group. Boom! 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 The sound of continuous explosions echoed out. Jiang and his four companions could be seen slaying one demon cultivator and demon clan member after another. Thanks to the talismans Gu Hai had shared with them, their combat effectiveness had clearly improved somewhat. However, facing such overwhelming odds, those few talismans were still not quite enough. By the time they had slain over 200 demon cultivators and members of the demon clan, Zhao Changqing and the others were already severely drained, with little combat strength remaining. Gu Hai's supply of talismans was also nearly exhausted. TSK, you really do have some skill, you actually managed to slaughter all of my adorable subordinates. But it, like you don't have much fighting power left either, do you? The demoness said mockingly once more. We're really done for this time. Gu, are you satisfied now? Zhao Changqing said resentfully, unwilling to accept his fate. Poof. You're useless and just dragging everyone down and you blame me? Gu Hai retorted immediately. You. Zhao Changqing flew into a rage. Oh? Still bickering? Don't worry, you can keep at it later. Go on, capture them for me. The demoness gave a light tap with her jade-like finger. Instantly, the 10 lieutenants surrounding the demoness responded in unison and closed in on Jiang and his four companions. Among these 10, 5 were human demon cultivators, and 5 were demon tribesmen, some with wolf ears, others with dog ears. Here they come. Stop arguing for now. At that moment, Yin Yi couldn't help but stiffen with tension. Zhao Changqing and Gu Hai had also fallen silent, both bracing for battle as if facing a formidable enemy. Looks like we're really not going to make it out of this alive. If I'd known, I never would come on this trip. What a stroke of bad luck. Meanwhile, Zhu Jingfeng, standing nearby, let out a cry of despair and regret. His tone was thick with resentment, as if he were lamenting his poor choice of companions or cursing his useless teammates. Let me borrow your weapon for a moment. After that, just focus on protecting yourselves. Jiang suddenly snatched the magical longsword from Zhao Changqing's hand, a weapon possessing the power of the nether stage for over 800 years, and single-handedly charged toward the 10 minor leaders of the heretical cultivators who were advancing toward them. Originally, he intended to care about the fate of Zhao Changqing and the other 3, but he now realized that this den of demons might be even trickier than he anticipated. Keeping these 4 alive might still prove useful. Senior, what are you? Zhao Changqing couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Gu Hai and the other 2 were also taken aback. Oh? The demoness narrowed her eyes as she watched Jiang, clearly growing wary of his actions. The 10 minor leaders of the heretical cultivators exchanged glances and cautiously began to encircle Jiang. Come and kill me. Jiang called out, then decisively charged straight at the 10 minor leaders of the heretical cultivators. Kill. The 10 minor leaders of the heretical cultivators roared in unison and launched their attacks. Although all 10 were roughly at the initial stage of the nether stage, under the power boost of the demon S-layer, their actual combat strength had already reached the minor perfection of the nether stage. At that moment, Jiang's fierce sword strike struck first, targeting a wolf-eared demon, this strike was purely offensive, no defense whatsoever. Is he trying to get himself killed? Zhao Changqing was instantly stunned. Has he gone mad? I only gave him 2 protection runes, they won't hold up against such a coordinated assault. Besides, after the battle just now, those 2 protection runes I gave him should have already been used up. Gu Hai was equally incredulous. He is asking for death. Several furious shouts rang out. The 10 minor demon cultivator leaders naturally spotted Jiang's glaring vulnerability. With the wolf-eared demon taking up a defensive position, the remaining 9 launched a full-force assault on Jiang. Instantly, the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth erupted all at once. These minor demon cultivator leaders were confident that, even if Jiang didn't die from this strike, he'd be severely wounded. At the very least, he would be completely incapacitated. So he is just an idiot? No wonder he thought I was ugly? At that moment, even the demoness leader couldn't help but wear a puzzled expression. However, just as Jiang's power clashed with that of the 10 minor demon cultivator leaders. Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds rang out, accompanied by cries of pain and agony. The wolf-eared demon was sent flying by Jiang's sword strike, blood spurting from his face. As for the other 9 demon cultivators who had attacked Jiang with all their might, they were all knocked back by a mysterious force that suddenly erupted from Jiang's body. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, and each had sustained injuries. What? The demoness leader's beautiful eyes widened in utter astonishment. How is this possible? Gu Hai, Zhao Changqing, and the other 2 were all stunned. They couldn't believe it. Humph, you bunch of monsters, just submit to your doom. Jiang snorted coldly, completely ignoring everyone's shock and astonishment, and swiftly charged at the nearest minor demon cultivator leader. With his current cultivation of 442 years in the nether stage, coupled with Zhao Changqing's magical long sword and Gu Hai's haste rune, his strength had already reached the level of someone just entering the insight stage. This power was more than enough to suppress 2 or 3 nether stage minor perfection cultivators fighting together. And since the protection rune he currently wore was one he decreated himself at the 300-year mark of the insight stage, even if he faced the combined attack of these 10 minor demon cultivator leaders, he'd be invincible and able to handle them with ease. As for his high-grade magical artifact and other talismans,